Ling Yan, the original deity of the Quick-Ware Bureau, retired with the aspiration to lead a leisurely life. However, the tranquility of his small world was disrupted by the chaos wrought by reborn book characters, prompting the headquarters to beseech him to return to action. Thus, the esteemed figure descended from his retirement script. A reborn male antagonist seeks to seize the resources of an award-winning actor. Ling Yan retaliates by acquiring the rival's company, compelling him to work for him to the brink of collapse. A time-traveling female antagonist uses a system to bewitch the emperor. He preemptively divulges the plot nationwide, rendering her a laughingstock across the internet. Chapter 1. The Love Script of a Business Tycoon. Ling Yan's consciousness gradually surfaced from the depths of a deep sea, initially enveloped by a muffled buzzing that soon crystallized into discernible whispers from outside the door. Truly an ungrateful wolf. The Liu family treated him so well, providing for his education and sustenance. Yet he dares to steal company documents to sell to rivals? I hear he was caught red-handed. The master and mistress are furious and have cut their vacation short, currently fuming in the study. He still has the audacity to faint? I suspect it's merely an act. This time, he's surely to be expelled. The discussions were laced with unabashed disdain. Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of an exquisitely crafted crystal chandelier on the ceiling, its light piercingly bright. He propped himself up, realizing he lay upon a soft, expansive bed, the silk sheets beneath him cool and smooth to the touch. Surveying the surroundings, he found himself in an excessively spacious bedroom, decorated with elegance and refinement, every detail exuding the essence of a prestigious lineage. Yet, the room bore signs of disarray. A chair lay overturned, a drawer of the desk ajar, with several documents strewn about. As he took in his environment, a mild headache struck him, and unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The original Ling Yan was 18 years old. After losing his parents in an accident at the age of 10, he was taken in by Liu Hongwei, a close friend of his father. Yet, the profound trauma had rendered this youth emotionally withdrawn, rejecting the affection and care of others, erecting walls of gloom and silence, living as an incongruent shadow within the resplendent confines of the Liu family's mansion. Now, he was accused of stealing trade secrets from Liu Corporation. With witnesses and evidence firmly against him, the original owner found himself speechless amidst heated arguments, succumbing to a fit of anger and fainting. So, this is the first leisurely world after retirement? Ling Yan murmured softly, a hint of derision lacing his tone. He flexed his fingers, attuning himself to this youthful yet slightly frail body. Years of pent-up sorrow had left this body weak, necessitating more careful recuperation than most. System connection successful. Host, you have finally awakened. A distinctly exuberant and reverent electronic voice resonated within his mind. Greetings, esteemed host. I am System 024, sent by the Bureau to assist you. It is an honor to partner with you. I have long heard of your legendary exploits. Be quiet. Ling Yan interrupted it languidly in his mind. Still imbued with the remnants of Sleep. 024 promptly fell silent, though the undercurrent of its excitement lingered. Ling Yan disregarded it, slowly throwing off the covers and stepping onto the soft carpet, proceeding to a full-length mirror. The youth in the mirror had soft black hair and fair skin, with deep brown eyes resembling pools of honey, though they appeared slightly hazy from just awakening. Upon closer inspection, however, a depth of calmness and clarity belied his external youth. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, neither too heavy nor too light, yet imbued with the coldness of formality. Master Ling Yan, are you awake? The voice of the butler, Uncle Chun, emanated from outside, as respectful as ever. The master, mistress, and young master Jinghang await you in the study. Ling Yan did not respond immediately, but took his time to don a clean white shirt, meticulously buttoning each one and tidying his slightly disheveled hair. He opened the door to find Uncle Chun, a man in his 50s, whose eyes flickered with surprise at the sight before him. The youth seemed different in some way. Though he maintained his usual silence, the oppressive gloom that had once surrounded him appeared to have lightened somewhat. Lead the way, Uncle Chun. Ling Yan spoke gently, a hint of appropriate frailty in his tone. Uncle Chun cast a complex glance at him and nodded, please follow me. The Liu family villa was vast, adorned in a style that radiated understated luxury, with exquisite artworks scattered throughout. The cold marble floors reflected the light from the overhead crystal chandeliers, each step echoing in the spaciousness. Servants encountered along the way bowed their heads to avoid him. Yet Ling Yan could feel the curious, sympathetic, and even gloating gazes upon his back. The master and mistress are quite disappointed. Uncle Chun paused before the study door, lowering his voice. Young Master Ling Yan, please, explain yourself. Ling Yan glanced at him and nodded slightly. Thank you, Uncle Chen. As the door to the study swung open, the atmosphere inside felt nearly stagnant. Seated behind a rosewood desk was Liu Hongwei, the current patriarch of the Liu family. Nearing 60, his countenance stern and lips tightly pressed, eyes heavy with concern. Beside him sat his wife, Su Wan, whose well-maintained face bore a look of incredulous disappointment. Her gaze towards Ling Yan filled with sorrow. Lurking on the adjacent sofa was the true heir of the Liu family, Liu Jinghang. Adorned in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, his long legs crossed casually, yet exuding an invisible pressure. The man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and thin lips drawn into a hard line. At this moment, he was engrossed in his phone, not bothering to glance at Ling Yan, as if the unfolding scene held no relevance to him. Standing not far from Liu Jinghang was a young woman clad in a light blue dress. Her features were delicate, her demeanor gentle, yet her brow was slightly furrowed with a hint of concern. Ling Yan's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Lin Weiwei.it was she who had orchestrated the drama of the day. Ling Yan, Liu Hongwei began, his voice low, tinged with unmasked disappointment and fatigue. In all these years, I have not wronged you, yet you have deeply disappointed us. Su Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she regarded Ling Yan, her tone heavy with confusion and sorrow. Xiao Yan, we have always hoped you would open your heart and consider this place your home. Please tell Aunt Su what is truly happening. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Ling Yan did not immediately contest. He simply stood quietly, meeting their scrutiny with calmness. This unusual tranquility starkly contrasted with the original owner's tendency to grow even more withdrawn and silent at the slightest hint of doubt, momentarily leaving Liu Hongwei and Su Wan taken aback. Even Liu Jinghang, who had been fixated on his phone, finally lifted his gaze. His deep black eyes fell upon Ling Yan, accompanied by a hint of scrutiny. Just as Ling Yan was about to speak, a gentle voice interjected. Uncle Liu, Aunt Su, please do not be angry just yet. Lin Weiwei stepped forward, her tone soothing as she advised, perhaps Ling Yan has a valid reason? He is still young and may have been momentarily confused and manipulated. She turned to Ling Yan, her eyes earnest. Ling Yan, if you truly did it, just sincerely apologize. Uncle Liu and Aunt Su are kind-hearted. They will forgive you. Please do not continue to lie, all right? Her words, though seemingly a plea for Ling Yan, effectively solidified his guilt. Ah, this wicked woman. She is adding fuel to the fire. Host, quickly refute her. 024 exclaimed in a state of near panic. Under the collective gaze of all present, Ling Yan finally moved. He gently raised his head, those honey-colored eyes meeting Lin Weiwei's, devoid of the anticipated panic or anger, only a trace of mild bewilderment. Excuse me, miss, his voice resonated with a clarity and youthful timbre. Have we met before? Lin Weiwei's gentle expression instantly froze. In that moment, the air within the study seemed to become utterly still. Ling Yan observed the fleeting panic in Lin Weiwei's eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The performance had only just begun. Chapter 2. The love script of business tycoons. Ling Yan's seemingly casual inquiry fell into the study like a pebble cast into a still pond, stirring silent ripples throughout the room. Lin Weiwei's expression remained a picture of gentle concern, yet a barely perceptible hint of unease flickered in her eyes. She had evidently not anticipated that this character she had envisioned as a mere pawn would turn the tables on her, but she quickly regained her composure. Ling Yan's brother was merely jesting. She offered a poised smile, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Liu Jinghang. I am Lin Weiwei of the Ling Group. I've heard about you from Brother Jinghang. However, this is not the appropriate time for such discussions. It would be best if you could clarify the matter regarding the documents first, so that Uncle Lu and Aunt Su need not worry further. Lu Hongwei let out a heavy grunt, redirecting everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. Ling Yan, do not divert the topic. Explain clearly what is happening. He gestured emphatically toward the desk, where several slightly blurred printed documents lay scattered alongside a bank statement, which highlighted a sum transferred to the original owner's seldom-used account in a red circle. In the solitary armchair at the head of the table, Lu Jinghang shifted to a more comfortable position, his long fingers resting casually on the armrest. His deep, dark eyes finally focused entirely on Ling Yan, exuding an air of scrutiny and icy pressure as if they could penetrate the flesh and gaze directly into the soul. He remained silent, yet the oppressive atmosphere in the study was largely emanating from him. Ling Yan first offered a reassuring glance to Su Wan before calmly surveying the evidence on the table. Unexpectedly, he approached Lu Jinghang. He did not plead or lament. Instead, he stood merely a step away from the man, slightly bowing his head, his gaze landing on the personal laptop resting on the side coffee table. Brother, his voice was clear and steady. May I borrow your computer? At this utterance, the room fell into a profound silence. Lu Hongwei and Su Wan were momentarily taken aback, and even Lin Weiwei widened her eyes in surprise. Who among them did not know of Lu Jinghang's strict boundaries and his intense regard for privacy? His personal belongings, particularly something as sensitive as a computer containing commercial secrets, were not to be casually requested. A barely noticeable flicker passed through Lu Jinghang's brow. The youth before him stood quietly, his slender frame reminiscent of the brooding boy he once knew. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lu Jinghang sensed something had changed, not in words or actions, but in an ineffable quality, like the undercurrents hidden beneath a tranquil lake. Reason. His thin lips parted to utter two chilling words. To prove my innocence. Ling Yan replied succinctly. Using your computer to access the company's internal network and retrieve the records will yield results that are far more compelling. He paused, adding, of course, you may observe while I do so. A peculiar tension filled the air. Lin Weiwei interjected at an opportune moment, her tone gentle yet tinged with an imperceptible strain. Brother Jinghang, this may not be appropriate, as it pertains to the security of the company's core network. However, Lu Jinghang appeared to disregard her words, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Yan, sharp as a blade, as if he were attempting to dissect him from the inside out. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he indeed pushed the laptop before him slightly forward, indicating that he would take it. Ling Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind was fully aware. Lu Jinghang was the sort of individual who detested weakness and ineptitude, yet was intrigued by value and audacity. He had wagered correctly with this move. He grasped the computer and placed it on a nearby low cabinet, powering it on. Lu Jinghang's laptop bore no password, a silent testament to his confidence or perhaps a challenge. Ling Yan's fingers glided over the touchpad with an unsettling dexterity, the keystrokes resonating crisply and rhythmically. He disregarded the uncertain glances of those in the study, directly accessing the command window to input a sequence of codes. First, he examined the details of a foreign remittance. Ling Yan retrieved the information of the receiving account and turned the screen towards the crowd, revealing that the bank was located in an offshore center with stringent regulations and a high entry threshold, necessitating complex qualifications and substantial collateral. Given my capabilities and connections, it would be utterly impossible to establish an account there. Lu Hongwei and Su Wan leaned in for a closer look, their brows slightly furrowed. As businessmen, they understood the challenges inherent in such matters. Ling Yan's younger brother indeed made a valid point. Lin Weiwei spoke softly, her tone gentle. Yet many intermediaries now facilitate the establishment of foreign accounts. Perhaps Ling Yan's brother had obtained assistance through a referral? The youth, with limited social experience, occasionally fails to consider these issues thoroughly. She paused at this juncture, leaving an air of contemplation, neither directly accusing nor overtly implying, yet deftly planting seeds of doubt within the minds of the audience. Ling Yan refrained from refuting directly, continuing his operations. He accessed the login IP history of all the original owner's online accounts and compared it against the metadata of the aforementioned documents. Furthermore, these so-called candid photographs, according to the metadata, displayed a discrepancy in the model of the capturing device and the specific timestamps, which were entirely inconsistent with my phone model and my timeline for that day. He magnified a line of data, revealing that the photographs had been taken last Wednesday between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, a time frame during which I was engaged in my end-of-semester exams at school. The examination room was under continuous surveillance, with all candidates prohibited from leaving prematurely. The academic office and the monitoring footage could serve as corroboration. He paused, casting a glance at Lin Weiwei, who maintained an appropriately pleasant smile, his tone remaining even. In other words, someone utilized a different device to capture these images at a time and place where I could not possibly have accessed the documents. Lu's parents exchanged a glance, their initial anger and disappointment now supplanted by bewilderment. Throughout this, Lu Jingheng remained silent, slightly leaning forward, his fingers unconsciously caressing the watch's face. His gaze towards Ling Yan shifting from cold scrutiny to a faint hint of curiosity and intrigue. Ling Yan felt no turbulence within. He understood that the most crucial blow had yet to be delivered. He redirected his attention to Lu Jingheng, his tone adopting a near-academic seriousness. "Brother, there remains one critical point." He gestured towards the blurred images on the screen, magnifying a corner of the document number, which was a format that the Lu family had discontinued 3 years prior, using the old rules to forge a new document. The individual orchestrating this scheme appears to be unfamiliar with the internal operations of the Lu family. Lin Weiwei's lips twitched almost imperceptibly before she quickly resumed her composed smile. Ling Yan closed the laptop and gently placed it back on the tea table beside Lu Jingheng, then stepped back, reverting to the guise of a seemingly quiet and somewhat frail youth, as if the commanding presence he had just exhibited was merely an illusion to the onlookers. He slightly lowered his eyelids, his voice softening, imbued with just the right amount of grievance and fatigue. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Sue, Brother Jingheng, I know I have not been exemplary, causing you much concern. However, even if I am inept, I would never engage in any actions that would harm the Lu family or the company. That is my only home." The final phrase was spoken in a whisper, tinged with a barely detectable quaver, striking precisely at the tenderest part of Su Wan's heart. Lu Jingheng's gaze lingered on Ling Yan, his expression complex and inscrutable. He did not glance at the evidence nor directly judge Ling Yan's defense. Instead, he slowly rose, his towering figure emanating an intensified aura of pressure. He adjusted the cuff of his suit, his gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of those present, finally pausing for a fleeting moment on Lin Weiwei. His eyes calm, yet causing her heart to race. Then, addressing Ling Yan in his characteristic, emotionless, icy tone, he uttered his second sentence since Ling Yan had entered. "It seems someone wishes to use your hands to stir up trouble within the Lu family." Lin Weiwei's smile remained poised, though her fingertips tightened slightly. Lu Jingheng did not linger, striding directly toward the study's exit. As he passed by Ling Yan, his steps seemed to imperceptibly falter, stirring a faint chill accompanied by the scent of cedar. The study door closed, leaving behind several individuals lost in their own thoughts. Ling Yan understood that the immediate crisis had been averted, but the true contest had only just begun, and Lu Jingheng's attitude represented the greatest variable at present. "Host, you are simply remarkable." 024 cheered exuberantly in his mind. Ling Yan did not respond, merely bowing slightly to Lu Hongwei and Su Wan. "Uncle, Aunt, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my room." Su Wan, observing his calm demeanor, recalled the years of neglect towards him, her eyes reddening further. She stepped closer to grasp Ling Yan's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Yin, it was my fault. We should not have doubted you like this." Lu Hongwei also rose, his expression complex as he patted Ling Yan's shoulder, his tone imbued with regret. "This matter was indeed a miscalculation on our part. Do not take it to heart." Ling Yan gently withdrew his hand, maintaining an appropriate distance. "Uncle, Aunt, you are being overly kind. I understand your concerns." His demeanor was neither warm nor resentful, as if merely stating an objective fact. Su Wan, witnessing his aloofness, felt a deeper pang of sorrow. She recognized that the rift built over the years could not be resolved in an instant. Lu Hongwei sighed and waved his hand. Go, rest well. Ling Yan turned and exited the study. At the moment he closed the door, he heard Lin Weiwei's gentle voice. Uncle Lu, Aunt Sue, since Ling Yan is innocent, the matter becomes even more serious. Someone has been scheming to sow discord within the Lu family. If they could frame Ling Yan today, what will happen tomorrow? The door clicked shut, sealing off the ensuing conversation. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Ling Yan's lips. Chapter 3. The romance of a business tycoon. As the door to the study gently closed behind him, it effectively severed the lingering tension from their brief confrontation. Ling Yan walked steadily back to his own bedroom, his demeanor calm as though the fateful confrontation had never occurred. Once the door was shut, the aura around him relaxed. The sharp-witted youth from earlier seemed but a fleeting apparition. Now, he languidly yawned, a hint of physiological tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Host! 024 exclaimed excitedly within his mind, though that Lin Weiwei appeared composed. I detected significant fluctuations in her biological indicators when you pointed out the issue with the document number. She must be the mastermind behind this. Ling Yan responded nonchalantly, ambling towards the bed and sinking into the soft bedding, finally able to take a moment's respite. He turned to gaze out the window at the sun gradually setting in the west, its golden rays casting a warm glow over the exquisite garden landscape, enveloping everything in a comforting halo. Such a tranquil afternoon was the retirement life he had always yearned for. Reflecting on recent events, Ling Yan still felt a tinge of helplessness. As a pioneering ace executor for the Quick-Ware Bureau, after completing an astounding 999 S-level missions, he had finally amassed enough points to choose absolute retirement. However, this peace was shattered by the relentless persistence of Mo Huan, the head of the Quick-Ware Bureau. That old coot had somehow circumvented all of Ling Yan's established barriers, directly appearing beside his fishing platform. First, he appealed to reason, speaking of dimensional tremors and global crises. When Ling Yan remained unmoved, steadfast on his fishing platform, Mo Huan resorted to emotional appeals, lamenting how the Bureau was in disarray and desperately needed his stabilizing presence to return to the fray. Ling Yan, however, turned a deaf ear, even replacing his bait with something more enticing. Seeing this, Mo Huan shamelessly resorted to underhanded tactics. He ceased discussing serious matters and simply settled beside Ling Yan, lamenting daily or exclaiming over Ling Yan's treasured tea and meticulously tended medicinal garden, his gaze fervent enough to make Ling Yan's scalp tingle. Even more outrageous, the old man attempted to bribe the only bubble-blowing spirit carp Ling Yan owned with the Bureau's latest holographic fishing rod while he napped. Ling Yan, just do me a favor and cover for me temporarily. With Mo Huan bearing down on him with a gaze that could freeze water, he smiled with a multitude of wrinkles. Just a few small worlds. Once you handle it, I assure you, I will never disturb your tranquility again. Your retirement benefits will double. No, triple. Ultimately, Ling Yan was worn down by Mo Huan's relentless nagging and tireless insistence. He pondered that rather than allowing this old fellow to remain and wreak havoc on his fish and tea, it would be wiser to send him away for a semblance of tranquility. A contract for re-employment, emphasizing absolute voluntariness, a temporary nature, and an extraordinarily generous compensation, was placed before Mo Huan. Upon signing, the old man vanished from his sight without a trace. Thus, the retired elder, who yearned for a quiet life, found himself reluctantly pulled back into the tumultuous world. His first assignment involved a modern urban backdrop, which appeared as simple to him as a blank sheet of paper, yet was rendered near collapse due to the interference of a book dweller and reverberating aftershocks. He became Ling Yan, a pitiful soul residing in the Lu family, a mere pawn who met a hasty demise at the hands of a female character for the narrative. The original owner's South parents were close friends of Lu Hongwei and Su Wan. Although their lineage was not as illustrious as the Lu family, it was nevertheless remarkable. An unforeseen tragedy claimed the lives of that couple, leaving behind immense wealth and corporate shares, which would be legally inherited by Ling Yan, their sole offspring. Due to his tender age at the time, in accordance with the will and intricate legal stipulations, the Lu family assumed the role of temporary guardians and primary custodians of the inheritance, tasked with Ling Yan's care until he reached adulthood. It was precisely because of the significant and sensitive nature of this inheritance that the Liu family opted to provide him with shelter rather than adopt him. In order to circumvent any potential disputes or unwarranted suspicions regarding the inheritance's ownership in the future, Ling Yan, an orphaned youth of timid disposition yet in possession of great wealth, barely twitched the corners of his lips, embodying a subtle, knowing mockery. This was no mere act of betrayal. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme of usurpation. In the original timeline, after awakening, the original owner, plagued by a melancholic and sensitive nature, was so engulfed in disappointment and fury that he refused to offer any explanations, storming out of the Liu household and severing all ties with its members. Bereft of the Liu family's protection, he soon became the target of Lin Weiwei, who had plotted this from the start. Through her cunning deception and machinations, the vast inheritance ultimately fell into the hands of this book dweller. And the fate of the original owner was all too predictable. Now that he had arrived, the performance was due for a change. "Were you contemplating, esteemed host?" 024 inquired cautiously, its tone filled with reverence. "Are you devising a plan to deal with Lin Weiwei?" Ling Yan turned over, gazing at the exquisite crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and lazily replied, "I'm contemplating what to dine on tonight." 024 clearly struggled to follow his line of thought. Having stood in the study for so long, he felt a bit peckish. Ling Yan asserted confidently that while resolving crises was crucial, satisfying one's hunger was of even greater importance. "You are right, esteemed host," 024 concurred after a brief silence. Ling Yan contentedly closed his eyes. Although this system was a novice, it was obedient, unlike the seasoned partners he had worked with before, who constantly pressured him to complete tasks and earn points. 024. Retrieve the culinary map of this world and mark the highest-rated restaurants surrounding the Liu family villa. Understood. I will search immediately. With unwavering enthusiasm, 024 responded, and after a brief moment, remarked, according to reviews and data cross-analysis, the Yunjing restaurant, located 3 kilometers away, boasts the highest rating, specializing in creative cuisine, albeit with a higher average cost per person. As Ling Yan listened to 024's elaborate introduction, a subtle smile graced his lips. This was the essence of a well-deserved retirement. Of course, he was acutely aware that the crisis had yet to be resolved. The unusual energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Weiwei indicated that she was indeed one of the contaminants of dimensional turbulence, and her methods proved to be more sophisticated than anticipated. The true nature of the confidentiality breach remained undisclosed. She had merely artfully redirected suspicion towards him, a mere pawn in her game. "Host, do you require me to continue monitoring Lin Weiwei?" 024 inquired. "Yes, maintain minimal surveillance," Ling Yan replied nonchalantly. As for the actual breach, he paused and chuckled softly. "That is a matter for Liu Jinghang to worry about. Why should I, an outsider, concern myself with it? However, if the breach remains unresolved, Lin Weiwei may seek opportunities to frame you," 024 expressed with concern. "Then we shall wait for her to make a move," Ling Yan retorted, turning over to find a more comfortable position. A retired individual ought to embody the essence of retirement, to rely on words rather than actions, to recline when possible rather than stand. When adversaries approach, one merely shifts to a different place of repose. Just as Ling Yan was on the verge of succumbing to the languid atmosphere, a gentle knock resounded. "Young Master Ling Yan," came the voice of Butler Chen. "Young Master Jinghang has instructed me to inform you that dinner is ready. Please proceed to the dining room." Ling Yan opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through them. Liu Jinghang was inviting him to dine? This was nearly unprecedented in the memories of the original host. Was it due to his earlier behavior in the study, or for some other reason? "Understood. I shall be there shortly," he replied aloud. Ling Yan rose leisurely, adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar, and offered a faint smile to the seemingly innocuous youth reflected in the mirror. It was a perfect opportunity to savor the culinary skills of the Liu family chef. As for the schemes and world crises, he languidly stretched. Those could wait until after a satisfying meal. Chapter 4. The romantic script of a business tycoon. Ling Yan followed butler Chun towards the dining room, his steps unhurried. 024 quietly reminded him within his mind. Host, according to the original host's memories, he rarely dined with the Liu family members, often finding various excuses to eat alone in his room. Indeed, Ling Yan responded faintly in his thoughts. He comprehended the original host's sensitivity stemming from the loss of both parents, leading to a self-imposed isolation, but that was ultimately not his approach to navigating life. Since he had decided to temporarily reside in this world, perpetually playing the role of a melancholic victim was not a sustainable strategy. Appropriate engagement and observation were essential, particularly concerning the enigmatic heir of the Liu family. The dining room exceeded Ling Yan's expectations of opulence. A long table, ample enough to accommodate a dozen guests, was placed centrally beneath a grand crystal chandelier that illuminated the entire space as brightly as day. The table was already adorned with exquisite dinnerware, the silver cutlery glinting with a cold radiance under the light. Liu Hongwei and Su Wan had already taken their seats, and to their surprise, Lin Weiwei was also present, sitting beside Su Wan and whispering something to her, her face adorned with a perfectly sweet smile. At the head of the table, Liu Jingheng sat poised, having exchanged his formal suit for a deep gray, casual outfit. While the sharpness of the business world had diminished, his inherent aura of authority remained undiminished. He was engrossed in the financial news on his tablet, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. The arrival of Ling Yan caused a brief pause in the conversation at the table. Xiaoyan has arrived. Please take a seat. Su Wan spoke first, her tone laced with a subtle caution and compensatory warmth as she gestured to an empty spot beside Liu Jingheng. Ling Yan obediently walked over and sat down quietly, his demeanor relaxed, devoid of the original owner's unease. He sensed that, at the moment he settled in, Liu Jingheng's gaze lifted from the tablet screen, briefly resting on him. The scrutiny in his eyes remained, yet it seemed to have softened compared to before. Weiwei just returned to the country recently and came to see me today, so I invited her to join us for a meal. Su Wan explained to Ling Yan with a friendly tone. She is the daughter of the Lin group and has long-standing ties with our family. Lin Weiwei immediately turned to Ling Yan with a smile, her voice filled with concern. Xiaoyan, are you feeling any better? I noticed you looked unwell earlier in the study. It's quite worrisome. Her words, while sounding caring, subtly reminded everyone of the unpleasant confrontation in the study. Her gaze flickering toward Liu Jingheng to gauge his reaction. Ling Yan picked up the glass of water beside him and took a gentle sip before meeting her gaze with a calm expression. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin. I merely experienced a slight drop in blood sugar. A bit of rest will suffice. His voice, though soft, was clear to all ears, imbued with a gentle tone that carried no trace of anger, as if he had entirely missed Lin Weiwei's underlying implication. Su Wan watched Ling Yan with a complex expression, letting out a soft sigh before speaking. Xiaoyan, regarding what happened in the study today. It was my uncle and aunt's oversight. They misunderstood you without proper inquiry. Her words resonated with genuine apology, acknowledging the distress he had endured. In the memories of the original owner, this elder couple had indeed treated him well. However, due to the sudden demise of his parents, the original owner had become exceedingly sensitive and insecure, akin to a startled hedgehog, interpreting any concern as pity or ulterior motives, thus erecting a formidable wall between himself and the Liu family. Over time, Liu Hongwei and Su Wan had grown uncertain of how to interact with him, resulting in a relationship that was lukewarm at best, limited to providing material support, while emotional exchanges were strikingly sparse. Liu Hongwei cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward, yet his tone remained gentle. Yes, Aunt Su is correct. We did not consider this matter thoroughly. Please do not take it to heart. He paused, seemingly wishing to elaborate, but gazing at Ling Yan's face, similar to that of an old friend, yet marked by youthfulness, left him momentarily at a loss for words. They were close friends with Ling Yan's parents, and their initial intention in bringing Ling Yan to the Liu family was to genuinely care for the child of an old friend. However, the boy's excessively introverted and sensitive nature seemed to drive him further away with each of their attempts to connect, and over time, their relationship became strained. This misunderstanding only served to exacerbate the situation. Ling Yan set down his cup, meeting Su Wan's apologetic gaze, and a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Uncle Lu, Aunt Su, it's all right, I understand. Unlike what the original persona might have done, either expressing forgiveness with excitement or remaining silently resistant, he chose a calm demeanor, gently turning the page on this chapter of misunderstanding. This serene understanding briefly startled Su Wan, and a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. Even Lu Hongwei's expression softened slightly. Lu Jingheng's gaze shifted away from his tablet, lingering on Ling Yan's face longer this time. This frail and delicate youth seemed genuinely transformed from before. Not a facade, but a profound change emanating from within. Lin Weiwei observed all of this, subtly pinching her palm with her nails, yet her smile became increasingly gentle. Aunt Su, Uncle Lu, please don't be too hard on yourselves. Ling Yan is such a thoughtful boy, he will surely understand. She then casually shifted the conversation. By the way, Ling Yan's performance in the study today was quite astonishing. He was so familiar with those document numbers and company processes. It seems he has been paying considerable attention to Jinghong's business. Are you perhaps interested in commerce? The question was pointed. If Ling Yan admitted to it, he could be suspected of prying into company secrets. If he denied it, his earlier display of professionalism would remain inexplicable. Su Wan and Lu Hongwei turned their gaze towards Ling Yan, clearly intrigued. Ling Yan was delicately savoring a serving of exquisite foie gras presented by the servant. Upon hearing her words, he paused, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and then raised his eyes to Lin Weiwei, his honey-colored gaze appearing particularly clear under the light. There are numerous business cases and industry journals in the study, he said, his voice still calm, imbued with the clarity characteristic of youth. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I glance at them. Over time, I've memorized a few. He paused and added, moreover, when you and uncle and brother discuss the company's matters at home, I'm often nearby, and I've picked up some impressions. This explanation was reasonable. Although the original persona was melancholic, he was not dull. It was not surprising that he could remember certain things after being exposed to them over time. By attributing his knowledge to occasional observation, he maintained the original persona's introverted and non-intrusive image. His mention of occasionally being unable to sleep carried a subtle hint of vulnerability, easily eliciting Su Wan's sympathy. So that is how it is, she thought, her heart aching for Ling Yan. If you find it hard to sleep at night, let the kitchen prepare you a warm cup of milk. Don't stay alone in the study. It's easy to catch a cold. Yes, thank you, Aunt Su. Ling Yan nodded, acquiescing to her kindness. Lin Weiwei's smile faded slightly, as she had not anticipated that Ling Yan would so effortlessly dissolve her probing, and in doing so, garner even more concern. Beneath the table, her hands tightened ever so slightly, yet her visage remained adorned with a flawless smile. It was best that Ling Yan could come to terms with it. Uncle Lu and Aunt Su have always been deeply concerned about you. Each word was wrapped in honey, concealing sharp, tiny pricks that targeted the most sensitive points, the very concerns that had once plagued the parents of the Lu family. However, Ling Yan merely lifted his head, smiled at her, and did not respond further, instead quietly beginning to savor his meal. His movements were elegant, though swift, clearly indicating genuine hunger. He focused intently on each dish, occasionally narrowing his eyes in delight upon tasting something to his liking, resembling a contented feline, evidently pleased with the culinary skills of the Lu family as chef. This pure enjoyment of food starkly contrasted with his earlier display of brilliance in the study, as well as his current demeanor at the dining table, exhibiting a more natural and relaxed state. Lu Jinghong's gaze occasionally fell upon Ling Yan, observing his unguarded concentration on the food. The depth of his dark eyes softened in scrutiny, yet the intensity of inquiry grew stronger. The meal unfolded in this subtle atmosphere. Lu's mother frequently served Ling Yan, her tone increasingly affectionate. Although Lu's father spoke little, his demeanor was evidently more relaxed. Lin Weiwei attempted several times to steer the conversation towards company matters or Ling Yan's academic future, but each time she was deftly redirected by Ling Yan's polite, albeit tangential, replies, or by Lu's mother's concern regarding his need for rest. As dinner approached its conclusion, the servants brought forth fruits and tea. Suddenly, Lu Jinghang broke the silence, his voice as cold as ever, without any preamble, addressing Ling Yan. "Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, accompany me to the company." This proclamation struck the table like thunder, rendering it instantly silent. Lu Hongwei and Su Wan exchanged astonished glances with their son, while Lin Weiwei's smile froze in disbelief as she looked from Lu Jinghang to Ling Yan. Ling Yan, poised with a small silver fork spearing a piece of melon, momentarily halted, lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of surprise and a hint of confusion. "The company?" "Yes." Lu Jinghang stood, looking down at him with an undeniable tone, asserting that since it was a holiday, he shouldn't spend the entire day at home. 8 o'clock in the garage. Having said this, he did not allow time for others to react, nodding slightly to his parents, casting a fleeting glance at Ling Yan's astonished face, and then turned to leave the dining room, his silhouette cold and resolute. Ling Yan watched as Lu Jinghang's figure disappeared at the doorway, slowly bringing the piece of melon to his mouth, the sweet juice spreading within. He chewed gently, lowering his eyelids to conceal the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Going to the company? It seemed that this air intended to keep him close, to observe him personally. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei, seated across from him, nearly dug her nails into her palm, as the once perfect smile on her face finally revealed a crack. Lu Jinghang was actually going to take Ling Yan to the company? This utterly surpassed her expectations. What is it about this expendable character that has captured Lu Jinghang's attention? The atmosphere at the dining table grew subtly tense once again due to Lu Jinghang's unexpected remark. Ling Yan swallowed the piece of melon in her mouth, lifted the cup of tea beside her, and took a delicate sip. Well, it appears that tomorrow's company outing will not be dull after all. After Lu Jinghang departed, the remaining individuals in the restaurant exhibited a range of expressions. Lu Hongwei and Su Wan exchanged a glance of surprise, seemingly considering that allowing Ling Yan to accompany Lu Jinghang to the company might not be such a bad idea. It was certainly preferable to leaving her cooped up at home, lost in thought. Su Wan even gently patted the back of Ling Yan's hand, encouraging her. "It would be good for you to accompany your brother to the company and learn a bit more." Ling Yan nodded obediently, though her mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the cafeteria's food at the Lu group. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei maintained a composed smile, engaging in polite conversation with Lu's parents. She emphasized her father's admiration for Lu Jinghang's capabilities, as well as the Lin family's eagerness for deeper collaboration with the Lu group in the realm of new technologies, subtly seeking to strengthen the familial ties. Subsequently, she excused herself, citing the desire not to disturb their rest. Yet, as she turned to leave, her straightened back and somewhat hurried steps betrayed her inner turmoil. Once seated in her understated yet luxurious sports car, Lin Weiwei did not immediately start the engine. She leaned back against the seat, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, her slender fingers pressing firmly against her temples. Ling Yan, this character, merely a footnote in the original text, who should have been easily dismissed, had unexpectedly become a formidable obstacle. Not only had she disrupted Lin Weiwei's meticulously crafted plans, but she had also evoked a sense of guilt from Lu's parents and even attracted Lu Jinghang's attention. Lin Weiwei was not the same foolish girl consumed by love, willing to go to great lengths for a man. She hailed from a modern world characterized by an explosion of information and fierce competition, where she had achieved a measure of success through her own capabilities and wit, when she unexpectedly found herself within the pages of a contemporary business warfare novel. Becoming the similarly named, love-stricken supporting character, she perceived it as a divine opportunity. The original Lin Weiwei came from an affluent background and possessed striking beauty, yet she squandered her advantages, fixated solely on Lu Jinghang. In her desperate quest to win him over, she resorted to various clumsy tactics, ultimately inciting the wrath of the Lu family and leading her own family to ruin. She had no intention of following in the footsteps of the original character. Lu Jinghang, that cold, arrogant man with an overpowering desire for control. Indeed, he possessed a certain allure, particularly when he commanded the Lu Empire with strategic finesse. capable of stirring any woman's heart. However, what Lin Weiwei sought was never a man's pity or the so-called unique tenderness. What captivated her was the vast commercial empire that Lu Jinghang possessed, the immense assets of the Lu Group, and its unassailable status. Displacing the male protagonist was her ultimate objective. She understood the plot. This was her greatest advantage. She was keenly aware of Lu Jinghang's character flaws and the opportunities and challenges that the Lu Group would face in the coming years. She meticulously orchestrated her plans, advancing with caution. By leveraging familial connections, she provided crucial assistance to the Lu family during a technological impasse, thereby earning the admiration and trust of Lu Hongwei and Su Wan. This granted her frequent access to the Lu household, allowing her to closely observe her quarry and the battleground. She was in dire need of capital and leverage. Although the Lin family's influence was advantageous, it fell woefully short of her ambitions. She required a more clandestine source of wealth to sustain the unconventional methods she might need in the future, such as bribing key figures, establishing her own intelligence network, or, when necessary, creating manageable troubles for the Lu family, which she would then resolve to demonstrate her worth, gradually encroaching upon Lu Jinghang's power. Yet, Ling Yan, a seemingly insignificant figure on the fringes of the Lu family, was a pivotal element in her scheme. According to the information she had gathered, Ling Yan had inherited a substantial fortune following the death of his parents, including a significant stake in Xinghui Technology, a company poised for success in emerging technologies. This was a perfect springboard bestowed upon her by fate. Once Ling Yan was firmly branded as a traitor to the Lu family, he would be cast out and she would have myriad ways to manipulate the situation. At that point, his inheritance, overseen by the Lu family, along with the controlling interest in the tech company, could very well fall into her hands through convoluted legal proceedings and certain underhanded maneuvers. This would constitute her initial accumulation of wealth, as well as the first lever to pry open the Lu Empire. This was one of her core objectives in ensnaring Ling Yan, to eliminate obstacles ahead of time, silently devouring this lucrative morsel, thereby enhancing her capital for future negotiations with the Lu family, or even positioning herself to supplant them. Everything was progressing smoothly. Ling Yan was ensnared, the evidence against him irrefutable. According to her plan, he would be expelled in disgrace by the furious Lu family, vanishing from the narrative, while his assets would become her own. Yet, unexpectedly, Ling Yan disrupted her plans, seemingly transformed. Not only did he effortlessly unravel her traps, but he also played the victim before his parents, garnering their sympathy. Infuriatingly, he even captured Lu Jinghang's attention. Lu Jinghang personally escorted him to the company? What did this signify? Recognition? Fostering? How could she not feel anxious? If Ling Yan remained under Lu Jinghang's watchful eye, any attempt to manipulate him or seize that inheritance would become exponentially more challenging. Lin Weiwei abruptly opened her eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within them. No, she absolutely could not allow this variable to derail her plans. Ling Yan must be eliminated. His assets were hers to claim. She retrieved her phone and swiftly dispatched a message. Investigate Ling Yan's recent activities, his contacts, and any anomalies. She refused to believe that a person could undergo such drastic change without a hidden motive. Simultaneously, she needed to accelerate her efforts. Lu Jinghang was not easily approached. Conventional flattery would only breed disdain. She required an opportunity that would not only showcase her value, but also directly undermine Ling Yan or prompt the Lu family to once again lose faith in him. With this thought, Lin Weiwei's lips curled into a chilling smile. Ling Yan, even if you have temporarily escaped unscathed, I shall inevitably lay my hands on your possessions. I have firmly decided on my strategy in this game orchestrated by the Lu family. Chapter 6. The Romance of a Business Tycoon. The next day, precisely at 8 in the morning, Ling Yan yawned and appeared punctually in the underground garage of the Lu family villa. He donned a simple white shirt and casual trousers, his hair softly cascading over his forehead, resembling a high school student ready to embark on a summer internship. Lu Jinghang was already seated in the rear of his sleek black Maybach, a laptop resting on his lap as he attended to emails. Upon noticing Ling Yan's arrival, he lifted his gaze momentarily, his eyes lingering briefly on the boy's slightly drowsy expression. Not fully awake, Lu Jinghong's tone remained flat. It bore a hint of warmth absent from the previous day. Ling Yan rubbed his eyes, nodding candidly a bit. Get in. Lu Jinghong diverted his gaze back to the screen, indicating that he could afford Ling Yan 20 minutes of sleep on the way. This unexpected concession momentarily stunned Ling Yan. He glanced at Lu Jinghong, who had already returned his focus to work, his profile sharp and cold, as if that previous remark had been a mere afterthought. Thank you, brother, Ling Yan murmured softly, obediently sliding into the opposite seat. The vehicle glided smoothly towards the headquarters of the Lu Group. Inside, silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the occasional soft clicks of Lu Jinghong's keyboard. Ling Yan initially fought against his fatigue, but the comfortable temperature and the plush leather seat soon lulled him into drowsiness. Leaning against the window, he watched the rapidly receding streets outside, his eyelids growing heavy until consciousness faded away. In a daze, he felt his body tilt slightly with the car's turn, his head gently resting against a solid and warm surface, far more pleasant than the cold window. Unconsciously, he shifted to find a more comfortable position, drifting into a deep slumber. Lu Jinghong's fingers halted abruptly on the keyboard. He glanced down to find Ling Yan, unbeknownst to him, had fallen asleep against his shoulder. The boy's breathing was rhythmic and deep, his thick eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, while his soft black hair brushed against Lu Jinghong's neck, eliciting a faint tickle. Lu Jinghong's brow furrowed ever so slightly, as if contemplating pushing the boy away, but his gaze caught the faint shadows under Ling Yan's eyes, and the hand he had raised fell back down. After a moment of silence, he redirected his attention to the computer screen, unconsciously softening his keystrokes. This scene was captured in its entirety by the driver in the front seat through the rearview mirror, leaving him astonished. 20 minutes later, the car came to a smooth halt at the base of the Lu Group headquarters. Mr. Lu, we have arrived, the driver whispered. Lu Jinghong closed his laptop and turned to regard the still, slumbering Ling Yan. The boy's gentle breaths brushed against his shoulder. Ling Yan, he called out, his tone slightly elevated compared to usual. Ling Yan jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, realizing what he had been resting against. A faint blush crept to his ears, and a rare look of fluster crossed his eyes. I'm sorry, brother, Lu Jinghong had already adjusted his suit jacket, his expression returning to its customary cool demeanor, as if the boy who had just leaned on him was a mere figment of his imagination. He pushed the door open and alighted from the vehicle, leaving behind a phrase devoid of discernible emotion. We have arrived, keep up. Ling Yan gazed at his retreating figure, exhaling softly before hastily following suit. The two entered the Lu Corporation's headquarters, moving directly to the top-level CEO's office under the curious stares of the employees. Lu Jinghong's office was vast, adorned in a minimalist, cool color palette. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a bustling urban panorama. Within, aside from the essential office furniture and a set of guest sofas, there were scarcely any superfluous decorations, exuding a chilling sense of efficiency. Find a place to sit, Lu Jinghong remarked curtly before taking his seat behind the desk, immediately immersing himself in work. Ling Yan, amused by the leisure, surveyed the surroundings and chose the most inviting sofa, settling into its embrace. Are we starting to loaf around now, host? 024 inquired softly. What else? Ling Yan replied, lazily in his mind. Should I assist him with document reviews? He adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, his gaze wandering around the office until it fixated on a target, a small refrigerator nestled in the corner, alongside an embedded snack cabinet and a coffee machine. It appeared that this workaholic CEO also indulged in energy replenishment within the office. Lu Jinghong was engrossed in processing documents, answering calls, and participating in video conferences, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another soul in the office. Initially, Ling Yan maintained a composed demeanor for a while, but soon boredom set in, prompting him to explore. He tiptoed to the snack cabinet, opening it to reveal an array of delights, from imported chocolates to gourmet nuts. He cast a glance at the refrigerator, which housed various beverages and fresh fruits. Stealing a look at Lu Jinghang, who was furrowing his brows at the computer screen. It was evident he was too preoccupied to notice him. Thus, Ling Yan unabashedly took a packet of seemingly delectable cookies, a plump, juicy imported orange, and poured himself a cup of fragrant, freshly brewed coffee, before nestling back onto the sofa with his spoils. In the office, only the sound of Lu Jinghang's keyboard tapping and Ling Yan's subtle chewing, accompanied by contented sighs, filled the air. He savored the cookies in small bites, leisurely peeling the orange, the sweet citrus aroma wafting through the atmosphere. Sipping the warm coffee, he squinted at the brilliant sunlight outside, contemplating that perhaps this day at the company wasn't so bad after all. Occasionally, senior executives would enter to report on work, their astonishment evident upon seeing the leisurely youth indulging in snacks on the sofa. Yet, noticing Lu Jinghang's lack of reaction, they suppressed their curiosity and focused on their reports. Throughout, Lu Jinghang offered no commentary on Ling Yan's behavior, not even a glance. However, during moments of signing documents or brief silences in meetings, his peripheral vision would inadvertently drift towards the figure on the sofa, who resembled a languorous cat, delighting in its own company. The youth's focused and blissful demeanor while eating contrasted sharply with the office's customary tension and efficiency. Yet curiously, it was not off-putting. Rather, it felt like a warm breeze that should not have existed, quietly permeating the atmosphere. As Ling Yan completed his third orange and began to tackle a bag of pistachios, Lu Jinghang finally concluded yet another video conference. Rubbing his brow, he lifted his gaze, which for the first time distinctly and for an extended moment settled upon Ling Yan. Ling Yan was struggling with a particularly stubborn pistachio shell when he sensed the scrutiny, raising his head to meet Lu Jinghang's profound gaze. He still held the obstinate nut in his hand, and crumbs might have lingered at the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat bewildered, resembling a little hamster caught in the act of pilfering a treat. Lu Jinghang observed him, his face betraying little emotion, merely breaking the silence that had persisted throughout the morning with a mild remark. "It seems you are adapting quite well." Ling Yan, clutching the resilient pistachio, met Lu Jinghang's inscrutable gaze and quickly processed several thoughts. He set the nut down, grabbed a napkin to wipe his hands and possibly the crumbs from his mouth, and revealed a smile that was both slightly bashful and somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, the snacks here are quite delightful." He did not attempt to justify himself or exhibit any panic. Instead, he calmly acknowledged his moment of idleness, even embodying the youthful embarrassment of being caught in a minor mischief. A barely perceptible movement flickered at the corner of Lu Jinghang's brow. He refrained from pursuing the topic of snacks, allowing his gaze to linger on Ling Yan's face for a moment, his eyes sharp as if seeking to peel away the seemingly innocuous facade and peer into the depths within. Chapter 7. The love script of a business magnate. It appears you have recovered quite well. Lu Jinghang's voice remained even, devoid of any discernible inflection of statement or inquiry, and his mind seemed considerably clearer than before. Ling Yan understood well. This was a test. Lowering his eyelids, his long lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, his voice softening, tinged with a hint of the original owner's uncertainty, yet infused with a newfound clarity. "Perhaps I simply came to a sudden realization. I used to feel that I was inadequate, causing trouble for everyone, thinking it better to retreat. However, this time, nearly being wrongfully expelled made me realize that some issues cannot be resolved by merely hiding away." He raised his eyes, their clarity infused with a trace of fear and a resolute determination to rise. "I no longer wish to be that way." This explanation flawlessly elucidated the transformation in his demeanor, rational and irrefutable. Lu Jinghang regarded him silently, without uttering a word. The office fell into a subtle silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the central air conditioning. This silence bore an air of tension. Had it been the original owner, he would have likely succumbed to unease. Yet Ling Yan simply returned the gaze, calm and even carrying a hint of languid satisfaction, as if he had just enjoyed a hearty meal. Lu Jinghang's attention lingered on his face for several seconds before scanning the clutter of snack wrappers and nutshells on the coffee table. remaining silent. At that moment, Assistant Li Rui knocked and entered. Mr. Liu, the security department has delivered the preliminary investigation results regarding the leak. A document was placed upon the table. Ling Yan's keen senses heightened as he lifted his head. In the original owner's memory, this matter ultimately concluded with his departure from the Liu household. As for whether Liu's company would continue its investigation and to what extent, the original owner had no means of knowing. At this moment, hearing that the investigation is still ongoing stirred a subtle emotion within Ling Yan. This at least indicated that Liu Jinghong's concern for the matter perhaps exceeded mere appearances. Liu Jingheng did not immediately turn the page, but instead addressed Ling Yan, urging him to listen as well. Li Rui reported. According to surveillance tracking, the IP address from which the documents were leaked underwent multiple redirects, ultimately pinpointing to an internet cafe in the west of the city. However, the perpetrator registered under a false identity, leaving the trail temporarily halted. He paused briefly, then added, "We have discovered another point of suspicion. The content of the documents that were actually leaked differs from the one that was originally used to frame young Master Ling, as it pertains to the upcoming Dawn project set to launch next quarter." Liu Jinghong's fingers lightly tapped the file. Continue. "We suspect that the perpetrator aims to achieve two objectives: eliminating young Master Ling, while simultaneously testing the waters regarding the Dawn project. The technical department is conducting an in-depth investigation, but thus far, there have been no groundbreaking developments." The office fell into a deep silence. Ling Yan's gaze inadvertently swept across the evidence photographs that Li Rui had placed on the table. Suddenly noticing a detail, it was a screenshot of the network transmission record of the leaked documents, revealing a specific encryption characteristic. Ling Yan spoke softly, tinged with uncertainty. "May I examine it more closely?" Liu Jingheng gestured for Li Rui to pass the file. Ling Yan scrutinized the identifier of the encryption protocol, his brow slightly furrowing. "This specific TLS encryption suite configuration seems familiar. I believe I encountered a similar case in the technical white paper published by the Ling Group last month." Upon hearing this, Li Rui's expression turned astonished, and Liu Jinghong's gaze deepened. "Are you certain?" Liu Jingheng inquired. Ling Yan set the document down, his tone cautious. "I cannot be 100% certain. However, the technical team of the Ling Group once discussed this non-standard encryption configuration in a public forum, indicating it was a solution used in their internal testing environment. It may merely be a coincidence, but he need not elaborate further. Everyone understood the implications. Lin Weiwei is indeed the daughter of the Ling Group. Liu Jinghong's expression chilled slightly as he instructed Li Rui, "Investigate this angle further. Maintain confidentiality." After Li Rui exited, Liu Jinghong's gaze returned to Ling Yan, now scrutinizing him with a fresh perspective. "When did you become so knowledgeable about cybersecurity?" Ling Yan met his gaze with composure. "Having been wronged once, one must learn more to protect oneself." Moreover, he paused, revealing a self-deprecating smile. "After so many years with the Liu family, I have inevitably absorbed some knowledge." Host 024 urgently spoke within Ling Yan's mind. "You clearly know Lin Weiwei is behind this mischief. Why not directly inform Liu Jingheng? Wouldn't that expedite the resolution of the issue?" Ling Yan, taking a sip of water, calmly responded in his mind. "Directly say it? What reason would I give? To tell him we've read the script? But we have evidence. That encryption configuration. That is merely a directional clue, not irrefutable proof." Ling Yan analyzed coolly. Lin Weiwei is the daughter of the Ling Group, and Suwon is quite fond of her, always attempting to matchmake her with Liu Jingheng. It is precisely because the Liu family remains unsuspecting of her that she was able to succeed repeatedly in the original timeline. 024 fell into a moment of silence as the data stream flickered. Indeed, in the original timeline, Lin Weiwei exploited Madame Suwon's trust and Liu Jinghong's negligence. Thus, you, the host, must guide Liu Jingheng to discover the clues himself? Precisely. Only by instigating his own suspicions and prompting him to investigate can we shatter the flawless image Lin Weiwei has constructed within the Liu family. Ling Yan observed Liu Jinghong's silhouette as he approached the desk. Once Liu Jingheng begins to regard Lin Weiwei with caution, her strategies, reliant on trust and foreknowledge. will lose their efficacy. This is the fundamental approach to dismantling her advantage. Your analysis is astute. I should have considered this more thoroughly. The data stream of 024 stabilized once more. I will adhere to the strategy you have devised and continue monitoring the relevant data. Understood. Ling Yan concluded the mental dialogue, redirecting his attention to the present. A subtle wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to lean gently into the sofa, stifling a couple of low coughs. The frailty of this body made discomfort a frequent companion, even with the nurturing influence of his soul's power. The office returned to tranquility, with Lu Jingheng seemingly engrossed in his work. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches upon the carpet. The comforting warmth of a satiated stomach mingled with a hint of fatigue, causing Ling Yan's eyelids to grow heavy. He had initially attempted to maintain an upright posture, reluctant to appear too feeble, yet the onset of drowsiness was swift and gentle, akin to soft feathers brushing against his consciousness. Host, your physiological indicators suggest a need for rest, 024 gently reminded him, its tone notably softer this time. Ling Yan acquiesced with a faint mental acknowledgement, no longer resisting. He slid down the back of the sofa to find a more comfortable position, his thick lashes fluttering lightly before finally closing. His breathing soon became even and prolonged, noticeably lighter than that of an average person, imbued with a fragile quality. His soft black hair fell across his forehead, accentuating his somewhat translucent pallor. As he curled up within the spacious sofa, exuding an aura of serene compliance. In the office, the only sounds are the rhythmic tapping of Lu Jinghong's fingers on the keyboard and the gentle cadence of another's breath. After signing a document, Lu Jingheng paused momentarily, instinctively lifting his gaze toward the sofa. As his eyes brushed over the peacefully sleeping figure, he noted the boy's complexion appeared even paler than usual, causing a barely perceptible furrow to form upon his brow. Chapter 8. The love narrative of a business tycoon. The boy slept soundly, his head tilted to one side, revealing the delicate and fragile line of his neck. Due to his frailty, his breathing was shallower than most, with only slight rises and falls of his chest. Under the bright lights of the office, his complexion took on a translucent quality, making the faint dark circles beneath his eyes all the more pronounced. Lu Jinghong's gaze lingered on that excessively pale face for a moment. He recalled how Ling Yan had articulated his defense with clarity in the study yesterday, a stark contrast to the fragile appearance before him, as if he might shatter at the slightest touch. Setting down his pen, Lu Jingheng unconsciously softened his movements. His gaze swept over the financial magazine carelessly placed by Ling Yan on the coffee table before returning to the tranquil face before him. This younger brother seemed to have transformed completely from the boy who once averted his eyes, exuding an aura of gloom and timidity. He recalled the first time Ling Yan arrived at the Lu household, small and timid, his eyes filled with fear like a frightened little rabbit. As time passed, he grew, yet became increasingly silent and morose, always bowing his head to evade the gaze of others, including his own. But in recent days, Ling Yan appeared to have undergone a metamorphosis. It was not merely the sudden clarity of his intellect, but also the calm he maintained even in adversity, and this moment of unguarded vulnerability wholly reliant on him. Like a pearl covered in dust, it took but a gentle breeze to reveal the warmth and brilliance beneath. Had he finally come to terms with himself, shedding the protective shell he once bore? Or was there some other reason? A subtle emotion, one that he himself had yet to fully comprehend, quietly blossomed within him, akin to warm currents flowing beneath a frozen lake. He rose, making minimal noise as he approached the sofa. Lu Jingheng observed him in silence for a moment, then reached for a thin cashmere blanket that lay folded nearby. His gesture was neither particularly gentle nor harsh as he draped it over Ling Yan, even brushing aside the stray hair that had fallen onto his forehead. Having completed this seemingly trivial task, he turned back to his desk with a stoic expression, resuming his work. The monitoring device detected Lu Jinghong's actions and was about to rouse Ling Yan when it hesitated. It watched as the male lead continued to work with an unchanging demeanor after covering Ling Yan, its data stream filled with question marks and exclamations. Ling Yan slept soundly, only stirring around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. As he groggily opened his eyes and noticed the blanket draped over him, he paused for a few seconds before realizing the situation, looking toward Lu Jinghang at the desk. Lu Jinghang remained there, seemingly listening to Li Rui's quiet report. Hearing the movement, Lu Jinghang's gaze flicked over. Awake? His voice remained as flat as ever. Yes. Ling Yan nodded, his voice hoarse from sleep. Brother, have I been asleep for long? Not long. Lu Jinghang redirected his attention, giving a slight nod to Li Rui, who understood and discreetly exited the office. Ling Yan steadied himself against the armrest of the sofa as he rose slowly. Perhaps due to his prolonged slumber, he felt a mild dizziness wash over him. Regaining his composure, he then made his way to the kitchenette for water, his steps still somewhat unsteady. Leaning against the counter, he sipped warm water slowly, attempting to dispel the lingering sensation of lightheadedness. Lu Jinghang observed his somewhat pale profile and the way he leaned against the counter for support, his gaze deepening. He recalled the family doctor's earlier report, noting Ling Yan's frail constitution, which required prolonged rest and care, unable to withstand significant stress. The turmoil from the previous day had likely drained much of his vitality. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jinghang suddenly inquired. Ling Yan paused his drinking, looking at him in surprise before shaking his head. No, I just woke up and feel a bit weak. Lu Jinghang refrained from further inquiries and simply stated, Pack your things. We are preparing to return. Understood. As the workday approached its conclusion, Li Rui entered to report on his tasks, hesitating momentarily as he glanced at Ling Yan. Lu Jinghang closed the folder, urging, Speak. Only then did Li Rui find his voice. President, Miss Lin Weiwei just called, inquiring if you're available this evening. She wishes to discuss further details regarding the collaboration with the technical team she previously introduced. She mentioned that there are some ideas that may require in-depth discussion. Clearly, Lin Weiwei had found a more plausible excuse. Lu Jinghang's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent. Reply to her that the collaboration is managed by the project department. We will proceed according to established protocols, and any developments will be reported in due course. There is no need for her to approach me for every matter. Yes, Li Rui replied, retreating from the room. Ling Yan, flipping through a magazine, subtly paused his fingers. Lin Weiwei truly had a knack for seizing opportunities. Inside the car on the return journey, an air of tranquility enveloped them. Ling Yan leaned against the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the flowing neon lights outside. Unlike the weariness he felt earlier, his silence now bore a hint of contemplation, his long fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Although Lu Jinghang continued to manage emails, his gaze occasionally drifted towards the slender figure beside him. As the car was about to turn into the tree-lined driveway of the villa, Lu Jinghang closed his laptop, his deep voice resonating clearly within the confined space. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to the office. Li Rui will arrange a position for you. This statement was delivered calmly, yet carried an air of finality. Ling Yan turned abruptly, meeting Lu Jinghang's fathomless gaze in the dim light. Every day at the office? Wouldn't that ruin my leisurely retirement? He attempted to protest, Brother. My presence at the office wouldn't be of any assistance. I might even disrupt your work. Lu Jinghang's gaze remained unwavering, enveloping him like an invisible net. You'll learn. After a brief pause, he added in a detached manner, The Xinghui technology left by your parents will eventually fall to you. Ling Yan was momentarily taken aback, raising his eyes to Lu Jinghang's austere profile. Though his words lacked warmth, they stirred something within Ling Yan. This seemingly indifferent brother appeared not as cold as he seemed. At the very least, his words indicated a desire for him, or rather, the original owner of this body, to become self-sufficient, rather than remain a mere shadow of the Lu family. Understood, brother, he replied softly. The car drove through the gates of the Lu residence. Ling Yan looked out at the familiar scenery, though internally he felt anything but tranquil. Lu Jinghang's sudden decision had disrupted his plans for a carefree existence. Moreover, Lin Weiwei was unlikely to relinquish her interest in him or her ulterior motives simply because he would be at the office daily. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents were brewing. Chapter 9. The love script of a business tycoon. The following day, Ling Yan resignedly followed Lu Jingheng to the office once more. As expected, Li Rui had arranged a temporary workstation for him in the assistant area outside the president's office, right next to the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an excellent view. With a potted plant thoughtfully placed on the desk. Young Master Ling, this computer has been prepared for you, equipped with the internal network and basic office software. The president instructed that you should first familiarize yourself with the internal structure and business processes of the company. Li Rui respectfully stated, his demeanor impeccable. Yet a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes. Thank you. Assistantly, Ling Yan expressed his gratitude as he took a seat at his workstation. The desktop was immaculate. Aside from the essential software, there was only a folder named Overview of Lu Group and Internal Learning Materials. He opened the folder to find a plethora of PDF documents, organizational charts, and business flow diagrams. Ling Yan casually browsed through a few, finding the content detailed and well-structured, evidently meticulously organized. Dear host, shall we begin our study? The voice of 024 carried a note of anticipation. Ling Yan stifled a yawn, minimized the folder, and adeptly launched the pre-installed Minesweeper game. There was no rush. He would first acclimatize to his surroundings. Thus, throughout the morning, several elite assistants in the outer assistant area observed the newly arrived Ling Xiao, fixated on his computer screen, occasionally frowning in contemplation or clicking rapidly, his expression so engrossed one might think he was handling a multi-billion-dollar merger. Only the occasional glimpse of the small squares reflecting off his screen betrayed the true nature of his work. At one point, Lu Jingheng passed through, his gaze sweeping over Ling Yan's workstation. Ling Yan reacted swiftly, seamlessly switching windows to display the latest annual report summary of Lu Group on his screen. He even pretended to jot down notes on a nearby sticky pad. Lu Jingheng's footsteps faltered momentarily, a flicker of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Yet he said nothing and proceeded directly to the pantry. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that Lu Jingheng's internal phone rang. Ling Yan, sitting nearby, answered casually, "Hello, brother?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Lu Jingheng's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, instructed, "Come in." Ling Yan hung up, wondering if his idleness had been discovered, and rose to enter the inner office. Lu Jingheng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to him, gazing outside. The warm glow of the setting sun cast a gentle light upon his sharp, cold features, yet did nothing to dissolve his inherent aloofness. "Fetch me the black-covered folder from the second shelf on the left," Lu Jingheng commanded without turning around. Ling Yan complied, easily locating the unmarked black folder. He retrieved it and turned to hand it to Lu Jingheng, only to realize that the latter had somehow turned to face him, his eyes fixated on him, or rather, on the folder in his hand. Lu Jingheng did not immediately take it. His gaze shifted between Ling Yan's face and the folder, as if verifying something. Ling Yan felt slightly uneasy under his scrutiny and shook the folder in his hand, saying, "Brother, here you go." Only then did Lu Jingheng extend his hand to take it, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Ling Yan's hand. The coolness of that touch made Ling Yan instinctively retract his hand. This subtle gesture seemed to please Lu Jingheng, as he offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile, which softened the otherwise chilling aura that surrounded him. He opened the folder to reveal several seemingly ordinary project progress reports. "Do you understand this?" he suddenly inquired, his gaze still fixed on the documents. Ling Yan was momentarily taken aback. These straightforward business files were naturally no challenge for him. However, as a newly minted adult student, he should not have comprehended too much. He could grasp the general outline of the report, but the specific details eluded him. Lu Jingheng responded with a non-committal and without further ado, retreated to his desk with the folder. Ling Yan stood there, somewhat bewildered. Was that it? Had he been summoned merely to retrieve a folder? "You may leave now," Lu Jingheng stated without lifting his head. "Oh," Ling Yan replied, turning to exit. The cool sensation lingering on the back of his hand seemed to remain. Unable to resist, he glanced back. Lu Jingheng was already engrossed in his work. his profile focused and austere, as if that fleeting, nearly gentle moment had been nothing but an illusion. Host, was a male lead just testing you? 024 analyzed. Perhaps. Ling Yan returned to his station, feeling uncertain. Lu Jingheng's thoughts were more inscrutable than the laws of the S-grade worlds he had navigated. As the workday concluded, fine rain began to fall from the sky. Once inside the car, Lu Jingheng typically closed his eyes to rest. Ling Yan observed the rain tracing its winding path down the window, feeling drowsy. The car halted at a red light, and the slight inertia caused Ling Yan's head to tilt involuntarily, dangerously close to colliding with the window. Suddenly, a bony hand reached out, cushioning the space between his head and the cold glass. Ling Yan jolted awake, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Jingheng's profound eyes. The man's hand remained in that position, warm against the icy demeanor he usually exuded. If you're tired, sleep. Don't knock yourself silly. Lu Jingheng retracted his hand, his tone still flat, as if he had merely swatted away an errant piece of paper. Ling Yan stared at him, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Thank you, brother. Lu Jingheng offered no further reply, closing his eyes once more. The interior of the car fell silent, save for the rhythmic swaying of the windshield wipers. Yet, Ling Yan found sleep elusive. He stealthily observed the man beside him. With his eyes shut, Lu Jingheng's long lashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes. His high nose bridge and tightly pressed lips maintained an air of aloofness. However, the unexpected warmth of that hand, a subtle gesture seemingly contrary to his nature, stirred a peculiar feeling within Ling Yan. The car arrived at the Lu residence. The two disembarked in succession, and the butler, Chun Bo, approached with an umbrella. Upon entering the living room, they were surprised to find Lin Weiwei present. She was engaging in cheerful conversation with Su Wan while arranging flowers, the atmosphere amicable. Upon seeing them return, Lin Weiwei immediately stood, her smile gentle. Jingheng, Ling Yan, you returned. Her gaze swiftly scanned Lu Jingheng and Ling Yan. Lingering momentarily on Ling Yan's slightly fatigued face, a fleeting coldness flickering in her eyes. Lu Jingheng merely nodded in acknowledgement before heading upstairs to his study. Ling Yan greeted Su Wan and prepared to return to his room. Ling Yan, Lin Weiwei called out, her tone concerned. I heard you went to the company with Jingheng today. How is it? Are you tired? I noticed a slight pallor on your face. Su Wan indeed glanced over, her eyes filled with inquiry. Chapter 10. The romance of a business tycoon. Ling Yan halted in his tracks, turned to face Lin Weiwei, and offered her a bright smile. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin. I'm not weary. The sofa in my brother's office is quite comfortable, and the snacks are delightful. He deliberately spoke, as if he were a child on a spring outing, entirely avoiding the topic of work while highlighting the comforts of Lu Jingheng's office and the privileges afforded to him. Su Wan chuckled at his words. This child only knows how to eat and play. Her tone bore no trace of reproach, instead infused with indulgence. Lin Weiwei's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its natural state. That is good to hear. I was worried you might struggle to adjust at first. She paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and casually remarked to Su Wan. Aunt Su, speaking of which, isn't Ling Yan about to turn 18? Shouldn't preparations begin for the transfer of the assets left by his parents? After all, it concerns a promising company like Xinghui Technology. It would be wise for him to familiarize himself sooner rather than later. Her words seemed to consider Ling Yan's interests, yet they brazenly placed the sensitive topic of the substantial inheritance he was about to receive, particularly that much-discussed technology company, squarely in the limelight. The atmosphere in the living room shifted subtly with her statement. Lu Jingheng, who had just reached the corner of the staircase, momentarily paused his step. Ling Yan's fingers, which hung at his side, curled slightly. He lifted his gaze to Lin Weiwei, his eyes clear and deep, as if they could penetrate her gentle facade and reach the calculating thoughts hidden within. He spoke softly but distinctly, ensuring that everyone could hear him. Miss Lin seems more concerned about my family's affairs than I am. Upon uttering these words, an unusual silence enveloped the living room. Su Wan's smile dimmed slightly as she cast a surprised glance at Ling Yan, then at Lin Weiwei. Though she had a gentle disposition, she was not naive. She sensed the implications behind Ling Yan's words. Lin Weiwei's smile stiffened for a fraction of a second, and a heavy feeling settled in her chest. She had previously utilized her connections to thoroughly investigate Ling Yan's background, which appeared straightforward and unremarkable. His character was timid, and his behavior left no room for suspicion. He should not have been capable of such a sharp retort and prickly response. The investigation had shown no anomalies. How could he retaliate so precisely at this moment? Was it merely a stroke of luck, or had he been concealing something all along? She quickly composed herself, then donned a more resigned and tolerant smile, tinged with a hint of misunderstood grievance. "What are you saying, Ling Yan? I am only concerned for you." Her tone was gentle, but her gaze subtly flicked towards Su Wan, as if to suggest that since your parents left early, it would be beneficial for you to clarify these matters sooner for your future. However, Ling Yan did not respond with the panic she anticipated. He merely blinked his clear, honey-colored eyes, his tone imbued with an innocent naivety. "I understand that Miss Lin means well, but my brother and uncle and aunt will assist me, won't they, Aunt Su?" Su Wan immediately nodded, grasping Ling Yan's hand with a tone of assurance. "Of course, we will certainly pay attention to your matters. Jing Heng will also oversee the arrangements." Lin Weiwei's nails nearly dug into her palm, yet she maintained a decorous smile. With Uncle Lu, Aunt Su, and Brother Jing Heng overseeing, it must be the best. Internally, she seethed with resentment. Her repeated attempts to sow discord had not only failed to distance Ling Yan from the Lu family as she desired, but had instead witnessed their relationship growing increasingly intimate, which left her discontented. Ling Yan no longer cast her a glance, and informed Su Wan that he felt a bit tired and would return to his room, then turned and ascended the stairs. As he passed the study, he noticed that the door was not fully closed, and through a narrow gap, he could vaguely see Lu Jingheng seated at the desk. Ling Yan did not pause and proceeded directly to his own room. Upon entering, the innocence and naivety that had graced his visage faded in an instant, replaced by a languid awareness of everything. "Host!" 024 exclaimed excitedly. Just now, Lin Weiwei's face turned pale with anger. She certainly did not expect you to directly unveil her intentions. She was far too impatient. Ling Yan removed his coat and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa, eager to bring the matter of his inheritance to light, likely to create a topic of discussion or to test the Lu family's stance, perhaps even to incite discord in advance, allowing her to fish in troubled waters. That Lin Weiwei is utterly despicable. She is indeed coveting your inheritance. 024 fumed within his mind. This was to be expected. Ling Yan approached the window, gazing out at the gentle patter of rain, his expression growing slightly frosty. She sought leverage, and he happened to possess a sum of capital that caught her eye. He recalled the vague information from the original owner's memories regarding the parents' inheritance. There was a company named Xinghua Technology, primarily focused on the research of novel semiconductor materials and foundational algorithms for artificial intelligence. A few years back, it may have seemed merely promising, but in the eyes of Ling Yan, a seasoned traveler through countless high-tech worlds, the value of its core technologies and patents far surpassed the imagination of most individuals in this era. In addition, there were several properties and substantial financial assets. This wealth would undoubtedly captivate any ambitious individual, especially someone like Lin Weiwei, who aimed to usurp the Lu family's business. With a slight, icy smile gracing Ling Yan's lips, he mused, "Since she is so fond of seizing others' possessions, I wonder if she will have the energy to scheme against others when her own backyard is ablaze. And she is preoccupied with safeguarding her own interests? Host, what do you intend to do?" 024 inquired, both curious and excited. Ling Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved to the desk and opened his computer. 024. Retrieve all available public and confidential information regarding the Lin Group, as well as Lin Weiwei's immediate relatives, particularly those who may have a competitive claim to her inheritance. The more detailed, the better. Understood. Executing immediately. 024 replied enthusiastically, as a vast stream of data began to filter and analyze. Although the Lin family, to which Lin Weiwei belonged, was not as formidable as the Lu family, it was still a well-established aristocracy, primarily engaged in real estate, hospitality, and certain financial investments. The intricate dynamics within the family are far from unified. Soon, the key information was discerned. Master, significant intelligence has been uncovered. Lin Weiwei is not the sole daughter of the Lin family. She has a half-brother named Lin Haoshuan, who is 20 years old and currently studying business at a prestigious university abroad. However, his reputation is rather poor, his academic performance mediocre, and he is known for his hedonistic tendencies. His mother, Lin Weiwei's stepmother, Wang Yuru, does not hail from a prominent background. Yet she possesses exceptional skills and has been dedicated to securing more family resources and inheritance rights for her son. The relationship between Lin Weiwei and this mother-son duo is exceedingly strained. Furthermore, Lin Weiwei's father, Lin Jiangwo, has shown signs of health concerns in recent years, and discussions regarding the heir within the family have become fraught with tension. Ling Yan gazed at the information displayed on the screen, particularly noting the decadent essence captured in Lin Haoshuan's photograph and the shrewd gaze of Wang Yuru, which deepened the smile upon his lips. It appears that the drama within the Lin family rivals that of the Liu family, he mused quietly. A spoiled younger brother, who is entitled to vie for the family fortune yet lacks the capability. A stepmother who is watchful and cunning, combined with a father whose health is in question. This scenario is a veritable powder keg. All he needed was to find the right fuse and then gently ignite it. He recalled the moment when Liu Jinghang paused at the stairwell. Surely, Liu Jinghang had overheard Lin Weiwei's words. What might he think? In the ensuing days, Ling Yan was reluctantly thrust into a routine of working life. Each day, he accompanied Liu Jinghang to the office punctually, seated at his designated leisure station, where he spent most of his time navigating online distractions, browsing the web, and sampling the endless supply of snacks provided by Liu Jinghang in his office. It seemed that Liu Jinghang merely desired his presence. Aside from occasionally requesting him to pass a document or answer inconsequential phone calls, no substantial work was assigned. He never inquired about Ling Yan's academic progress, turning a blind eye to his overtly leisurely behavior. Thus, an odd tacit understanding formed between them. Liu Jinghang busied himself with work while Ling Yan settled into the role of an ornamental backdrop. That afternoon, succumbing to boredom, Ling Yan feigned scrutiny of the densely packed reports displayed on his computer screen, attempting to unearth intriguing patterns to pass the time. His brow involuntarily furrowed, fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk, a strawberry-flavored biscuit held delicately between his lips. After concluding a multinational video conference, Liu Jinghang raised his gaze and chanced upon this scene. The youth was intently focused on the screen, his profile appearing somewhat serious under the illumination of the monitor, a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. The slight furrow in his brow and the rhythmic tapping on the desk revealed an unexpected depth of concentration for one of his age. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, dancing upon his soft hair, crumbs from the biscuit adorning the corner of his mouth, yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, this detail breathed life into the tableau. Liu Jinghang found himself captivated, his gaze lingering upon him longer than it ever had before. He noticed that Ling Yan had a habit of lightly biting his lower lip while deep in thought, observed the faint shadows cast by his thick eyelashes beneath his eyes, and was particularly struck by the seriousness emanating from his focused expression, which was strikingly different from his usual demeanor. In that moment, Liu Jinghang felt a subtle stir within his heart, akin to a small stone disrupting the calm surface of a lake, creating barely perceptible ripples. This unfamiliar sensation caused him to unconsciously furrow his brows. Ling Yan, sensing the gaze upon him, looked up with a hint of bewilderment. "Brother?" Liu Jinghang quickly averted his eyes, suppressing that peculiar feeling, and returned to his usual indifferent tone. "Make a cup of coffee." "Oh, all right." Ling Yan set down the biscuit and rose to approach the coffee machine. He had already discerned Liu Jinghang's preference for black coffee, devoid of sugar and cream. Skillfully, he operated the machine, grinding the coffee beans and adding water, as the rich aroma of coffee filled the air. While waiting, he leaned against the countertop, gazing out at the overcast sky, and stifled a small yawn. Liu Jinghang's gaze unconsciously followed his figure, observing Ling Yan's languid posture against the counter. The slender wrist peeking from his shirt sleeve and the slightly squinted eyes during his yawn, that inexplicable flutter returned to the surface once more. He picked up the coffee cup Ling Yan had set on the table, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the warm rim. "Is it ready?" he inquired, moving closer to Ling Yan, his voice a few tones lower than usual. Ling Yan quickly straightened up. "It will be ready in a moment." The two stood side by side before the coffee machine, at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Lu Jingheng could detect the faint sweet scent of strawberry biscuits wafting from Ling Yan, intertwining with the bitter aroma of the black coffee in his hand. The coffee machine emitted a notification that the brew was complete. Just as Ling Yan reached out to grab it, Lu Jingheng preemptively lifted the steaming cup of black coffee. "Back to work," he remarked curtly, turned a stride back to his desk, his steps slightly more hurried than usual. Ling Yan watched his retreating figure and shrugged, feeling that Lu Jingheng was somehow different today, though he couldn't quite articulate what had changed. Upon returning to his seat, Lu Jingheng found himself momentarily distracted as he lifted the coffee cup. The deep brown liquid reflected his slightly furrowed brow, and the earlier inexplicable flutter left him feeling both unfamiliar and perplexed. A few days later, Ling Yan sensed the moment was ripe. He anonymously and circuitously sent several carefully curated, seemingly inadvertent pieces of information to the private social media accounts and email addresses frequently used by Lin Haoxuan and his mother, Wang Yiru. These messages, a blend of truth and deception, precisely targeted the sensitive nerves of the mother and son regarding inheritance, as well as the potential for Lin Weiwei to leverage external forces, particularly the Lu family, to suppress them. Having completed this, Ling Yan quietly awaited the outcome. He continued to work at the Lu Corporation daily, playing the role of a quiet, occasionally clever youth who spent most of his time idly. His slender, frail figure often nestled quietly at a window-side workstation, resembling a perfectly placed background painting. Occasionally, when Lu Jingheng lifted his gaze from his documents and momentarily caught sight of that figure, he would unconsciously linger for a brief moment. The young man occasionally furrows his brow in contemplation before the computer screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desk. At times, he lazily flips through financial magazines, his long lashes drooping as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. More often, he simply stares vacantly in the sunlight by the floor-to-ceiling windows, his profile softened by the halo of light. This seemingly idle state, paradoxically, imbues the cold, sterile office with an inexplicable vitality. Lu Jingheng finds himself surprisingly unperturbed by this transformation. He even tacitly allows the youth to occasionally sneak off to the tea room for a brief respite or to nestle on the sofa for a nap. As long as those clear, earnest eyes occasionally lift to him with a perfectly timed thirst for knowledge, his patience multiplies. On this particular day, Ling Yan appears to be engrossed in a market analysis report on the computer screen. Yet in truth, he is monitoring the movements of the Lin family through 024. "Host, we have a response," 024 suddenly exclaims with excitement. Wang Yiru, Lin Haoxuan's mother, urgently met with two directors of the Lin Corporation this morning. Lin Haoxuan also posted a vague but provocative update on social media, which he deleted almost instantly. There has been an unusual spike in internal communications at Lin's. A smirk curls at the corners of Ling Yan's mouth. The fish has taken a bait. At that moment, the internal phone rings. It is Lu Jingheng. "Brother?" Ling Yan answers. "Prepare yourself. There's a business cocktail party tonight, and you will accompany me." Lu Jingheng's deep, steady voice resonates through the receiver. Ling Yan pauses for a moment. "A cocktail party? Me?" "Yes, it's good to meet people," Lu Jingheng replies before hanging up. Ling Yan puts down the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. "A business cocktail party? A gathering rife with insincere pleasantries and exchanges of interests?" He instinctively recoils. However, with Lu Jingheng personally asking, he finds no grounds for refusal. More importantly, he senses an unsettling premonition that this gathering will not unfold quietly, just as the flames at the Lin family are igniting. Lu Jingheng's sudden invitation to a public event raises questions. Was it mere coincidence, or has he also sensed something amiss? In the evening, Ling Yan dons a custom-tailored suit sent by Li Rue at Lu Jingheng's behest. The well-fitted, deep gray suit accentuates his tall stature, diminishing the casual nonchalance he typically exudes, while imbuing him with an air of refined elegance. Yet, the lingering aloofness etched upon his brow renders him out of sync with the gregarious scions of affluent families. When Lu Jingheng sees him, his gaze lingers for 2 seconds, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossing his features before he nonchalantly states, "Let us go." The cocktail party is hosted in the banquet hall of a premier hotel in the city center. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the mingling of elegantly attired guests, Lu Jingheng instantly becomes the center of attention upon his arrival, with countless individuals approaching him for pleasantries and conversation. Ling Yan follows closely behind, striving to minimize his presence. Yet he cannot evade the curious glances and appraising stares directed his way. The young masterling has recently gained quite a reputation. Just as Ling Yan begins to feel bored, contemplating which hors d'oeuvre on the buffet looks most delectable, a somewhat piercing female voice rings out nearby, deliberately elevated. "Oh, ISNT this Miss Lin? How is it that today you are not accompanying Mr. Lu? Yet you find the time to converse with us idle persons." Chapter 12. The romance script of a business tycoon. Ling Yan turned at the sound to find Lin Weiwei being intercepted by a flamboyantly dressed young woman with exquisite makeup, who spoke with a distinctly provocative tone. Lin Weiwei maintained a poised smile, yet her gaze had grown icy. "Miss Li, you jest. Brother Jingheng is engaged in serious matters, and I would not dare to disturb him." Lin Weiwei replied with a deftness that belied the weight of her words, her eyes inadvertently drifting towards Lu Jingheng, seemingly infused with a hint of anticipation. At that moment, Lu Jingheng concluded his conversation with a prominent industry figure, and Lin Weiwei immediately seized the opportunity, gracefully approaching him with her wine glass in hand. "Brother Jingheng," her voice was soft and melodious. "Did your discussion with Mr. Wang go smoothly?" Lu Jingheng nodded slightly, yet his gaze transcended her shoulder, landing on Ling Yan in the distance. Lin Weiwei astutely perceived this fleeting moment of distraction, her nails pressing into her palm, though her smile remained flawless. "I have heard that Ling Yan's younger brother has been learning at your company recently. That is indeed rare," she remarked with a gentle tone, feigning genuine happiness for Ling Yan, hoping he would refrain from causing further trouble this time. While her words appeared caring, they concealed an underlying sharpness. At last, Lu Jingheng's gaze settled upon her face, inscrutable. "He is doing well." These simple 3 words nearly shattered the composure of Lin Weiwei's smile. A fleeting shadow crossed her eyes, but she quickly donned a sweet smile once more. "Brother Jingheng, regarding the collaboration project we discussed last time, I have some new ideas. I wonder when you might have time to coordinate with the project department." Lu Jingheng interrupted her, his tone flat yet unequivocal. "They will assess its feasibility." Lin Weiwei's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its natural state. "All right, I understand." At that moment, Miss Li, noticing Lu Jingheng's attention on this side, raised her voice deliberately, seemingly for the benefit of those around them. "Indeed, Mr. Lu is exceedingly busy. How could he always accompany those who are irrelevant? However, Miss Lin's methods are remarkable. Even the young master of the Lu family, who recently caused a stir, receives her special attention. It seems only a matter of time before she secures Mr. Lu's favor." Her words not only ridiculed Lin Weiwei, but also dragged Ling Yan into the fray. Laughter and whispers erupted from the crowd, tinged with suppressed amusement. Lin Weiwei's expression soured instantaneously, and as she struggled to contain her anger, a clear, gentle male voice interjected. "Miss Li, your words are rather biased. Mr. Lu possesses a discerning eye. Those who work alongside him are undoubtedly talented youths. As for young Master Ling, though young, he is fortunate to receive Mr. Lu's personal guidance, which speaks to his exceptional qualities." The crowd turned to witness a young man in a light blue suit, exuding a warm and refined demeanor, approach them. His handsome features were complemented by a smile, and his bright eyes radiated a charm that was both inviting and refreshing. Ling Yan recognized him as Jiang Chun, the young heir of the Jiang group. The Jiang and Lu families had long-standing ties, and their business collaborations were numerous, making him one of the few contemporaries with whom Lu Jingheng could converse. The information indicates that this individual possesses remarkable abilities and enjoys an excellent reputation. Jiang Chun first offered a slight nod towards Lu Jinghang, then turned his gaze to Ling Yan, displaying genuine admiration and a hint of curiosity. You must be Ling Yan, indeed a person of exceptional stature. I am Jiang Chun. I have long heard of you from Jinghang, and I am delighted to finally meet you. Ling Yan was somewhat taken aback. Sensing that Jiang Chen's words were sincere and not merely a facade, he slightly bowed, responding politely, "You flatter me, Jiang Shao. I am Ling Yan." Referring to me as Jiang Shao feels rather distant. I am a few years your senior. If you don't mind, you may call me Jiang Chen Ge. Jiang Chen's smile was warm, his gaze lingering on Ling Yan's face for a few seconds. The admiration in his eyes seemed rather intense. Host, Jiang Chen's gaze towards you appears somewhat unusual. 024 immediately sounded an alert, according to my data analysis. The degree of focus and admiration in his gaze exceeds the norms of ordinary social etiquette by 35. 7. Ling Yan, he too, felt it. Throughout his extensive career as a top agent in the background player department, he had always started as an overlooked backdrop, an inconspicuous presence that garnered little regard. He had grown accustomed to being ignored, scorned, and even bullied. His mission was to rise from such dire circumstances, to slap the faces of those who looked down on him, and to ascend to greatness. Once the task was completed, he would depart gracefully. He had traversed countless worlds, assumed various roles, wielded immense power, yet had never experienced love. While some had expressed affection towards him, during his time as an inconspicuous player, he was met with indifference. And when he finally triumphed and reached the pinnacle, the ensuing admiration and pursuit were tainted with ulterior motives, leaving him utterly disinterested. Over time, his feelings towards romance had faded completely. After retirement, he simply wished to live a leisurely life, steering clear of all troubles, including matters of the heart. At this moment, being regarded by Jiang Chun with such evident interest beyond the ordinary, Ling Yan's first reaction was not shyness or joy, but rather a sense of impending trouble. He instinctively glanced towards Lu Jinghang. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jinghang had already concluded his conversation with Lin Weiwei and stood nearby, holding a glass of champagne, his gaze calmly fixed on them. Though his expression remained neutral, Ling Yan keenly sensed that the atmosphere around them had grown noticeably colder. Miss Li, witnessing Jiang Chun stepping in to support Ling Yan, turned away with a slight pout, choosing not to speak further, and withdrew with her companion. Lin Weiwei seized the opportunity to leave as well. She glanced at Jiang Chun, then at Ling Yan, and finally, her gaze landed complexly on Lu Jinghang. Biting her lip, she turned and melted into the crowd. "Is this your first time at such an event? Do you find it stifling?" Jiang Chun seemed oblivious to the subtle tension in the air, engaging Ling Yan in conversation naturally. "The view from the terrace is quite pleasant. Would you care to join me for some fresh air?" This invitation clearly bore personal inclination. Just as Ling Yan was about to politely decline, Lu Jinghang had already approached him, standing close enough for him to sense the cold aura emanating from him. "He will accompany me." Lu Jinghang did not cast a glance at Jiang Chun, his gaze fixated on Ling Yan, exuding a silent yet palpable sense of pressure. Jiang Chen's smile remained undiminished, though a fleeting glimmer of light flitted across his eyes. He turned slightly towards Lu Jinghang, his voice still warm and composed. "Jinghang, I merely noticed that Ling Yan seems somewhat out of place in such a setting. I intended to take him for some fresh air." The curve of his lips deepened, laced with just the right amount of playful mockery. "Your constant presence is rather reminiscent of someone overly concerned about losing him. Might it be an excessive form of protection?" Lu Jinghang finally directed his gaze towards Jiang Chun, his eyes sharp as a blade, his voice chilling as ice. "No need to trouble yourself." The atmosphere between the two equally remarkable men grew tense, electric with unspoken confrontation. Those nearby, sensing the charged situation, held their breath in anticipation. Caught in the middle, Ling Yan felt overwhelmed, wishing to avoid becoming the focal point of this inexplicable standoff. He gently tugged at Lu Jinghang's sleeve, stating, "I'm a bit hungry. I'd like to grab something to eat over there." This gesture not only diffused the tension, but also clarified his stance. He truly did not wish to cultivate connections prematurely, as doing so would only render him a pawn in the games of competing factions. Lu Jingheng glanced down at him, his icy demeanor softening slightly, a tacit approval. Ling Yan nodded politely towards Jiang Chun before turning to stride towards the refreshment table. His pace was unhurried, his shoulders relaxed and natural, devoid of the awkwardness typical of one entering unfamiliar territory, yet lacking the overt eagerness of someone trying to network. This distinctive composure did not escape the attentive eyes of the guests around, who exchanged curious glances. Jiang Chun observed Ling Yan's retreating figure, the mirth in his eyes deepening, then turned to Lu Jingheng with an insinuating remark. Jingheng, your brother is quite intriguing. Lu Jingheng regarded Jiang Chun with an impassive expression, his gaze as profound as a cold pool. Keep your distance from him. Jiang Chun arched an eyebrow, a non-committal smile gracing his lips. He neither acquiesced nor contested, gracefully departing instead. Not far away, Lin Weiwei witnessed the entire scene, her meticulously manicured nails digging deeply into her palm. Lu Jingheng's protectiveness over Ling Yan and Jiang Chen's particular interest in him stirred an unprecedented sense of urgency within her. The pawn she believed she could easily manipulate seemed to be slipping from her grasp. However, Ling Yan remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling around him. Leisurely standing by the refreshment table, fixated on a delicate porcelain dish as he meticulously selected an array of exquisite pastries. Host, why not take this opportunity to meet more people? 024 inquired, observing the lively social scene around them with confusion. What purpose does socializing serve at this moment? Ling Yan replied inwardly with a hint of indifference. They are merely interested in the Lu family's prestige. When I achieve genuine success, the right people will naturally come to me. With that, he picked up a piece of rose pastry, contentment washing over him as he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Outside, the city glimmered with lights. Inside, the atmosphere was extravagant, yet he remained in his tranquil enclave, delighting in the sweet aroma of desserts. Just then his phone vibrated. Upon examination, it was revealed to be the latest internal developments within the Lin family, monitored anonymously by 024. Lin Haoshuan and his mother, Wang Yaru, allied with two esteemed elders of the Lin family, unexpectedly launched a fierce challenge during this afternoon's impromptu board meeting. They questioned the rationale and motives behind Lin Weiwei's recent decisions, particularly her excessive engagement with the Lu family, which could potentially jeopardize the independence of the Lin clan. They demanded an explanation from Lin Weiwei and temporarily froze her approval rights for several projects. Lin Weiwei, taken aback, was engulfed in fury, and the meeting ended on an unhappy note. Ling Yan regarded this information, a genuine smile finally gracing his lips. It seemed the fire he had ignited burned even more fiercely than he had anticipated. Lin Weiwei must be in quite a predicament now. What brings you such joy? A low voice resonated beside him. Ling Yan's fingers, holding the phone, tightened imperceptibly for a moment before returning to normal. He calmly raised his gaze, meeting Lu Jingheng's profound stare, who had somehow positioned himself at his side, his eyes fixed on the unblocked screen of Ling Yan's phone. Lu Jingheng's gaze lingered momentarily on the report detailing the internal strife within the Lin family before gradually ascending, ultimately settling on Ling Yan's face, which still bore a hint of a smile. His expression was inscrutable, sharp with an understanding that seemed to penetrate all facades. Such a spectacle within the Lin family. Is it truly so captivating? Lu Jingheng's voice was low, audible only to the two of them. Ling Yan maintained his composure, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening with a touch of well-timed innocence. What are you talking about, brother? I merely stumbled upon an amusing anecdote. He lightly tapped the screen, causing it to dim effortlessly, his movements fluid and devoid of any hint of panic. Lu Jingheng remained silent, merely observing him, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. Just as Ling Yan anticipated further inquiries, Lu Jingheng unexpectedly extended his hand, gently wiping away a speck of cream that had inadvertently found its way to Ling Yan's lips. This gesture unfolded naturally, and by the time Lu Jingheng realized it, his fingertips were met with a warm sensation. He momentarily froze, gazing at the youthful visage before him, those normally distant honey-colored eyes widening in surprise, stirring an unfamiliar flutter within his heart. Lu Jinghang discreetly withdrew his hand, his fingertip lightly caressing as if to firmly imprint that fleeting touch in his memory. He looked into Ling Yan's clear, luminous eyes, his tone remaining calm. "Finish your meal and return." With that, he turned to leave, his steps steady yet slightly hastened, as if to mask the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, standing not far away, had witnessed the brief yet intimate exchange in its entirety. His fingers, which held the wine glass, tightened subtly, and the customary warmth in his smile faded a fraction, a fleeting shadow of something elusive passing through his gaze. It appeared that he was not the only one who recognized the extraordinary nature of the youth. Even Lu Jinghang, typically so aloof, demonstrated an unusual concern for someone. Jiang Chun gently swirled the amber liquid in his glass, lowering his eyes to sip, a glimmer of determination igniting in his gaze. Outside the window, the night deepened, clouds quietly veiling the stars and moon, as if brewing an unforeseen change unbeknownst to anyone. Since that subtly charged soiree, Ling Yan had keenly observed a nuanced shift in Lu Jingheng's demeanor towards him. However, at this moment, his thoughts were consumed by another matter, the impending day of his formal coming of age, when he would inherit his parents' legacy. Xinghui Technology, the company that embodied the tireless efforts of his late parents and was coveted by the interloper, was soon to return to his stewardship. Ling Yan understood that to successfully assume control of the enterprise, he needed to cultivate a trustworthy image within the Lu family, particularly in the eyes of Lu Jingheng. He began to recalibrate his approach, consciously adopting a posture of learning. During meetings where Lu Jingheng convened with executives, Ling Yan would aptly interject with seemingly fundamental yet incisive inquiries. He selectively showcased his burgeoning business acumen through astute, yet unobtrusive observations. Each display was meticulously calculated, not too astonishing to arouse suspicion, yet sufficient for Lu Jingheng to recognize his evolution. Ling Yan was aware that these performances were being meticulously noted by Lu Jingheng. Occasionally, he would intentionally leave a few seemingly careless annotations on analytical reports, with sharp insights cleverly veiled beneath a veneer of naivety. When Li Rue delivered reference materials, he would express genuine gratitude and peruse them attentively, as if each page were a source of nourishment. All of this was precisely registered in Lu Jingheng's discerning gaze. The man watched the boy's increasingly composed demeanor, observe as he gradually shed his timid exterior, and a flicker of barely perceptible approval glinted in his eyes. Those carefully concealed talents were unmistakable to him. On this particular day, as Ling Yan engrossed himself in a market analysis report, Lu Jingheng had unknowingly approached his side. "Do you have a question?" Lu Jingheng's voice shattered the tranquility of the office. Ling Yan looked up, pointing to a data point in the report. This month-on-month growth rate deviates significantly from previous forecasts. I wonder which variable may have caused the discrepancy. Lu Jingheng leaned closer to the screen, an icy aura enveloping him. His long fingers lightly tapped the display. Here, there was an unexpected policy adjustment at the end of last quarter, which impacted market expectations. His explanation was clear and concise, yet Ling Yan found his attention wavering. Lu Jingheng was too close enough for him to feel the subtle flow of breath, close enough to discern the faint outline of collarbones beneath his shirt. "Host, your heart rate is somewhat elevated." 024 reminded him at an opportune moment. Ling Yan jolted back to reality, instinctively leaning away to create some distance. "I understand, thank you." Lu Jingheng straightened, his gaze lingering for a moment on the slight flush of Ling Yan's ears. The boy's rare display of bashfulness evoked an inexplicable pleasure within him. He discreetly averted his gaze and leisurely returned to his own seat. Chapter 14. A love story of business titans. As time flowed like water, it slipped away quietly. Ling Yan could distinctly sense that the atmosphere within the Lu villa was subtly transforming with each passing day leading up to his birthday. The glances from the servants, once solely filled with customary respect, now bore an additional layer of cautious curiosity that was barely perceptible. The voices that once whispered behind his back, branding him a white-eyed wolf, have long since faded into silence, replaced by a cautious watchfulness. Ling Yan is acutely aware of this shift. At the age of 18, he has reached the threshold of legal adulthood, signifying independence and the formal inheritance of the substantial fortune left by his parents, including the highly regarded Xinghui technology. This transition is not merely a change in status. It represents a transfer of power. No longer is he the boy wholly reliant on the Liu family. In need of guardianship, he has metamorphosed into a nouveau riche, holding assets powerful enough to sway market dynamics. The Liu household, from the masters to the servants, is silently adjusting their demeanor towards him. Even the butler, Uncle Chun, who brings afternoon tea to his room, inquires with added care, "Young Master Ling Yan, do the pastries suit your taste today?" A new chef skilled in medicinal cuisine has joined the kitchen, and the lady has instructed us to pay special attention to your dietary needs. Su Wan has grown increasingly affectionate, frequently checking on him with warmth and occasionally reminiscing about his parents, her words imbued with nostalgia and regret. Though Liu Hongwei remains stern, his tone softens during their conversations. He even occasionally seeks Ling Yan's opinions on various economic matters, hinting at a subtle examination of his understanding. Ling Yan accepts these changes with composure, maintaining a poised demeanor that belies the growing steadiness and occasional flashes of sharpness beneath his obedient facade, making it impossible to equate him with the timid and brooding youth he once was. He continues to accompany Liu Jinghang to the company daily, seated at the window-side workstation. However, he is no longer a passive recipient of information. During Liu Jinghang's moments of leisure, he occasionally poses thoughtfully crafted questions. These inquiries often exhibit a keen insight that transcends his years, prompting Liu Jinghang to cast a glance filled with deeper meaning in response. That afternoon, as Ling Yan delves into a comprehensive report on cutting-edge developments in artificial intelligence, the internal phone rings. It is Liu Jinghang. "Gumin." Ling Yan sets the report aside and enters the inner office. Liu Jinghang stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the bustling street below, rather than sitting behind his desk. The golden glow of the setting sun outlines his tall, austere figure in a dazzling silhouette. "Your birthday is approaching," Liu Jinghang states calmly without turning. Ling Yan pauses slightly, responds, "Yes, next Wednesday." "Any plans?" Liu Jinghang pivots to face him, his gaze scrutinizing yet tinged with something else beneath that scrutiny. Ling Yan lowers his eyelids, his tone gentle. "Uncle and Annie mentioned a simple meal at home." He hesitates, then raises his eyes to Liu Jinghang, his expression clear. "Brother, will you come back?" Liu Jinghang observes the barely perceptible glimmer of dependent anticipation in his eyes, and his gaze shifts slightly. "Yes," he replies softly, almost as a promise. He strides to his desk, retrieves an elegantly bound folder, and hands it to Ling Yan, saying, "Take a look." Ling Yan received the document and, upon opening it, discovered a detailed report concerning the current status of Xinghui technology. The contents included the latest financial statements, advancements in core technologies, management structure, and analysis of key competitors, and a draft of strategic plans for the forthcoming 3 years. The depth of information far surpassed all that he had previously gathered through 024, with some core data and undisclosed strategic directions representing absolute commercial secrets. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up, surprised, at Liu Jinghang. Liu Jinghang's expression remained unchanged. "If you were to take over, you ought to know precisely what you hold in your hands." His tone was flat, as though he were merely handing over a routine meeting summary. "Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Li Rue or approach me directly." This gesture of trust, or perhaps a preemptive handover, momentarily left Ling Yan in a state of astonishment. He tightened his grip on the folder, feeling the firm texture of the paper beneath his fingertips. "Thank you," he murmured, this time imbued with a touch of sincerity. Liu Jinghang observed his slightly bowed head, the soft black hair glistening in the sunset's glow, while his eyes, usually marked by an air of detachment, were now obscured by long lashes, rendering his emotions unreadable. "You may leave now," Liu Jinghang said, diverting his gaze back to the window. Ling Yan, clutching the folder, quietly exited the office. Upon returning to his workstation, He did not immediately peruse the weighty documents. He understood that this material served not merely as assistance, but as a silent proclamation that Lu Jinghang acknowledged his capability to inherit this legacy. Furthermore, the Lu family, or more specifically Lu Jinghang himself, would not, after he reached adulthood, interfere with or seek to control this asset as speculated by the outside world or Lin Weiwei. This stance significantly alleviated many potential troubles. Dear host, is Lu Jinghang assisting you? 024 inquired uncertainly. Ling Yan lightly brushed his fingers over the sleek cover of the folder, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Perhaps, he replied softly, or perhaps this is merely his assessment of what aligns most favorably with the interests of the Lu family. Regardless, this timely and substantial birthday gift was indeed fortuitous. On the eve of his birthday, Ling Yan returned home early from the company under the pretext of wanting to quietly review the materials. As he stepped through the villa's entrance, he heard Lin Weiwei's gentle, smiling voice emanating from the living room. Aunt Sue, rest assured, I have confirmed the venue arrangements. The menu and the schedule. I will ensure that younger brother Ling Yan has an unforgettable birthday celebration. Ling Yan paused, standing in the shadows of the foyer, listening intently. Su Wan's voice was laced with warmth. Weiwei, I truly appreciate your help. Little Yin has always been reserved and not fond of gatherings. This time, for his 18th birthday, he is finally willing to celebrate. So, I want to make it as perfect as possible. There's no need for formality between us, Lin Weiwei replied affectionately. I feel a connection with younger brother Ling Yan, and it brings me joy to assist him. However, her tone shifted slightly, adopting just the right amount of concern. I have heard that things at Xinghui Technology seem a bit tumultuous lately. Ling Yan's gaze turned cold. It had begun. Chapter 15. The romantic script of business tycoons. Su Wan was indeed captivated. Not peaceful? What's going on? Lin Weiwei lowered her voice, imbued with a hint of mystery. I heard from some friends in the circle that several key technical personnel at Xinghui have been in frequent contact with Qiming Capital. You know Qiming Capital? That wild dog in the venture capital realm, notorious for its aggressive tactics and penchant for poaching at exorbitant prices, disrupting the market. I worry that Ling Yan, having just taken over, is already facing such troubles. She sighed, her expression laden with concern. Xinghui is the culmination of Uncle Ling and Auntie S hard work. If it encounters difficulties right under Ling Yan's stewardship, how guilty he must feel. And who knows what outsiders will speculate, perhaps even questioning whether the Lu family has failed to provide adequate support. This statement was truly piercing. By highlighting the potential crisis facing Xinghui, she incited Su Wan's worry. Linking the possible failure to the efforts of the original owner's parents intensified the psychological burden. Ultimately, she directed the potential negative public opinion towards the Lu family, attempting to sow discord. 3 targets hit with 1 arrow. Ling Yan, listening from outside, discerned it all, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. He composed his expression, feigning a casual entrance as he stepped into the living room. Aunt Sue, I'm back. His gaze swept over Lin Weiwei, who sat beside Su Wan, offering a subtle nod. Miss Lin is also here. Upon seeing him, Lin Weiwei immediately presented a flawless, gentle smile. Ling Yan, you're back? Perfect timing. Aunt Sue and I were just discussing your birthday party tomorrow. Do you have any special requests? Su Wan momentarily set aside her worries. Greeting him with a smile, Xiao Yan, come here. Weiwei has nearly arranged everything for you. Ling Yan moved to sit on the nearby single sofa. His gaze scanning the banquet itinerary and menu spread across the coffee table. In a calm tone, he replied, Thank you, Miss Lin, for your thoughtfulness. I don't have any particular requests. A simple and warm gathering will suffice. Lin Weiwei observed his demeanor closely, noticing he seemed completely oblivious to her earlier conversation with Su Wan. She cheerfully redirected the topic. You're too polite, Ling Yan. By the way, I was just telling Aunt Sue that Xinghui Technology is indeed a company with immense potential. Uncle Ling and Annie had such foresight back in the day. You're about to take over. I'm sure you will manage it even better. Ling Yan took a sip of the warm water served by a maid, looked up at Lin Weiwei, his gaze tranquil and unwavering. Miss Lin seems quite concerned about Xinghui. Lin Weiwei maintained her smile, of course. Who wouldn't he care about the development of such an excellent company? I just hope everything goes smoothly. Rest assured, Ling Yan set down the cup, his tone resolute. Infused with a maturity beyond his years, I will certainly safeguard the legacy my parents left behind. His words, though casually spoken, were imbued with a profound strength. Su Wan regarded his serene profile, the slight worry stirred by Lin Weiwei inexplicably dissipating. A fleeting shadow crossed Lin Weiwei's eyes, quickly masked by a smile. That's good to hear. She rose gracefully, adjusting her skirt. Aunt Su, Ling Yan, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Lin Weiwei, Su Wan grasped Ling Yan's hand, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Xiaoyan, Weiwei just mentioned that there might be some minor troubles over at Xinghui. If you need assistance, make sure to inform your brother or uncle. Don't bear it alone. Ling Yan gently enclosed Su Wan's hand in his, offering a reassuring smile. Aunt Su, there is no need for concern. I can handle it. Miss Lin may have heard some unfounded rumors, but Xinghui is currently operating quite stably. He paused, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible chill. Some individuals may not wish to see me take over smoothly. Su Wan, no fool, was momentarily taken aback by his words. As she contemplated Ling Yan's statement, her mind flickered back to Lin Weiwei's seemingly considerate remarks in the study, which were, in truth, insidiously designed to push Ling Yan into peril. A wave of realization washed over her, in her previous anger and disappointment. She had failed to discern the ulterior motives behind those words. The thought left her shaken, especially since she had once perceived Lin Weiwei as gentle and understanding, even entertaining the notion of fostering a connection between her and Jinghang. Regaining her composure, she regarded Ling Yan with a newfound seriousness and empathy, gently patting the back of his hand. As long as you are aware, that is what matters. Regardless, the Liu family stands as your backing. I understand, thank you. Aunt Su, Ling Yan replied with a compliant nod. Upon returning to his room, the warmth on Ling Yan's face faded. 34,024. Continue to monitor the developments at Qiming Capital as planned. Understood. Everything is under control, came the enthusiastic response from 024. Host, Lin Weiwei is indeed as you anticipated. She has begun to exploit this situation. As expected, Ling Yan approached the window, the night casting a glimmer of cold light in his deep-set eyes. Her propagation of rumors aimed to create a public narrative suggesting my inability to manage the situation precisely at the moment I assume control of Xinghui. Regardless of the truth, should turmoil arise, she could readily shift the blame onto me, undermining my credibility and paving the way for her subsequent maneuvers. But she absolutely does not realize that this move has long been accounted for in your strategy. Ling Yan's fingers lightly tapped the window frame, his voice calm and steady. Let her enjoy her moment for now. He turned, a glint of icy amusement flickering in his eyes. This performance must allow her to take the stage first to truly shine. On the evening of his birthday, the Liu family villa transformed from its usual tranquility to a vibrant spectacle, illuminated and bursting with celebratory spirit. Though termed a family gathering, the affair was anything but modest. Given the Liu family's stature, the banquet hall was adorned with elegant warmth, a magnificent crystal chandelier casting prismatic glimmers, while the mellifluous strains of a piano wafted through the air. The guest list comprised not only close relatives, but also esteemed friends with deep ties to the Liu family. Ling Yan, clad in a tailored white suit that accentuated his tall frame and refined demeanor, stood beside Su Wan and Liu Hongwei, graciously welcoming guests with poised elegance. His warm smile contrasted starkly with the gloomy and timid boy he had been months prior, drawing expressions of surprise and admiration from many attendees. Liu Jinghang indeed arrived as promised. By the time he made his entrance, the banquet was on the verge of commencing. The man was clad in a meticulously tailored deep black suit, devoid of a tie, with the collar of his shirt casually unbuttoned, exuding a blend of relaxed elegance that softened the sharpness typically associated with the business world. His presence immediately captivated the attention of all attendees. Liu Jinghang approached Ling Yan directly, presenting a seemingly unremarkable deep blue velvet box before him. "Happy birthday," he uttered, his voice maintaining its customary calmness, yet his profound gaze, illuminated by the dazzling lights, bore an enigmatic warmth. All eyes converged on the small box, curious about the birthday gift personally bestowed by Lu Jinghang. Ling Yan was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the box, gently opening it under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Inside, he did not find the anticipated luxury watch or jewelry, but rather a sleek, technologically advanced smart key. Beside the key lay a pure black card, embossed with a series of numbers and the logo of Xinghui Technology in silver foil. Ling Yan lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jinghang's. The latter's calm eyes were fixed on him, and his voice, though measured, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "This is the key to the top-floor office at Xinghui headquarters, along with your access card." Lu Jinghang's gesture unequivocally conveyed a potent message to all those present, including those who covertly coveted a share of Xinghui's fortune. Ling Yan stood firmly supported by the Lu family. This public and formidable endorsement from Lu Jinghang carried more weight than any extravagant gift, effectively curtailing any burgeoning ambitions in the room. In an instant, the murmurs and gasps around them fell silent, and many scrutinizing gazes softened in their intensity. Lin Weiwei stood a short distance away, holding a champagne flute. Her smile flawless and impeccable, yet her fingers betrayed a slight whiteness from the pressure of her grip. She watched as Ling Yan received the symbolic gift, noting the focused gaze Lu Jinghang bestowed upon him, her inner fury and sense of crisis nearly boiling over. Ling Yan tightened his grasp on the box and card, feeling the cool metal of the key and the smooth texture of the card against his fingertips. He raised his head, meeting Lu Jinghang's gaze, and solemnly expressed, "Thank you." Lu Jinghang nodded slightly, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. The cake was cut, wishes were made, and the atmosphere was one of joyous celebration. Just as the conviviality reached its peak, Lin Weiwei approached Ling Yan with a beaming smile, holding a glass of juice. "Happy birthday, Ling Yan," she said, offering the juice to him. She then picked up a glass of champagne from a nearby tray, adding, "Congratulations, soon you will officially take the helm of Xinghui. I raise my glass to you, wishing you a future as bright as your aspirations." Her actions were impeccable, seemingly genuine in her well wishes. Ling Yan regarded the juice she offered, his eyes flickering momentarily before he accepted it with a polite, "Thank you, Miss Lin." The two clinked their glasses gently. Just as Ling Yan was about to bring the glass to his lips, Lin Weiwei seemed to stumble over something beneath her feet, causing her to sway slightly. In that instant, the champagne in her hand surged forward, threatening to drench the pristine white suit of Ling Yan. If that were to happen, not only would Ling Yan find himself in an embarrassing predicament, but his meticulously chosen attire would also be ruined, turning him into the subject of laughter throughout the entire birthday celebration. In a flash, Ling Yan appeared to have anticipated this moment, naturally shifting half a step backward, while subtly raising the wrist that held the juice glass. It seemed a mere evasion, yet the rim of the glass cleverly redirected the oncoming champagne, guiding most of it away into the empty space. Only a few drops splattered onto his sleeve, while Lin Weiwei, having exerted too much force and missing her target, found the remaining liquid in her glass spilling onto her own dress. This entire scene unfolded in an instant, appearing to onlookers as though Lin Weiwei had accidentally stumbled and nearly splashed the drink onto Ling Yan, who had instinctively retreated just in time, leaving only Lin Weiwei with a dampened skirt. "Oh no!" Lin Weiwei exclaimed softly, her gaze falling upon the wine stain on her dress, her face instantly flooding with regret and embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, Ling Yan, I was so careless. I didn't get your clothes dirty, did I?" Her concern for Ling Yan was evident, yet a fleeting glimmer of disbelief and suspicion crossed her eyes. She had meticulously calculated the angle and force. How could this have happened? Ling Yan set down the juice glass and picked up a napkin, leisurely dabbing at the nearly imperceptible spots of moisture on his sleeve, his tone remaining gentle and devoid of any irritation. "It's quite all right, Miss Lin, as long as you're unhurt. It's just a pity about your beautiful dress." His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the flustered facade Lin Weiwei was trying to maintain. Suwan quickly approached, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right, Weiwei? How could you be so careless?" Her expression conveyed her discontent. Lu Jinghang's gaze shifted towards Lin Weiwei, briefly lingering on her face, marked by embarrassment and lingering disbelief. His eyes growing slightly colder. "I'm fine, Aunt Sue. Just a bit embarrassed," Lin Weiwei replied, oblivious to the subtle shift in Su Wan's expression. Still striving to uphold her poise. "I'll just go to the restroom to clean up." She hurried away, her back revealing a hint of urgency. This minor incident soon passed, and the banquet resumed. Yet, Ling Yan was acutely aware that this was no mere accident. The angle, the force, each was calculated to publicly humiliate him and tarnish the significance of his coming-of-age ceremony. Had he not been prepared and adeptly mitigated the force, it would have been he who faced the embarrassment. Lin Weiwei, having failed in this attempt, would undoubtedly have a backup plan. He raised his gaze toward a large potted plant in the corner of the banquet hall, where a faint signal, not belonging to the Lu family security system, had just been detected. It seemed that her preparations extended beyond this one gift. Ling Yan picked up the untouched glass of juice and casually placed it beside an empty plate on the table, exchanging it for a fresh glass of water. He took a sip of pure water, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, rendering him more alert. The brief incident of Lin Weiwei leaving to adjust her dress did not stir much ripple amidst the clinking of glasses, soon overshadowed by new greetings and laughter. Ling Yan continued to navigate gracefully among the guests, his white suit accentuating his tall stature. The gentle aloofness in his eyes seemed at odds with the ostentatious setting, yet curiously drew attention. Although Lu Jinghang was engaged in conversation with several elder relatives, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Ling Yan. The seemingly accidental fall of Lin Weiwei earlier had been executed with too much intent in both angle and force to escape the notice of someone accustomed to the storms of the business world. He observed Ling Yan's almost imperceptible evasion, so precise it was hardly a coincidence. This young man was more perceptive than he had anticipated. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Weiwei reappeared in a backup light purple gown, her face adorned with a perfectly measured apologetic smile, as if she had completely recovered from the earlier embarrassment. She rejoined the crowd, engaging in lively conversation with familiar ladies, though her gaze would occasionally flicker towards Ling Yan, revealing a fleeting chill beneath the surface. Host. The micro-signal source continues to operate and sent an encrypted data packet 3 minutes ago. The voice of 024 resonated in Ling Yan's mind. It has been decrypted and successfully intercepted. The content consists of recorded snippets of conversations involving several key figures in the banquet hall, including Lu Jinghang, Jiang Chun, and several directors with significant ties to the Lu family, edited to show a clear bias aimed at creating the illusion of discord within the Lu family and its partners. Ling Yan raised a glass of water, his fingers gently caressing the cool surface of the cup. Just as he suspected, the spilled wine was merely a distraction, drawing attention away from the true, lethal move concealed in the shadows. Eavesdropping. These edited pieces of evidence, if disseminated at the opportune moment, could create rifts between the Lu family and its partners, tarnishing the Lu family's reputation and possibly impacting crucial upcoming negotiations. Chapter 17. The romance script of business giants track the receiving party and implant a reverse positioning program. Ling Yan commanded calmly in his mind. Executed. The signal reception point is located within a temporary base station in an abandoned factory area in the eastern part of the city. The target is cautious, employing multiple layers of proxies. The positioning program has been silently implanted and is continuously tracking the ultimate source. 024 responded swiftly. Ling Yan nodded slightly, no longer fixating on the matter. It was merely a trick, not worth worrying about. Lin Weiwei's true reliance, aside from her foresight, lay in the resources of the Lin family and the clandestine powers she operated from the shadows. He needed to seize this opportunity to gradually unearth these hidden tentacles. As the banquet progressed to its midpoint, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Jiang Chun approached with a glass in hand, clad in a silver-gray suit that further accentuated his refined demeanor. Ling Yan, Happy birthday, he said, his warm smile and sincere gaze resting on Ling Yan's face, filled with unabashed admiration. This outfit suits you well today. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chun, Ling Yan replied politely, gently clinking glasses with him. I have heard that you are soon to formally take the reins of Xinghui. Jiang Chun naturally transitioned into the topic, expressing his long-standing interest in Xinghui's technological advancements in the realm of artificial intelligence infrastructure. The Jiang family also possesses a relevant research and development department. I wonder if there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. He extended an olive branch, adopting a modest demeanor, effectively placing Ling Yan on an equal footing for cooperation. Not far away, Lin Weiwei observed Jiang Chun engaged in lively conversation with Ling Yan, her gaze growing increasingly frosty. Jiang Chun was renowned within the circle for his discerning eye, and few could entice him to extend such goodwill. Why, she pondered, does Ling Yan merit this attention? Ling Yan, however, did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm towards Jiang Chun's proposal. Instead, he maintained a polite smile and replied, Brother Jiang, you flatter me. Xinghui is still in its developmental phase, and if opportunities arise in the future, I naturally hope to learn and collaborate with esteemed enterprises like Jiang's. His demeanor was neither subservient nor overly eager, neither rejecting nor hastily committing. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he shifted the conversation towards more casual topics, his wit and extensive knowledge making it easy for others to warm to him. Meanwhile, Ling Yan's peripheral vision keenly locked onto Lin Weiwei, who was engaged in laughter with several young ladies from prominent families nearby. Her seemingly gentle gaze, akin to threads laced with venom, occasionally ensnared him. She was waiting, anticipating the performance of a carefully orchestrated drama. Ling Yan sneered inwardly, since she had gone to such lengths in her preparation. It would be remiss of him not to play along. Once Jiang Chun departed, Ling Yan strolled towards the terrace. Indeed, as he positioned himself by the terrace railing, he soon heard Lin Weiwei's unmistakably gentle voice behind him. Ling Yan, why are you here alone? Is it too stuffy inside? Ling Yan turned to meet her concerned gaze and replied coolly, just getting some fresh air. Lin Weiwei approached, standing beside him as they gazed at the night view of the garden below. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Time flies in the blink of an eye. You have come of age and are about to take over Xinghui. If Uncle Ling and Annie could see you today, they would surely be very proud. Her words were imbued with reminiscence and melancholy, evoking a sense of resonance. Had Ling Yan truly been that 18-year-old yearning for familial affection and filled with longing for his parents, he might have softened at this moment. Alas, he was not. Indeed, Ling Yan replied, following her lead, his tone slightly subdued and tinged with just the right amount of reflection. Sometimes, I truly wish they were still here. Lin Weiwei turned her head to scrutinize his expression, noting his downcast eyes, seemingly lost in sorrow, which brought her secret delight as she sensed the moment was ripe. Lowering her voice, she adopted a more earnest tone, as if sharing a clandestine secret. Ling Yan, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose. Yet, I cannot bear to see you kept in the dark about taking over a company that may harbor potential risks. Ling Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a perfect blend of curiosity and unease. Risks? Miss Lin, what do you mean? Lin Weiwei inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for the revelation. It concerns the core, technical team of Xinghui. I have received credible information that the entire AI algorithm team, led by technical director Wang Rui, has been poached at a high price by Qiming Capital. It is highly likely that they will collectively submit their resignations once you officially take over. She fixed her gaze on Ling Yan's eyes, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression, and continued to intensify her claims. This is not the worst part. I suspect that when Wang Rui and his team leave, they will take with them the core code of Xinghui's latest Lingxi AI architecture. That is the true lifeblood of Xinghui. Without Lingxi, Xinghui's value will diminish significantly. Her words quickened, laden with concern and indignation. I suspect that there may be individuals within the Liu family who have tacitly approved or even instigated this. After all, Xinghui has developed too rapidly, and certain parties may be unwilling to see it fully independent, even less so to witness you gain complete control over it. Brother Jinghang may have been blinded, or perhaps. She paused, leaving an endless realm of imagination. Her words were venomous, not only dropping the bombshell of the core team being poached and the potential theft of core technology, but also subtly pointing fingers at the Liu family, and even implying that Liu Jinghang might be aware or complicit. If Ling Yan were truly an inexperienced youth, he would have surely been thrown into disarray, harboring immense doubt and estrangement towards the Liu family and Liu Jinghang. Lin Weiwei observed the tightening of Ling Yan's lips and the slight contraction of his pupils, feeling a sense of triumph, anticipating the panic and inquiries she had envisioned. However, Ling Yan merely fell silent for a few seconds. Then, with a barely perceptible sigh of relief, he raised his eyes to meet Lin Weiwei's gaze. His honey-colored irises, illuminated by the night and the lights, seemed to reflect the most secret calculations of the human heart. So, it was this matter that Miss Lin was concerned about. Ling Yan's tone was chillingly calm. Lin Weiwei's expression of concern froze for a moment. Ling Yan leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, yet exuding an air of profound understanding. Director Wang and his team have indeed been in contact with Qiming Capital. Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. However, Ling Yan then shifted his tone, a faint, mocking smile gracing his lips, clarifying that their contact was with the Security Consulting Department under Qiming Capital. It was I who commissioned Director Wang to conduct a reverse infiltration and background investigation of Qiming Capital under the pretext of seeking technical cooperation. Lin Weiwei's pupils constricted sharply. As for the core code of the Lingxi architecture, Ling Yan leisurely retrieved a silver metallic cube, slightly larger than a USB drive, from his suit pocket, playing with it between his fingers. Its physical isolated backup has always been with me. The network-level safeguard were thoroughly upgraded just last week under the direct leadership of Director Wang, employing trigger-based encryption. Any unauthorized attempts to copy will be immediately locked and traced back to the source. He observed Lin Weiwei's face turn pale in an instant, his tone remaining gentle, yet each word cut like a knife. Speaking of which, I must thank Miss Lin for her previous reminder, which prompted me to pay special attention to the company's security and to make these arrangements in advance. Otherwise, had we been caught off guard, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A chill surged from Lin Weiwei's feet to the top of her head, her blood nearly freezing. Chapter 18. The love drama of business tycoons. He knows everything, every detail. The meticulously crafted trap she believed would deliver a fatal blow had, in fact, been discerned by him long ago. He had turned the tables, digging a pit for her instead. The so-called poaching was merely a performance orchestrated by him. The rumors she had spread became a catalyst for him to cleanse the internal chaos and fortify security. A wave of shock and indignation coursed through her, causing her body to tremble slightly, nearly betraying her composure. Her voice quivered with barely restrained emotion. Miss Lin, Ling Yan interjected, retrieving the silver cube and maintaining a calm demeanor that exuded an intangible pressure. Often, those who jump the highest and caution you the most are precisely the ones who wish to see you falter. Would you not agree? At the glass doors connecting the terrace to the banquet hall, shadows danced. Liu Jinghang stood there, tall and austere, a glass of whiskey in his hand. His penetrating gaze swept over Lin Weiwei's pale visage before settling on Ling Yan's composed profile. He had evidently overheard part, if not all, of their conversation. Upon seeing Liu Jinghang, Lin Weiwei's complexion paled further, and she hastily attempted to explain, "Jinghang, I was merely concerned for Ling Yan." Liu Jinghang did not acknowledge her. Striding directly to Ling Yan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder, their eyes cast toward the nocturnal landscape below. His mere presence conveyed a resolute stance. Ling Yan can handle the matters regarding Xinghui himself, Liu Jinghang stated, his tone measured yet undeniably authoritative, dismissing the need for external interference. The term external struck Lin Weiwei like a resounding slap, each syllable stinging as it echoed in her mind. All her scheming and theatrics appeared utterly ludicrous and despicable in light of Liu Jinghang's nonchalant remark. She opened her mouth to say something, but when faced with Liu Jinghang's icy, piercing gaze, one that seemed to see through all pretenses, her words lodged in her throat. She realized that she had suffered a complete defeat this evening. Not only had she failed to sow discord between Ling Yan and the Lu family, but she had also laid bare her intentions, leaving a profoundly negative impression on Lu Jingheng. Desperately clinging to the last remnants of her dignity, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please excuse me." With that, she nearly fled in disarray. On the terrace, only Ling Yan and Lu Jingheng remained. The cool night breeze rustled their garments. "Handled well," Lu Jingheng remarked, taking a sip of his drink. His gaze still fixed on the distance, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Ling Yan turned to him, the man's hardened profile appearing somewhat blurred in the dim light. "You heard everything?" "Indeed," Lu Jingheng affirmed, turning his gaze upon Ling Yan, his penetrating eyes carrying an evaluative scrutiny, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible admiration. "Did you know from the outset that she was up to no good?" Ling Yan neither denied nor fully acknowledged it, simply responding, "One must always be wary, especially of those who show excessive concern." Lu Jingheng gazed at the tranquility of the youth before him, a serenity that belied his years, and once more, that peculiar feeling stirred within him. This boy resembled a treasure concealed within a shroud of mist, revealing new and astonishing facets with every interaction. The leak incident had reached a conclusion. Lu Jingheng abruptly shifted the topic. Ling Yan's expression grew serious. "Is it related to the encryption protocol?" "Indeed," Lu Jingheng nodded. After thorough investigation, the flow of funds and several intermediary stages all pointed towards an offshore shell company controlled by a senior executive of the Lin Group. While the evidence chain is not yet flawless, the direction is clear. He paused, turning his gaze to Ling Yan. "The clues you provided have been pivotal." Ling Yan understood immediately. It was as he suspected. Lin Weiwei had orchestrated the leak using the resources and channels of the Lin family, achieving two objectives with one scheme. "How do you intend to handle it?" Lu Jingheng's eyes turned slightly cold, a warning to the tiger on the mountain. That executive, along with the forces backing him, needed to be eliminated. His tone exuded an undeniable decisiveness befitting a king of commerce. As for the Lin family's collaboration, it would continue, albeit with certain deep engagements indefinitely postponed. This response was remarkably restrained, given the long-standing ties between the two families. However, it would undoubtedly cause upheaval within the Lin Group and diminish Lin Weiwei's influence. Ling Yan nodded. Such an approach was consistent with Lu Jingheng's style. "Tomorrow, I will have Li Rui prepare all legal documents and hand over procedures related to Xing Huwei and deliver them to your room." Lu Jingheng added, "From this day forth, it shall wholly belong to you." His words were unadorned, yet they carried an immense weight. This signified that starting tomorrow, Ling Yan would truly stand alone, possessing his own commercial domain and voice. "I will do well." Ling Yan met his gaze, solemnly pledging. Lu Jingheng observed the youth before him, transformed in a short span of time, noting the calmness and brilliance in his eyes that contrasted with his age. That unfamiliar flutter within him resurfaced. He recalled Ling Yan's unguarded sleeping face as he rested on the office sofa, the furrowed brow when he focused intently on the screen, and the pure delight he occasionally displayed for snacks, a stark contrast to his usual composure. These images intertwined with the composed and restrained figure before him, forming a complex and enchanting contradiction. Lu Jingheng tilted his head back, draining his glass. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, failing to extinguish the inexplicable flame ignited within him. He set down the glass and stepped toward Ling Yan. The distance between them shrank, close enough for Ling Yan to distinctly perceive the crisp scent of cedar mingled with a faint aroma of alcohol emanating from Lu Jingheng. His height imposed an intangible sense of pressure. Ling Yan instinctively wished to take a step back, yet Lu Jingheng gently pressed down on his shoulder. The touch light, yet imbued with an irrefutable significance. "Ling Yan." Lu Jingheng murmured his name, his voice richer and more husky under the influence of alcohol, as if he were restraining something. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he lifted his gaze, colliding with the fathomless depths of Lu Jingheng's dark eyes. Within him surged a tumult of emotions he could not comprehend: scrutiny, inquiry, acknowledgement, and a potent focus he could not precisely define. "What is it?" he responded softly, a hint of imperceptible confusion in his voice. Lu Jinghong's gaze fell upon his slightly parted lips, his eyes deepening in hue. The air seemed to solidify, a certain ambiguous and dangerous aura silently flowing between them. Ling Yan could feel his heart racing. This sensation of losing control was disconcerting. It was intermingled with an indescribable thrill. Just as Ling Yan anticipated that Lu Jinghang might take some action or utter some words. Lu Jinghang slowly released his grip and stepped back, widening the distance between them. The intense pressure dissipated accordingly. "Let us head back. It's chilly outside." Lu Jinghang turned away, his voice returning to its usual calm, albeit slightly hoarse. "You needn't go to the office tomorrow. Prepare well to take over Xinghui's affairs." It was as if the previous moment of peculiarity was merely a mirage induced by the alcohol. Ling Yan watched his retreating figure, his throat involuntarily constricting, and finally, he exhaled softly. "All right," he replied in a subdued tone, turning back to the banquet hall. Lu Jinghang stood still for a while, then raised a hand to press against his brow. He walked to the balcony, gazing into the deep night, yet his mind replayed Ling Yan's calm, clear eyes and his unguarded lips so near. He realized distinctly that something was spiraling out of control, and he seemed to harbor no aversion to this loss of control. Chapter 19. The romantic script of business tycoons. Once all the guests had departed, the villa returned to its serene state. Ling Yan returned to his room, removing his suit jacket and loosening his collar, releasing a long sigh. Navigating such occasions was more exhausting than completing an S-level mission. Host Lu Jinghang just now. 024 cautiously began, the data stream imbued with a gossipy tone. Silence. Ling Yan interrupted, feeling his ears heat up uncontrollably. He approached the window, gazing at the distant city still aglow with lights. Yet his mind involuntarily conjured Lu Jinghong's deep, captivating eyes and the intoxicating breath that was so near. He irritably rubbed his temples. Indeed, emotions are the most troublesome things in the world. It would be more pragmatic to think about how to seize the moment. Lin Weiwei had fully revealed her true self before Lu Jinghang tonight, a blow far more lethal than any commercial setback. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He had initially intended to use the opportunity to admonish Lin Weiwei, never anticipating that Lu Jinghang would personally attend and witness this spectacle. Ling Yan could almost foresee the subtle shift in the Lu family's attitude toward the Lin family henceforth. This would certainly exacerbate the already precarious situation of the Lin family, embroiled in internal strife. As the catalyst for all this, Lin Weiwei's position within the Lin family would undoubtedly become even more precarious. Lin Haoshuan and his mother would not miss this perfect opportunity to strike at her. The fire he ignited has been further stoked by Lu Jinghang's hand. Everything Lin Weiwei painstakingly built is crumbling before her eyes. However, Ling Yan is acutely aware that, given Lin Weiwei's character and the tactics she displayed in the original timeline, she will not relent so easily. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Her forthcoming counterattack is likely to be even more ruthless. With this thought, Ling Yan's gaze turned slightly cold. This hidden threat must be resolved swiftly. All that remains is to await the most opportune moment. Ling Yan's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, a glint of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. One final strike is in order. As for Lu Jinghang, Ling Yan pressed his lips together, temporarily banishing that austere figure from his mind. Let unfold naturally. What piques his interest now is how to navigate the affairs of Xinghui technology once he officially takes the reins tomorrow. After all, the true potential of the core technologies left behind by his parents can likely be fully realized only by him in this era. Retirement seems increasingly distant. Yet perhaps this is not such a bad thing. A hint of expectation, tinged with coldness, curved at the corners of Ling Yan's mouth. As night deepened, a greater storm was quietly brewing. The day following the birthday banquet, Ling Yan proposed to Lu Hongwei, and Su won his intention to move out of the Lu family residence. The timing was impeccable. Having just turned 18 and officially assuming control of Xinghui technology, He is now legally and practically equipped for independent living. Remaining in the Liu household would inevitably lead to discomfort for both himself and the LUs. Su Wan, naturally reluctant, grasped his hand with reddened eyes. Xiao Yin, this is your home. Why must you leave? How can I rest easy knowing you are on your own? Even Liu Hongwei spoke up, his tone grave. The outside world is not like home. You must bear your own burdens. If you feel uncomfortable, the small building on the west side of the villa has always been vacant. We can prepare it for you to live alone. Ling Yan sensed their heartfelt pleas. Yet, his resolve was firm. Uncle, Auntie, I know you mean well, he replied gently but resolutely, but I am now an adult and must learn to be independent. Furthermore, the matters at Xinghui will only increase, and living near the company will be more convenient. I will visit you often. His stance was unwavering, his reasoning sound. Liu Hongwei and Su Wan exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to a sigh of acquiescence. When Liu Jinghang learned of this news, he was in the midst of signing documents. The pen paused momentarily on the paper, creating a small blot of ink. He lifted his gaze to Li Rue, who stood before the desk reporting the matter. His expression impassive, his voice devoid of emotion. Understood. Arrange for his residence and security. It must be absolutely reliable. Yes, President, Li Rue affirmed, hesitating for a moment before adding, it seems young Master Ling has already selected an apartment for himself, located near Yunding International in the Xinghui Technology Park. Liu Jinghang's eyes darkened slightly. Yunding International, a high-end apartment complex with stringent security measures, is merely a 10-minute drive from Xinghui. He has thought of everything. Let him be. Liu Jinghang lowered his head once more, his gaze fixating on the documents before him. His tone remained indifferent as he instructed to double the limit on his supplementary card, directing all living expenses to be drawn from his private account. Understood, Li Rue replied before exiting. The study fell silent once again, yet Liu Jinghang found himself unable to concentrate on the tasks at hand. The figure that had always lingered quietly in the corner or lazily napping on the sofa in his office was about to depart from this residence for good. An inexplicable sense of emptiness, tinged with a subtle irritation, began to quietly sprout within him. He recalled the boy's near presence on the terrace last night, his calm and penetrating gaze seemingly concealing a resilience and independence that Liu Jinghang had yet to fully comprehend. He should have realized that this seemingly docile and reserved youth possessed sharp claws hidden within, alongside a heart yearning to soar. Ling Yan's moving preparations were swift. His belongings were few. Apart from clothing and a handful of personal items, most were recently acquired books and materials. He did not solicit assistance from the Liu family, opting instead for a reliable moving company. On the day of departure, Su Wan, with reddened eyes, handed him a plethora of supplements and daily necessities, repeatedly urging him to take good care of himself. Liu Hongwei patted his shoulder, offering a simple, call if you need anything. Liu Jinghang remained absent. Li Rue conveyed his sentiments, affirming that all expenses would be covered by him, and that security personnel had already been arranged. Ling Yan regarded the two unfamiliar faces standing by the vehicle, exuding an air of competence, and nodded in acceptance of their goodwill. He understood that this was not surveillance, but rather a protective gesture in Liu Jinghang's characteristic, if somewhat taciturn, manner. As he settled into the car and departed from the Liu family villa, he glanced at the opulent structure receding in the rearview mirror, feeling little attachment. Instead, a sense of liberation washed over him, akin to a fish leaping freely in the vast sea. He could finally live at his own pace. Master, we are free, cheered 024 in his mind. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed. Chapter 20. The love story of a business tycoon. The new apartment, perched on the top floor, boasted an exceptional view and was adorned in a modern, minimalist style, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Once settled, Ling Yan immediately immersed himself in the organization and oversight of Xinghui technology. He refrained from hasty reforms, instead dedicating time to thoroughly understand every facet of the company, from research and development to marketing, from finance to human resources. His display of professional acumen, keen insight, and an unexpected composure for his age quickly garnered the recognition of several core employees. Naturally, there were voices of skepticism and hesitation. particularly regarding his abrupt ascension to leadership at such a young age. Yet Ling Yan remained unfazed. What he sought were individuals capable of action, rather than mere sycophants. Concerning the potential risk of the core technology team being poached, Ling Yan chose not to conduct any ostentatious investigations or reassurances. Instead, he maintained an air of calm. He simply engaged in individual discussions with several key technical personnel under the pretext of understanding project progress. No one knew the specifics of their conversations. After the conversation, the previously restless technical experts exhibited a noticeable sense of restraint, gazing at Ling Yan with an inexplicable reverence. Simultaneously, the attitude of the Lu group towards the Lin family underwent a subtle yet clear transformation. Several projects led by Lin Weiwei in collaboration with the Lu group were reassessed, the approval process suddenly becoming protracted. Previously scheduled technical sharing meetings were indefinitely postponed. Even Lin's loan applications to the banks under the Lu group faced unprecedented scrutiny. News within the business community spread rapidly. Soon, whispers echoed within Lin's ranks as several directors who had once supported Lin Weiwei began to waver, with Lin Haoshuan and his mother seizing the opportunity to publicly question Lin Weiwei's leadership during board meetings. How could she lead the Lin family to prosperity when she couldn't even maintain the most basic cooperative relationships? Lin Haoshuan's derision struck Lin Weiwei like a resounding slap. To make matters worse, the surveillance devices Lin Weiwei had set up in the Lu household yielded no results. They either malfunctioned inexplicably or returned nothing but meaningless static. She couldn't even capture a single private exchange between Lu Jinghang and Ling Yan. Was it possible that Lu Jinghang possessed such extraordinary fortune that he could evade every trap? This realization sent a shiver down her spine. If even her most adept covert strategies were futile against him, what could she rely on to turn the tables? At the moment when Lin Weiwei found herself besieged on all fronts, Ling Yan, through 024, began to launch a more profound assault against her with subtlety. Instead of directly targeting Lin Weiwei herself, he set his sights on the shadowy industries and clandestine financial channels she had been managing. Seemingly insignificant troubles began to emerge within several offshore shell companies and underground banks under Lin Weiwei's control. Procedures suddenly became cumbersome. Fund transfers experienced inexplicable delays. And occasional unexpected data losses occurred. These troubles were minor yet insidious, gradually draining Lin Weiwei's energy. What filled her with dread was that the shift in the Lu Group stance had stripped her of crucial external support, while Ling Yan's relentless pressure threatened the very foundation of her covert empire. She found herself besieged, facing both the open and covert attacks from her family and the commercial sanctions from the Lu Group, all while trying to manage the incessant stream of minor complications. For the first time, Lin Weiwei truly tasted the bitterness of despair. The pawn she had once dismissed now wielded unseen hands, slowly tightening their grip around her throat, leaving her unable to discern a path for resistance. In the half-month since Ling Yan moved out of the Lu household, Lu Jinghang's life appeared unchanged. He remained the workaholic CEO, arriving at the office earliest and leaving latest, efficient, aloof, and beyond reproach. Only Li Ruwei could vaguely sense that the president's demeanor was not as tranquil as it seemed. The familiar figure nestled in the corner of the office, snacking on treats, had vanished, replaced by an almost suffocating stillness. Lu Jinghang occasionally found himself unconsciously glancing at the vacant sofa or the workstation by the window, furrowing his brows as the atmospheric pressure around him inexplicably dipped. The secondary card he had provided to Ling Yan revealed scant spending records, apart from essential daily expenses. There were almost no significant transactions. It seemed that Ling Yan had resolutely decided to sever ties with him and the Lu family. This realization ignited an unnameable fury within Lu Jinghang. He discovered that he was increasingly unaccustomed to this feeling of losing control. That evening, after concluding a multinational conference, Lu Jinghang rubbed his temples and gazed out at the setting sun. He picked up his phone, his finger hovering over Ling Yan's number for a brief moment before ultimately dialing Li Ruwei's extension. "How are things at Xinghui?" Li Ruwei promptly reported. "Young Master Ling has basically remained at Xinghui for the past 2 weeks, and the situation has stabilized. After engaging with several core technical personnel, the previously rumored poaching controversy seems to have subsided. Additionally, young Master Ling declined a previously agreed-upon collaboration project with indirect ties to the Lin family, providing substantial reasoning that left the other party with no grounds for objection. Lu Jingheng listened quietly, his finger unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. He paused for a moment, his tone remaining flat. Is he doing well recently? Li Rue was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the president was inquiring about young Master Ling's personal circumstances. He hurriedly replied, "Young Master Ling appears to be adapting well to living alone, maintaining a regular schedule. Aside from the company and his apartment, he occasionally visits a nearby library or gym. The security personnel report that everything is normal." Lu Jingheng ended the call. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, yet images of the youth sweating in the gym or quietly reading by the window in the library surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. Could that slender frame withstand such intense exercise? What books was he reading? A powerful urge to confirm these details with his own eyes surged within him. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of annoyance passing through them. When did he become so overly sentimental? Indeed, Ling Yan seemed to be thriving in his current life. During the day, he handled affairs at Xinghui, and by night returned to his apartment to either continue researching materials or relish the rare moments of leisure. The diligent 024 was monitoring various developments, particularly the turmoil surrounding Lin Weiwei, which brought him considerable satisfaction. The body he inhabited had grown significantly stronger due to his conscious efforts in exercise and nurturing during this period, though it remained somewhat slender, no longer appearing so frail. In just half a month, a university would commence its new semester, and he was about to become a sophomore. The original owner had studied finance with mediocre results. Ling Yan held little expectation for campus life, yet maintaining the necessary academic credentials and social circles was still essential. Furthermore, the relatively simple university environment might allow him a temporary reprieve from the cutthroat intrigues of the business world, granting him a moment of tranquility. That night, upon returning from the gym, the doorbell rang as Ling Yan entered his apartment. Upon peering through the peephole, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jingheng? What was he doing here? Ling Yan opened the door. Lu Jingheng stood outside the door, still clad in a perfectly tailored dark suit. His stature upright, yet a subtle hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. In his hand, he held an exquisitely crafted food container. Ling Yan was somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Lu Jingheng's gaze swept over him. The young man was dressed in loose athletic wear, his forehead dampened by sweat, a few strands clinging to his smooth skin. His cheeks bore a healthy flush from exertion, and his breath came in soft gasps. Compared to his time at the Lu residence, he appeared significantly improved, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Just passing by, Lu Jingheng replied succinctly, handing over the food container. "Mom had the kitchen prepare some soup for you." The rationale seemed somewhat forced. The Lu villa and this place were entirely in different directions. Ling Yan accepted the container, feeling its warmth. "Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Aunt Sue. Would you like to come in and sit?" He stepped aside. After a brief pause, Lu Jingheng stepped inside. Chapter 21. The love story of a business tycoon. The apartment was impeccably tidy, with minimal possessions, exuding the neatness of a solitary man. The air carried a faint, refreshing scent unique to Ling Yan. Lu Jingheng seated himself on the sofa, discreetly surveying the surroundings. Ling Yan poured him a glass of water and sat down across from him. An air of silence enveloped them momentarily. "How is Xinghui?" Lu Jingheng lifted the glass, breaking the stillness. "Quite well, getting accustomed," Ling Yan replied succinctly. "If you encounter any trouble, feel free to reach out." "I understand, thank you." Another silence followed. Lu Jingheng observed Ling Yan's lowered brows, his lips appearing particularly rosy from recent exertion, and felt an involuntary gulp in his throat. He discovered that merely sitting beside him, inhaling his clean scent, remarkably eased the restlessness that had plagued him for the past fortnight. "I heard you're about to start school?" He shifted the topic. "Yes, in another half-month. A university is not far from here. Indeed, the commute is quite convenient." The conversation felt somewhat stiff, progressing with difficulty. Ling Yan sensed Lu Jinghong's gaze upon him, more intense than usual, imbued with an undeniable warmth that was hard to ignore. It made him uneasy, causing him to instinctively shy away from direct eye contact. Lu Jinghang noted the faint crimson hue of his earlobes, a spark of desire igniting within him. He suddenly felt a compelling urge to know whether, during these past weeks, the young man had thought of him, even for a fleeting moment. Moving out, is it truly that joyous? Lu Jinghong's voice deepened slightly, revealing an unrecognized tension. Ling Yan lifted his gaze, meeting his profound eyes. The emotions swirling within were clearer and more perilous than during their last encounter on the terrace. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He pressed his lips together, averting that overtly direct gaze, and softly replied, "I merely believe this is best for everyone." For everyone? Lu Jinghang echoed, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. He leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them. Including me? A formidable sense of pressure enveloped them once more, and Ling Yan could even feel the faint current of the other's breath. He instinctively tensed his spine, but did not retreat. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet Lu Jinghong's eyes and stated, "I do not comprehend your meaning." His voice, more composed than he anticipated, revealed only a slight tightening of his fingertips, betraying a fleeting tremor. Observing his feigned calmness, Lu Jinghong's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing against the stray locks of Ling Yan's hair, the motion slow and imbued with a possessive allure. The intent was unmistakable. Lu Jinghong's voice was deep and resolute. "The person I have chosen will never be relinquished." His fingertips, cool to the touch, elicited a shiver upon contact with Ling Yan's skin. Ling Yan's breath hitched slightly as he acutely sensed the undertone of the words. He subtly turned his head to evade the other's touch, his tone calm, yet unmistakably rejecting. "Mr. Lu, you jest." This deliberate address darkened Lu Jinghong's gaze. He withdrew his hand and scrutinized Ling Yan deeply, stating, "Whether it is jest or not, you shall soon discover." Rising to his feet, he resumed his usual austere demeanor, though an unwavering determination lingered in his eyes. "Remember to drink the soup." He adjusted the cuff of his suit. "See you tomorrow." The door closed gently behind him. After Lu Jinghong's departure, the apartment fell into a silence so profound that it echoed the sound of his own heartbeat. Ling Yan remained seated for a long while, absently twisting the lock of hair that had been touched, striving to dispel the lingering, unsettling sensation. Meanwhile, in the departing car, Lu Jinghang gazed at the receding window in the rearview mirror, his fingertips lightly tapping the steering wheel. Since the matter had been made explicit, he would grant no opportunity for evasion. This game of wits would be his victory. Host, your heart rate and adrenaline levels just exhibited significant fluctuations. The mechanical voice of 024 remarked with a hint of curiosity. Ling Yan set his hands down, his expression unreadable as he rose and made his way to the bathroom. Silence, clear the irrelevant data. The warm water cascaded over his body, yet it could not wash away the image of those profound, focused black eyes or the haunting declaration that the person I have chosen has never been able to escape. Beneath the curtain of water, Ling Yan slowly closed his eyes, allowing the warm streams to trace the contours of his face. In this moment, he became acutely aware that Lu Jinghong's attitude towards him had transcended the initial cautious observation and probing, evolving into a deeper, more tenacious emotion. What startled him further was that, in the face of this fervent sentiment, he was not as tranquil as he had imagined. A certain indescribable flutter was quietly dismantling the defenses he had meticulously constructed. This unfamiliar sensation of heart-pounding exhilaration was disconcerting yet not entirely unwelcome. However, this did not imply he would easily capitulate. In the languid life of a retired magnate, there was no room for becoming the contract lover of a domineering CEO. Upon emerging from the shower, Ling Yan's emotions had settled. He opened the food box brought by Lu Jinghang, revealing meticulously prepared medicinal chicken soup, rich in aroma. He savored it leisurely. The taste was exquisite, a testament to the Lu family's culinary expertise. He retrieved his phone and sent a message of gratitude to Su Wan, accompanied by a photo of himself enjoying the soup. Su Wan responded swiftly, her words infused with affection. Ling Yan gazed at the screen, his expression softening momentarily. He appreciated the warmth emanating from the Liu family. As for Liu Jingheng, he set his phone down and turned his gaze towards the dazzling urban nightscape outside. Let us see who can truly dominate whom. In the following days, Ling Yan's life remained both orderly and fulfilling. Under his meticulous guidance, Xinghui technology gradually found its footing. He refrained from hastily launching groundbreaking technologies, opting instead to first optimize internal management processes, stabilize the core team, and leverage the formidable analytical capabilities of 024 to decisively eliminate several marginal projects with low return on investment and uncertain prospects, thereby concentrating resources on the core development of artificial intelligence algorithms and innovative semiconductor materials. Several executives, who had initially adopted a wait-and-see attitude, gradually shifted to a stance of respect as they witnessed his decisive and astute methods. Regarding the subtle maneuvers of Lin Weiwei, Ling Yan did not let his guard down. Through continuous surveillance and countermeasures from 024, several gray capital channels covertly controlled by Lin Weiwei suffered significant blows, incurring considerable losses. She resembled an insect ensnared in a web. The more she struggled, the tighter the entanglement became. The internal strife within the Lin family intensified. Lin Haoshuan and his mother seemed to have acquired further evidence of Lin Weiwei's actions detrimental to the Lin family's interest for personal gain. Launching a more vigorous assault during the board meeting, Lin Weiwei, overwhelmed and in disarray, was compelled to temporarily set aside her plans to infiltrate the Liu family and seize Ling Yan's inheritance. Ling Yan relished the tranquility. During this pre-semester period, aside from managing company affairs, he devoted most of his energy to physical fitness and reading. The foundation of his body was woefully inadequate and required consistent nurturing. Reading served as his finest means of obtaining information about the world and relaxing his mind. Since that evening, Liu Jingheng had not made any unexpected visits, yet his presence remained undiminished. In Ling Yan's apartment, unexpected gifts began to appear intermittently. Sometimes they were a set of rare, limited edition professional books sent by a prestigious auction house. Other times, they were rare culinary ingredients air-freighted to suit his tastes. One day, the manager of his frequented gym personally called to inform him that he had attained the highest VIP status, complete with access to exclusive equipment areas and personal training services, the fees of which had been settled by Mr. Liu. These gifts, though valuable, were tailored to his preferences, imbued with a subtle attentiveness and assertiveness. Ling Yan accepted them all without a word of acknowledgement. He would reference the limited edition books for research, savor the exquisite ingredients, and enjoy the comforts of his VIP privileges during workouts. Yet beyond that, he offered no verbal reciprocation. It was as if he were engaged in a silent contest, responding to that assertive approach with aloofness and distance. One day, as Ling Yan was reviewing the upcoming quarter's deep budget report for Xinghui in his apartment, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was the delivery person, he opened the door to find Jiang Chun standing outside, holding a bouquet of fresh white tulips. Ling Yan, I apologize for the intrusion. Jiang Chun, with a warm smile, offered a bouquet, saying, I heard you've moved here. I happen to be nearby on business, so I thought I'd drop by. Congratulations on your new home. Ling Yan, somewhat taken aback, accepted the bouquet graciously, replying, Thank you, Brother Jiang. Please come in. As Jiang Chun entered, his gaze swept across the elegantly simple apartment, and he expressed his admiration. The environment here is quite pleasant. Indeed, Ling Yan replied as he poured a glass of water for him. It's almost time for school to start. I assent it. Jiang Chun naturally initiated a conversation. Professor Chun from the finance department at a university is my mentor. If you need, I can introduce you. Thank you, but that won't be necessary for now. Ling Yan politely declined. Jiang Chun, undeterred, shifted the discussion to the latest developments in academia and industry. His extensive knowledge and witty remarks skillfully guided the conversation, ensuring it remained engaging and devoid of pressure. Ling Yan sensed the goodwill emanating from him. along with that persistent, focused gaze of admiration. He maintained a courteous distance. After about half an hour of conversation, Jiang Chun rose to take his leave, having perfectly gauged the moment. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chun, Ling Yan gazed at the white tulips and, after a moment of contemplation, found a vase to arrange them, placing it in the corner of the living room. The fresh flowers indeed added a touch of liveliness to the apartment. Unbeknownst to him, the scene of Jiang Chun's visit and the meticulously arranged tulips would soon appear as a photograph on Lu Jinghang's desk. Chapter 22. The romantic script of business tycoons. Li Rui stood before the desk, hardly daring to breathe. Lu Jinghang scrutinized the photograph of the two, engaging warmly in conversation. Alongside the glaring white tulips in Ling Yan's living room, his gaze gradually turned icy, an oppressive aura enveloping him, thick enough to condense the air. He recognized the flower's symbolism, pure love. Jiang Chun, how dare he? Get out. Lu Jinghang's voice sliced through the tension like ice. Li Rui felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly retreating and gently closing the door behind him. Lu Jinghang violently swept the photograph from the desk onto the floor. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples. An unprecedented fury and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He had believed Ling Yan merely needed space. Thus, he had restrained himself, approaching with what he deemed patience and consideration. Yet what was the outcome? While he suppressed his restlessness, someone else had seized the opportunity. That hypocrite, Jiang Chun, and Ling Yan. Had he actually accepted another's flowers? Displaying them in the living room? Did he truly favor those tulips? Did he fancy that duplicitous man? Lu Jinghang's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a shocking crimson hue. He retrieved his phone, locating Ling Yan's number, his finger hovering over the dial button, nearly crushing the screen with his grip. Yet, he ultimately refrained from calling. A fierce sense of pride and uncontrollable rage clashed within him. He could not confront him like a petulant youth. That would only drive him further away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jinghang forced himself to regain composure. He straightened his posture, adjusted his slightly askew tie, and transformed back into the composed and aloof CEO of the Lu Corporation. Yet, beneath the surface, a deeper, more resolute current of ambition surged. He picked up the internal phone. Li Rui, prepare the car. Yes, President. May I ask where to? Yinding International. Ling Yan was blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing on Lu Jinghang's side. He had just received a reminder from a school about the upcoming term and was organizing a schedule. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered it. Is this Ling Yan's younger brother? This is Lin Weiwei. The voice on the other end was still gentle, but a hint of fatigue was unmistakable. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. Contacting him directly at this hour suggested that the internal strife within the Lin family was more troublesome than she let on. Miss Lin, is there something you need? His tone was distant and indifferent. Regarding the events at the banquet, I believe there may have been some misunderstandings. Lin Weiwei's voice carried just the right amount of apology. I admit I was a bit hasty and spoke thoughtlessly. Recently, family matters have indeed placed a considerable burden on me. She paused, her tone softening further. Ling Yan, I know that Jinghang currently values your opinion. Could you possibly say a few words on my behalf? If he could express his stance at tomorrow's board meeting, the Lin family could stabilize the situation. It will be a mere trifle for you. Miss Lin, Ling Yan interjected, his voice devoid of emotion. Lu's investment decisions have never been swayed by personal relationships. You should know this better than anyone. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and when Lin Weiwei spoke again, a hint of barely concealed urgency laced her voice. Consider it a favor owed to you, if you're willing to assist. I can also leverage the Lin family's resources on the Xinghui matter. No need, Ling Yan replied, his tone still flat but resolute. Miss Lin, some paths must ultimately be walked alone. He ended the call, his fingertip gently tapping the screen to add the number to his blacklist. It seemed this Miss Lin was indeed cornered. Host, she must be at her wit's end, right? 024 murmured softly. Desperation breeds recklessness. Ling Yan set his phone aside, his gaze returning to the course schedule. However, the more anxious she became, the more prone she was to errors. He was curious to see what tricks this book character might employ next. Just as he was about to continue examining the schedule, the doorbell rang again. Today, there seemed to be an abundance of visitors. Ling Yan walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Jiang Chun, returning with an expression of just the right amount of apology. Ling Yan, I'm sorry, but it seems I left my car keys here. Ling Yan thought for a moment and realized he hadn't noticed them. Let me help you look for them. He stepped aside to let Jiang Chun in. The two searched the living room thoroughly, but found no keys. I might have misremembered. Perhaps they are in the car, Jiang Chun said with an apologetic smile, his gaze inadvertently landing on the delicate nape of Ling Yan's neck exposed as he bent down to search, his eyes darkening slightly. Just then, the apartment door was abruptly opened from the outside with a key. The three of them were momentarily stunned. Ling Yan and Jiang Chun turned simultaneously to the entrance. Lu Jinghang stood there, holding a newly made set of keys, his expression dark enough to suggest a storm was brewing. His gaze was as sharp as an icicle, lingering for a fleeting moment on Ling Yan's face before piercing fiercely towards Jiang Chun, who stood perilously close beside him. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and still. Ling Yan regarded the suddenly appearing Lu Jinghang and the glaring key he held, his brow furrowing in confusion. How could he possess a key to this place? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun quickly regained his composure after the initial shock, adopting a demeanor of genteel sophistication. Though the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth carried an unmistakable hint of provocation. Jinghang, what brings you here? Jiang Chun spoke first, his tone casual, as if he were the master of the domain. Lu Jinghang chose to ignore him. He strode forward, each step laden with an overwhelming sense of authority, directly approaching Ling Yan and locking his heavy gaze onto him. I have come to take you to school for a preliminary visit, he stated, his voice husky and laced with a restrained intensity. Ling Yan met his eyes, which brimmed with anger and a deeper, unspoken emotion, causing the tension within him to tighten once more. He understood that Lu Jinghang's sudden arrival was far from a mere familiarization. This silent confrontation seemed poised to escalate, and he had no intention of retreating. Very well. Ling Yan suddenly curved his lips into a shallow yet somewhat distant smile, acquiescing. He was eager to see what Lu Jinghang intended to do. Chapter 23. The romantic script of a business tycoon. The air within the apartment felt as though it had frozen under the cold aura exuded by Lu Jinghang. He paid no heed to Jiang Chun, his gaze solidly fixed on Ling Yan. His statement of "I have come to take you to school for a preliminary visit" resembling more of an imperious decree than an invitation. Ling Yan observed the newly acquired key in Lu Jinghang's possession, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. Such unwarranted encroachment offended his principles. However, he maintained his composure, his aloof smile slightly diminishing. When did you acquire the key? Lu Jinghang appeared oblivious to the challenge embedded in his words, his tone remaining cold and unyielding. For security purposes, his gaze swept past the composed Jiang Chun, hinting that such measures were indeed necessary. Jiang Chun seized the moment to interject, his smile flawless. Jinghang truly cares for Ling Yan. Since you both have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. He turned to Ling Yan, his tone gentle. Ling Yan, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. He expertly gauged the situation, presenting himself as nothing more than an incidental visitor, and before departing, he nodded politely to Lu Jinghang, exiting the apartment with an air of nonchalance. Once the door closed, only Ling Yan and Lu Jinghang remained in the space, the taut, volatile tension now palpable. Ling Yan seated himself beside the sofa, picking up the half-read class schedule, and spoke with unruffled detachment. There's no need to trouble Mr. Lu. I know the way to school. He was drawing a clear boundary. Lu Jinghang fixated on his lowered brow and eyes, observing his deliberate evasion. As a nameless fury ignited within him, he strode a few steps closer to Ling Yan, his towering figure casting an oppressive shadow. Ling Yan, he intoned, his voice low and gravelly with suppressed emotion. Must you adopt this attitude towards me? Ling Yan lifted his gaze, his honey-colored eyes transparent and devoid of any turmoil. I do not understand your meaning. What attitude should I adopt? With a heart brimming with gratitude, Do I accept the key to my apartment that you have taken the liberty to procure? Or should I express my heartfelt appreciation for your meticulous care over the past fortnight? His tone remained tranquil, laced with a hint of perplexity, as if he were merely stating a fact. Yet each word pierced the very core of Lu Jinghang's deepest concerns. Lu Jinghang's jaw tightened as he leaned closer, his hands resting on either side of Ling Yan's body against the back of the sofa, effectively trapping him between himself and the couch. The crisp scent of cedar mingled with a semblance of dangerous fury, enveloping Ling Yan entirely. What am I to do with you? Lu Jinghang nearly ground his teeth as he forced the words through clenched jaws, his profound gaze ensnaring Ling Yan, swirling with long-suppressed, intricate emotions. Watching others fawn over you, observing you push me away, the proximity between them was palpable, their noses almost touching. Ling Yan could distinctly perceive the bloodshot hue in his eyes and felt the heat of his breath. His heart raced uncontrollably, yet Ling Yan's expression remained composed. He did not flinch. Instead, he slightly tilted his head back, meeting Lu Jinghang's scrutinizing gaze with a hint of provocation playing at the corners of his lips. By what authority do you question these matters? The words struck the heart of the matter with precision. Lu Jinghang's pupils constricted. Authority? Those once taken for granted bonds of relationship now appeared painfully insipid. Yet, this young man before him, in his most composed demeanor, had erected an invisible barrier, isolating him from access. He gazed at Ling Yan's lips, soft and naturally tinted with a delicate pink, now uttering the most distant of words. An overwhelming urge surged within him, a fierce desire to capture those lips and silence all resistance. His gaze was unmistakably intense, and Ling Yan astutely sensed the lurking danger within it. Just as Lu Jinghang stood on the precipice of losing control, Ling Yan suddenly moved. Rather than pushing him away, he extended his hand, gently resting it upon Lu Jinghang's wrist where it leaned on the sofa's back. The coolness of his fingertips provided a stark contrast, a tangible sensation. Lu Jinghang's body stiffened abruptly. Ling Yan regarded him with an unwavering calmness, imbued with an air of all-knowing detachment. I am neither a business to be conquered nor a fledgling in need of your protection. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable strength. If what you desire is a companion who can stand by your side. Ling Yan paused, pressing lightly on his wrist before withdrawing, then added, then cast aside your rigid demeanor. With that, he exerted just enough force to push aside Lu Jinghang's slightly rigid arm, rising gracefully from the sofa. The weight of the moment dissipated. Ling Yan adjusted his slightly wrinkled shirt, his tone reverting to its customary gentleness, as if the silent standoff had never transpired. Aren't you heading to school? Let us go. He strode towards the door first. Lu Jinghang remained rooted to the spot, gazing at his empty wrist, where the lingering coolness of the youth's fingertips seemed to remain, along with the tremor that had reached deep into his heart. He slowly straightened his posture, gazing at Ling Yan's slender and upright silhouette, tumultuous waves stirring within his eyes. This was not a business to be conquered, nor a fledgling in need of protection. The individual standing beside him was formidable. Thus, was it not a rejection, but rather the establishment of rules? An unprecedented emotion, a melange of frustration, irritation, and an intensified intrigue erupted within his heart. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle, tinged with self-mockery and a hint of relief. Indeed, he had been overly eager. This youth was far more complex and captivating than he had anticipated. He took long strides to catch up. The journey to a university was enveloped in silence. Ling Yan leaned against the car window, observing the swiftly retreating urban landscape with a tranquil demeanor, as if the earlier confrontation in the apartment had merely been an illusion. Lu Jinghang sat opposite him, also silent, occasionally turning to steal glances at Ling Yan's elegantly sculpted profile and the delicate flutter of his long eyelashes. His gaze deep and inscrutable. He was savoring Ling Yan's earlier words and his seemingly dismissive yet subtly assertive gestures. This little fox was signaling that to draw near, one must adhere to his rules. Intriguing. The car halted at the entrance of a university, bustling with life as the new academic year approached. brimming with youthful exuberance. Ling Yan and Lu Jinghang walk side by side along the tree-lined path. Their striking appearances and poise, particularly Lu Jinghang's expensive suit that seemed out of place in the campus setting, attracting a multitude of curious and admiring glances. Who are they? Are they new students? So handsome. That man beside him has quite the presence. He looks somewhat familiar. Is he the CEO of the Lu Corporation from the finance magazine? Whispers fill the air. Ling Yan paid no heed to the gazes surrounding him, making his way directly toward the finance department's lecture hall. Lu Jinghang followed closely, his eyes scanning the curious and awestruck stares directed at Ling Yan, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. He disliked this feeling, as though a cherished treasure had been laid bare before all. Do you usually attend classes like this? His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Ling Yan cast him a fleeting glance like what? Attracting attention? Ling Yan nearly laughed out of exasperation. He halted, turning to face Lu Jinghang directly. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about attracting attention, or do you believe I should don a mask to attend classes? Chapter 24. The Romance of Business Titans. Lu Jinghang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Recognizing the playful glint in the youth's eyes and realizing he had once again lost his composure, he pressed his lips together, refraining from further comment. Ling Yan, dismissing him, continued on. They arrived at the main lecture hall of the finance department, where Ling Yan consulted his class schedule to locate his upcoming classrooms. They subsequently visited the library, where Ling Yan successfully obtained a new library card. Throughout this time, Lu Jinghang remained by his side, silently observing as Ling Yan adeptly navigated the various procedures, engaging politely with the staff. In this moment, Ling Yan shed the polished edge he wielded in the business realm, and unlike his occasionally languid and prickly demeanor in Lu Jinghang's presence, he resembled an ordinary, slightly bookish student of remarkable charm. Yet this ordinary moment bestowed upon Lu Jinghang a peculiar sense of tranquility. It was as if, by merely observing him strolling along the shaded paths of the campus, time itself slowed and transformed into something beautiful. At the entrance of the library, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Chun. He appeared to have just emerged after borrowing a book, and upon seeing them, a perfectly measured surprise flickered across his face, quickly evolving into a warm smile. Jinghang, Ling Yan, what a coincidence. Lu Jinghang's expression darkened instantly. Ling Yan, however, maintained his composure and nodded slightly, addressing him, Brother Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted between the two, and he remarked with a smile. It seems Jinghang is playing the role of the good brother today. It's almost mealtime. I know a nice private kitchen nearby. Shall we go together? No need. Lu Jinghang replied curtly, his tone rigid and unyielding. Jiang Chun, undeterred by the rejection, turned to Ling Yan and inquired, What do you think, Ling Yan? Ling Yan sensed the sudden tension in Lu Jinghang's body and the palpable drop in the atmosphere around them. He smiled faintly and responded to Jiang Chun. Thank you for the kind offer, Brother Jiang Chun, but we have other plans. Perhaps next time. By using we, he naturally included Lu Jinghang in his circle while subtly declining Jiang Chen's invitation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Chen's eyes, yet his smile remained intact. Very well, then. Let us arrange it for another time. You both have your business. I shall take my leave. As Jiang Chen's figure receded, the chill surrounding Lu Jinghang began to dissipate. He gazed down at Ling Yan, his expression complex. Ling Yan, appearing unperturbed, took a step forward, urging, Let us go. Don't we have plans? Observing Ling Yan's retreating silhouette, the restlessness in Lu Jinghang's heart was miraculously soothed. He quickened his pace to match Ling Yan's, and together they walked side by side along the campus path, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Their shadows stretched long, occasionally intertwining. Why did you refuse him just now? Lu Jinghang couldn't help but ask, his voice significantly softer than before. Ling Yan, gazing ahead, replied nonchalantly, I simply didn't wish to go. Was it because I was there? Ling Yan halted his steps, turned his head, and looked at him with a half-smile. Do you think you wield enough influence over me? Lu Jinghang was momentarily taken aback. Observing Lu Jinghang at a loss, Ling Yan felt inexplicably uplifted. He continued walking, his voice carried by the wind. I merely wish to avoid dealing with inconsequential people and matters. Lu Jinghang pondered this statement. Inconsequential people and matters? Did it refer to Jiang Chun, or did it include him as well? He quickened his stride to walk alongside Ling Yan, falling into silence for a moment before suddenly speaking with an unprecedented seriousness. Ling Yan, I will not give up. Ling Yan did not pause, though his eyelashes fluttered lightly. I know, he answered softly, devoid of any discernible emotion. He was aware that Lu Jinghang would not yield, and he, it seemed, did not genuinely wish to push him away. Yet, how this path would unfold, the initiative must rest firmly in his own hands. The remnants of the setting sun stretched their shadows long, intertwining as if inseparable. Ling Yan gazed at the shadows entwined on the ground, and in some hardened corner of his heart, a subtle shift seemed to occur. Perhaps engaging in a romantic relationship, isn't so complicated after all? At the very least, it does not feel entirely unpleasant. Host, your dopamine and endorphin levels are surging dramatically. The voice of 024 chirped in delight. Ling Yan let out a slight hum in his heart, refraining from contradiction. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk. Close too is a new beginning. A week into the new semester at university, campus life gradually fell into a rhythm. Ling Yan remained low-key, aside from essential classes. He devoted most of his time to matters concerning Xinghui technology. His handsome visage and an air of tranquility that belied his youth drew considerable attention. Yet he always maintained a polite yet distant demeanor, making it difficult for others to draw near. That afternoon, as the final macroeconomics class concluded, Ling Yan was tidying up his books, preparing to leave, when Jiang Chun appeared at the classroom door, dressed in a light cashmere sweater and casual trousers. He leaned against the doorframe, a warm smile illuminating his face, prompting passing students to glance his way. Ling Yan, he called, approaching with a natural familiarity. Just finished class? Would you like to grab a cup of coffee? Our new place nearby has excellent pour-overs. This marked the third serendipitous encounter and invitation of the week. Ling Yan paused, gazing at Jiang Chun. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting mottled shadows across his gentle face. The admiration and anticipation in Jiang Chun's eyes were unmistakable. To be fair, Jiang Chun was a remarkably charming man, gentle, considerate, and profoundly knowledgeable, possessing an admirable poise. If Ling Yan were merely an ordinary university student, it might have been challenging to decline such overtures. However, he was not. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Jiang Chun's gaze and fully cognizant of his own complex, unutterable feelings towards Lu Jinghang, which were anything but indifferent. He wished to convey no ambiguous signals and had no desire to entangle himself in a more complicated situation. Jiang Chun, Ling Yan began, his voice calm and imbued with a discernible distance. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. A flicker of tension crossed Jiang Chun's smile, but it quickly returned to its previous warmth. That's all right. Perhaps next time. There will be no next time, Ling Yan interrupted, meeting his gaze with unwavering clarity, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Jiang Chun, you are a wonderful person, yet we are not suited for one another, and there will be no possibilities beyond mere friendship. I hope you can understand. His words were concise and decisive, slicing through any lingering ambiguity like a precise scalpel. Jiang Chun's smile finally faltered entirely. He looked at Ling Yan, who stood illuminated in the halo of light, his posture upright, his gaze clear yet resolute, showing no signs of evasion nor any inclination to lead him on. He was serious. A wave of profound disappointment and discomfort surged within Jiang Chun. He had never faced such a candid rejection in matters of the heart. Maintaining his last shred of composure, he forced a somewhat strained smile. I understand. He inhaled deeply, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Ling Yan, a hint of unnoticeable sorrow creeping in. Ling Yan, you are truly special. I hope we can remain friends. Ling Yan nodded in acknowledgement, offering a response, and then continued on his way, passing by him with his books held close, leaving the teaching building with steady steps. Jiang Chun stood still, watching the resolute figure vanish around the corner of the staircase. After a long moment, He let out a bitter smile, shook his head. Indeed, it was not meant to be. One cannot force what is not theirs. Yet, the hollow feeling in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 25. The romance of a business tycoon on the top floor of the administrative building across from the teaching block, in an idle conference room. Lu Jinghang stood before a massive one-way glass window, witnessing all that transpired below. He had come to a university to discuss a collaborative project and had just concluded his meeting with the school leaders when, inexplicably, he found himself here. Witnessing Jiang Chun confronting Ling Yan. Though he could not hear their conversation, he observed Ling Yan's expression, calm, detached, and tinged with an unmistakable coldness that brooked no argument. Then he saw Ling Yan utter a few words to Jiang Chun, whose smile froze, transforming into a mask of rigidity and disappointment. Finally, Ling Yan departed without a backward glance. Even from a distance, Lu Jinghang could feel the unequivocal rejection emanating from Ling Yan. No hesitation, no ambiguity. As clear as a chasm drawn between them. An indescribable emotion seized Lu Jinghang's heart in that instant. It was neither joy nor pride, but something deeper, a blend of astonishment and a burning sense of affirmation. He had always known the youth possessed a steadfast heart, yet he had not anticipated such decisiveness in matters of the heart. He watched Ling Yan disappear from view, replaying the scene in his mind. It was not a game of feigned indifference or a strategy of waiting for a better offer. Rather, it was a resolute refusal to grant even the slightest opportunity to someone he found uninteresting. What then of himself? Lu Jinghang recalled Ling Yan's demeanor when in his presence, sometimes languid, at times prickly, and occasionally coolly, setting boundaries. Did this imply that he held a different significance in Ling Yan's eyes? This realization struck him like a powerful current, instantly cutting through the restlessness, unease, and uncertainty that had plagued him in recent days. He abruptly turned and strode out of the conference room. He needed to see him immediately. As Ling Yan approached the school gate, preparing to call for a ride back to his apartment, a familiar car glided silently to a stop before him. The rear window lowered, revealing Lu Jinghang's sharply contoured profile. "Get in," he said, his voice deeper than usual, laced with a subtle hint of expectation. Ling Yan regarded him, somewhat surprised by his presence, yet he opened the door and took a seat inside. The spacious interior felt somewhat constricted by Lu Jinghang's presence. Ling Yan sensed a different aura emanating from him, more dangerous, more fervent. "What brings you here?" Ling Yan fastened his seatbelt, maintaining his usual tone. Lu Jinghang offered no reply, merely instructed the driver to the apartment. The car smoothly began to move. Lu Jinghang turned his head, his gaze heavy upon Ling Yan's face, as if it bore hooks, poised to dissect him entirely. "What did you say to Jiang Chun just now?" he inquired, his voice low and intense. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been seen. He had no intention of concealing anything, nor was there anything to hide. "It's nothing. I just want him to stop wasting his time on me." Ling Yan's tone was flat, as if she were discussing the most ordinary of matters. Lu Jinghang's heart felt as though it had been struck by something forceful. He gazed at Ling Yan's indifferent profile. Her nonchalant tone wielded more power than any solemn vow. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the hand she had resting on her knee. His palm was fervent, slightly damp, and his grip was firm, almost painfully so for Ling Yan. She stiffened, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his hold. Lifting her gaze, she met Lu Jinghang's intense, almost igniting black eyes. "Ling Yan," Lu Jinghang's voice was gravelly, imbued with a resolute desperation. "Tell me, am I also wasting my time?" His gaze was aggressive, direct, revealing an unrestrained turmoil of longing and uncertainty. Ling Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. She regarded Lu Jinghang, a man typically stoic and self-possessed, now revealing such vulnerability and urgency because of her. She distinctly felt the slight tremor in the hand that held hers. He was afraid of receiving an answer akin to Jiang Chen's. This realization strangely soothed the last remnants of hesitation and resistance within Ling Yan. She did not pull away. Instead, she slightly relaxed her grip, allowing him to hold her. With her eyes cast downward, her long lashes casting a soft shadow beneath. She fell silent for a moment before softly speaking, her voice barely audible, yet clearly reaching Lu Jinghong's ears. "What do you think?" There was no definitive answer. Yet, to Lu Jinghang at that moment, those three words were akin to celestial music. It was neither rejection nor dismissal. He did not even deny the premise of wasting time. A surging wave of overwhelming joy, nearly drowning him, instantly shattered all his rationality and restraint. He abruptly pulled Ling Yan closer. Caught off guard, she tumbled into his embrace, her senses engulfed by the cold yet fervent essence that enveloped him. Ling Yan, Lu Jinghang murmured her name, his arms tightly encircling her slender waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her pure, crisp scent. His voice was muffled, trembling as if the dust had finally settled. "Don't deceive me." Ling Yan felt slightly breathless from his embrace, yet she could distinctly sense the fierce thumping of his heart beneath her. Slowly, her rigid body began to relax, and, eventually, she lifted the hand not held captive by his and softly wrapped it around him in return. This was a silent affirmation. Lu Jinghong's body jolted, tightening his hold as if he wished to meld her into his very being. The carriage was enveloped in silence, save for their intermingled, somewhat unsteady breaths. The driver in the front seat had tactfully raised the partition. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, until Lu Jinghang slightly loosened his grip. Yet he still encircled Ling Yan's waist, unwilling to fully release her. He lifted his gaze, observing the faint blush on Ling Yan's cheeks and the shimmering depths of her eyes, his throat tightening as his gaze lingered on her lips, revealing an unmistakable yearning. Ling Yan could feel the warmth of his gaze, his heart pounding like a drum. He slightly turned his head, evading that overly direct stare, a blush creeping onto his ears. Enough. His voice was somewhat soft, tinged with a hint of unrecognized shyness. Lu Jinghang let out a low chuckle, a sound filled with unprecedented joy and contentment. He did not push further. Instead, he continued to hold Ling Yan's hand tightly, his fingertips gently caressing the back of his hand, as if confirming this precious treasure that had been lost and found again. Chapter 26. The romance of business tycoons. The car came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Lu Jinghang followed Ling Yan out, naturally accompanying him upstairs. This time, he refrained from using the security key, waiting for Ling Yan to unlock the door himself. As they stepped into the apartment, the door softly closed behind them, shutting the world out. Lu Jinghang enveloped Ling Yan in his arms once more. Unlike the previous forcefulness, this embrace was imbued with restrained tenderness. His arms were strong and firm, encircling Ling Yan within his domain, exuding an unshakable sense of protection. Now, his lips were nearly brushing against Ling Yan's ear, his warm breath grazing the sensitive skin. His voice was low and intimate. "Answer me. In what capacity am I to you?" Ling Yan leaned against him, clearly hearing the rhythmic heartbeat resonating from Lu Jinghong's chest, its steady cadence oddly calming the last ripple of unrest within him. After a moment of quiet repose, he raised his gaze to meet those profound eyes, his voice soft yet unmistakable. "Whatever you say I am, I shall be." This declaration acted like a key, gently unlocking the emotional floodgates within Lu Jinghang. A torrential warmth surged through his limbs. He lowered his head, their foreheads lightly touching, their noses affectionately brushing against one another, their breaths inevitably merging. Ling Yan, he gazed into those eyes, which vividly reflected his own image, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and focus. "I will not give you the chance to regret." There were no grandiose words, no exaggerated vows, yet this promise carried more weight than any proclamation. Ling Yan observed the unmistakable earnestness in his eyes, the emotions swirling within them deep and fervent, dispelling the last vestige of uncertainty from his heart. He ceased to speak, merely tilting his face slightly upward, responding with a soft, almost sigh-like hum. In that moment, a silent understanding flowed through the air, a solemn promise, a gentle affirmation, achieving a resonance of souls. Certain invisible bonds had already intertwined them closely. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in the Lin family villa, the atmosphere was suffocating. Lin Weiwei knelt on the cold floor, her face devoid of color, the once delicate and gentle features now etched with unwillingness and despair. Her father, Lin Jiangwo, sat in the main sofa, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently, flanked by the cold-eyed Wang Yuru and the gleeful Lin Haoshuan. Useless. Lin Jiangwo hurled a teacup ferociously at Lin Weiwei, shard scattering. Look at the mess you've made. Not only did I fail to secure Lu Jingheng, but I also plunged the Lin family into chaos, resulting in substantial financial losses. How am I to account for this to the board? Lin Weiwei's body trembled, her nails digging deeply into her palms, drawing blood. Father, grant me one more chance. I assure you I can succeed. Lin Jiangwo interrupted her sharply, his eyes filled with disappointment and disdain. There is no more opportunity. You have been jointly dismissed from all positions by the board. From today onwards, you are to remain at home, with no allowance to venture out. Wang Yaru spoke at an opportune moment, her tone tender yet laced with a razor's edge. Jiangwo, do not let your anger take a toll on your health. It is not worth it. Weiwei merely acted thoughtlessly. The immediate concern is to stabilize the Lin family situation. I believe we should consider the marriage proposal from the Zhao family. Although young Master Zhao is somewhat frivolous, the Zhao family's substantial resources would greatly benefit us in our current predicament. Marriage? Lin Weiwei abruptly lifted her head. Incredulity etched on her face as she glanced at Wang Yaru and then at her father, who wore an approving expression. They intended to marry her off to that debauched scion of the Zhao family. No, I refuse to marry, she cried out, her voice piercing and filled with anguish. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand in annoyance. This matter is not up for discussion. For the sake of the Lin family, you must marry. The engagement is set for next month. The last flicker of hope extinguished completely. Lin Weiwei collapsed onto the ground, her gaze hollow, as if all her soul had been siphoned away. She had lost, utterly and irrevocably. Not only had she forfeited everything within the Lin family, but she was also to be treated as a pawn, sacrificed for the family's benefit. A profound hatred coursed through her veins like venom, poisoning her very being. Ling Yan, Lu Jingheng, and these so-called family members before her. You have pushed me to this point. You have driven me to despair. She lowered her head, concealing the madness and resentment flickering in her eyes. The shift in relationships felt like a veil being gently lifted, revealing the underlying currents of warmth and emotion. Ling Yan's life appeared largely unchanged, oscillating between school, Xinghui, and the apartment. Yet certain elements had undeniably shifted. Lu Jingheng no longer required any pretext of convenience or security. He began to appear openly in Ling Yan's apartment with astonishing frequency. Sometimes he would arrive in the dead of night bearing documents, claiming he needed a change of scenery to work, yet monopolizing Ling Yan's desk, his gaze frequently drifting to the youth reading on the living room sofa. Other times, on weekend mornings, he would arrive with an extravagant breakfast, occupying the seldom-used space in Ling Yan's kitchen, his movements surprisingly adept. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure of the man with rolled-up sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms as the eggs sizzled in the pan, dispelling the last remnants of chill from the apartment. Ling Yan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing him with an odd sensation stirring within. This man, who wielded power and authority outside, was now in his intimate space, preparing a meal for him. What are you staring at? Lu Jingheng turned, catching his gaze, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. I'm just surprised you can cook, Ling Yan replied candidly. Lu Jingheng carefully placed the perfectly cooked egg onto a plate, his tone unremarkable, while studying abroad. I found it hard to adapt, so I learned to make it myself. He approached with the plate, naturally wrapping his free arm around Ling Yan's waist, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss on his forehead, savoring the moment. The action flowed seamlessly, as though it had been performed countless times before. Ling Yan felt a flush creeping to his ears, but did not shy away. He even began to critique the decor in Ling Yan's apartment. This sofa is too small and uncomfortable. One evening, Lu Jingheng furrowed his brow, commenting on the single armchair where Ling Yan often nestled with a book. Ling Yan lifted his gaze from the book, casting a glance at him. No one invited you to sit. Lu Jingheng was momentarily taken aback. Striding over to firmly pull Ling Yan from the sofa, taking his place, and then encircling him in his arms, drawing him onto his lap. This is enough now. He contentedly enveloped the momentarily stiff youth in his embrace, rubbing his chin against Ling Yan's soft hair, his tone laced with a hint of lazy triumph. Ling Yan's ears flushed again, struggling slightly, but was only held tighter. "Don't move." Lu Jingheng's deep voice resonated in his ear. "Let me hold you for a while." His embrace was warm and solid, imbued with a reassuring scent of cedar. Chapter 27. The love story of a business tycoon. Ling Yan's struggles gradually subsided, his body relaxing as he leaned into Lu Jingheng's hold, even attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. An unfamiliar, warm flutter spread quietly within him. He discovered he did not mind this closeness. In fact, he found himself somewhat reluctant to part from it. Is this what love feels like? It seemed rather pleasant. Lu Jingheng sensed his compliance, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he tightened his embrace. This mundane interaction brought Lu Jingheng an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He knew that Ling Yan's world was beginning to reveal a crack for him, and he was patiently, carefully waiting for that crack to widen. In this somewhat awkward yet intimately close position, one continued to review documents while the other remained engrossed in a book, the air suffused with a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Host, your heart rate remains elevated, and your body temperature is also on the rise. 024 reported inopportunely. Ling Yan, turn off the physiological monitoring. Oh, 024 fell silent, feeling somewhat wronged. That evening, when Lu Jingheng arrived, he held what appeared to be an invitation. Are you free this weekend? He handed the invitation to Ling Yan. Upon opening it, Ling Yan discovered it was a private invitation to an astronomical observatory, signed by Lu Jingheng. What is this? He inquired, surprised. I heard there's a meteor shower coming up, Lu Jingheng replied casually, as if discussing an insignificant matter. The view there is quite good. We should be able to see it. Ling Yan looked up at him, astonished. Lu Jingheng did not strike him as the type to engage in such romantic gestures. When their eyes met, Lu Jingheng awkwardly averted his gaze, his ears faintly reddening, yet his tone remained steady. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Observing his feigned composure, Ling Yan felt a sudden softness in a corner of his heart. He closed the invitation, a gentle curve forming at the corner of his lips. Good. On Saturday evening, Lu Jingheng personally drove to pick him up. The private planetarium was situated atop a small mountain on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by serene beauty. The entire venue was indeed reserved for them, devoid of any other presence, save for the splendid starry sky simulated by the dome and the sparse stars visible through the vast glass canopy above. After guiding them to the optimal viewing spot, the staff quietly withdrew. The lighting within the venue was dimmed, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. Soft observation chairs were accompanied by blankets and warm beverages. The two sat side by side, gazing up at the celestial expanse. Is it cold? Lu Jingheng asked softly, his arm naturally draping over Ling Yan's shoulders, drawing him closer. Ling Yan shook his head, but did not resist the embrace. Lu Jingheng's warmth permeated through the thin fabric of his clothing, dispelling the chill of the night. They silently admired the starry sky, neither uttering a word. The vast cosmos and the resplendent river of stars made one acutely aware of their own insignificance, while simultaneously amplifying the presence of the person beside them. Time slipped away unnoticed until a shooting star streaked across the horizon, trailing a brilliant tail, and vanished in an instant. Ah, Ling Yan murmured softly. Soon after, the second and third shooting stars began to appear in abundance, like a shower of diamonds cascading from the heavens. Ling Yan tilted his head back, his honey-colored eyes sparkling with reflected starlight, focused and bright. Lu Jingheng, however, did not gaze at the meteors. His attention remained fixed on Ling Yan's profile. Captivated by the way his eyes widened in surprise and the pure, untainted arc that formed at the corners of his lips. In that moment, he was no longer the astute president of the Lu Corporation, nor the cautious suitor. He was simply a man whose heart swelled at the sight of the smile before him. Another exceptionally bright meteor soared across the sky. Ling Yan instinctively turned to speak to Lu Jingheng, only to be caught off guard by the depth of his focused gaze. Within those eyes reflected the starlight and his own image, an overwhelming emotion threatening to overflow. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with unspoken electricity. Ling Yan felt his heartbeat quickening, a strange, sweet fluttering spreading through him. He leaned in slightly, and before Lu Jingheng could fully comprehend, he gently brushed his lips against his in a fleeting touch, as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Yet, it ignited a fire within Lu Jingheng, setting his blood ablaze. His pupils dilated, and almost instinctively, he grasped the back of Ling Yan's head, deepening the kiss. Unlike the previous gentle caress, this kiss was charged with long-suppressed desire and dominance, fervent and entwined. Ling Yan initially stiffened, but under Lu Jingheng's assertive yet tender approach, he gradually relaxed and responded shyly. The night breeze stirred, intertwining their hair. The cacophony of the city seemed to fade away, leaving only the fervent breaths and the thunderous beats of their hearts. Time passed unnoticed as Lu Jingheng finally released Ling Yan, their foreheads touching, breaths mingling, each reflecting the other's passionate gaze. This time, it was you who stirred my interest, Lu Jingheng rasped, his voice laced with a languid satisfaction and a hint of danger. Ling Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, his breath uneven, yet he mustered the strength to glare at him, though his gaze shimmered with an enchanting allure, lacking any semblance of menace. Almost inviting instead, Lu Jingheng chuckled softly, pulling him tightly into his embrace. The scene unfolded like a romantic tableau, adorned with shooting stars, flickering lights, and the evening breeze. Two lovers entwined, crafting a picture so surreal it seemed to defy reality. Yet beneath the same starry sky, shadows were surreptitiously expanding. Within the Lin family villa, in a room cloaked by heavy curtains, Lin Weiwei sat in the darkness, the pale blue glow of the computer screen illuminating her ashen face. Her once gentle eyes now reflected a desolate grayness and an impending madness. On the screen, there were not just blurred images, but rather a meticulous analysis she had compiled from her narrative memory, detailing crucial junctures for the Lu Corporation in the forthcoming months, an overseas project on the brink of massive losses due to sudden policy shifts, a key technical personnel at risk of being poached by competitors, and even Lu Jingheng's clandestine personal agenda, initially meant to remain obscured. These had been her meticulously devised stepping stones, rehearsed countless times in her mind, intended to usurp Lu Jingheng and ultimately ascend as a commercial legend in this world. She was a transmigrator. She knew the plot. She was destined to be the protagonist of this tale. Yet, what was reality? Not only had she failed to shake Lu Jingheng in the slightest, nor to eradicate the expendable Ling Yan as planned, but she had also driven herself to the brink of despair. Her family, deeming her worthless, unhesitatingly offered her as a sacrificial pawn to please the Zhao family, binding her in a marriage contract, merely to secure a pitiful respite. A union? To marry the well-known scion of the Zhao family? This was a far cry from her envisioned goal of standing atop the commercial summit, revered by thousands. It was an utter failure and humiliation. The stark contrast gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. She could not accept it. How could she bear it? Ling Yan, Lu Jingheng, she whispered their names, each syllable suffused with venomous hatred, blaming them for her downfall. If Ling Yan had not transformed into an uncontrollable force, if Lu Jingheng had not shown him such irrational concern and protection, how could she have stumbled at every turn, landing in this dire strait? If she could not possess the Lu Corporation, nor the power and status she so desperately craved, then neither should they find solace. If she was destined to plunge into the abyss, then before her descent, she would ignite a great fire, dragging those who had pushed her down into hell alongside her. She straightened abruptly, her eyes blazing with a near-manic intensity. With practiced ease, she accessed a heavily encrypted communication interface, reaching out to a clandestine channel she had prepared, originally intended for more intricate schemes. "Help me with something." She meticulously typed her commands into the input box, each word imbued with a chilling resolve and a sense of mutual destruction. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting a recklessness that disregarded all consequences, and articulated her final command with deliberate precision. Remember, regardless of whether the ransom is acquired or not, I want them both dead. She no longer cared about the repercussions or her own escape. When ambition and hope lay in ruins, all that remained was a desire to drag everyone down to hell with her. Once the communication concluded, Lin Weiwei collapsed into her chair, staring into the darkness of the ceiling, and began to laugh softly, her laughter hoarse and eerie, filled with a chilling delight. It was as if she could already envision the downfall of the Liu family, witnessing the demise of Liu Jingheng and Ling Yan. Chapter 28. The love script of business tycoons. The warmth and tacit understanding within the stargazing pavilion lingered, with Ling Yan resting against Liu Jingheng's shoulder, savoring this rare tranquility. However, the piercing alarm from 024 abruptly shattered the serenity. Host, urgent situation. 024's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency. It has been detected that Lin Weiwei has hired a group of unidentified mercenaries through encrypted channels, targeting you and Mr. Liu Jingheng. She intends to abduct you. Ling Yan's eyes, previously closed, flew open, a glint of icy determination flashing within. The warmth that had enveloped him moments ago was swiftly replaced by an unwavering rationality. Details? He mentally inquired, his tone devoid of any tremor. She has provided the recent itinerary patterns of you and Mr. Liu, instructing the kidnappers to act simultaneously at the opportune moment to subdue you both, 024 reported rapidly. Conveying critical information, her emotional data is extremely unstable, steeped in destructive tendencies. This operation is exceedingly perilous. A weight settled in Ling Yan's heart. Lin Weiwei had indeed reached this point, cornered and desperate, seeking revenge through such extreme measures. She likely believed that by controlling him and Liu Jingheng, she could force the Liu family to submit or at least inflict severe damage upon it. This could not be allowed to succeed. However, directly intervening might provoke her into devising even more insidious schemes or retreating to become a more dangerous ticking time bomb. Host, we must take immediate action. Inform Mr. Liu Jingheng to enhance security or alert the police. No, Ling Yan interrupted 024, his voice calm to the point of being cold. In her communication with the kidnappers, modify the abduction target. Modify? Replace it with whom? 024 quickly grasped the host's intent. A glimmer of faint coldness flickered in Ling Yan's eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across a winter's night. Replace the designated targets, Liu Jingheng and myself, he articulated slowly, each word crystal clear, with her own self. Replace the target with Lin Weiwei herself? 024 confirmed. Precisely. The information and target received by the kidnappers would be entirely substituted with hers. Everything else would remain unchanged, including contact details and transaction methods, compelling her to tread the path she had meticulously crafted for herself. Ling Yan's demeanor was calm and unruffled, as if she were stating an established fact. As for how she would collaborate with the kidnapper in the ensuing events, that was entirely contingent upon her own arrangements. She intended to return the favor in kind. Whatever conclusion she had devised for herself and Liu Jingheng, she would savor it personally. Understood. 024 immediately grasped Ling Yan's intention, its tone regaining efficiency and composure. The command has been locked and will execute upon final confirmation of communication. Shall we monitor the modified actions of the kidnapper towards Lin Weiwei? No need, Ling Yan replied, her voice returning to its usual indifference. As long as the command was successfully altered, the subsequent events were no longer her concern. He would not proactively harm anyone, but when faced with a lethal arrow, he would not be foolish enough to meet it with his chest. Placing the archer within the trajectory of the arrow was the most effective warning and the ultimate resolution. Ling Yan closed her eyes once more, as if merely adjusting to a more comfortable position, leaning against Liu Jingheng. He sensed a momentary stiffness in her and softly inquired, "Are you cold?" "Not at all." Ling Yan's voice was as usual, tinged with a hint of languor, though she felt a touch weary. Liu Jingheng tightened his embrace, gently nuzzling the crown of her head with his chin. "Shall we head back?" "Let us stay a while longer," Ling Yan murmured. The starry sky remained resplendent. Yet Ling Yan knew a storm was about to unfold, a tempest initiated by Lin Weiwei, which had already strayed from her anticipated course. All he needed to do was observe the unfolding events. 3 days later, in the evening, Lin Weiwei sat in a corner of an upscale cafe in the city center, her fingertips trembling slightly from a mix of anxiety and a twisted sense of delight. She had issued the final confirmation command and received the response that her target was locked and the plan set to execute. She envisioned Ling Yan and Lu Jinghang being roughly abducted, their expressions filled with fear and helplessness. She imagined Lu Hongwei and Su Wan's panicked faces, and the catastrophic plummet of the Lu family stock prices, their reputation in shambles. The exhilarating anticipation of avenging a great grievance brought an unnatural flush to her pale cheeks. She lifted her coffee cup, her hands shaking violently, nearly spilling the contents. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. She could not afford to panic. She was the one in control of the situation. However, unbeknownst to her, at the very moment she issued the confirmation command, 024 had silently altered the critical information within the command. Target A, Ling Yan, target B. Lu Jinghang had been replaced with a singular target, Lin Weiwei. The script she had devised for herself and her adversary had seen its protagonists quietly exchanged. The following day, Lin Weiwei, adhering to her plan, drove alone to a secluded private club on the outskirts of the city. This was one of the alibi locations she had meticulously crafted for herself. She needed to appear here as if by chance, only to later discover the news of the kidnapping, playing the role of an innocent bystander. As her vehicle traversed the secluded mountain road leading to the club, flanked by lush trees and sparse human presence, a black van without license plates suddenly emerged from a side road, forcefully blocking her path. Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat, swiftly replaced by a fleeting sense of triumph as the plan commenced. It appears these individuals exhibit remarkable efficiency, having swiftly targeted Ling Yan and his companions. No, something's amiss. The location is incorrect. Have they been tracking them? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, 3 men, their faces obscured and robust in stature, leapt from the van, deftly opening the doors. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Lin Weiwei attempted to maintain her composure, hoping to intimidate them with her status. Yet an unsettling feeling gripped her. Their eyes were filled with a ferocity that suggested they regarded her not as an ally, but rather as an object or a corpse. The leader of the group wasted no time, delivering a precise strike to the back of her neck. Lin Weiwei's vision darkened, and she instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 29. The love story of business tycoons. When Lin Weiwei regained her senses, she found herself in a dilapidated warehouse, reeking of mold and rust. Her hands and feet were bound tightly with coarse hemp rope, and her mouth was sealed with tape. Panic surged within her as she scanned her surroundings, her heart racing. This was wrong. Why was she the one bound? Where were Ling Yan and Lu Jinghang? She struggled, attempting to vocalize her distress, her eyes brimming with fear and confusion. One of the captors approached, roughly tearing the tape from her mouth. You have the wrong person. I am Lin Weiwei. I am the employer. Ignoring the pain, she shouted, Your targets are Ling Yan and Lu Jinghang. The kidnappers exchanged glances, snickering derisively. The leader, the very man who had knocked her unconscious, crouched down and fixed her with a chilling gaze. Employer? My dear, the information and deposit we received indicate that the target is indeed you, Lin Weiwei. He produced a disposable phone, revealing messages and photographs that unmistakably contained her personal details and itinerary. No, this cannot be. You are mistaken. I was the one who contacted you. It was me. Lin Weiwei cried out hysterically, the depths of her terror rendering her incoherent, teetering on the brink of collapse. The leader, seemingly amused by her plight, scoffed, his rough finger tapping the screen. In our line of work, we only recognize money. Whoever pays is the boss. As for who hired us, he shrugged, his gaze icy and detached. That is of no concern to us. He signaled to an accomplice, who promptly retrieved another phone to call the Lin family, following his instructions. Lin Weiwei felt as though struck by lightning, her body turning cold. She finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She had been set up. Someone had tampered with her information. Who could it be? Ling Yan? Or Lu Jinghang? How could they have known her plans? An overwhelming wave of fear and regret engulfed her. She recalled the ending she had envisioned for Ling Yan and the others. She dared not contemplate further. No, please. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Please, let me go. I can offer you more money. Double, triple. The leader regarded her with indifference, akin to a butcher sizing up a lamb for slaughter. In our profession, we uphold our word. Once we accept a job, we must adhere to the rules. The phone call connected, and the captor, employing a voice changer, demanded a hefty ransom from the Lin family, warning them against contacting the authorities. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Lin household. Lin Weiwei's father was overwhelmed with shock and anger. On one hand, he worried for his daughter's safety, while on the other, he lamented the exorbitant ransom and feared the potential damage to the Lin family's reputation should this affair come to light. Under the duress of the kidnappers' threats, they ultimately chose to capitulate and discreetly gathered the ransom. The transaction proceeded smoothly, meticulously orchestrated by the kidnappers. Upon receiving the heavy cash, the leader of the kidnappers looked at Lin Weiwei, whose face was ashen, with not a trace of compassion in his eyes. The boss said, "Regardless of whether we receive the money, she must be disposed of," he said to his subordinates in a detached manner. "No." Lin Weiwei let out a desperate scream, finally experiencing the chilling consequences of the ruthless orders she had once penned. "It's me. I hired you. You cannot kill me." The kidnappers paid her no heed, and one of them approached with a syringe in hand. In her final moments, a kaleidoscope of memories flashed before Lin Weiwei's mind. Her initial self-satisfaction upon entering this world, her unwavering ambition to seize control of the Lu family, her jealousy and schemes against the Ling Yan, her gradual descent into madness, and the cold, unyielding words she had inscribed in her last directive, "Tear the ticket." This was retribution. It was all retribution. A profound irony and despair engulfed her like a frigid tide, utterly consuming her. Her wide eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and regret, ultimately crystallizing into a haunting silence. Days later, the police discovered Lin Weiwei's body in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The initial examination revealed that this was not the primary crime scene. The body had been relocated here. However, as the investigation deepened, a series of seemingly contradictory pieces of evidence led the case in a shocking direction. Firstly, the technical department recovered deleted records of encrypted communication software from Lin Weiwei's personal computer, although the specific content could not be restored. The timestamps indicated she had frequent contact with several foreign IP addresses prior to her abduction. Secondly, her private account statements revealed an inexplicable outflow of funds directed to the very account the kidnappers had provided for the Lin family to pay the ransom. When considering all the clues, the evidence bizarrely pointed toward one conclusion. Lin Weiwei, facing a financial crisis within her family, orchestrated her own kidnapping in an attempt to extort a vast ransom. However, during the transaction, she likely encountered a disagreement or unforeseen circumstance with the kidnappers, which ultimately led to her demise. The kidnappers then absconded with the money, vanishing without a trace. This investigation result became a scandal that sent shockwaves through high society, leading to the Lin family's precipitous fall from grace. Ling Yan learned of Lin Weiwei's death through the news. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, holding a cup of water, his expression calm and untroubled. Host, the original directive issued by Lin Weiwei did indeed instruct the kidnappers to eliminate her after receiving the ransom. Regardless of whether the Lu family capitulated, reported 024 in a hushed tone, the data stream seeming to carry a hint of chill. Ling Yan softly acknowledged with a hum and took a sip of water. He was unaware of the specific commands Lin Weiwei had issued, yet the outcome did not surprise him. When a person is consumed by hatred and despair, the most extreme action she can take is often self-destruction. He lurked in the shadows, not deploying a single soldier, merely plucking the strings of fate with a gentle touch, causing the deadly crisis initiated by Lin Weiwei to return like a boomerang, striking her with precision. Additionally, esteemed host 024 continued to report. The kidnappers have laundered the ransom through several offshore shell accounts and are currently hiding in a South American country. Ling Yan set down his cup, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant cityscape outside the window, his expression clear and composed. He anonymously provided the location of their hideout and the flow of funds to the International Criminal Police Organization. His tone was calm, devoid of emotion. These desperate fugitives should not roam freely. Understood, the information has been sent anonymously. 024 promptly executed the task. Chapter 30. The love story of business tycoons concludes. Lin Weiwei's fate fell like a drop of ink into the vast ocean, failing to create significant ripples in the lives of Ling Yan and Lu Jingheng. The conspiracy, born of vengeance and madness, ultimately concluded in a self-entrapment, briefly circulating within the circle before being swiftly submerged by new commercial waves and gossip. The world's anomalies had been eradicated, and the residual tremors began to settle. For Ling Yan, this signified the completion of his temporary mission in this realm. He could finally relax and truly savor the retirement life he had longed for, with a touch of excitement. For Ling Yan, his university life resembled a period of observation and experience. He discreetly pursued his studies, achieving remarkable grades without ostentation. To his classmates and professors, he appeared as a quiet, intelligent, yet somewhat aloof young man. Little did they know, this seemingly ordinary finance student was quietly steering a rising star in the technology sector. He devoted most of his energy to Xinghua technology. There was neither a rush for aggressive expansion nor reliance on the resources of the Lu family. Ling Yan operated like a skilled gardener, patiently pruning branches, enriching the soil, and guiding Xinghua along the most solid and promising path to growth. He utilized his extraordinary technological insight to accurately grasp the forefront of artificial intelligence and semiconductor materials, deftly avoiding the pitfalls that often ensnare fledgling enterprises. Under his stewardship, Xinghua technology did not indulge in the myth of overnight wealth, but instead laid a robust foundation and expanded its reach with a remarkably steady pace. Over the years, Xinghua introduced several AI algorithm models and innovative material solutions that excelled in specific fields. Due to their exceptional efficiency and cost-effectiveness, they quickly established a foothold in professional markets and formed deep collaborations with numerous industry giants. The initial skepticism surrounding the young leader had long been drowned out by tangible technological breakthroughs and market returns. When Ling Yan stood as the representative of outstanding graduates on the podium at a university's commencement ceremony, Xinghua technology had already become an undeniable force in technological innovation, both domestically and internationally, with a market value and influence rivaling that of established giants with decades of experience. It raced alongside the Lu Group in different arenas, occasionally collaborating and forming a formidable alliance. Under the spotlight, Ling Yan donned his graduation robe, standing tall with an ethereal grace. He did not regale the audience with tales of grand entrepreneurial ventures, but rather calmly shared his reflections on technology, innovation, and the future, his words earnest and his vision expansive, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. Lu Jingheng, seated among the guests, kept his gaze fixed on the modest yet striking figure on stage. His stern brow softened imperceptibly when unnoticed, a hint of pride barely discernible at the corners of his lips. His young protege had long since spread his wings, soaring high above the clouds. After the graduation ceremony concluded, Lu Jingheng sought out Ling Yan backstage. "What brings you here, esteemed Mr. Lu?" Ling Yan inquired, removing his cap and casually smoothing his tousled hair, a glint of playful mockery in his eyes. Lu Jingheng stepped closer, naturally taking the cap from Ling Yan's hands while wrapping an arm around his waist, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. "I can't bring my outstanding graduate home," he murmured, their breaths mingling, surrounded by the bustling students and parents. Some cast surprised or benevolent glances their way. Ling Yan felt a flush rise to his ears and gently nudged him. "Mind the surroundings, Mr. Lu." Lu Jingheng chuckled softly, tightening his embrace. What is there to fear? Indeed, the nature of their relationship had long transcended secrecy, having evolved through years of gradual understanding and mutual companionship into a widely acknowledged bond. Initially met with shock and concern by Lu's parents, their eventual acceptance and genuine regard for Ling Yan as family had unfolded through a journey fraught with challenges, ultimately reconciled by time and sincerity. Despite external murmurs, such distractions paled in comparison to Lu Jinghong's formidable presence and Ling Yan's own brilliance. Returning to their shared abode, a penthouse in the city center that had replaced Ling Yan's modest apartment, they found a true home. The wide vistas and modern minimalist decor, collaboratively chosen, exuded warmth and traces of their intertwined lives. Ling Yan's Starshine headquarters was just a few blocks away, and the Lu group was not far either. Each had their independent pursuits, akin to two celestial bodies on different orbits, illuminating and drawing one another closer. That evening, Lu Jinghang personally prepared a feast of Ling Yan's favorite dishes. This had become an unspoken tradition between them. On significant occasions, they cast aside hired help to savor moments that belonged solely to each other. At the dining table, Lu Jinghang opened a bottle of red wine. "To celebrate your graduation," he proposed, raising his glass. Ling Yan clinked his glass against Lu's, the amber liquid shimmering under the lights. "And to the launch of Starshine's next 5-year plan," he added. They exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. After dinner, they stood side by side before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the dazzling cityscape below. The myriad lights twinkled like scattered stars. "Sometimes it feels like a dream," Lu Jinghang suddenly remarked, his voice low and contemplative, a rare moment of sentimentality. Ling Yan turned his head to look at him. The man's once austere features softened by the night. He emitted a syllable of inquiry. Lu Jinghang turned around. Facing him, his gaze profound and focused. "Sometimes I wonder if that day in the study you had not defended yourself in such a manner. If I had not brought you back to the company, would we have missed each other entirely?" Ling Yan paused momentarily, then smiled gently. "There are no ifs." Ling Yan raised his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over Lu Jinghong's slightly furrowed brow, his tone calm and resolute. "I will come to you in my own way. No matter how many times we could start over, the outcome would remain unchanged." This was his confidence as a task-bearer, a confirmation of his feelings. Lu Jinghang grasped his hand, kissing it tenderly, the last trace of uncertainty in his eyes dissipating, transformed into a profound affection that could not be undone. "Indeed, there are no ifs." He embraced Ling Yan, cherishing only the present and the future. As time flowed, they walked hand in hand. Ling Yan, at the helm of Xinghui technology, consistently stood at the forefront of technological innovation, becoming a pivotal force in propelling societal transformation, forming an unshakable dual peak alongside the Lu group within the commercial landscape. He fulfilled his promise to elevate his parents' hard work, discovering a means to establish himself in this world through his own abilities. The bond between him and Lu Jinghang was not dulled by the passage of time. Rather, it deepened and matured through their daily companionship. They respected each other's independence, supported one another's careers, shared life's minutiae, and faced the tempests of the outside world together. Discrepancies would arise, yet they always found a way to communicate. Busyness would ensue, but they consistently carved out the most significant places in their lives for each other. Lu Jinghang remained the cold-faced monarch of the Lu Corporation. Yet before Ling Yan, all his chill melted away, leaving only unconditional indulgence and protection. Ling Yan, too, maintained his inner calm and clarity, serving as Lu Jinghong's most steadfast supporter and wisest strategist amidst the tumult of the business world. Together, they traveled to witness the auroras, explored the depths of the ocean, leaving traces of their companionship in every corner of the globe. They spent each ordinary day together, sharing breakfast in the morning light and cuddling with books late into the night. They bore witness to each other's growth, participating in all significant moments of one another's lives. Decades later, Lu Jinghang entrusted the Lu Corporation to a carefully nurtured successor, entering a semi-retirement phase alongside Ling Yan. Xinghui had long established a comprehensive system, and Ling Yan gradually delegated authority, retaining only the role of final decision-maker. Their time was increasingly dedicated to each other and to the life's pleasures they had once overlooked in their youth. They acquired a villa in a pleasant coastal city, often retreating there, returned to the Liu family's ancestral home to share tea and conversation with the now venerable Liu Hongwei and Su Wan, or simply remained in their penthouse apartment, where they had lived for most of their lives, watching the sun rise and set and the clouds drift by. Once again, it was a tranquil afternoon. The warm sunlight flooded the living room, and a faint aroma of tea lingered in the air. The elderly Liu Jingheng reclined on the sofa, his hair now gray, yet his posture remained upright and his gaze sharp. However, when he looked at the person beside him, it was filled with a tenderness and tranquility born from the passage of time. Ling Yan sat beside him, his appearance seemingly favored by time itself. Though traces of age had begun to show, his honey-colored eyes remained clear and transparent, and his demeanor grew ever more serene and gentle. He was engrossed in flipping through an album, a collection of their memories spanning several decades, from youthful innocence to maturity, from standing side by side to growing old together. Liu Jingheng extended his hand, gently covering the back of Ling Yan's hand resting on the album. The skin, no longer youthful and smooth, bore the marks of time with wrinkles, yet the strength of their clasp remained unchanged, reminiscent of their earlier days. This life has been splendid. Liu Jingheng gazed at Ling Yan, his voice raspy with age, yet filled with immense satisfaction. Ling Yan lifted his head, meeting his gaze, which was still filled with affection, and felt a profound sense of tranquility and contentment. He had traversed countless worlds, assumed various roles, possessed immense power and authority, yet ultimately found his home in this small world, which he initially wished to merely pass through. Yes, splendid indeed. He smiled, grasping Liu Jingheng's hand in return. Their fingers entwined. The sunlight elongated their embracing figures, warming the passage of time and capturing eternity. Chapter 31. The love script of the film Emperor. The deafening roar of the crowd threatened to lift the very roof off the stadium. Dazzling laser lights swept frantically across the venue, fragmenting the myriad of glowing light sticks and the ecstatic, contorted faces of the audience into a kaleidoscope of colors. The air was thick with fervor, sweat, and a certain expensive fragrance exclusive to top-tier concerts. Ling Yan stood at the center of the stage, adorned in a resplendent outfit studded with sequins, his hair dampened with sweat, strands clinging to his smooth forehead. He held the microphone, striking a perfect ending pose as the final song surged to a rousing conclusion. In that instant, the screams reached a crescendo. Ling Yan, I love you. Yan Bao, look here. Uncle, uncle, uncle. The fans screamed hoarsely, almost in a frenzy. Ling Yan, slightly breathless, revealed a signature smile, one tinged with shyness and genuine gratitude, his doe-like eyes shining with sincerity under the lights. It was this very smile that had captured the hearts of countless fans, both older sisters and mothers, solidifying his position at the pinnacle of stardom. He bowed, waved, and, surrounded by bodyguards and staff, made his way backstage. Once out of the audience's sight, the commercial, albeit innocent, smile faded instantly from Ling Yan's face, leaving only the physiological signs of breathlessness and a hint of barely perceptible resignation. Host, are you well? Having just completed a high-intensity concert, do you require some rest? The cautious voice of 024 echoed in his mind. Ling Yan tugged at the tight collar of his performance outfit, feeling the muscle soreness and the dryness in his throat from the strenuous singing and dancing, and replied faintly in his mind, I'm fine. Send me the information. As soon as the words left his thoughts, a torrent of detailed information regarding his identity surged into his consciousness. The original Ling Yan, 22 years old, was the pampered young master of the Ling Group and currently the most sought-after idol in the entertainment industry. Drawn into the entertainment industry through a combination of charm and persuasion by his agent, he quickly ascended to the pinnacle of celebrity status, propelled by his extraordinary looks and premier resources. With a naive and somewhat straightforward personality, he often speaks and acts without thought, inadvertently offending others. Fans affectionately refer to him as a little sweet pastry, while detractors mockingly label him as the quintessential naive sweetheart of the entertainment realm, attracting an equal share of both admirers and critics. Just moments ago, he concluded a grand finale for his sweeping concert tour. However, the true essence of Ling Yan is now under the stewardship of a reborn individual named Su Mingzhi, who has taken over following an unforeseen stage accident. According to the background materials provided by 024, Su Mingzhi was once a contemporary of the world's core figure, the illustrious actor Qi Yinqing, who was destined to ascend to greatness. In the original timeline, Qi Yinqing, with his impeccable acting skills, unwavering dedication, and unique charisma, steadily garnered numerous prestigious awards, ultimately becoming the youngest Grand Slam actor in Chinese cinema, basking in unparalleled glory and admiration. In contrast, Su Mingzhi, lacking in talent and plagued by impatience, languished in the lower tiers of the industry, ultimately fading into obscurity due to alcoholism and various scandals. Yet, this Su Mingzhi has been reborn, returning to the early days of their careers, fueled by jealousy and resentment towards Qi Yinqing's promising future. He seizes the opportunity to claim several key roles and chances originally destined for Qi Yinqing, mirroring the latter's rise to fame. A supporting role in an art film, which was meant for Qi Yinqing, earns him the Best Newcomer Award. A leading part in a spy drama that solidifies Qi Yinqing's legendary status catapults him into the ranks of A-list actors. However, despite his cunning strategies, Su Mingzhi lacks the solid foundation of acting skills and profound understanding of characters that Qi Yinqing possesses. He imitates Qi Yinqing's path, but only captures the superficial aspects without grasping the essence. Consequently, while he manages to ascend to the upper echelons of fame through stolen opportunities, he remains unable to achieve the unassailable status that Qi Yinqing once held, facing criticism for his formulaic performances and homogeneous roles. Yet, this does not deter him from leveraging his acquired knowledge to undermine the true gem, Qi Yinqing. He spreads rumors, intercepts resources, and even wields capital power to corner Qi Yinqing into a desperate situation with no roles to pursue. As Ling Yan arrives in this world, the once glorious actor Qi Yinqing finds himself reduced to playing minor roles across various film sets, struggling even to secure a part with dialogue. Thus, the mission in this world is to eliminate the anomaly that is reborn Su Mingzhi, restore order, and ensure that the core figure Qi Yinqing returns to his rightful path of destiny. In the exclusive backstage lounge, as he removes his makeup, Ling Yan mentally confirms with 024, "Yes, esteemed host. As long as Qi Yinqing successfully ascends to the status of Best Actor, the core fortune of the world will stabilize, and our mission will be accomplished." 024 exclaims with enthusiasm. Ling Yan gazes at his own exquisite yet youthful visage in the mirror, slowly wiping away the eyeliner with a makeup remover pad. Restoring order? He finds little interest in such matters. However, until the anomalies are rectified, this world might collapse due to a core shift, rendering any talk of his retirement life moot. Moreover, Su Mingzhi's underhanded tactics and unappealing demeanor are quite irksome to him. As for Qi Yinqing, Ling Yan recalls the photograph belonging to Qi Yinqing in the files. It captured his essence from several years ago when he first debuted. His features were striking, his gaze resolute, radiating a raw, unrefined vigor and purity. This was in stark contrast to the cultivated elegance and composed charm he exuded upon reaching the pinnacle of stardom. Yet both were equally captivating. Unfortunately, a filthy rat from the gutter has snatched away the brilliance that rightfully belonged to him. "Yan, you've worked hard." His manager, Hongjia, entered with a genuine smile, placing a cup of warm, throat-soothing tea into his hands. "How's your throat? You should soothe it. The performance tonight was simply perfect," she continued, instinctively reaching out to smooth his damp hair, her actions naturally intimate. Ling Yan paused ever so slightly, then relaxed, allowing her to continue as he took a sip of the warm tea, finding some relief from his dry throat. "The trending topics have been arranged," Hongjia said cheerfully, her tone infused with a touch of pride. Ling Yan's concert was out of this world. The data for the ending fairy kiss will be eagerly awaited tomorrow. Ling Yan merely responded with a soft hum, choosing not to elaborate. The original owner of his persona was indeed of such temperament, speaking less in the presence of familiar faces, often exhibiting a languid demeanor. Hongjia, undeterred, continued to outline the schedule for the next day. Tomorrow morning, there's a brand promotional event, followed by a cover shoot for Fashion Frontier in the afternoon. In the evening, Su Mingzhi has organized a gathering, wishing to invite you to join. I hear several producers and directors will be present. Su Mingzhi? Ling Yan raised his eyes. Truly, the mention of him heralded his arrival. This reincarnated individual seems intent on extending his network to him. Naturally, given Ling Yan's status as a top-tier star, backed by the Ling family, he is indeed an object of Su Mingzhi's eager flattery. Ling Yan lifted his gaze to Hongjie, his brow furrowing slightly, betraying evident fatigue and reluctance. Hongjie am exhausted. Though he did not outright decline, his tone and demeanor were unmistakable to Hongjie. She immediately comprehended, her heart aching a bit for the intensity of the performance tonight. Understood, she replied quickly, her voice laced with a coaxing tone. I will help you decline. We should rest well. Such occasions can be quite noisy and lack substance. So if you choose not to go, that is perfectly fine. Ling Yan chose not to engage further, picking up his phone and seemingly scrolling absent-mindedly. In reality, he was instructing 024 to retrieve the latest information regarding Qi Yanqing. Dear host, Qi Yanqing is currently at the Ming and Qing Palace film base in the western part of the city, playing a minor role in a historical drama, portraying a character without lines who is killed by the protagonist with a single sword thrust upon his entrance, earning a daily wage of 150 yuan. 024 swiftly reported. Additionally, based on the intercepted communication, Su Mingzhi seems to have learned of a casting opportunity within this production team and is preparing to leverage his connections to secure an audition for Qi Yanqing, who may have the chance to read for a minor role with a few lines. Ling Yan delicately glided his fingertips across the phone screen, his gaze turning slightly frosty. Truly, the specter refuses to dissipate. It appears that he must encounter this future film emperor, not in the guise of a savior, but perhaps in a different manner to make an acquaintance. Chapter 32. The film emperor's romantic script. Ling Yan exited the social media application and opened a mapping application, entering the Mingqing Palace film and television base. Sister Hong, he suddenly spoke, his tone still laced with a hint of languor, yet undeniably firm. Tomorrow's brand event and magazine shoot will proceed as scheduled. The day after tomorrow, I have a place to visit. The day after tomorrow was originally scheduled for a variety show recording. Sister Hong attempted to remind him. Cancelled. Ling Yan stood up, draping his coat over his arm, casting a glance at his manager. His eyes bore a stubborn innocence that was nearly childlike, yet utterly compelling. I want to explore the film city. The film city? What do you intend to do there? Sister Hong was taken aback. Ling Yan had already reached the doorway. Upon hearing her words, he turned back, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile, reminiscent of the original owner, tinged with pure curiosity. I wish to see how others film. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside, leaving Sister Hong in a state of bewilderment. What had possessed this young master to venture to the film city? It was a chaotic and noisy place, precisely the kind he detested. As Ling Yan exited the lounge, he traversed the still bustling backstage corridor. Disregarding the awe and flattery emanating from the surrounding staff, he settled into the waiting van, announcing an address to the driver. The vehicle gradually set off, departing from the venue still enveloped by fans, merging into the city's traffic. Ling Yan reclined in the comfortable back seat, closing his eyes to block out the flashing neon lights outside and the incessant chatter regarding Su Mingzhi's latest developments. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the photograph of Qi Yanqing from the dossier, a figure who, despite his disheveled state, still bore an undeniable sharpness. A future film emperor, was he? Ling Yan was determined to witness firsthand the extent of this once radiant gem's current plight and to discern how he might deftly reclaim him. The Mingqing Palace film and television base, in stark contrast to the glittering spectacle of the sports arena, exuded a raw and bustling authenticity. The ancient architectural ensemble appeared somewhat weathered under the summer sun, as actors clad in vibrant costumes and busy crew members navigated through the scene. The air was thick with the sense of dust, sweat, and boxed meals. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, accompanied by a baseball cap and mask that concealed all but his clear eyes, Ling Yan blended in among a few assistants and bodyguards. resembling a wealthy young heir visiting the set or seeking to experience life, rendering him less conspicuous. Sister Hong trailed closely beside him, chattering incessantly, "My little ancestor. There are so many people here, it's hot and chaotic. Let us just take a glance and leave? What if we get spotted by fans or paparazzi?" "Enough, Sister Hong," he interrupted. Ling Yan's gaze was intently focused on the filming taking place on set. He assured himself he would not wander off, but would remain here to observe. Seemingly meandering, he was, in fact, guided directly towards the crew where Qi Yinshin was located, under the precise navigation of 024. This was a modestly budgeted historical web drama, currently shooting a scene depicting a palace night banquet assassination. The scene was chaotic. The director shouted through a megaphone while the action director adjusted the performer's movements. Ling Yan paused in a relatively secluded spot, yet one from which he could clearly see the center of the filming. His eyes effortlessly locked onto a figure amidst the crowd, dressed in a rough black costume. Qi Yinshin. Even in the most inexpensive attire, with his face smeared with grease paint and dust, he still seemed somewhat out of place among the throng of extras. This was not due to his appearance, which, despite its disheveled state, still revealed a profound profile and an upright stature. Rather, it was his aura, a quality that shone through even while portraying a character destined for demise, embodying a focused calmness. He slightly bent forward, gripping a prop dagger, his expression alert and resolute, as if truly immersed in that perilous night. This stood in stark contrast to the few extras around him, whose gazes were unfocused and movements half-hearted. "Host, that is Qi Yinshin." 024 confirmed. Ling Yan remained silent, simply observing. Soon, it was time for Qi Yinshin's scene. Action. The lead actor, portraying a general, bellowed, engaging in combat with several assassins. Following the action director's instructions, Qi Yinshin leaped from an unconventional angle, his movements sharp and vigorous, exuding a fierce intensity, only to be struck by the protagonist's sword in a swift counter. His body jolted, and an expression of disbelief mingled with despair at failure momentarily crossed his face, his eyes quickly dimming as he gradually collapsed to the ground. The entire sequence lasted but a few seconds, devoid of dialogue or close-ups. Yet, the dedication to embodying his character under such extreme conditions made Ling Yan subtly raise an eyebrow. "Cut. Good. Prepare for the next scene," the director called out. Devoid of emotion, Qi Yinshin silently rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Retreating to a corner where he picked up his water bottle and quietly drank, isolating himself from the surrounding clamor. Ling Yan noticed that several crew members and a few minor actors cast glances filled with barely perceptible disdain or avoidance as they passed him by. It seemed that Su Mingzhi's suppression had indeed made Qi Yinshin's situation here quite arduous. He needed a reasonable and inconspicuous way to approach Qi Yinshin. Simple admiration or pity would not align with his straightforward persona and could easily provoke the instinctive wariness that arose from such a predicament. His gaze swept over the set above, where heavy lighting equipment and jibs were set up for the night shoot. 024, Ling Yan commanded softly in his mind. "Calculate and create an accident. I need him to save me. The consequences may appear grave, but after his successful intervention, I will not suffer any substantial harm." Chapter 33. The leading actor's romantic script 3. Understood. Initiating environmental scan to compute optimal solution. The data stream of 024 surged swiftly. Plan generated. The high-powered spotlight erected 3 meters ahead has developed minute cracks in its fixed bolts due to prolonged exposure to wind and sun, as well as frequent relocations. In 30 seconds, when the area beneath it is unoccupied, simulate a gust of wind to exacerbate the bolt fracture. The trajectory of the light's descent will intersect half a meter in front of your current position. Given Qi Yinshin's present location and reaction speed, there is a 978 probability that he can timely push you away. The noise and destruction from the falling light will certainly incite panic, yet you will not be struck directly. Execute. Ling Yan moved forward subtly, positioning himself at the calculated optimal victim spot. Seemingly captivated by a glamorous actress adorned in palace attire not far off, gazing curiously, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The film set remained tumultuous, with no one detecting the anomaly. Qi Yinqing, having just finished his water, was placing the bottle back in its spot when his gaze unconsciously drifted across the set. 5 seconds. A sudden, illogical gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and causing some lightweight props to clatter. 3 seconds. Qi Yinqing's eyes fixated on the massive spotlight above Ling Yan's head, which appeared to sway slightly. 1 second. Caution! A low, urgent voice cried out in alarm. Almost simultaneously, Ling Yan felt a tremendous force collide against him from the side, propelling him violently away, stumbling into a nearby pile of soft props. Crash! A thunderous sound erupted behind him. The heavy metal fixture, along with its stand, plummeted to the ground, shattering into fragments, dust billowing into the air. It landed precisely where he had been standing moments before. The entire film set fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt into screams of terror and chaos. The light has fallen. Did it hit someone? Quick, go check. Ling Yan lay amidst the soft props, unharmed, though his hat had fallen off and his mask was askew, revealing a face that bore the marks of shock and a hint of pallor. He lifted his gaze to the one who had saved him. Qi Yinqing remained in the position of having pushed him away, having exerted himself so forcefully that he too had fallen, scraping his elbow and drawing blood. He panted rapidly, his face still reflecting unquenched fear, his eyes fixed intently on Ling Yan. Their gazes locked. Ling Yan discerned the depths of his eyes. They were dark and profound, akin to a night sky harboring a vortex, now illuminated by intense emotional turmoil, reflecting his own disheveled appearance. Due to their proximity, he could see the lingering dread in Qi Yinqing's gaze. Despite the disarray, the essence of integrity and responsibility was etched within this man. Meanwhile, Qi Yinqing was utterly taken aback. Beneath his palm lay the slender, trembling arm of the youth. Within his line of sight was a face that, though almost impossible to find in this setting, was unmistakably recognizable to all. His exquisitely refined features, with eyes slightly widened in surprise, and that visage, pursued fervently by fans and media alike, was none other than Ling Yan. The name flashed through his mind like a barrage of bullets, accompanied by an overwhelming array of billboards, screen images, and entertainment news. How'd he end up here? Almost struck by the heavy lighting rig, the brief shock was swiftly suppressed as Qi Yinqing steadied his breathing, slightly disheveled from his hurried run, his voice gravelly from exertion. Are you all right? Ling Yan blinked, his long lashes fluttering, seemingly still recovering from a fright. He propped himself up on the soft cushion, shook his head, and spoke in a voice laced with the softness of someone who had just been startled. I'm fine, thank you. Upon confirming that Ling Yan was unhurt, Qi Yinqing's tense body relaxed slightly. He quickly rose from his position and extended a hand to assist him, his movements restrained yet courteous. At that moment, Hong Jie and the bodyguards rushed over in a flurry of panic. Yin Yan, are you okay? My goodness, you scare me to death. Did you get hurt anywhere? Seeing the shattered lights on the ground and Ling Yan's pale face, Hong Jie was filled with dread. She could hardly fathom the consequences if anything had happened to the young master of the Ling family right under her watch. The scene was chaotic, with the director and producer hurrying over, perspiration on their brows, repeatedly apologizing and inquiring about the situation. Surrounded by Hong Jie and the bodyguards, Ling Yan waved his hand to indicate he was unscathed, but his gaze remained fixed on Qi Yinqing, who had quietly stepped aside. He saved me, Ling Yan stated, pointing at Qi Yinqing, his tone infused with relief and pure gratitude. If he hadn't pushed me away, I would have been struck. All eyes instantly turned to Qi Yinqing. The director then recognized this hero as a mere extra in their production and quickly approached. It's you, Qi Yinqing, right? Well done. Quick reflexes. Are you injured? Qi Yinqing shook his head, softly replying, I'm fine, just a minor injury. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, exhibiting an unsettling calmness that starkly contrasted with the surrounding chaos. He did not perceive this as a matter worthy of accolades. He would have acted the same way, regardless of who was in his position. However, Ling Yan seemed determined to regard him as a savior. Gazing intently, What is your name? I will certainly express my gratitude. Qi Yanqing looked into the boy's clear, earnest eyes, paused for a moment, and replied. Qi Yanqing. Ling Yan stepped closer, tilting his head back to meet Qi Yanqing's gaze, who stood half a head taller than him. Up close, one could discern the resilient spirit that life had yet to extinguish from his brow. Thank you for saving me, Ling Yan reiterated sincerely, his clear eyes brimming with earnestness. Your hand is injured. Let me send you to the hospital for a checkup. No need, it's just a superficial wound. A little treatment will suffice, Qi Yanqing declined, his gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on Ling Yan's remarkably striking face. Yet his expression remained unchanged, still tranquil. Yet Ling Yan was undeterred. Addressing Hong Jie directly. Hong Jie, arrange for a car to take him to the hospital for a full examination. I will cover all expenses. His tone bore the unmistakable, unquestionable arrogance characteristic of a young master. Hong Jie naturally would not refute and promptly agreed. Ling Yan then turned to Qi Yanqing, pondered for a moment, and retrieved a private business card from his pocket, which bore only a name and a phone number. He handed it to him, saying, This is my contact information. You saved me today, and I owe you a favor. If you ever need assistance, you may call this number. Qi Yanqing examined the uniquely textured card and then glanced into Ling Yan's clear, genuine eyes. After a brief silence, he accepted the card, murmuring, Thank you. He spoke no further, departing the set with the person arranged by Hong Jie under the watchful eyes of the crew. Ling Yan watched his figure vanish into the crowd before retracting his gaze. He lowered his eyes, his fingertips gently caressing another identical card in his pocket, and chuckled softly to himself. Excellent. The favor owed for saving my life has successfully been established. Next, I can naturally repay him. Chapter 34. The movie Emperor's romantic script for upon returning to the opulent villa of the Ling family, which resembled a castle. Ling Yan's earlier panic and fear had completely dissipated. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable loungewear, he entered the study with a cup of milk. Inside, a man dressed in a tailored suit with a calm and composed demeanor was handling documents. He was Ling Yan's elder brother, Ling Chun, the current head of the Ling Corporation. 10 years Ling Yan senior, Ling Chun was known for his resolute and composed character, commanding respect in the business world. Yet he dotes on his younger brother without reservation. Ling Chun looked up from his documents upon noticing him, and his stern brows softened. What's wrong? Didn't you go to the film studio today? I heard there was an incident. It was evident that the news had reached him. Ling Yan settled into the chair opposite his brother's desk, cradling the cup of milk and sipping it slowly, his long lashes casting shadows over his downcast eyes, revealing a hint of gloom. Yes, I almost got hit by a light. Fortunately, someone saved me. As long as you are unharmed, the person who rescued you will be generously rewarded by our family. Ling Chun ruffled his hair affectionately. Elder brother, Ling Yan raised his head, his doe-like eyes gazing earnestly at Ling Chun, imbued with a touch of grievance and an unwavering determination. The person who saved me today is named Qi Yanqing. Ling Chun regarded him, patiently awaiting further explanation. He understood that despite his brother's seemingly innocent and straightforward demeanor, once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to dissuade him. He saved my life, Ling Yan emphasized, his tone carrying an air of undeniable conviction. I must repay him. And how do you intend to repay him? With money? Resources? Ling Chen's tone remained neutral. These were not challenges for him. Ling Yan shook his head, his gaze clear yet resolute. Those are insufficient. He seems to be struggling, bullied at that dilapidated company. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. So? Ling Yan set down his milk cup, leaning slightly forward, looking earnestly at his elder brother. And with a tone that was almost petulant yet laced with an air of inevitability, he articulated his request. Elder brother, please acquire his company. Ling Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by his brother's fanciful proposal. Acquire an entertainment company? Was it merely to repay a little-known actor who saved him? This thought lingered in Ling Yan's mind as he observed his elder brother's expression. He added, It's Xingyao Media, where Qi Yanqing and that Su Mingzhi are based. He paused, his tone tinged with disdain. That company is not good. They bully Qi Yanqing. Ling Chun rubbed his temples. He was well aware of Xingyao Media's status as a mid-tier company within the industry, neither too large nor too small. Acquiring it would not pose a challenge for the Ling family, but for such a trivial reason, Ling Chun gazed into his younger brother's bright, expectant eyes and found it hard to refuse. Very well. After all, the Ling family also intended to venture into the entertainment industry. Acquiring Xingyao could serve as a commendable entry point. Since Xiao Yan had spoken up, it could be seen as a means to grant him a toy and bring him joy. All right, Ling Chun finally nodded, his tone indulgent. I will take care of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Focus on your work and avoid those perilous places. Ling Yan's face instantly lit up with joy as he dashed around the table to envelop Ling Chun in a warm embrace. Thank you, big brother. You are the best. Watching his brother's happiness, Ling Chen's eyes brimmed with affection. As for the artist named Qi Yenshin, his gaze darkened slightly. It was only natural to investigate his background. As long as he bore no ill intentions toward Yin Yan, there was no harm in supporting him. Content. Ling Yan rose, holding his empty milk cup, and departed the study with a spring in his step. Once back in his room, the innocence and radiance on his face swiftly faded, returning to a calm demeanor. Host, has your elder brother truly agreed? 024 remarked, finding the efficiency almost surreal. Why not? Ling Yan closed his eyes, his tone flat. For the Ling family, acquiring Xingyao was merely an addition to their asset portfolio in the entertainment sector. It simultaneously fulfilled his brother's desire for gratitude, while allowing them to enter the entertainment realm and share in its profits. Acquiring Xingyao and securing Qi Yenshin's contract would be the most direct and straightforward method to sever Su Mingzhi's ability to exert pressure through corporate channels. Furthermore, with the Ling family taking action, it was reasonable and would not raise excessive suspicion from Su Mingzhi. It would merely be perceived as a whimsical venture by the young master of the Ling family. Next, it remained to be seen what the reincarnated individual could conjure within the new toy he had acquired. Meanwhile, a high-end club, Su Mingzhi was completely oblivious, toasting with several producers and expanding his network. He remained entrenched in a sense of superiority, calculating how to amass even more resources destined for stardom. Little did he anticipate that the company he regarded as a mere acquisition, Xingyao Media, was on the verge of change in ownership. He would never foresee the tempest brewing silently, poised to upend his meticulously laid plans. Since the incident at the film studio, Ling Yan had not actively contacted or reached out to Qi Yenshin, aside from urging 024 to maintain minimal attention on him. It was as if the act of saving him and handing over a business card had been a fleeting impulse, aligning with the capricious persona of a young celebrity whose fame surged and receded swiftly. On Qi Yenshin's end, there had been no movement whatsoever. He did not dial that private number, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, creating not even a ripple. He continued to traverse various film crews, playing minor roles, earning meager wages, remaining a ghost within the industry. Yet occasionally, 024 would report that he seemed more taciturn than before, lingering at the film base after work, observing other crews at play, or finding a corner to quietly contemplate something. Ling Yan was not in a rush. He understood that some seeds require time to be sown, and certain situations necessitate patience for the right opportunity. He carried on with his life as a top-tier celebrity, attending engagements, shooting advertisements, recording songs, and sharing meticulously crafted yet seemingly candid snippets of life on social media, maintaining immense visibility and fan engagement. Meanwhile, news came from Ling Chen's side, indicating that negotiations for the acquisition of Xingyao Media had entered a substantive phase, with Ling's professional team assessing the details, expected to conclude shortly. Everything was progressing quietly yet efficiently. As for Su Mingzhi, the reborn individual, it was evident he did not place all his hopes on currying favor with Ling Yan. He remained active in front of the camera, cultivating his image as a capable leading actor, taking on major productions, attending various fashion events and award ceremonies, basking in glory. The wheels of fate would soon propel the two toward the convergence point. An S-level variety show titled Starlight Collision extended an invitation to Ling Yan. This program amalgamated performance competition, reality show elements, and backstage interviews, featuring several popular stars and seasoned actors each episode, competing through random pairing, improvised performances, and reenactments of classic dramas, with votes cast by both live audiences and professional judges. Due to its intense and exhilarating format, showcasing actors' true selves, it garnered significant attention even before airing. Clearly, the production team was drawn to Ling Yan's premier traffic and topical appeal. Upon receiving the invitation, Ling Yan's team hesitated. The original persona had never ventured into film shooting since debut. The only acting experience was limited to simple representations in music videos and commercials, leaving his acting skills nearly blank. Participating in such a specialized competitive program could easily expose shortcomings and invite mockery. However, the exorbitant remuneration and top-tier exposure offered by the show were indeed tempting. After careful consideration, Agent Hongjia reasoned that with Ling Yan's robust fan base and his inherent honest, relatable persona, even with immature acting skills, as long as he remained genuine, it might foster a wave of favorable impressions. Ling Yan himself was ambivalent about this. The original persona indeed lacked acting experience, yet he had traversed countless worlds, assuming numerous roles, endowing him with an understanding of performance that far surpassed anyone of this era. Just as he was preparing to casually agree in line with the original persona's character, 024 indicated that Su Mingjie had also confirmed his participation. Ling Yan's gaze shifted slightly. Then he nodded at Hongjia, his tone still somewhat nonchalant. All right, let's see. On the day of the show's recording, the studio was ablaze with lights, with various media outlets and fans poised with cameras, ready for the event. Ling Yan was adorned in a custom outfit provided by the production team, her makeup exquisite, as she sat in her exclusive lounge, where a stylist made the final adjustments. Outside, the fervent shouts of fans surged like a tidal wave, nearly breaching the soundproof walls. Sister Hong repeatedly urged, Xiaoyan, remember to relax when you go on stage. Just treat it as play. Do your best during the performance, but don't feel pressured. Understand? Be polite with the other teachers, especially teacher Su Mingjie. He is currently in the limelight, so learn from him. Ling Yan nonchalantly answered with an emma, her gaze fixed on the live broadcast screen in the lounge, watching as the other guests entered one by one. Su Mingjie was the third to arrive. Clad in a tailored deep blue suit, his face adorned with a perfectly measured, gentle yet confident smile. He walked with assured steps, occasionally waving to the audience and the cameras, eliciting waves of applause. He appeared spirited, a stark contrast to the image of a once disheartened individual depicted in the materials. Ling Yan regarded the screen, observing the meticulously maintained and subtly refined handsome face that nevertheless seemed to lack a certain depth, her expression calm and unruffled. Soon, it was her turn to make her entrance. As she appeared at the entrance, the screams reached a new crescendo, almost threatening to lift the roof. Neon light sticks and placards converged into a silvery ocean. Ling Yan, Yin Bao, Mama loves you. Following the rehearsal, she flashed a somewhat shy yet unmistakably joyful smile towards her fans and waved before briskly walking towards the guest seating, conveniently positioned beside Su Mingjie. Ling Yan, it's been a while. Su Mingjie initiated, turning with a warm smile, extending his hand. I was disappointed we couldn't team meet last time. Ling Yan shook his hand lightly, quickly withdrawing it, her tone laced with a hint of distant politeness. Hello, Teacher Su. I was feeling well last time. This statement was not entirely false, as the original personality greatly disliked socializing. Su Mingjie maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by her cool demeanor, and inquired with a tone of genuine concern. Are you feeling better now? Make sure to rest. In our line of work, health is the foundation of everything. His tone conveyed the warmth of a mentor caring for a junior. Yes, I'm fine, Ling Yan replied succinctly, her attention already shifting to the entrance of a seasoned actress, appearing more intrigued by her than their conversation. A fleeting glimmer of displeasure flitted across Su Mingjie's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Having navigated the industry for years, he understood how challenging it was to engage with an artist of Ling Yan's privileged background and immense popularity, and how essential it was to cultivate a rapport with her. Patience was key. The recording of the show commenced. The host, a well-known figure in the industry, possessed remarkable control over the atmosphere, swiftly energizing the crowd. The initial segments consisted of light-hearted interviews and games, primarily showcasing the personalities and interactions of the guests. When it was Su Mingzhi's turn, he spoke eloquently, sharing his experiences of immersing himself in rural life to connect with a particular role, diligently practicing the dialect. His words were imbued with dedication and a sense of professionalism, drawing enthusiastic applause from the audience. Occasionally, his gaze would drift toward Ling Yan, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of superiority. Ling Yan, in contrast, maintained her characteristic authenticity, unpretentious and direct. When asked why he chose to participate in the program, he candidly replied, "My agent suggested it, claiming it would enhance my exposure." His honesty, almost bluntness, elicited a warm laugh from the audience as the host shifted the conversation towards his insights on performance, hoping for the typical responses about effort and enlightenment. Ling Yan tilted his head slightly, appearing to ponder seriously for a few seconds. He then looked at the host with eyes that were pure and focused, stating, "I believe the most crucial aspect is to transform the lines into something personal. It's not merely about memorization. One must comprehend them and truly believe in them. Only then can the words spoken before the camera resonate as genuine." His voice was soft and his tone unembellished. Yet he conveyed a fundamental and vital attitude towards acting, sincerity, and conviction. This simple yet precise insight was both unexpected and irrefutable, further highlighting its purity. The audience fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into even more enthusiastic applause. Su Mingzhi, listening nearby, maintained a smile, though internally he scoffed. Indeed, he was merely a pretty face from a privileged background, incapable of delivering even a few polite remarks. Soon, they transitioned into the core competitive segment of the performance. The first round involved improvisation, where participants drew scenarios and scene partners. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Ling Yan's scene partner was none other than Su Mingzhi. The scenario depicted two old friends, unexpectedly reunited in a foreign land after many years, one of whom was gravely ill and nearing death. This situation tested the actor's instantaneous emotional depth and explosive capabilities. The audience, both present and at home, held their breath in anticipation of the stark contrast between a top-tier idol and a capable young actor. Su Mingzhi felt a surge of delight. This was a golden opportunity for an overwhelming performance. He quickly got into character, his gaze becoming complex, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and weariness. As he moved to the designated center of the stage, Ling Yan, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. He remained rooted in place, glancing at the host and then at Su Mingzhi, seemingly unsure of how to begin. Gentle laughter and encouraging applause arose from the audience. Su Mingzhi, already devising how to leverage his exquisite skills to guide his counterpart and dominate the scene. Yet, when Ling Yan slowly lifted his gaze to meet his, Su Mingzhi's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Those eyes, always so clear and innocent, now seemed veiled in a thin mist, filled with an indescribable mix of surprise, disorientation, and a hint of deeply buried sorrow. He did not force a pained expression, but the fragility and sense of inevitability that emanated from him instantly captivated everyone present. He did not adhere to conventional behavior. Instead of rushing forward to embrace, he stood still, maintaining a few paces of distance, quietly gazing at Su Mingzhi. His lips moved slightly, as if trying to utter that familiar name, yet the words caught in his throat. The spotlight illuminated him, yet it seemed unable to penetrate the dimming glimmer of his eyes. Chapter 36. The leading actor's love script 6. Su Mingzhi was momentarily taken aback by the utterly unconventional reaction, causing his rehearsed emotions and lines to falter. He quickly recalibrated, striving to steer the rhythm back onto familiar territory. He advanced briskly, seizing Ling Yan's arm, and fervently exclaimed his lines. "Is it really you? How could you possibly be here?" His performance was undeniably engrossing, his voice choked, and eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, for reasons unknown, under Ling Yan's silent, almost vacant gaze, Su Mingzhi's fervor appeared somewhat superficial, even tinged with a hint of contrived theatricality. Ling Yan maintained a minimalistic demeanor, devoid of substantial gestures or dialogue. He allowed Su Mingzhi to grasp him, his eyes methodically scanning the contours of the other's face, as if verifying that this was not a mere figment of his imagination, or perhaps peering through him into the corridors of time long past. Ultimately, he subtly, almost imperceptibly, curled the corners of his mouth, not into a smile, but into a grimace more sorrowful than tears, an acceptance of fate. Then, in a whisper so faint it was nearly inaudible, he murmured, "It's truly wonderful to see you again." There were no cries of despair, no floods of tears. Yet in that instant, the entire studio fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. A tremendous, unspoken sorrow permeated the atmosphere, prompting several sensitive audience members to discreetly dab at their eyes. Su Mingzhi's subsequent performances, whether expressing shock, grief, or inquiry, seemed somewhat overzealous when juxtaposed against Ling Yan's seemingly effortless, immersive reaction, bordering on excessive and even cloying. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted, echoing ceaselessly. The host eagerly approached, effusively praising Ling Yan's performance for its authentic emotional resonance, a delightful surprise. Su Mingzhi stood to the side, wearing an appropriately courteous smile as he absorbed the host's and audience's accolades, yet his hands, resting at his sides, subtly dug his nails into his palms. How could this be? This pretty boy, how could he possess such expressiveness? It must be mere serendipity, or perhaps the production team had divulged the answers to him in advance. He refused to believe Ling Yan possessed such acting prowess. In the following recording, Su Mingzhi was clearly distracted. During the classic repertoire segment, he drew a role for which he had previously garnered acclaim by mimicking the performance style of Qi Yinqing from memory. He endeavored to regain his footing and deliver his best, yet whether influenced by the earlier impromptu performance or not, he felt an intangible barrier, as if his portrayal lacked genuine emotional resonance. In pursuit of a certain aesthetic, he appeared somewhat rigid. Conversely, Ling Yan, following the brilliance of his impromptu performance, reverted to his less polished acting style, displaying a commendable yet somewhat awkward performance during the classic repertoire segment. This authenticity endeared him to the audience, making the prior impromptu display feel like a moment of serendipitous inspiration. During a break in filming, the guests relaxed backstage. Su Mingzhi seized an opportunity, carrying 2 cups of coffee as he approached Ling Yan, presenting one to him with a senior's gentle smile. "Your impromptu performance earlier was remarkable, truly gifted. It seems you were merely hiding your talents before." He sought to probe further. Ling Yan accepted the coffee, expressing his gratitude with a neutral demeanor, then casually remarked, "There was no concealed talent. It just seemed I suddenly understood how that character should be portrayed." He paused briefly before adding, "Perhaps it's because the scenario drawn was quite tragic, making it easier to empathize." His words, seemingly unintentional, struck Su Mingzhi like a needle, piercing the very core of his deepest concern, an innate talent for performance that he yearned for but could never attain. A thought surged uncontrollably. How could this be? Why did a mere vase have to become immersed in a role so instantaneously? Unless the production team had tipped him off in advance, allowing him time to prepare and establish an aura of extraordinary talent to elevate him. Su Mingzhi's smile momentarily faltered, and with immense restraint, he maintained his composure, forcing out a compliment laced with barely perceptible coldness. "You truly possess a childlike heart." He hesitated, his tone laden with significance. However, the entertainment industry is intricate. Sometimes, relying solely on instinct is insufficient. It necessitates systematic learning and the accumulation of experience. "I know a few reputable acting coaches. Would you like me to introduce you to them?" Though his words appeared benevolent, they subtly implied that Ling Yan lacked professional training and had merely been fortunate moments ago. Yet, Ling Yan seemed oblivious to the underlying message, shaking his head with unwavering straightforwardness. "No need, classes are quite dull. Besides, I believe acting isn't as difficult as it seems." Su Mingzhi felt a mix of amusement and frustration at Ling Yan's fearless ignorance. Not as difficult. After countless years of struggle before and after his rebirth, he had only just attained his current status, and this face-value vase dared to declare it easy? A surge of intense jealousy and indignation welled up within him. Why should someone like him effortlessly acquire the attention and resources he so desperately coveted? Even a performance evidently prepared through deceit could garner such resounding applause. Suppressing his ire, he maintained his poise, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and excused himself. The moment he turned away, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a brooding gaze. Ling Yan appeared to be more formidable than he had initially perceived. Perhaps he could no longer merely attempt to woo him. Other preparations were necessary. Meanwhile, Ling Yan watched Su Mingzhi's retreating figure, lowering his head to sip the coffee, the rich bitterness spreading across his tongue. He gently set down the cup, a flicker of understanding and faint mockery crossing his eyes. What a self-satisfied fool. Once the recording concluded, Ling Yan departed the studio under the escort of his bodyguards. Upon entering the car, he received a text message from Ling Chun. The acquisition of Xingyao has been completed, and the paperwork is in order. Ling Yan gazed at the phone screen, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. The chessboard was set, and the pieces were in place. The game had officially begun. The news of Xingyao Media's change of ownership created ripples within the entertainment industry, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The Ling Group, a colossal enterprise spanning numerous sectors, had suddenly acquired a mid-sized entertainment company, prompting speculation about their motives. The prevailing conjecture was that the Ling family aimed to facilitate the elevation of their young superstar, Ling Yan, through resource consolidation. When Su Mingzhi encountered the internal announcement and discovered that the new boss was none other than Ling Chun, his hand trembled violently, causing the scalding coffee to spill and scorch the back of his hand, though he remained oblivious to the pain. The Ling family, particularly Ling Yan. What an uncanny coincidence. The vase that had stirred an unsettling feeling in him during the recording of Starlight Collision now turned out to be his new employer's family. A wave of ominous foreboding seized Su Mingzhi's heart. No, this is wrong. In his recollections, the previous life of Xingyao Entertainment had developed smoothly, devoid of any acquisition by the Ling family. Why had this changed in his life? Since his rebirth, he had navigated life effortlessly, almost seamlessly replicating Qi Yanqing's trajectory. This foresight was his greatest asset, granting him a firm foothold in the industry, even if he could not reach the heights of Qi Yanqing's past achievements. He had grown accustomed to this sense of control, relishing in the fruits of his predatory success. However, Ling Yan's emergence and this unexpected acquisition, which deviated from his former memories, struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving a fissure in the trajectory he had believed unwavering. For the first time, reality diverged from his memories in a way he could not ignore. A chill of panic gripped his heart. If this event had altered, what of the others? Would the future he had deemed inevitable still align with his memories? Was his greatest advantage, the foresight upon which he relied, beginning to falter? This fear of the unknown suffocated him far more than mere disruptions to his plans. Su Mingzhi forced himself to regain composure and analyze the situation. Ling Yan was a top-tier star, yet his experience in the film industry was negligible. The Ling family's acquisition of Xingyao was likely aimed at paving the way for Ling Yan, creating a dedicated team, and potentially monopolizing resources from other artists in the company. With this thought, Su Mingzhi felt a slight sense of reassurance, even nurturing a secret anticipation. If Ling Yan were to commandeer substantial resources, then a marginal figure like Qi Yanqing would surely have even fewer opportunities. Perhaps he could leverage the new boss's convenience to gain more advantages himself. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the turbulence within and donned a facade of calm composure. Regardless of who the boss was, Su Mingzhi was now a leading figure, a lucrative asset for the company. As long as he continued to replicate Qi Yanqing's path to success, his position would remain secure, and the Ling family would not dare to challenge him lightly. He picked up his phone to review several project proposals just sent by his agent. Among them was a leading role in a grand period fantasy drama, featuring an exceptionally compelling character. In his previous life, it was precisely this role that propelled Qi Yanqing's career to new heights, earning him a nomination for Best Actor. This project was imperative for him to secure. Su Mingzhi's gaze hardened with determination. This represented the advantage of his rebirth, the cornerstone of maintaining his status. He promptly responded to his agent, expressing strong interest and requesting that all resources be mobilized to pursue it. Unbeknownst to him, while he ambitiously plotted his continued path of replication, a silent siege against him had already commenced in the presidential office of Xingyao Media. The newly established entertainment division under the Ling Group swiftly took control of Xingyao Media. Ling Yan did not personally intervene. Instead, everything was orchestrated by a professional team dispatched by Ling Chun. However, he possessed the highest authority, enabling him to access all information regarding the company's artists and project progress at any moment. The first action he undertook was to review the contracts and evaluation reports of all the artists, with particular emphasis on Qi Yinqing. Gazing at the long-term, inexpensive contract that could only be likened to a bond of servitude, along with the meager performances that were predominantly minor roles, Ling Yan's expression remained unchanged. He merely instructed 024, transfer his contract to my personal studio and revise the terms to the highest specifications. Understood, Master. Subsequently, Ling Yan commenced the resource selection process. He refrained from utilizing the Ling family's influence to forcibly seize the widely recognized opportunities, as such actions would be too conspicuous and could inadvertently alert Su Mingzhi, prompting a counterattack. His objective was precision in deployment. Having undergone the tempering of countless worlds, he possessed an almost instinctual understanding of the narratives that could resonate deeply with the human soul. He deliberately avoided all resources that Su Mingzhi might pursue based on his memories of the past life, those that had once brought Qi Yinqing fame or represented his hallmark works. Instead, Ling Yan meticulously selected projects that were either excellent works that had failed to materialize in the previous life due to various factors such as funding or timing, or new scripts that emerged in this life due to the butterfly effect, brimming with potential. One such project, Silent Testimony, a crime suspense web series, boasted a meticulously crafted script and well-rounded character development, helmed by a new director with innovative cinematographic ideas. Another, Homeward Bound, an indie film, narrated the struggles and warmth of marginalized individuals, with a sincere and touching story likely to evoke empathy. Ling Yan swiftly browsed through the alternatives filtered by 024, lightly tapping on his tablet to highlight several projects. He instructed that the detailed information of these projects be sent to the newly appointed CEO, urging him to engage with Qi Yinqing in the company's name. The approach should be sincere, with conditions allowing for reasonable concessions, yet ensuring Qi Yinqing's autonomy in choices and ample creative space. Understood. Information has been sent. 024 executed the task efficiently. Ling Yan's fingertips glided across the tablet, a flicker of playful anticipation crossing his gaze. He was eager to witness the splendid tableau that would unfold when Su Mingzhi, embroiled in a fierce struggle for the blockbuster resources from his memories, would find Qi Yinqing emerging with unexpected works from realms entirely foreign to him. The reborn individual had schemed to usurp the well-trodden path belonging to Qi Yinqing, believing he had seized the throat of destiny. Yet, should a day arise when he is astonished to discover that the person he sought to suppress flourishes in unfamiliar territories, wielding modest productions he had never heard of, radiating an undeniable brilliance, such a revelation would undoubtedly be far more intriguing than mere suppression. When Qi Yinqing received a call from the newly appointed agent, he was immersed in the role of a minor soldier in a war drama, delivering the only line, "Charge." "Yinqing, I have splendid news. A momentous announcement." The agent's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "The company sees immense potential in you and has decided to restructure your career path. There are several projects I believe are exceptionally suited for you. One is the lead role in Silent Testimony. Although it's a web series, I've read the script, and it is undeniably solid. There's also the second male lead in the film Homeward Bound. While a supporting role, the character arc is profoundly complete. Furthermore, there's a variety show invitation." Qi Yinqing clutched his phone, listening to the cascade of project titles, feeling somewhat dazed. He was aware that the company had been acquired by the Ling family. He also recognized that the radiant young man he had rescued was the youngest scion of the Ling family. Was this sudden shift all because of him? His heart raced uncontrollably. He was no fool, nor did he naively believe this was merely the company's standard allocation of resources. A marginalized artist, suppressed for years and suddenly thrust into the limelight. The sole variable was Ling Yan, the young man who had handed him a business card, claiming a debt of gratitude. At the time, he thought it was a fleeting whim of youth, not giving it much thought. He had not even dialed that number, fully aware that they belonged to disparate worlds, and that small act of salvation paled in comparison to the vast chasm of social disparity. Yet, he never anticipated that Ling Yan would repay his kindness in such a manner, not as an act of charity or pity, but by offering him an opportunity, a genuine chance to act. Qi Yinshan's fingers unconsciously tightened, his nails digging into his palm, bringing a slight sting that sharpened his awareness. His long-suppressed passion and longing for performance ignited like tinder thrust into a flame. Regardless of the reason, this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Li Yi. Qi Yinshan's voice, tinged with excitement, was slightly hoarse yet resolute. Could you please send me the script? I wish to peruse it. Of course. I'll send it right away. Yinshan, seize this chance. The company will provide full support. The agent responded eagerly. After hanging up, Qi Yinshan gazed at the bustling film set in the distance, observing the background actors clad in tattered military uniforms, awaiting the command to charge before collapsing. Taking a deep breath, he felt the sun's rays piercing, yet he envisioned a brand new path unfurling before him, one fraught with thorns yet abundant with hope. Chapter 38. The movie Emperor's Love script.A. A few days later at Ling Yan's personal studio. To maintain the momentum of his stardom, the studio occasionally released behind-the-scenes footage or daily vlogs. Today's theme revolved around Ling Yan's reading time, aimed at crafting an image of him as a serene and cultured young man. Dressed simply in a white sweater, Ling Yan sat on a beanbag by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a beautifully packaged poetry collection. Sunlight streamed over him, highlighting his soft hair and the delicate contour of his profile, creating a scene as enchanting as a movie poster. The photographer and staff were quietly immersed in their tasks when a gentle knock echoed from the studio door. The assistant approached and opened it, only to relay with a hint of surprise, "Brother Yan, Mr. Qi Yinshan is here to express his gratitude." Ling Yan lifted his gaze from the poetry collection, a flicker of appropriate astonishment crossing his eyes. "Let him in." Qi Yinshan entered, having exchanged his core stage costume for a simple black jacket and jeans. His hair was neatly trimmed, and though traces of fatigue lingered on his face, he appeared markedly refreshed and upright. Yet, within his profound eyes alongside gratitude, there lay an imperceptible caution and vigilance. Such opportunities were exceedingly precious to him, and had come rather unexpectedly, prompting an instinctual wariness. Upon noticing the array of filming equipment and the crew, his steps faltered, and with an apologetic tone, he said, "Are you in the middle of a shoot? I can come back another day." "Not at all. We've just finished," Ling Yan replied, setting down his book and rising gracefully from the lounge chair. He smiled at the photographer and crew. "Let us take a break. You've all worked hard." The staff understood and paused their work, stepping aside. Ling Yan then approached Qi Yinshan, looking up at him with a genuine concern in his voice. "What brings you here? Is your hand completely healed?" "Yes, it's fully recovered." Qi Yinshan nodded, pausing momentarily as if weighing his words. Ultimately, he opted for honesty, stating, "I came today to thank you in person. The script for silent testimony and other opportunities are of great significance to me." His voice was soft, yet each word was articulated with clarity and gravitas. Ling Yan observed the complex mix of gratitude and distance in Qi Yinshan's eyes and understood. He gently shook his head, his tone warm, yet imbued with a sense of certainty. "There's no need for thanks. You were chosen because the company assessed that you were the most suitable for these projects. It is your merit." He paused, his gaze clear and devoid of any condescension, as if merely stating an uncomplicated fact. "My brother often says that in business, one must have foresight. If you perform well, the company profits. It is a win-win situation." This statement deftly reframed any assistance as a matter of cold, hard business logic and precise investment insight, skillfully circumventing any feelings of indebtedness that might discomfort Qi Yinqing, thereby greatly preserving his dignity. Qi Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Ling Yan's clear, bottomless eyes. And the subtle vigilance and unease born of their disparate circumstances were oddly soothed by these words. He recognized that, regardless of the underlying truth, the other party had extended the utmost respect. "I understand," he replied, his voice slightly more relaxed, his gaze resolute. "Thank you for this opportunity from both you and the company. I will give my all and not betray this trust." "Yes, that's the spirit," Ling Yan smiled, his eyes curving with delight, the warmth of his smile radiating under the sunlight. "I believe in your abilities. Good luck." As Qi Yinqing beheld his smile, the last remnants of shadow within him seemed to dissipate. He nodded earnestly, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave the studio. As he watched the silhouette fade at the door, Ling Yan's smile gradually diminished, returning to his usual composure. "Host, he seems not to have completely believed," echoed in his mind. It was unnecessary for him to possess unwavering faith. Ling Yan softly replied within, maintaining this delicate equilibrium was sufficient. He did not require Qi Yinqing's tearful gratitude. He merely needed the other party to resolutely embark upon the resplendent star path that was rightfully his. In the days following the change in ownership of Xingyao Media, the surface appeared tranquil while tumultuous undercurrents swirled beneath. Qi Yinqing, akin to a tree parched by drought finally quenched by rain, eagerly absorbed all available nourishment. He plunged headfirst into his new role with a fervor bordering on desperation. The cast of Silent Testimony, a small-budget web drama not highly regarded within the industry, found itself scrutinizing this unheralded lead. Qi Yinqing was cast as a young police officer afflicted with mutism due to childhood trauma, yet endowed with exceptional observational skills and artistic talent. This character, possessing scant dialogue, relied heavily on nuanced eye expressions, minute gestures, and body language, making the role exceedingly challenging. On the first day of shooting, the director and crew regarded this unexpected and unknown lead with skepticism. However, Qi Yinqing swiftly captivated everyone with his professionalism and unwavering focus. Arriving well in advance, he engaged in extensive discussions with the writer and director regarding his character, crafting detailed character sketches. He meticulously studied the behavioral patterns of individuals with mutism and practiced capturing character traits with his brush. On set, he was perpetually the most prepared, immersing himself in the character's essence, regardless of whether the camera was on him. In a scene requiring him to depict a suspect's psychological state through drawing, he stood before the easel with a focused and sharp gaze, his fingers trembling slightly from the intense mental calculations, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The nearly palpable authenticity of his performance left the director behind the monitor breathless. "Cut! Perfect!" the director exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he turned to Qi Yinqing, whose performance was met with astonishment. "Yinqing, that scene was extraordinary." Qi Yinqing slowly withdrew from his character's state, bowing slightly to the director and crew, his demeanor humble. Only he knew the extent of his sacrifices to seize this hard-won opportunity. Every glance, every muscle movement was the result of countless rehearsals and reflections. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhi had successfully secured the lead role in the grand costume fantasy drama Nine Heavens Cloud Song, portraying a cold and proud immortal master burdened with deep-seated enmity. This character had been one of Qi Yinqing's classic roles in his previous life, earning him a nomination for the Best Actor award. Su Mingzhi entered the set brimming with ambition. Confident in his understanding of the role, he meticulously recalled Qi Yinqing's performance, even deliberately mimicking certain gestures and tones he deemed essential. However, the filming process did not unfold as smoothly as he had anticipated. He consistently struggled to find the precise balance between the character's pride and underlying vulnerability. Either he performed with an excessive lack of expression, prompting the director to criticize him for lacking depth, or when emotional outburst was required, he exerted too much effort, revealing an unrecognized restlessness and slickness inherent to his own disposition. Mingzhi, temper your emotions a bit. This character is restrained, with pain concealed beneath a layer of ice. not shouted out loud. The director furrowed his brow, calling for yet another halt. Su Mingzhi felt a surge of frustration within. He was undeniably performing according to the correct formula. So why did the outcome feel so askew? He attributed it to subtle changes in the script, issues with his co-actors' performances, and even the director's nitpicking, but he refused to acknowledge that his own abilities were insufficient to genuinely embody the character that Qi Yinxing had imbued with a soul. He possessed mere facade, yet lacked substance. Chapter 39. The love script of the best actor months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Silent Testimony was the first to premiere on the video platform. Initially, it garnered little attention, as the cast was not particularly strong and promotional funds were limited. However, as the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. After the first episode aired, its tightly woven plot, cinematic quality visuals, and the male lead Qi Yinxing's astonishing performance quickly ignited a wave of organic recommendations across social media. Oh my, who is this male lead in Silent Testimony? His acting is explosive. Qi Yinxing. I looked him up. Was he just a supporting actor before? His talent has been buried for too long. He plays a mute cop? He has no lines, relying solely on his gaze and subtle expressions. Yet I understood all his psychological nuances. Incredible. The script is superb, with tight logic and constant twists. Hooked. As the acclaim continued to grow, discussion surrounding Silent Testimony and Qi Yinxing's acting surged to the trending topics. Qi Yinxing's long-dormant Weibo account saw a meteoric rise in followers. His portrayal of Shun Mo, with its unique charisma and compelling performance, became one of the most talked-about characters in recent media. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated production Nine Heaven's Cloud Song also made its grand debut. With a strong IP foundation, dazzling special effects, and a massive promotional campaign, it premiered with explosive viewership and online streaming numbers. However, in stark contrast to its high ratings and traffic were mixed reviews, leaning towards criticism. The special effects are indeed extravagant, but why does the plot feel somewhat cliched? The chemistry between the leads is decent, but the acting feels a bit forced. Did I set my expectations too high for Su Mingzhi as the male lead? Why does it feel like he performs the same in everything? He comes off as pretentious, with vacant expressions. Comparing him to Qi Yinxing in Silent Testimony, there quite a noticeable disparity in acting skill, particularly when viewers edited comparison videos showcasing Qi Yinxing's scenes from Silent Testimony against Su Mingzhi's performances in Nine Heaven's Cloud Song. Discussions about Qi Yinxing's acting overshadowing Su Mingzhi unexpectedly surged. Although Su Mingzhi's fans endeavored to control the narrative, the discerning public was quite perceptive. The performance of Qi Yinxing, marked by its serene introspection and rich layers, starkly contrasts with Su Mingzhi's superficial and formulaic interpretation, rendering the distinction unmistakable. As Su Mingzhi perused the glaring online comments and comparison videos, he was nearly driven to smash his phone in fury. How could this be? That good-for-nothing Qi Yinxing. By what right does he ascend? In the privacy of his lounge, he bellowed, his visage contorted in rage. Stripped of any semblance of the graceful demeanor he exhibited before the camera, he simply could not comprehend. Qi Yinxing was meant to be beneath him, forever unable to rise. How could someone so marginalized, nearly blacklisted, possibly acquire such resources? How could he, through a web series Su had never even heard of, achieve such a resurgence and to gain acclaim while standing on his shoulders? That Silent Testimony, a production entirely absent from his memories of the past life. It should not exist. Least of all should it be portrayed by Qi Yinxing. An intense jealousy, coupled with a panic that the circumstances were spiraling out of control, nearly drove Su Mingzhi to madness. He felt like a jester clad in the emperor's new clothes, with all his glory precariously built upon shifting sands, ready to collapse at any moment. No, he could not remain passive. Ling Yan, too, was acutely aware of the developments surrounding these two dramas. Witnessing Qi Yinxing emerge successfully through talent and a fitting script did not surprise him. The sight of Su Mingzhi embroiled in a crisis of reputation filled him with delight. One day, he received a phone call from Ling Yan. "Xiao Yan, your judgment is astute. Ling Chen's voice carried a rare note of approval. That Qi Yinqing is indeed a fine material. Silent testimony had low production costs, yet yielded astonishing returns, significantly boosting the company's valuation. Ling Yan, sprawled on the sofa while gaming, lazily responded, "I told you he would shine." He then casually inquired, "I heard things aren't going too well for Su Mingzhe lately?" With an innocent tone, Ling Yan dodged the question while maneuvering his character in the game. "Is that so? I'm not quite sure. His acting seems rather mediocre, not on par with Qi Yinqing." Ling Chun chuckled on the other end, refraining from further inquiry. His primary concern was his brother's happiness and the company's profitability. Everything else was inconsequential. After ending the call, Ling Yan set down the game controller, his gaze drifting to the window. He understood Su Mingzhe would not acquiesce quietly. A hyena accustomed to thievery, once deprived of its familiar source of sustenance, would only grow more frantic and perilous. As he pondered this, a notification chimed on his phone, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. "Teacher Ling, this is Qi Yinqing. Silent testimony has performed admirably, and I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to grace me with your presence." Ling Yan glanced at the carefully worded, almost timid message, raising an eyebrow slightly. After a moment's thought, he replied, "All right, you choose the time and place." He was curious to see what this future cinematic luminary wished to discuss. Qi Yinqing selected a discreet private dining establishment for their dinner, complete with an independent booth and a refined atmosphere. By the time Ling Yan arrived, Qi Yinqing was already waiting there. He donned a simple white shirt, the cuffs rolled up to his elbows, revealing his elegantly contoured forearms. He appeared slightly leaner than when they last met, yet his gaze had grown more composed and incisive, reminiscent of a polished gem gradually revealing its understated brilliance. Upon seeing Ling Yan enter, he immediately rose, his movements imbued with a subtle gravity. "Have you been waiting long?" Ling Yan inquired as he settled into the seat opposite him, casually perusing the menu, his tone nonchalant as if they were merely ordinary friends gathering. "No, I just arrived," Qi Yinqing replied, his eyes fixed on him. Today, the youth wore a loose light blue sweatshirt, which accentuated his fair complexion. As he lowered his gaze to the menu, his thick eyelashes resembled delicate little fans, tranquil and beautiful, in contrast to his dazzling presence on stage or the vulnerable demeanor exhibited during that harrowing incident on the set. This was a more relatable state, one that rendered him difficult to look away from. Qi Yinqing's heart raced erratically. This person was like an enigma. Though he resided in the heart of the glamorous and bustling entertainment industry, his eyes often held a purity untouched by worldly affairs. Despite possessing the power to sway fortunes, he approached life with a childlike capriciousness. He had granted himself a rebirth, seemingly without expectation of reward. Gratitude, reverence, an ineffable curiosity, and a certain allure he himself had yet to fully comprehend intertwined within Qi Yinqing's heart. "The clear soup bird's nest and the crab meat lion's head are quite good here," Ling Yan suggested, ordering several signature dishes before handing the menu to Qi Yinqing. "What else would you like to add?" Qi Yinqing accepted the menu and added a couple of light vegetarian dishes. As they awaited the arrival of their food, a subtle silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was Qi Yinqing who broke the quiet, his tone earnest. "I truly appreciate your help this time. The success of silent testimony would not have been possible without your support." Ling Yan, preoccupied with steaming the utensils and tea, looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Why thank me? You chose the script, you acted in it, and your talent brought you fame. What does that have to do with me?" He distanced himself entirely from the situation, as if merely a bystander. Qi Yinqing gazed into his clear, innocent eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 40. The Love Script of the Best Actor. He was acutely aware that everything was far from coincidental. Yet Ling Yan's dismissive attitude rendered all his prepared expressions of gratitude feeble and insipid. After a brief moment of silence, he altered his approach. "Regardless, it was you who provided me with this opportunity. I will remember your kindness." Ling Yan tilted his head, seemingly contemplating, then suddenly smiled. "Then you can treat me to dinner as a way to repay the favor?" His smile, with its youthful cunning and purity, significantly diluted the complex emotions swirling within Qi Yinqing. One meal may not suffice. Qi Yanqing managed to curve his lips into a faint smile. Then treat me to a few more meals, Ling Yan asserted, as if it were the most natural thing. The dishes soon arrived, and the two engaged in conversation. Their topics largely revolving around amusing anecdotes from the filming of silent testimony and various insights from within the industry. Although Ling Yan bears the reputation of having mediocre acting skills, his occasional insights into performance and script are remarkably sharp and precise, leaving Qi Yanqing quietly astonished. What do you think is the most crucial aspect of acting? Qi Yanqing couldn't help but inquire. Ling Yan picked up a lion's head meatball, leisurely blowing on it. Perhaps sincerity, he replied. He took a bite, his eyes narrowing contentedly. Resembling a satiated cat, one can deceive others, but not oneself. If there is nothing in the heart, the eyes will be empty. His casual words struck Qi Yanqing like a needle, precisely hitting the mark. He recalled Su Mingzhi's performance in that fantasy drama, glamorous and impeccable, yet devoid of this sincerity. Gazing at Ling Yan, Qi Yanqing's curiosity deepened. Which facet of this young man is truly authentic? Just then, Ling Yan's phone vibrated, displaying a message from Hongjia, accompanied by several links. Xiaoyan, Su Mingzhi's team has gone crazy. They've hired numerous trolls to malign Qi Yanqing, claiming his silent testimony data is fabricated and his acting is overly praised, even asserting that your improvisational performance in that variety show was orchestrated by the production team. Ling Yan opened the links and glanced through them, encountering a screen filled with unsightly slurs and fabricated dirt. Simultaneously, Su Mingzhi's team intensified their promotion of Jiu Xiao Yungu, flooding the media with praises of explosive acting and iconic characters, attempting to forcibly shift public opinion through capital and volume. Ling Yan's gaze momentarily chilled, but soon returned to calm as he turned his phone screen towards Qi Yanqing. Look, Qi Yanqing examined the malicious comments, furrowing his brow. Yet his expression remained largely unchanged. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to Su Mingzhi's subtle undermining of his opportunities. Those contracts that suddenly fell through at the last moment, and the whispers circulating within the industry about his difficult temperament. Although he never understood why this favored son of heaven targeted a nameless individual like himself, the overwhelming onslaught at this moment only confirmed his long-held suspicions. As expected, he said calmly, "Aren't you angry? Anger is futile." Qi Yanqing set down his chopsticks, his gaze tranquil. "I will let my work speak for itself." Ling Yan observed his composed demeanor, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. This resilience forged under prolonged suppression was even more remarkable than he had anticipated. He withdrew his phone, recalling a script he had recently encountered. Ever since his improvisational performance in Star Collision garnered attention, his fans have been clamoring on various social media platforms, fervently urging him and his studio to take on new projects. Yan Bao's acting is undeniably spirited. Please take on a script. The child wants to act. Give him a chance. The studio is useless. Hurry and secure a good script for my son. Viewing these endearing and passionate fans, Ling Yan felt that occasionally indulging their wishes might not be such a bad idea. Moreover, personally engaging in the process could perhaps expedite the elimination of certain bothersome pests. Recently, I've come across quite an interesting script. Ling Yan set down his chopsticks, took out his tablet, and pulled up an electronic script, sliding it across the table to Qi Yanqing. "Star Child," he said, "take a look." Qi Yanqing accepted the tablet, momentarily taken aback by the title. He swiftly skimmed through the story synopsis and several chapters. This was a contemporary emotional drama infused with soft sci-fi elements, narrating the tale of an extraterrestrial youth named Xing Che, who conceals his identity on Earth while navigating the trials of growth and choice. The script's innovative premise and delicate emotional depth explored themes of solitude, belonging, and love. The male protagonist, Xing Che, with his innocent naivety and occasionally inhuman aura, intriguingly aligned with the public persona Ling Yan projected, while also presenting a formidable challenge. The second male lead, a scientist named Gu Yin, is rational and composed, being the first to uncover the protagonist's secret and endeavor to protect him, resulting in a plethora of captivating confrontations between the two. As Qi Yanqing meticulously examined the script, his eyes gradually brightened. The concept was refreshingly original, diverging from the cliched narratives often seen in the market, and the emotional core was profoundly moving. If executed well, this could potentially become a work that garners both acclaim and popularity, he remarked thoughtfully. I find it quite intriguing. Ling Yan nodded, casually stirring the bird's nest in his bowl with a small spoon, before casually dropping a bombshell. I want to play Xing Che. You can portray Gu Yan. What do you think? Qi Yinshin was momentarily stunned. Ling Yan taking on the lead role was already sensational news. Yet he was inviting Qi Yinshin to play the significantly impactful second male lead. Given Ling Yan's current status as a top-tier star, the role of the second male lead was undoubtedly a coveted opportunity that many leading actors would vie for. Furthermore, the quality of the script was exceptional, and the characters were compelling. Observing Qi Yinshin's astonishment, Ling Yan blinked playfully. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to share the stage with me? Do you think my acting skills are subpar and would hinder you? Not at all. Qi Yinshin quickly refuted, his tone somewhat urgent. I just didn't expect it. He paused, gazing into Ling Yan's clear eyes, and earnestly stated, Teacher Ling, the role of Gu Yan is excellent, and the script is superb. But are you certain you want to choose me? With your influence, you could easily find someone with greater box office appeal. They're not as suitable as you. Ling Yan interjected, his tone resolute, imbued with a sense of undeniable audacity. Gu Yan requires calmness and depth, qualities you possess. If I believe in you, then you're capable. Qi Yinshin looked at him, feeling as though his heart had been gently nudged by something, a warm current surging uncontrollably throughout his being. This unreserved trust and acknowledgement were nearly luxuries in his career, marked by scorn and suppression. It was akin to a person who had wandered in darkness for too long suddenly encountering a warm, brilliant light, yet unable to discern its source. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions swelling in his chest, and met Ling Yan's gaze with unwavering determination. If you believe in me, I am willing to accept. Very well, then it's settled. Ling Yan clapped his hands, as if resolving a minor matter, and continued to savor his crab-meat lion's head with a cheerful disposition. Qi Yinshin gazed intently at the silhouette of the youth absorbed in his meal, a tide of indescribable emotions swelling within him. This seemingly carefree young master possessed an uncanny ability to make the most astute judgments with effortless grace, offering him the recognition and support he desperately needed in the most subtle yet impactful manner. Such understated consideration stirred a complex array of feelings within Qi Yinshin, far surpassing any direct act of charity. He lifted his wine glass, signaling to Ling Yan, Thank you, Teacher Ling. In that moment, his gratitude extended beyond the mere opportunity. It encompassed the rare gift of understanding and the silent completion of his aspirations. Ling Yan raised his juice glass, gently clinking it against Qi Yinshin's, his eyes sparkling with warmth to a fruitful collaboration. As the external world illuminated with the glow of evening lights, the ambience within the private room was harmonious. Qi Yinshin was acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, and Su Mingzhi's oppression would not relent. Yet in this moment, gazing at the radiant smile of the youth across from him, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength and anticipation. Meanwhile, Ling Yan had begun to strategize in his mind how to utilize the project Child of the Stars to orchestrate a captivating interstellar journey for the reborn individual, who is desperately trying to replicate the lives of others. Chapter 41. The leading actor's romantic script under Ling Yan's formidable involvement. The project Child of the Stars advanced with astonishing speed. The capital from the Ling Corporation combined with Ling Yan's top-tier popularity acted as a powerful engine, propelling a project that might have languished due to its niche subject matter into the spotlight of the industry. The director, personally selected by Ling Yan, was a rising star known for his exquisite visuals and delicate emotional storytelling, bearing the surname Chun. The leading actress was a talented and well-regarded performer named Su Qing, whose graceful demeanor brought a sense of warmth to her role as a perceptive and caring doctor, a pivotal character who gradually drew closer to the heart of the protagonist. Xing. Upon the announcement, the internet erupted in excitement. Ling Yan's fans were jubilant, celebrating as if it were a festival. Oh my goodness, Yin Bao is finally acting. And as the male lead, the premise of Child of the Stars is so intriguing. An alien youth and a female doctor from Earth. I can't wait to see Ling Yan as Xing Che. It seems to resonate perfectly with his own aura. Conversely, onlookers and detractors adopted a more cautious or disparaging stance. Ling Yan acting? Inaschifi genre. Surely, it will just result in another meme-worthy performance. Qi Yinxing as the second male lead? He has potential, but it feels like a waste to support Ling Yan. Ms. Su Qing, stay strong. Don't let the pretty face drag you down. Su Mingzhi, upon hearing the news, was first struck with shock, followed swiftly by a wave of mockery. Ling Yan had the audacity to step into the realm of acting himself, and to choose such a seemingly unreliable soft sci-fi script. It was a self-inflicted humiliation. What irked him further was seeing Qi Yinxing, who had just begun to make a name for himself with that mediocre online drama, getting ahead of himself. Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? He was eagerly embracing what was clearly a role meant to support the lead, groveling towards Ling Yan in a way that was almost laughable. He could already envision Ling Yan's acting being ridiculed, and Qi Yinxing's hard-won reputation crumbling swiftly, leading to the series' complete failure. This thought alleviated some of the discontent he had harbored due to the mixed reviews surrounding Jiu Xiao Yunge. Keep a close watch on their crew. Inform me immediately of any developments. Su Mingzhi instructed his team, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. On the day of the launch ceremony, the media swarmed in, their flashing lights nearly overwhelming the venue. As the undeniable lead, Ling Yan became the center of attention. Dressed in a simple yet slightly oversized white linen shirt, he appeared increasingly slender amidst the crowd, exuding an aura of purity that starkly contrasted with the surrounding clamor. Reminiscent of the innocent bewilderment and detachment of Xing Che upon his arrival on Earth in the script. Qi Yinxing stood a bit further back, observing Ling Yan, who was surrounded by admirers. The young man's face bore a perfectly measured smile, one suited for public appearances, polite yet distant. Qi Yinxing realized he had begun to discern the subtle differences in Ling Yan's demeanor across various states of being. This instinctive attention stirred something within him, only to be swiftly suppressed. After the ceremony concluded, the crew transitioned into a tense shooting phase. The first significant scene unfolded between Xing Che, portrayed by Ling Yan, and Gu Yan, played by Qi Yinxing. The setting was Gu Yan's laboratory, where Xing Che found himself summoned due to an accidental display of his abilities, which had drawn Gu Yan's attention. Gu Yan aimed to unravel Xing Che's secrets through rational scientific inquiry, while Xing Che felt a mix of curiosity and unease toward humanity. Action. With a clabbered sound, the scene commenced. The camera focused on the center of a laboratory. Ling Yan, Xing Che, sat on a cold metallic chair. His body slightly curled, hands clasped anxiously. He lowered his head, soft black hair cascading down, partially obscuring his brow and eyes, revealing only the elegantly defined line of his jaw and his faintly pale, pressed lips. Though his movements were minimal, the inherent vigilance and fragility radiating from him, akin to a startled young creature, instantly captivated everyone present. Qi Yinxing, Gu Yan, clad in a white lab coat, stood at the workstation, his back to the camera as he adjusted some instruments. His posture was upright, and his movements were methodical, reflecting the calm and focus characteristic of a researcher. Turning around, he approached Xing Che, holding an electrode-like device connected by wires. Don't be nervous. It's merely a routine body data monitoring. Gu Yan's voice remained steady, devoid of emotional fluctuations, as though stating an objective fact. Yet, his gaze was sharp as a scalpel, discreetly scrutinizing every subtle reaction from Xing Che. Xing Che lifted his gaze to meet Gu Yan's. In his doe-like eyes, confusion and a hint of barely perceptible fear swirled. He remained silent, inching back slightly. Are you afraid? Gu Yan halted, looking down at him with an unyielding demeanor, his tone still flat yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Xing Che gently shook his head, then nodded, ultimately appearing at a loss for how to convey his feelings, silently gazing at Gu Yan with those untainted, crystalline eyes. Qi Yinxing's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Ling Yan's eyes were strikingly pure, so clear that they seemed capable of reflecting the darkest corners of the human soul. He was nearly oblivious to the fact that he was acting, instinctively softening his tone, imbued with a patience he himself was unaware of. "I will not harm you. I merely wish to understand you." This line was originally intended to convey a calm and inquisitive demeanor, yet when Qi Yinxing delivered it, an unexpected sense of reassurance seeped through. Ling Yan, Xingche, seemed to sense this subtle shift, his taut body relaxing ever so slightly. He hesitated for a moment, nodding imperceptibly. "Cut. Excellent." Director Chen's voice rang out with palpable excitement, his emotions perfectly aligned with the scene. "Especially you, Ling Yan. The ethereal purity and unease you exhibited was spot on. Yinxing, your subsequent line was handled beautifully, infused with humanity, and it aligns perfectly with Gu Yan's character development." They had nailed the scene in one take. The crew members were somewhat astonished. They had anticipated that a top-tier idol would complicate matters, leading to multiple NGs. Yet, they were taken aback by how swiftly Ling Yan slipped into character, although the performance still revealed a hint of naivety in technique. The unique charisma and authenticity he possessed more than compensated for any shortcomings. Qi Yinxing approached the monitor to review the recent footage. In the frame, Ling Yan's moment of raising his gaze captured an exquisite blend of vulnerability and beauty that even stirred his own heart. He could not deny that Ling Yan possessed an innate quality that was irreplaceable. Meanwhile, Ling Yan had already bounded over to the break area, accepting a thermal cup from his assistant and sipping warm water in small gulps, his face regaining its usual languid demeanor, as if the character he had just portrayed was a distant memory. "Well performed," Qi Yinxing murmured as he joined him. Ling Yan looked up, his eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. "Isn't it? I believe I have quite the talent." Qi Yinxing could not help but smile at his unabashed demeanor. This candid self-admiration, which might be off-putting in others, only rendered Ling Yan all the more genuine and endearing. As the filming progressed, the rapport between the two deepened. Qi Yinxing, a method actor, was accustomed to delving into the psyche of his characters to construct a complete narrative. In contrast, Ling Yan's approach leaned towards instinct and intuition. He appeared to effortlessly capture the essence of his character and present it in an extraordinarily natural manner. The collision of their distinct acting styles resulted in a remarkable chemical reaction, seamlessly portraying the evolution of trust between Xingche and Gu Yan, from wariness to tentative exploration, culminating in the gradual establishment of a delicate bond. During this time, Su Qing also joined the set, portraying the gentle yet resolute Dr. Lin Yu. She was the character with whom Xingche had the most emotional interactions. Su Qing, with her open and affable nature, quickly integrated into the crew. In a scene where Lin Yu tended to the ailing Xingche, she sat at the bedside, gently wiping his forehead with tender motions, her eyes brimming with concern and compassion. Ling Yan lay with his eyes closed, his complexion pale, delicate lashes trembling faintly as he submitted to her care. Qi Yinxing stood just outside the frame, observing this poignant moment unfold. According to the script, Gu Yan should have been analyzing data in the laboratory at this moment. Yet he found himself inexplicably lingering. He observed Su Qing's hand caressing Ling Yan's skin and watched as Ling Yan lay there defenseless, a wave of inexplicable agitation rising within him. Despite knowing it was merely a performance and that Su Qing was an exceptionally skilled actress, he found the scene somewhat jarring. "Cut. Excellent." Su Qing delivered a compelling performance, and Ling Yan was in fine form. "Let's take a break and prepare for the next scene," the director called out. Ling Yan immediately sat up from the bed, rubbing his eyes, the frail demeanor he had just portrayed vanishing in an instant. Su Qing exchanged a few cheerful words with him about the earlier performance. Qi Yinxing casually walked over, seemingly without intent, and picked up the script resting nearby, casually inquiring, "Is the next scene one for the three of us?" "Yes," Ling Yan nodded, leaping off the bed and stretching his limbs. Gu Yan noticed that Dr. Lin and Xingche were standing too close together and rushed over to warn him to keep his distance. As he recounted the plot, his gaze held a hint of mockery as he looked at Qi Yinxing. "Teacher Qi, be a bit fiercer later." observing Ling Yan's animated demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the earlier portrayal of vulnerability under Su Qing's hand. Qi Yinqing felt an intensified discomfort within him. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. As filming commenced, Gu Yin pulled Xing Che into a corner of the laboratory, his expression darkening. Dr. Lin is only acting out of professional sympathy. Do not misunderstand. And do not get too close to her. Xing Che looked at him in confusion, his gaze pure. Misunderstand? Lin Yu is wonderful. She makes me feel warm. His speech was somewhat disjointed, carrying the hesitance of an alien learning to communicate, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Gu Yan's eyes suddenly sharpened, revealing a restlessness he was not even aware of. You don't understand. Human emotions are complex. The better she treats you, the greater the potential harm. However, Xing Che sought to argue back. But no buts. Gu Yin abruptly interrupted him, his voice involuntarily rising, tinged with an almost uncontrollable intensity. Stay away from her. This is for your own good. In this scene, Qi Yinqing's emotions were exceedingly rich, even surpassing the script's requirements. The suppressed anger and inexplicable possessiveness were vividly conveyed through the screen. Cut. Director Chen once again halted the filming, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he regarded Qi Yinqing. Yinqing, your emotions seem a bit too intense. At this stage, Gu Yin feels nothing more than curiosity and a preliminary protective instinct toward Xing Che. Not yet to the point of jealousy. Tone it down a bit. Qi Yinqing suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing his earlier lapse in composure. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the unfamiliar emotions surging within him, and murmured, "Apologies, director. I will adjust." He glanced at Ling Yan, only to find a youth gazing back at him with clear, inquisitive eyes. A twinge of anxiety gripped Qi Yinqing, compelling him to swiftly avert his gaze. Something felt amiss. This agitation and concern, ignited by Ling Yan and exacerbated by his interactions with others, seemed to transcend the bounds of mere colleagues or gratitude. He seemed to be gradually captivated by this occasionally innocent, occasionally enigmatic youth, who radiated astonishing charm before the camera. This realization left Qi Yinqing's heart in disarray. Just as the crew of Children of the Stars was methodically engaged in filming, Su Mingzhi also stirred with new intentions. As Ling Yan had anticipated, he dismissed Ling Yan's playful antics with disdain. What could a mere vase, relying on looks and family background, possibly stir up? Even if it momentarily shone in a variety show, in his eyes, the soft sci-fi romance of Children of the Stars was trivial and utterly inconsequential. He poured all his energy into his newly acquired project, a grand historical power struggle drama titled The Game of Power. This production boasted immense investment, a lavish cast, and was adapted from a popular online novel, supported by a vast readership. In Su Mingzhi's recollection from his past life, this drama had been a sensation, achieving both high ratings and critical acclaim, with the role of the male lead played by none other than Qi Yinqing. He leveraged all his connections and resources, even willing to lower his salary, ultimately eliminating all competitors to secure the male lead role that he believed was destined for success. Upon joining the cast of The Game of Power, Su Mingzhi felt triumphant. Adorned in intricate and splendid ancient attire, he gazed at his regal reflection in the mirror, envisioning the glory of standing on the award stage in the future. He intentionally emulated Qi Yinqing's performance style from his memories, striving for every glance and movement to align with the classics. Ling Yan, Qi Yinqing, once The Game of Power airs, the ripples you create will merely serve as stepping stones for me. Su Mingzhi smirked disdainfully at the news of Children of the Stars quietly commencing production on his phone. He remained oblivious to the fact that his so-called memories were leading him down a path fraught with uncertainty and deviation from the predetermined course. Meanwhile, the filming of Children of the Stars was gaining momentum. The chemistry between Ling Yan and Qi Yinqing exceeded the expectations of both the director and screenwriter. In one scene, Xing Che, due to energy instability, inadvertently revealed his non-human traits, witnessed by a select few, inciting panic and pursuit. Gu Yan, at great risk, concealed him in a safe house on the outskirts. The setting was a rainy night, the safe house illuminated only by a dim yellow light. Xing Che curled up in the corner of the sofa, drenched, trembling slightly from fear and energy turmoil, his gaze vacant, reminiscent of his initial state of unease towards everything. Gu Yan approached with a dry towel, silently squatting before him. He did not act immediately, but simply gazed at Xing Che, his expression complex. Within his eyes lay the curiosity of a scientist, caution towards the unknown, but more prominently, an instinctive urge to protect this anomaly that even he had yet to fully comprehend. "Do not fear." Gu Yan's voice was low, carrying the dampness of the rainy night, yet strangely imbued with a soothing power. He extended his hand, somewhat stiffly, and gently placed the towel over Xing Che's still dripping hair. Ling Yan, Xing Che, lifted his head, his damp eyes resembling glass adorned with a veil of mist. He gazed at Gu Yan, his lips moving, the sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible. "Gu Yan, am I a monster?" In Chapter 43, titled The Love Script of the Best Actor, Qi Yanchen, Gu Yan paused momentarily. He beheld the youth's eyes, filled with unadulterated fear and self-doubt, and his heart felt as though it had been sharply tugged. According to the script, Gu Yan was meant to respond with calm analysis and reassurance. Yet, as he looked into Ling Yan's eyes, the prepared lines eluded him. After a brief silence, he performed an action not scripted. He raised his other hand, gently and swiftly, using his fingertip to wipe away a droplet of rain poised at the corner of Ling Yan's eye. "You are not a monster." Qi Yanshin's voice resonated deeper, imbued with an undeniable certainty. "You are simply different from us." This impromptu, delicate gesture and alteration of dialogue instantly elevated the emotional intensity of the scene. The protective instinct that transcended rational analysis and a vague sense of emotional identification were conveyed with precision. "Cut!" Director Chun exclaimed excitedly. Yet he did not immediately call for the next scene. Instead, he fixated on the monitor, replaying the footage repeatedly, his face alight with astonishment. "Wonderful! Yanshen, your interpretation was phenomenal. It carries more weight than the original script." Ling Yan's reaction was also impeccable. The sense of reliance and vulnerability was extraordinary. The crew members were similarly captivated by the atmosphere of the scene, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes towards Ling Yan and Qi Yanshen filled with admiration. Emerging from his character's state, Ling Yan brushed his eye with the back of his hand, where Qi Yanshen had touched him, still lingering with a cool sensation. He raised his gaze to Qi Yanshen, discovering him also looking back, his eyes profound, swirling with emotions that Ling Yan could not quite decipher. Tilting his head, Ling Yan suddenly smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression, and, in a voice only they could hear, said, "Teacher Qi, did you just secretly ad-lib?" Qi Yanshen's heart skipped a beat, as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, and a flush of warmth crept to his ears. He swiftly averted his gaze, his tone returning to its usual steadiness. "I felt that was more in line with the character's logic." At that moment, Su Qing approached with a playful smile, teasing, "The chemistry between you two is remarkable. I foresee the post-production editor will be in a quandary deciding who the official pairing is, Gu Yan or Lin Yu." Her jest was meant as praise for their splendid performance together. However, Qi Yanshen's smile subtly faded. Ling Yan, blissfully unaware, responded, "Sister Su Qing, stop joking. Dr. Gu only has eyes for his research and that little troublemaker, Xing Che." The words were spoken without intent, yet Qi Yanshen received them with purpose. The term little troublemaker carried a certain endearment, stirring a delicate pang within him. Choosing silence, he quietly stepped aside to drink water. Filming typically wrapped up late. To facilitate shooting, the principal actors resided in the same hotel near the film studio. After completing a night scene that day, they returned to the hotel just before dawn. After Ling Yan finished removing her makeup and taking a shower, dressed in comfortable cartoon pajamas with her hair still damp and soft, she sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, engrossed in her video game. The doorbell rang. Ling Yan slipped on her slippers and went to answer the door, revealing Qi Yanqing standing outside. He appeared to have just finished exercising, having also showered, clad in simple gray athletic wear, his hair still slightly wet, exuding a refreshing scent of shower gel. "Is there something you need?" Ling Yan stepped aside to allow him entry. Qi Yanqing held a script in his hand. "I wanted to discuss a few points about tomorrow's confrontation scene." This had become a recent, unspoken agreement between them. Qi Yinqing was exceptionally dedicated to his craft, often seeking Ling Yan's insights on the script to refine their performances. Although Ling Yan appeared laid back, she never took professional matters lightly and often provided unique yet incisive suggestions. "Sure," Ling Yan replied nonchalantly, nodding as she resumed her cross-legged position on the carpet, not even putting down the controller. "Go ahead." Qi Yinqing settled onto the sofa beside her, opening the script and highlighting several areas he believed could benefit from further refinement. As Ling Yan skillfully maneuvered her game character to evade attacks, she listened attentively, interjecting occasionally with murmurs of acknowledgement or spontaneous commentary. Here, Xingche shouldn't merely be confused. He should also exhibit a hint of curiosity, right? After all, the emotions of Earthlings are novel to him. Shouldn't there be something lurking beneath Gu Yan's anger? Perhaps fear? Fear of losing control. Fear that Xingche might truly be taken away by someone else? Her remarks, though scattered, always struck at the heart of the matter. Qi Yinqing listened intently, yet his gaze unconsciously shifted from the script to Ling Yan. The way she sat cross-legged appeared childlike, the neckline of her pajamas slightly loose, revealing a delicate swath of her fair collarbone. As she focused intently on the game, her lips slightly pouted, occasionally murmuring complaints over minor missteps. She appeared utterly unguarded, so different from the pure, yet fragile Xingche he portrayed on screen, yet equally captivating. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of Ling Yan shower gel, mingling with the sounds of the game, creating an oddly comforting warmth. Qi Yinqing found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on the script. His attention was irresistibly drawn to Ling Yan, and his heartbeat had lost its usual steadiness. "Hey, Qi Yinqing, are you even listening?" Ling Yan, having received no response for a while, turned her head in dissatisfaction, only to meet Qi Yinqing's gaze, intensely focused and unprepared. Their eyes locked, and for a fleeting moment, the air seemed to thicken. Qi Yinqing's heart jolted, as though struck by something. He hurriedly lowered his head, pushing the script away in a feigned gesture of nonchalance, his voice tight. "I heard you. You're right. I'll ponder it some more." He stood up, his movements slightly frantic. "I won't disturb your game any longer. Rest early." With that, he nearly fled the scene. Ling Yan watched him retreat with an awkward gait, her brow furrowing in confusion. What was wrong with him? She silently pondered. Based on physiological indicators and micro-expression analysis, Qi Yinqing's heart rate, electrodermal response, and pupil dilation exhibited abnormal fluctuations, aligning with the physiological traits of human emotional agitation or tension. 024 reported this with utmost seriousness. Ling Yan responded with a simple "Oh." He set aside his gaming controller, stroked his chin, and donned a contemplative expression. There seemed to be a flicker of intrigue. He found himself unperturbed by Qi Yinqing's proximity and even perceived the cautious probing and veiled concern as somewhat amusing. It was akin to observing a once wary large dog gradually lower its guard, tentatively approaching yet fearful of rejection. Meanwhile, Qi Yinqing returned to his room, leaning against the cold door, acutely aware of his heart still pounding furiously within his chest. He raised a hand to cover his eyes. It was over. He seemed to have truly fallen. Chapter 44. The love script of the film. Emperor Qi Yinqing hastily retreated to his room, leaning against the frigid door, his heart thundering within his chest like a relentless drum, resonating so powerfully that it felt as if the entire room echoed with the sound. He shielded his eyes, striving to dispel the image of Ling Yan, seated cross-legged on the carpet, gazing up at him with a clear yet mischievous glint in his eyes. The name Ling Yan was akin to a stone cast into the serene lake of his heart, initially creating but gentle ripples, yet now stirring up tumultuous waves. He was acutely aware that this uncontrollable, intense attraction had long since transcended the bounds of gratitude or professional partnership. When had it begun? Was it during that encounter at the film studio when he brushed past him, sensing a delicate fragility? Was it during their first dinner together when Ling Yan downplayed his assistance as mere business acumen, showcasing a blend of consideration and respect? Was it on the set of Children of the Stars, where Ling Yan's pure gaze effortlessly drew him into the narrative? Or was it in the countless late nights post-rap, in a room suffused with Ling Yan's essence, listening to his seemingly casual yet enlightening words, witnessing the vibrant and unguarded persona starkly different from a screen. Gradually accumulating a heart's flutter, Qi Yanqing took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. No, it was not yet the right time. He had just glimpsed a sliver of hope through silent testimony and the forthcoming opportunities. His career was at a pivotal ascent. Ling Yan, a star perched at the pinnacle of the clouds, was the cherished young master of the Ling Corporation. The chasm between them was vast and profound. Any premature display of emotion could be perceived as sacrilege, potentially jeopardizing all that Ling Yan had painstakingly secured for him. He must exercise restraint, firmly suppressing this nascent yet fervently burgeoning sentiment deep within his heart. In the ensuing days, Qi Yanqing exhibited an even greater silence and professionalism on set. When performing with Ling Yan, he remained fully immersed, and the suppressed emotions only served to amplify his portrayal of Gu Yan's increasingly complex and contradictory protective instincts towards Xing Che, garnering praise from director Chun. Yet, beyond the lens, he deliberately curtailed his private interactions with Ling Yan. After filming, he no longer sought refuge in discussions about the script as an excuse to visit his room. Even when communication was unavoidable, he maintained a judicious distance and decorum. Ling Yan seemed to sense something amiss, yet appeared oblivious. He remained the same laid-back figure, earnest when the cameras rolled, and immersed in video games during breaks, showing no signs of the subtle shifts in Qi Yanqing's demeanor. Occasionally, when Qi Yanqing's body stiffened at his proximity, a fleeting glimmer of understanding and amusement would pass through his clear eyes. He resembled a languid yet astute cat, fully aware of everything around him, yet comfortably curled up in his own territory, occasionally extending a paw to tease the steadfast large dog that willingly lingered nearby. It was within this delicate atmosphere that the filming of Child of the Stars approached its conclusion. Meanwhile, news swept through the entertainment industry like a whirlwind, shattering the tranquility Qi Yanqing endeavored to preserve. The indie film he starred in, Return, captivated audiences with its heartfelt narrative and the actors' poignant performances, earning a nomination for Best Film at the prestigious Jean Wudong Film Festival. Qi Yanqing himself received a nomination for Best Supporting Actor for his portrayal of a character struggling at the bottom of society while still embodying kindness. At the moment the news broke, Qi Yanqing was engaged in filming one of the final scenes of Child of the Stars. His phone was securely held by his assistant, with the on-set signal blocked. It wasn't until the director called cut that his assistant excitedly rushed over, breathless with excitement. Brother Chun, nomination, Jean Wudong, Best Supporting Actor. Qi Yanqing paused for a moment, taking the phone, where the official announcement of the nominees was displayed, his name clearly listed in the Best Supporting Actor category. Instantly, all surrounding sounds seemed to fade away. His fingers tightened around the phone, knuckles widening. His heart felt as though it had been struck heavily by something, followed by an overwhelming surge of elation and bittersweetness that nearly engulfed him. The Jean Wudong Festival was one of the highest echelons of Chinese cinema, a dream he once deemed extravagant even to aspire to. After years of playing minor roles, enduring scorn and disdain, he had almost resigned himself to the belief that he would never truly grasp the threshold of the art of performance. Yet this nomination was like a ray of dawn piercing through a long, dark night, affirming so vividly that he was capable, that his persistence and efforts were indeed worthwhile. Yanqing, congratulations. Director Chun was the first to react, laughing as he patted Qi Yanqing's shoulder. Congratulations, Teacher Qi. Truly splendid. Well-deserved. The crew members and fellow actors gathered around to offer their heartfelt congratulations, genuinely pleased for him. They had witnessed Qi Yanqing's dedication and professionalism during the filming of Child of the Stars, holding a deep admiration for this silent yet diligent man. Ling Yan approached as well, wearing a sincere smile that lit up his eyes, which sparkled like they were filled with starlight. Congratulations, Qi Yanqing. Qi Yanqing lifted his gaze to meet his. Before him stood a youth, quietly gazing with an untainted and pure expression amidst the cacophony of congratulatory voices. As if to say, look, I told you you were deserving. A torrent of emotions surged, crashing through the psychological defenses that Qi Yanchen had painstakingly erected. He found himself yearning to embrace this individual, longing to share the immense joy and excitement that enveloped him. Yet he could not. Instead, he fixed his gaze deeply upon Ling Yan, his throat constricting as a multitude of words swirled within him, ultimately coalescing into a solemn and heartfelt, "Thank you. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Thank you for believing in my potential." The news of Return receiving multiple nominations at the Golden Wudong Film Festival, particularly Qi Yanchen's nomination for Best Supporting Actor, swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. The public was abuzz with reactions. Qi Yanchen is truly on the verge of soaring. I've watched Return. It is genuinely moving. His performance is deserving of this nomination. Those who previously claimed he relied on luck and overhyped his skills, are they now silenced? The Golden Wudong judges do not merely consider popularity. This is the mark of a true actor, a culmination of effort. Qi Yanchen's Weibo followers surged once more, with a flurry of interviews, magazine shoots, and commercial collaborations arriving like snowflakes. His market value and status within the industry experienced a qualitative leap following this nomination. Naturally, the news reached Su Mingjie, who is currently filming Power Play. Bang! An expensive ceramic teacup shattered violently against the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Su Mingjie's face turned ashen, his chest heaving, and his gaze was chillingly menacing. A Golden Wudong nomination? How dare he? Su Mingjie nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Return? What on earth is that? In his memories from a previous life, this film did not exist, nor did Qi Yanchen's nomination. Why? How could things have transformed in such a way? Qi Yanchen was not supposed to be struggling in the mire, forever beneath his heel. How could he continue to rise through works that Su Mingjie was completely unaware of? First a web series, and now a film nomination. This was utterly beyond his control. Panic coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. His greatest reliance in this rebirth was the foresight he possessed. Yet now, Qi Yanchen's ascent had entirely surpassed his understanding. This signified that the future he recalled was no longer reliable. What about Power Play? Would it still explode in popularity as he remembered? A wave of unprecedented anxiety washed over Su Mingjie. He gazed at the numerous accolades for Qi Yanchen's acting prowess circulating online, contrasting them with the opinions that compared him unfavorably to himself. Observing the reputation and honor Qi Yanchen had earned through his solid performances, he could not help but reflect on his own so-called first-tier status, which was built upon imitation and the relentless pursuit of resources. It still lacked the core recognition he so desperately sought. A wave of intense envy and a desire for destruction threatened to consume him. No, he could not passively watch as Qi Yanchen ascended. He must take action. Su Mingjie's eyes sharpened with resolve as he seized his phone and dialed a familiar number. His voice laden with darkness. "Hello, I need you to investigate something concerning Qi Yanchen and Ling Yan." He suspected that Qi Yanchen's unusual rise was inextricably linked to Ling Yan. That seemingly innocent, delicate young master was likely far more complex than he appeared. The crew of Children of the Stars was preparing for the final scene of filming. This pivotal moment revealed Xing Che's true identity, culminating in a crisis where he faced the threat of being taken away. Gu Yan, torn between reason and emotion, ultimately decided to defy orders, willing to risk everything to protect Xing Che and aid his escape. The scene was set in an abandoned observatory, unfolding under the cover of night. The howling wind swirled through the dust-laden ruins. Ling Yan, Xing Che, stood alone at the center of the desolate observation deck, enveloped in a faint, otherworldly glow. He gazed into the pitch-black sky, dotted with stars, his expression a poignant blend of sorrow and determination, as if bidding a final farewell to his homeland. Qi Yanchen, Gu Yan, burst through the obstacles, stumbling forward, his hair disheveled and breath ragged, a streak of blood marring his white coat. "Xin Ke," he called out, his voice fracturing in the wind. Slowly, Xing Che turned to face him, his always pure gaze now brimming with a tumult of emotions, reluctance, gratitude, and the agony of farewell. "Gu Yan," Xing Che's voice was soft yet resonated clearly in Gu Yan's ears. "I must leave." "No, Gu Yan rushed to him, grasping his arm with a force that threatened to shatter bone, his eyes reddening, veins coursing with the chaos of reason clashing with raw emotion. You can't go. It's too dangerous outside. They won't spare you. Staying will be more perilous, Xingche replied, attempting a reassuring smile that was more painful than any frown. It will implicate you. I'm not afraid. Gu Yan thundered, his voice hoarse, imbued with a desperate stubbornness. I can protect you. Ikan, Gu Yan, Xing interrupted, raising his other hand to gently cover Gu Yan's grip on his arm, his fingertips icy. Thank you. You show me that there is warmth here too. His touch, though gentle, sent an electric jolt through Gu Yan, shattering his final defenses. Gazing into the proximity of that face, seeing the profound sorrow and genuine gratitude in Ling Yan's eyes, the rational, persuasive lines from the script were instantly cast aside. A surge of repressed emotion erupted like a volcano, completely engulfing him. He suddenly pulled Ling Yan fiercely into his embrace, his arms encircling the slender waist as if to crush him, embedding him into his very essence. This is an embrace that defies the script, spiraling out of control. Ling Yan appears momentarily stunned, his body tensing for an instant, yet he does not push him away. Qi Yinqing buries his face in the crook of Ling Yan's neck, greedily inhaling the pure, crisp scent that clings to him, his voice trembling with a desperate sob, instinctively whispering hoarsely in his ear, "Please don't go." At that moment, he is no longer Gu Yan, nor is he the actor Qi Yinqing. He is simply himself, a humble admirer, terrified of losing this brilliant youth before him. Ling Yan rests in his embrace, acutely aware of the rapid beat of his heart and the subtle tremors of his body. After a few seconds of silence, he speaks in a soft tone, imbued with a strange, soothing power, one that only the two of them can hear. Reciting the final line belonging to Xingche, "Gu Yan, look at that brightest star. I will be watching you from there." Upon finishing, an intense glow envelopes him, his form beginning to blur and become transparent. Qi Yinqing, Gu Yan, instinctively tightens his arms, but finds only emptiness. The person in his embrace dissipates like starlight, leaving behind only a gradually cooling, ephemeral glimmer and the cold, empty air that fills his arms. He remains frozen in the embrace, staring at the place where Xingche vanished, gazing up at the dazzling yet frigid night sky, his eyes reddened, a single tear finally succumbing to its weight, cascading down and splattering on the icy ground. Silence envelopes the scene, save for the mournful whisper of the wind. Cut. Director Chen's voice trembles with uncontainable excitement, breaking into a joyous crescendo. It's a wrap. The entire crew falls quiet for a moment, then erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers. This scene, particularly the unscripted embrace and emotional explosion shared between Qi Yinqing and Ling Yan, is nothing short of perfection. It vividly captures the extreme tension, despairing love, and reluctance to part. As the lights come up, the staff begins to busily clear the set. Yet Qi Yinqing remains rooted in place, seemingly unable to extricate himself from the performance or his tumultuous emotions. Ling Yan, unobserved until now, has returned to his side, having changed out of his costume and into his own jacket. With a gentle elbow nudge, his teasing tone strangely calms the storm within Qi Yinqing. "Hey, get a grip. Teacher Qi, you've embraced, you've cried. The scene is done. It's time to step out of character." Qi Yinqing slowly turns to face him. The youth's face is adorned with a relaxed smile, his eyes clear, as if the person who had just dissipated in his arms was not him at all. Gazing at such a Ling Yan, Qi Yinqing's tumultuous heart gradually finds its grounding, yet it stirs deeper, unfathomable feelings of restlessness and bitterness. He has exited the performance, yet he feels as though he has completely immersed himself in the role, one that may never find closure, possibly remaining an eternal soliloquy. He watches Ling Yan stride toward the applauding crowd, accepting their congratulations, sunlight cascading upon him, bestowing a radiant aura. Qi Yinqing clenches his fists in silence. He must grow faster, ascend to a height where he can stand tall. Perhaps one day he would be worthy enough to truly embrace this light. Chapter 46. The Love Script of the Best Actor. The joy of wrapping up the Star Child and the excitement surrounding Qi Yinxing's nomination for the Golden Wudong had yet to dissipate when an undercurrent began to surge quietly beneath the shadows of the internet. Su Mingzhi sat in a luxurious hotel suite, his expression dark as he fixated on the computer screen displaying the laudatory reports and comments about Qi Yinxing. The Golden Wudong nomination struck him like a resounding slap, painfully reminding him of the lingering discomfort from the controversies surrounding Nine Heavens and Cloud Songs. Panic and jealousy coiled around his heart like a vine, nearly suffocating him. He could wait no longer. He must extinguish the momentum that Qi Yinxing had just ignited. Qi Yinxing? Why did he have to ascend so quickly? Did he truly think the audience was foolish? Su Mingzhi spoke to his confidant on the other end of the phone, his voice as cold as ice. Go find the most professional online trolls and heat up the topic of Qi Yinxing rising to prominence through his connection with Ling Yan. Emphasize that he was previously unknown. And after the Ling family acquired Qingyao, his resources skyrocketed, not to mention his close relationship with Ling Yan on the set of The Star Child. Steer public opinion to suggest he is cunning and ingratiating himself with top stars, obtaining resources through improper means. Remember, keep it clean, don't directly implicate the Ling family. Focus the attack on Qi Yinxing. Su Mingzhi added, his gaze sinister. Though he held the Ling family in high regard, he did not consider a mere pretty face like Qi Yinxing a threat. Soon, organized and premeditated online trolls began to infiltrate major social platforms and entertainment forums. Rational discussion. Is Qi Yinxing's rapid rise in resources a bit absurd? He was just a supporting actor, and now, after the Ling family acquires Qingyao, he is both the lead in a web drama and a film nominee. Who would believe there is no story behind this? I heard that he and Ling Yan were particularly close on the set of The Star Child, and Ling Yan specifically requested him for the role of the second male lead. Huh. What real talent is there in the entertainment industry? It's all about who can latch onto the big names. Some people seem honest, but their ability to climb the social ladder is top-notch. Help. I used to think his acting was good, but it turns out he rose through these means. I'm so disappointed. These posts were vague, yet skillfully guided public speculation towards themes of patronage and unspoken rules. Soon, more informed insiders from the industry joined the fray, and the revelations became increasingly detailed. According to former employees of Qingyao, after the Ling family acquired the company, Qi Yinxing's contract was the first to be transferred to Ling Yan's personal studio, with conditions comparable to first-tier stars. The original male second role in The Star Child was supposed to be XX, but Ling Yan personally decided to replace him with Qi Yinxing. The crew dared not voice their dissent. What appreciation of talent! The entertainment industry is anything but pure. It's merely a case of mutual benefit. Qi Yinxing's looks and physique indeed provide him with the capital to be promoted. The topic of Qi Yinxing rising through his connection with Ling Yan unexpectedly made its way to the trending searches, albeit at the bottom of the list. Although its ranking was low, clicking on it revealed a plethora of malicious leading comments. Uninformed bystanders could easily be misled, while the fans Qi Yinxing had just garnered fervently refuted the accusations, resulting in a chaotic uproar online. Sister Hong, have you seen those comments online? It's simply nonsense. Li Gu, the new manager of Qi Yinxing, was fuming with anger, his face turning an ominous shade of blue as he complained to Hong Jie over the phone. Naturally, Hong Jie had noticed the situation and, furrowing her brow, promptly contacted Ling Yan. Xiao Yan, have you seen those rumors circulating online? Ling Yan, nestled comfortably at home while engrossed in a video game, responded lazily upon receiving the call. I have seen it. It's merely a tiresome charade. Should we issue a statement to clarify? Hong Yan would it. Following standard public relations protocol, it was indeed prudent to dispel the rumors swiftly to mitigate the negative impact. Ling Yan, executing a flawless combination in the game that vanquished the boss, replied leisurely, no need. A statement lacks substance if they seek evidence. I shall provide them with irrefutable proof. He exited the gaming interface and opened a secure folder on his phone, revealing a video file that captured the harrowing incident at the Ming and Qing Palace film base. The footage, recorded from a unique angle by 024, vividly documented how Qi Yinxing, disregarding his own safety, heroically push him aside just as a heavy lighting fixture crashed down. Originally, he had not intended to release this video so soon. Leveraging a life-saving debt too early could diminish its significance and potentially place Qi Yanqing in an awkward position of feeling beholden. However, with adversaries attempting to tarnish Qi Yanqing's reputation and sow discord between them, his limits had been breached. Hongjia, use my personal Weibo account to share this video. Ling Yan stated with calm, yet unwavering resolve. I will compose the accompanying text myself. That day, the entertainment industry was destined for upheaval. At 3 in the afternoon, Ling Yan, a top-tier idol with millions of followers whose Weibo account was typically inundated with fanfare and advertisements, unexpectedly posted a message that starkly contrasted with his usual content. There were no carefully edited selfies, no promotional ads, only a raw, slightly unrefined video lasting just over a minute, capturing the critical moment alongside succinct yet impactful text. Ling Yan, I have always believed that gratitude is one of the most fundamental virtues. Teacher Qi Yanqing saved my life. Had he not risked his own safety to help me, I cannot fathom the consequences. My previous silence was out of respect for this kindness, wishing for Teacher Qi to gain recognition based on his own merit. However, recent malicious speculations targeting him have left me feeling both regretful and furious. A person of exceptional talent and character should not be subjected to such slander. As for resources, Xingyao Media's choice of Teacher Qi is grounded in his formidable professional capabilities and his remarkable alignment with the role. This is a company decision and the best affirmation of his years of perseverance. The innocent will clear their name, while the guilty will reveal themselves. Let us strive together. Chapter 47. The love story of the best actor 17 as the video played. The audience witnessed the heart-stopping moment. Ling Yan appeared oblivious, standing within a perilous zone, while Qi Yanqing, with keen instinct, detected the imminent danger. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, exerting all his strength to push Ling Yan away, only to fall to the ground himself, sustaining an elbow injury. Moments later, the heavy lighting fixture crashed down with a terrifying force, the shards landing precisely where Ling Yan had just stood. The impact of the video was monumental. All previous malicious speculations regarding flattery and ambition appear utterly ludicrous and despicable in the face of this ironclad act of salvation. Public opinion has instantaneously reversed. Oh my heavens! So it was like this. It was indeed a life-saving grace. Watching the video sent chills down my spine. That heavy light fixture falling. Qi Yanqing risked his life to save someone. Those who previously criticized Qi Yanqing for seeking favor should come and take a look. Is this seeking favor? This is clearly an act of valor. Ling Yan is right. A life-saving grace deserves to be repaid. The Ling family is merely expressing gratitude. What is wrong with that? Moreover, Ling Yan has made it very clear that the resources are given because Qi Yanqing possesses talent. Are the accomplishments of silent testimony and homeward mere fabrications? Ling Yan's fans, the salt grains, were particularly exhilarated. Amidst their relief, they were filled with gratitude towards Qi Yanqing. Thank you, Teacher Qi, for saving our Yanbao. From now on, you are our benefactor. Critics, open your eyes and see. This is precisely why our Yanbao appreciates Teacher Qi. It is due to his kindness, bravery, and undeniable talent. Support Yanbao. Support Teacher Qi. Child of the stars shall surely thrive. The topics surrounding Ling Yan's life-saving grace and Qi Yanqing's courageous act surged to the forefront of trending discussions at an explosive rate, obliterating the previous malicious narratives. Ling Yan's Weibo post not only thoroughly dispelled the rumors, placing Qi Yanqing on an unassailable moral high ground as a benefactor and a person of great capability, but also showcased his own image as one who is grateful and just, earning him widespread acclaim. Qi Yanqing almost instantaneously retweeted Ling Yan's post. Qi Yanqing, thank you. Teacher Ling, in such a critical moment, any person with a conscience would have acted similarly. It is not worth mentioning. I am more grateful for Teacher Ling's trust and recognition, which has afforded me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. I shall strive diligently, living up to expectations. Ling Yan, glancing at the retweet on his phone, noted Qi Yinshan's response, which aligned perfectly with his usual composed demeanor, and a nearly imperceptible smile flickered in his eyes. He intended to bring this matter to light, not only to silence the critics, but also to pave the way for potential, deeper interactions in the future. Their seamless exchange, one standing up for justice and the other embodying humility and gratitude, instantly garnered them countless admirers, even spawning numerous CP fans who referred to this scene as the pinnacle of mutual rescue. Su Mingzhi, observing the uncontrollable public sentiment and the glaring life-saving video on his computer screen, trembled with rage, violently sweeping everything from his desk to the floor. Useless. A bunch of useless people. His eyes burned red, resembling a madman. He had calculated every possible outcome, but failed to foresee the bond between Qi Yinshan and Ling Yan. A life-saving grace? This turned all his smear campaigns into an absolute farce. Not only did he fail to undermine Qi Yinshan, but he also illuminated his image further and brought his relationship with Ling Yan into sharper public focus. The overwhelming sense of defeat and a panic of impending doom nearly drove Su Mingzhi to the brink of collapse. He is now a star artist under Xingyao, which belongs to the Ling family. Ling Yan is clearly aligned with Qi Yinshan. With his recent actions against Qi Yinshan, he has likely offended Ling Yan. Will he still have a good life in the company? Will there be any resources left for him? The mere thought of being sidelined, facing difficulties, and being completely trampled by Qi Yinshan sends a chill down Su Mingzhi's spine. No, he cannot remain passive. He must leave Xingyao. Once this thought takes root, it becomes impossible to suppress. He is still a first-tier artist with commercial value, and surely other companies would be eager to take him on. As long as he leaves the Ling family's territory, leveraging his rebirth knowledge, he might still have a chance for redemption. He immediately picked up his phone, contacted his trusted confidant and a familiar lawyer, lowering his voice and speaking urgently. Prepare a termination letter for me. I want to terminate my contract with Xingyao as soon as possible. What he did not anticipate was that this decisive action played right into Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan set down his phone, seemingly unfazed by the uproar online. Leisurely enjoying some fruit, he mentally communicated with 024. Host, Su Mingzhi has secretly contacted a lawyer and is preparing to terminate his contract with Xingyao Media, reported 024. Ling Yan smirked knowingly, savoring a piece of melon. As expected, after suppressing Qi Yinshan for so many years, Su Mingzhi, now witnessing his rival's rise in connection to the Ling family, would undoubtedly project his own fears and anxieties regarding potential retaliation from Qi Yinshan. His desperate attempt to escape was, therefore, understandable, truly laughable. Ling Yan swallowed the sweet flesh of the fruit, a glimmer of cold mockery flashing in his eyes. How had his collection of dirt on Su Mingzhi progressed? From a moment he recognized Su Mingzhi's unusual presence upon his arrival in this world, Ling Yan had instructed 024 to gather all incriminating evidence against him. The reason for withholding this information was twofold: to keep Su Mingzhi complacent, allowing him to continue generating value for Xingyao, and to wait for him to propose the termination himself. After all, an artist who initiates a breach of contract allows the company to claim exorbitant penalties while completely severing ties, thereby avoiding any fallout from his potential future scandals. All material has been compiled. This includes, but is not limited to, tax issues, chaotic personal life, suppression of several contemporaneous artists, and inappropriate comments made while intoxicated regarding industry veterans and policies. The evidence chain is complete and sufficient to ruin his reputation entirely, and even subject him to legal consequences. Ling Yan nodded in satisfaction, planning to hold onto this information until Su Mingzhi officially proposed termination and paid the hefty penalty stipulated in the contract, after which he could inadvertently allow these materials to see the light of day. His gaze remained calm and unperturbed, as if discussing the weather rather than determining a person's fate. Since he intended to extract every last drop of value, he would do so thoroughly. Let him leap into a new pit of fire, only to be personally pushed into the abyss. What he desired was not merely Su Mingzhi's downfall, but to fully drain the last remnants of his worth before he completely faded away. This is indeed the most cruel punishment for the greedy. All communications and account activities have been monitored to ensure that no damaging information will be leaked before the penalty is secured. The response was efficient. Ling Yan smiled faintly, concealing his achievements and fame. He was never one to repay malice with virtue. Since Su Mingzhi dared to repeatedly cross his boundaries and attempt to ruin the person he had chosen, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Now, he simply needed to bide his time, waiting for Su Mingzhi to unwittingly step into the conclusion he had meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 48. The leading actor's romantic script. Amidst the tumult of the internet and the undercurrents of intrigue, the highly anticipated Jin Wudong Film Festival Awards ceremony arrived as scheduled. On this day, the stars shone brightly, a congregation of luminaries. Qi Yinxing donned a high-end custom suit arranged by his studio, stepping onto the red carpet alongside the cast of Homeward. This was his first time standing on such a prestigious stage as a nominee. The flashing lights and the ceaseless cheers of fans filled the air. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, though his palms were slightly damp from tension. As a top-tier celebrity, Ling Yan naturally received an invitation to attend as a brand ambassador and special guest. He chose a strikingly designed, dark-patterned suit that accentuated his fair complexion, exuding an air of elegance tinged with aloofness. His appearance on the red carpet elicited a thunderous wave of applause, capturing countless photographs. Although they were not seated together in the venue, the cameras frequently panned over them, capturing their interactions. When the award for Best Supporting Actor was announced, the screen displayed highlights of the nominees' performances. When it was Qi Yinxing's turn to showcase his scene from Homeward, the segment featuring his bright gaze amidst life struggles resonated with many in the audience once again. The award presenter opened the envelope and read the name. The Best Supporting Actor at this year's Jin Wudong Film Festival is Qi Yinxing for Homeward. Congratulations! A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Qi Yinxing held his breath. Suddenly, the applause erupted like thunder. His mind blanked for an instant, only to be engulfed by a tide of immense joy and excitement. He stood up, embracing the ecstatic director and screenwriter beside him tightly. Instinctively, as he walked towards the stage, his gaze swept across the crowd, precisely finding the youth sitting in the front row, smiling and gently applauding him. Their eyes met. Ling Yan's gaze bore a clear admiration and an unwavering certainty that conveyed, "I knew it." In that moment, Qi Yinxing felt that all the hardships and all the waiting had been worth it. He ascended the stage and took the heavy trophy, a symbol of honor, from the presenter. Standing before the microphone, he looked out at the myriad faces in the audience, his emotions gradually settling. Thank you to the Jin Wudong Film Festival. Thank you to the judges for their recognition. Thank you to every member of the Homeward team. He followed the customary expressions of gratitude, his tone steady, infused with the thrill of victory, yet retaining his poise. This trophy, he lifted the award, his gaze resolute, does not belong to me alone. It belongs to all those who persist in their dreams amidst adversity, to all who believe that diligence will yield rewards. It conveys to me, and to every individual striving forward, the importance of holding steadfast to what you love and loving what you pursue. Destiny shall never forsake a sincere soul. At last, he paused, casting his gaze once more towards Ling Yan, his voice taking on a more solemn and profound tone. Finally, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to a particular individual. Thank you for the opportunities and trust you extended to me during my moments of uncertainty. Thank you for instilling in me the belief that perseverance and effort will ultimately be recognized. This honor I share with you, though he did not mention a name. All present, including the audience watching from screens, were acutely aware of whom he was thanking. The camera immediately zoomed in on Ling Yan. The young man sat in the audience, the light illuminating his exquisite profile as he gazed at Qi Yinxing on stage. A subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes clear and warm as he gently nodded. This scene was faithfully captured by the camera, becoming one of the most iconic moments of this year's Golden Wudong Film Festival. Oh my, he looked at him. He thanked him. Qi Yinxing deserves it. Ling Yan has remarkable taste. Ah, what divine friendship, or perhaps love. I am utterly enchanted. They are simply a feast for the eyes together. Hurry and broadcast Children of the Stars. Meanwhile, in a corner, Su Mingzhi, also a guest but unnoticed by anyone, fixated intensely on the radiant Qi Yinqing on stage, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Why? Why should this person, who is meant to be forever beneath his heel, now bask in all the accolades and applause? Why? After meticulously scheming and seizing every destined opportunity, could Qi Yinqing ascend to heights and distances beyond his reach? Why, after living a second life and seizing the initiative, did he ultimately become mere background? A bitter jealousy, as potent as poisonous vines, constricted around his heart, leaving him nearly breathless. He clenched the termination letter he had just drafted, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The prestige of the Golden Wudong Trophy acted as a potent catalyst for Qi Yinqing's acting career. That heavy trophy not only affirmed his past efforts, but also served as a golden signboard, opening doors to resources that had previously been unattainable. Various scripts, endorsements, and event invitations began to pour in, their caliber and quality incomparable to what had come before. While his team rejoiced, they also approached the situation with caution, meticulously selecting his next steps. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Qi Yinqing accepted a film script titled The Wasteland. This film, a stark and profound piece of realism, is directed by a seasoned filmmaker renowned for exploring human nature and societal issues. In this film, Qi Yinqing is set to portray a solitary individual struggling for survival in extreme conditions, engaging in a brutal dialogue with himself and nature. The role is immensely challenging, requiring minimal dialogue and relying heavily on physicality and expression, a quintessential award-worthy configuration. This aligns with the subtle and restrained performances he showcased in Silent Testimony and The Return, while offering greater depth and potential for explosive expression. The news has spread, and the industry is filled with optimism. Believing this is a prudent move by Qi Yinqing to solidify his position as a formidable force and to contend for even greater accolades. While Qi Yinqing diligently delves into the script of The Wasteland, preparing for the arduous filming ahead, the post-production of Children of the Stars is nearing completion and entering a vigorous promotional phase. As Ling Yan's debut as the lead male character and Qi Yinqing's first television series after winning the Golden Phoenix Award, coupled with its innovative soft sci-fi premise and high-quality production, Children of the Stars has already garnered immense anticipation before its premiere. To generate buzz for the series, the creative team was invited to participate in a top-tier domestic indoor competition variety show, Joyful Collisions. This program is renowned for its stimulating game segments, humorous hosts, and genuine interactions among guests, achieving high viewership and topic engagement. On the day of recording, the studio was filled to capacity, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. When Ling Yan, Qi Yinqing, Su Qing, and the director appeared, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, particularly from the fans of Ling Yan and Qi Yinqing, whose cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off. The hosts, a familiar ensemble of witty personalities, quickly lightened the mood, engaging in playful banter. During the interview segment, the conversation naturally gravitated towards amusing anecdotes from the filming of Children of the Stars. It was mentioned that there are numerous captivating scenes featuring intense exchanges between Ling Yan and Yinqing, prompting the host to ask Ling Yan to share a particularly memorable moment from a shoot. Ling Yan, clad in a light blue denim jacket over a simple white t-shirt, radiated youthfulness and freshness. Holding a microphone, he pondered for a moment, his doe-like eyes blinking as he turned to Qi Yinqing beside him. The scene that left the deepest impression would probably be the farewell scene at the observatory. A wave of suppressed excitement rippled through the audience. Seemingly oblivious, Ling Yan continued in his uniquely charming tone. That day, the wind was quite strong and incredibly cold. Teacher Qi's embrace was, well, quite powerful. It nearly took my breath away. As he spoke, he playfully rubbed his arms, his expression animated and endearing. The audience erupted into warm laughter. The camera immediately zoomed in on Qi Yinqing, clad in a tailored dark gray suit, standing tall and composed, exuding a calm demeanor that contrasted with the sharpness of his debut days. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, a subtle blush crept onto his ears. Yet he maintained a gracious smile, his gaze softening irresistibly as it settled on Ling Yan. He took over the conversation, his voice deep and melodious. That scene was quite emotional, I indeed lost control of my strength, my apologies. His words were directed at Ling Yan, infused with evident indulgence and a hint of imperceptible affection. Oh my, he apologized, and he's looking at him. Help! Nearly took my breath away is such a bold statement. Qi Yinxing, could you tone down your gaze just a little? The hearts of the couple's fans below were fervently shouting in excitement. The host naturally seized the opportunity to jest, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems that Gu Yin harbors profound affection for Xing Che. But what about Su Qing? As the leading lady entangled in a romantic subplot with Xing Che, does witnessing their camaraderie both on and off-screen impose any pressure on her?" Adorned in an elegant lotus pink gown, Su Qing responded with a gracious smile. She glanced at her companions, Ling Yan and Qi Yanxin, and replied sincerely yet humorously, "I do not feel pressured at all. Rather, I find it quite reassuring. They have portrayed a bond that transcends friendship, resembling a familial connection, exceptionally well, which allows me, as a representative of Earth, to resonate deeply with their performances. Furthermore, they are also great friends off-screen, frequently engaging in script discussions, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere within crew." Her response was impeccable, affirming the narrative's foundation while emphasizing the professionalism and camaraderie among colleagues, showcasing her high emotional intelligence. The game segment elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. The first game was the classic you draw, I guess. Coincidentally, Ling Yan and Qi Yanxin were paired together. As Ling Yan, the guesser, observed Qi Yanxin gesturing for the word alien, Qi Yanxin exerted himself to perform various peculiar movements, attempting to convey the characteristics of a non-earthly being. His stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor elicited uncontrollable laughter from Ling Yan, who nearly doubled over. "Gu Yan, what are you doing?" Ling Yan laughed, calling out Qi Yanxin's character name from the drama, evidently drawing parallels to the character's calm and collected persona now in disarray. Qi Yanxin, witnessing Ling Yan's unrestrained laughter, couldn't help but chuckle as well, shaking his head in a mix of resignation and indulgence, abandoning his aloof facade and gesturing even more enthusiastically. The chemistry and innate intimacy shared between the two resonated with everyone watching. "Haha, I can't breathe. Qi Yanxin's image is collapsing. Yanbao looks so joyful. Teacher Qi is so indulgent. Their interactions are so natural and sweet, even better than in the drama." When Qi Yanxin guessed the word while Ling Yan gestured for star, the young man merely tilted his head slightly, extending a finger to gently point at the air, then turned to Qi Yanxin, revealing a smile pure and untainted, imbued with a hint of mystery and longing. In that fleeting moment, Qi Yanxin felt as though he truly beheld the character Xing Che, a boy from the Sea of Stars from a script. He was momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat, and instinctively blurted out, "Star." "Correct," announced the host. Applause erupted, yet Qi Yanxin's gaze remained fixed on Ling Yan, still lingering with a trace of awe and dazed admiration. Ling Yan, having returned to his usual demeanor, flashed him a playful V sign, grinning mischievously. "Wow, that look just now. Ling Yan's acting is impressive." Qi Yanxin appeared mesmerized. Has he truly immersed himself in the role? This is not acting. It's instinct. I'm losing my mind. In the subsequent heart-racing acceleration segment, the guests were required to complete various tasks on a pressure-sensitive board while monitoring their heart rates, with the one exhibiting the least fluctuation declared the victor. When it was Ling Yan and Qi Yanxin's turn to collaborate in transporting heavy objects across the board, Ling Yan grimaced in pain as soon as he stepped onto the board, his movements instantly contorting. As Qi Yinxing observed the situation, he instinctively reached out to support his companion's arm, transferring much of the weight onto himself, and softly urged, "Take it slow, lean on me." Leveraging his strength, Ling Yan grimaced and shuffled forward in small steps, muttering under his breath, "What a torturous design." Qi Yinxing, enduring the excruciating pain in his feet while stabilizing his own posture to assist Ling Yan, felt beads of sweat form on his brow. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly focused on the well-being of the person beside him. Miraculously, the numbers on the heart rate monitor maintained a relatively steady rhythm. In contrast, Ling Yan's heart rate soared, fueled by pain and reliance. Teacher Qi's boyfriend power is at max. He is remarkably steady, enduring pain while caring for Yanbao. This heart rate comparison. Qi inching. Why isn't your heartbeat accelerating? Is it too much for you? Dog emoji. Stop talking nonsense. Teacher Qi is simply composed. He is solely focused on completing the task and looking after his teammate. When it came to the segment where Su Qing partnered with Ling Yan for somewhat flirtatious interactive challenges, Qi Yanqing stood on the sidelines, appearing tranquil. Yet the heart rate monitor displayed several noticeable spikes that were inconsistent with the intensity of the activity, immediately caught by the keen-eyed host and audience, who teased whether he was feeling jealous on behalf of Gu Yan, igniting laughter and a frenzy of comments. Qi Yanqing could only offer a helpless smile, unable to defend himself. Only he understood that the irregular heartbeat in that moment had nothing to do with the role, but was solely connected to the youth engaging in intimate challenges with another. Throughout the recording of the entire program, the promotional effect of the Children of the Stars crew reached its zenith, with the three leads showcasing their unique charms. Su Qing's gentle wisdom, Ling Yan's candid agility, and Qi Yanqing's steady reliability left a profound impression. Undoubtedly, the natural and vibrant interaction between Ling Yan and Qi Yanqing, imbued with a sense of chemistry and a life-saving bond, became the highlight and focal point of discussion, generating immense anticipation for the upcoming broadcast and soaring CP popularity. Chapter 50. The love script of the film Emperor. Amidst widespread anticipation, Children of the Stars finally premiered simultaneously on top video platforms and leading television networks. On its debut day, the viewership soared, shattering the annual premiere record for the platform. The series quickly captivated audiences with its exquisite production, ethereal and dreamy visuals, innovative world building, and tightly woven narrative. When Ling Yan's character, Xing Che, made his first appearance, his innocent naivety and curiosity about Earth were portrayed with remarkable authenticity and subtlety, rendering him lively yet unpretentious, prompting many initially skeptical viewers to proclaim their newfound admiration for his acting. Qi Yanqing's portrayal of Gu Yan was marked by calm rationality, exuding the meticulousness and detachment of a scientist. Yet, as he interacted with Xing Che, the ice-like exterior gradually melted away, revealing the warmth and protective instincts within. He masterfully conveyed this gradual transformation with distinct layers and delicate emotions, earning him the prestigious accolade of Best Supporting Actor at the Golden Wudong Awards. Su Qing's portrayal of Dr. Lin Yu was tender yet resolute, akin to the warm sun of winter. The character was exceptionally endearing, and her performance was nothing short of outstanding. Lin Yu is the first person on Earth to treat Xing Che with unconditional kindness. Her tenderness, patience, and understanding illuminate Xing Che's initial unease like the sun. The scenes of them caring for small animals, sharing food, and chatting under the starry sky are as enchanting as a fairy tale, captivating a multitude of fans of the Lin Yu and Xing Che pairing. Lin Yu is truly Xing Che's moonlight. The gentle older sister and the pure extraterrestrial boy make for an irresistible combination. Su Qing's performance is remarkable. Her genuine kindness and warmth are utterly authentic. However, as the plot unfolds, an intriguing phenomenon arises. Despite the warmth and healing nature of Xing Che's interactions with Lin Yu, and the conflicted and tumultuous bond between Xing Che and Gu Yan, an increasing number of viewers find themselves fixated on the latter relationship. Help! The way Gu Yan looks at Xing Che. Is it how a scientist gazes at a research subject? It resembles a pet searching for its lost kitten. Doctor Gu is wonderful too. She is Xing Che's light. But I must apologize to Dr. Gu. I seem to be more drawn to Xing Che and Gu Yan. The sense of destiny that my world is different because of you is overwhelmingly strong. That moment in the lab where Gu Yan dries Xing Che's hair. His gaze could practically create sparks. During the rooftop argument, Gu Yan's declaration, "I won't let you leave." Is that something a scientist would say? It sounds more like a declaration from a domineering CEO. The farewell at the observatory had me in tears. Gu Yan's embrace and Xing Che's promise, "I will be watching you there." Isn't that truly love? The Ling Yu and Xing Che fandom, as well as the Gu Yan and Xing Che fandom, rapidly gained traction, attracting a flood of followers. Various fan-made videos and artworks emerged like mushrooms after the rain, meticulously analyzing the nuances of their interactions, delving into plot analyses, interpreting glances, and magnifying the subtle emotional currents. The fervor even surpassed that of the primary couple, Lin Yu and Xing Che. The microscope girl has arrived. In episode 8, at 2 minutes and 22 seconds. The way Gu Yin looks at Xing Che while he sleeps. That is definitely not the gaze of someone observing a specimen. Scientist, extraterrestrial creature. The ultimate tug-of-war between reason and emotion. How delightful. The line "You are my star." Gu Yin has become legendary. This is the ultimate romance for a science guy. The debt of gratitude is real. The interplay between the drama and reality is incredible. I declare that Ling Che is the ultimate pairing. Ling Yan and Qi Yan's moments in the variety show are also incredibly sweet. Their bond is genuine. The show's reputation continues to flourish, maintaining high ratings. Professional critics have lauded it, praising its warm, humanistic core wrapped in a science fiction exterior, the actors' precise performances, and the marvelous tension and chemistry that expand the thematic boundaries of domestic idol dramas. Children of the Stars has become a genuine blockbuster, boasting unparalleled viewership and streaming numbers, while sparking phenomenal discussions across social media platforms. Ling Yan's acting has garnered widespread acclaim, solidifying his status as a top-tier star. Qi Yanshen, through the intricate and captivating role of Gu Yin, has further demonstrated his versatility and commercial appeal as an actor. Meanwhile, Su Qing, with her portrayal of Lin Yu, has enjoyed immense popularity and earned the title of the most beautiful white moonlight, elevating her career to new heights. It is truly a threefold victory. At the celebratory banquet, champagne flowed abundantly, accompanied by laughter and joy. As the unequivocal hero of the evening, Ling Yan was surrounded by admirers who raised their glasses in his honor. He appeared to be in high spirits, welcoming all and indulging in plenty of drink. His fair cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, and his gaze shimmered with a hint of intoxicated allure, making his lips appear even redder and his smile more enchanting. Standing a short distance away, Qi Yanshen held a glass of champagne in hand, yet his eyes remained fixated on the besieged youth. Observing Ling Yan engaged in light-hearted banter with the director, producers, and fellow actors, and noticing the softer, more innocuous demeanor that intoxication had bestowed upon him, Qi Yanshen felt his heart enveloped in warm water, rendering him utterly tender, yet simultaneously stirred with a subtle ache of longing due to the distance between them. "Are you not going to congratulate your star?" Suing quipped, having approached him at some point, her tone playful. After months of collaboration, they were well acquainted, and Su Qing had begun to sense Qi Yanshen's unusual attention toward Ling Yan. Qi Yanshen averted his gaze, clinking glasses with her and taking a discreet sip, masking the fact that he had indulged a bit too much that evening. Observing his facade of calm despite his evident concern, Su Qing smiled knowingly. Ling Yan is quite special, isn't he? He seems to need protection, yet he is more aware and stronger than anyone else. Qi Yanshen remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Ling Yan embodies a paradoxical existence, blending fragility with resilience, innocence with insight, a perfect amalgamation that evokes an irresistible desire to explore and protect, drawing one in unavoidably. At that moment, it seemed Ling Yan had finally extricated himself from the throng, his steps slightly unsteady as he made his way toward them. With a determined gait, he approached Qi Yanshen, raising his flushed cheeks and gazing at him with sparkling eyes, a tipsy grin adorning his face. "Teacher Qi, our show is a hit." He drew uncomfortably close, the faint scent of alcohol mingling with his naturally crisp aura, enveloping Qi Yanshen. Chapter 51. The love script of the best actor. Qi Yanshen's breath hitched, his body stiffening momentarily, fingers tightening around his glass. "Yes, it's a hit," he replied softly, his voice husky. "Did I perform well?" Ling Yan pressed on, like a child seeking praise. "Very well," Qi Yanshen responded, his gaze locked on Ling Yan's intoxicated, rosy visage, swallowing hard as he fought against the urge to lose composure. "And what about you? Did you portray Gu Yan well?" Ling Yan tossed the question back, his logic slightly disjointed from the effects of his intoxication. Qi Yanchen gazed into Ling Yan's eyes, misty yet still crystal clear, feeling a profound tug at the softest corners of his heart. He softened his tone, unknowingly infused with tenderness and indulgence. "What do you think?" Ling Yan tilted his head, seemingly deep in thought, before nodding vigorously, his tone resolute. "Good. Especially good. Better than me." He spoke, extending his hand as if to pat Qi Yanchen's shoulder. Yet his unsteady steps, influenced by intoxication, caused him to stumble forward. Qi Yanchen instinctively reached out, firmly supporting his waist. Through the delicate fabric of his shirt, he could distinctly feel the slenderness and warmth of the other's body. In that fleeting moment of contact, an electric sensation coursed through him, leaving Qi Yanchen momentarily dazed. Ling Yan appeared momentarily stunned as well, lifting his gaze to meet his, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in that instant. Qi Yanchen could clearly see Ling Yan's long eyelashes, the proud tip of his nose, and the pair of clear, wide eyes that were slightly widened in surprise. His heart thundered like a drum, deafening in its intensity, almost bursting from his chest. He should have released his hold immediately, but he did not. He remained there, cradling Ling Yan's waist, seemingly frozen in time, greedily savoring this moment of transgressive intimacy. It was not until Ling Yan blinked, appearing somewhat more sober, that he straightened his posture and gently extricated himself from Qi Yanchen's grip. "Thank you." Ling Yan's voice was softer than before, a deeper flush adorning his cheeks. He averted his gaze, awkwardly touching his nose, as if acknowledging he had indulged a bit too much. Qi Yanchen, now roused from his reverie, quickly withdrew his hand, yet the lingering warmth within his palm was alarmingly intense. He forced himself to regain composure, striving for a steady tone. "I will have my assistant take you home to rest." Ling Yan responded in a low voice, avoiding his gaze as he turned to follow the hastily arriving assistant. Qi Yanchen remained in place, watching Ling Yan's retreating figure, acutely aware of his heart still racing within his chest and the lingering warmth in his palm, gradually closing his eyes. It was over, he told himself. This time, he was truly and irreparably lost. The resounding success of Child of the Star shone like the most brilliant firework in the night sky, illuminating the entire entertainment industry, while simultaneously casting a more dazzling, yet painful glow upon the secret and fervent emotions nestled deep within him. The path ahead sparkled, yet the star within his heart seemed perpetually out of reach. The afterglow of the golden phoenix tree and the explosive popularity of Child of the Stars served as the most magnificent backdrop, accentuating Qi Yanchen's soaring ascent while highlighting Su Mingzhi's increasingly constricted space for survival. At Xingyao Media, he could keenly sense the invisible marginalization. The once sycophantic staff now bore subtle glances, and projects that had seemed secure would invariably slip away at the final juncture. Even the scripts his manager brought were largely scraps that he would have dismissed in his previous life. The profound psychological disparity and the overwhelming fear of losing control over his future gnawed at Su Mingzhi's nerves day and night. He was convinced that all of this was a result of Ling Yan and Qi Yanchen's collusion to suppress him, leaving only a dead end at Xingyao. Termination. He must terminate the contract swiftly. This thought became his sole obsession. The process of Su Mingzhi's contract termination with Xingyao Media proved to be far smoother than he had anticipated. The newly appointed CEO from the Ling family did not subject Su Mingzhi to undue hardship. Rather, he conducted business in a straightforward manner, rigorously adhering to the contractual stipulations, and demanded an exorbitant penalty fee amounting to 8 figures. This sum nearly depleted the majority of Su Mingzhi's savings accumulated over the years since his debut. However, eager to extricate himself from peril, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced, yearning solely for the release letter to regain his freedom. When he finally inscribed his name on the termination agreement and received the official document emblazoned with the company's seal, he exhaled deeply, as if shedding a tremendous burden. He had even begun to envision a fresh start, armed with the memories of his past life, seeking refuge with a new employer to reclaim all that he had lost. He eagerly reached out to several entertainment companies that had previously expressed interest in him, prepared to negotiate and select the most advantageous opportunity, aiming for a triumphant resurgence. Unbeknownst to him, the substantial sum he had just paid had become the last vestige of value in Ling Yan's eyes, marking him as utterly drained. The net of predation had silently tightened the moment he stepped out of the starshine gates. The first spark igniting public discourse was a seemingly accidental revelation. A popular influencer, with hundreds of thousands of followers, known for sharing beauty tips in daily life, suddenly posted a lengthy article in the dead of night, replete with thousands of words, chat logs, and some indistinct photographic evidence. The title was shocking. Yes, I was PUA'd by Su Mingjie. I was merely a fish in his pond. Written from a first-person perspective, the article meticulously recounted how she had met Su Mingjie at a fashion event, how she was captivated by his gentleness, thoughtfulness, and maturity, ultimately falling into a romantic entanglement. Su Mingjie, during his career ascent, requested her to keep their relationship confidential under the guise of protecting their love, maintaining an underground romance. Throughout this period, he showered her with sweet nothings and even introduced her to so-called friends within the industry, leading her to believe wholeheartedly in his sincerity. Yet, just as she envisioned a future together, she inadvertently uncovered evidence of Su Mingjie maintaining intimate relationships with at least 3 other women, fellow influencers, budding models, and even an ordinary office worker. The chat logs revealed Su Mingjie uttering nearly identical declarations of love to different women while skillfully orchestrating a similar schedule to navigate his multiple affairs. In her poignant writing, she lamented, "I thought I was his one and only. Little did I know, I was merely one of many options, a trophy to satiate his vanity and physical desires. He is not the gentleman I envisioned, but rather a thoroughgoing master of emotional manipulation and time management." This heartfelt expose, rich in detail and laced with sensitive keywords such as PUA and fish pond management, struck like a boulder cast into a placid lake, instantly generating tumultuous waves. Chapter 52. The Love Script of a Film Emperor. The revelations from the anonymous source were merely the beginning. It seemed as if a switch had been flipped. Within mere hours, 2 additional women, either anonymously or semi-anonymously, shared similar experiences on social media. Their accounts corroborated each other, with timelines aligning closely, further cementing the image of Su Mingjie as a notorious philanderer with a chaotic personal life. These disclosures were inherently provocative, and the deft manipulation by the media amplified this public uproar at an astonishing pace. Numerous influential entertainment outlets and marketing accounts swiftly followed suit, consolidating, analyzing, and disseminating these revelations. Topics such as Su Mingjie's fall from grace, master of time management Su Mingjie, and Su Mingjie's PUA tactics skyrocketed to the forefront of trending discussions, each accompanied by an eye-catching red explosive tag. The public was in an uproar. Su Mingjie found himself caught off guard, having recently been covertly negotiating a contract termination and seeking new opportunities, only to be ensnared in such a catastrophic scandal. "Suppress it. Quickly suppress it," he bellowed in a hotel suite where he had temporarily taken refuge, his face pale and veins bulging on his forehead. He attempted to reach out to the women, using threats and inducements to persuade them to delete their posts, but they either ignored his calls or stood resolute. Before long, Su Mingjie's team hastily issued a feeble statement declaring that the circulated information was false and that they had engaged legal counsel to gather evidence and pursue legal action. Yet, less than half an hour later, an even more devastating blow ensued. Almost simultaneously, several influential gossip media outlets and social media personalities began releasing anonymous submissions or verified reports. Seemingly in concert, these revelations, varying in focus yet reinforcing one another, created a terrifying avalanche effect. Some concentrated on Su Mingjie's tax issues, alleging that he had evaded substantial taxes through dubious contracts, accompanied by vague but pointed screenshots of financial transactions and insider tips. Others exposed his private communications with online manipulation firms, detailing malicious attempts to undermine competing artists, thus solidifying his reputation as a saboteur in the entertainment industry. Some even unearthed recordings from his early, less notable days, where he had spoken disrespectfully to a respected senior figure at a drinking table and had made cynical remarks about certain policies, though aged and of poor quality. The release of these recordings at such a critical juncture undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to his already precarious image. Nevertheless, among all these allegations, the most widely disseminated and capable of igniting the public's moral outrage and fervor remained the shocking revelation of Su Mingzhi's moral failings and his duplicitous relationships. In the top 10 trending topics, negative associations with Su Mingzhi occupied a significant portion of the discourse. The topic was accompanied by a glaring, vivid, red explosion of comments. My heavens, this is a scandal of epic proportions. I'm utterly overwhelmed. Tax evasion? Get out of the entertainment industry. So it was him who previously tarnished Qi Yinqing's reputation. If he has no talent, he resorts to such despicable acts. Unfollowed, I've truly fed him to the dogs. Just thinking about how I once admired him makes me nauseous. The Broadcasting Authority must blacklist such disreputable artists. Su Mingzhi's Weibo comment section was utterly besieged. Overtaken by furious netizens and fans who had defected, a cacophony of insults filling the air. The brands he endorsed reacted swiftly, promptly issuing statements to sever all ties with Su Mingzhi. All ongoing projects collapsed, while signed contracts faced hefty compensation claims. Su Mingzhi isolated himself within his room, his phone inundated with incessant notifications. He dared not venture online or check any news. The room was a chaotic wreckage. Nearly everything that could be smashed had been obliterated. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion ashen, and in a state of despair akin to a cornered beast, he howled. Who? Who was behind this? His first suspicions fell on Ling Yan and Qi Yinqing, yet he possessed no evidence. The manner in which the damning information was released felt all too natural, like a long-simmering grudge erupting collectively. Yet he had managed to placate those women effectively, and his tax affairs were sufficiently discreet. A profound sense of dread and regret gripped him. Since his rebirth, he had navigated life with foresight, never encountering such a catastrophic blow. This was far more brutal than his previous life's abrupt demise. In his past existence, he faded into obscurity. Now, he faced societal death under the public gaze, possibly even legal repercussions. It was all over. He slumped amidst the ruins, fingers tangled in his hair, emitting a sound of despair. He envisioned everything he had painstakingly acquired slipping away at an alarming pace, threatening to drag him into an even deeper abyss. Ling Yan reclined on the plush sofa of his villa, leisurely scrolling through his tablet, the screen displaying a plethora of news and discussions regarding Su Mingzhi's eruption of scandals. Host, all established incriminating materials have been released as planned through various channels. The public discourse has escalated as anticipated. Su Mingzhi's commercial value has plummeted to zero, and he faces multiple breach of contract claims and potential tax investigations, 024 reported meticulously. Ling Yan responded lazily. His fingertips gliding over the screen where a photograph of Su Mingzhi, besieged by paparazzi and looking utterly disheveled, appeared. His gaze held no trace of emotion, as if he were merely observing an inconsequential stranger. He had always lacked sympathy for those who schemed to harm others and steal destinies. Moreover, every misdeed attributed to Su Mingzhi was indeed factual. He merely brought these truths to light at the opportune moment in the most effective manner. There was no need for further follow-up. The law and market consequences would inevitably catch up with him. Ling Yan closed the web page, as if casually brushing away an unsightly speck of dust. He picked up his phone and opened the chat interface with Qi Yinqing. The last message was from yesterday, when Qi Yinqing shared his insights on reading the script for The Wasteland. Chapter 53, the love script of the film Emperor. Ling Yan pondered for a moment before typing and sending. The online buzz is quite lively. Have you seen it? After a while, Qi Yinqing replied succinctly, I've seen it. Through the screen, Ling Yan sensed the calmness in the other's demeanor, a reaction he found unsurprising. Qi Yinqing was an astute individual. Perhaps he had already surmised that Ling Yan's hand was behind all of this, yet he would never inquire further. Ling Yan sent another message. How is the preparation for The Wasteland coming along? I've heard the filming conditions are quite challenging. This time, Qi Yinqing responded promptly. The script is excellent and worth it. I am already undergoing physical training and preparing to immerse myself in the experience. His words conveyed a sense of focus and anticipation, entirely unaffected by external disturbances. Ling Yan gazed at the screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the demeanor he envisioned for the person he had chosen, one who is dedicated to self-improvement, steadily advancing towards their predetermined goals. Unperturbed by trivial distractions and not lost in the allure of superficiality. He set down his phone and looked out at the radiant sunlight. The bothersome insects had been cleared away, and the core of the world shimmered along its rightful trajectory. As for the clamor surrounding Su Mingjie, it would inevitably settle like pebbles cast upon a lake, creating ripples that would eventually return to stillness, ultimately forgotten by the world. Only he would be left to endure the bitter fruits of his own sowing. Su Mingjie's complete downfall resembled a tempest in the entertainment industry, swift and fleeting, sweeping away all filth and noise, leaving only a desolate aftermath and a few sighs. The public's attention was soon supplanted by new sensational topics, while those truly devoted to their craft had already cast their gazes towards distant horizons. Qi Yinshan joined the crew of The Wasteland. As he had anticipated upon accepting the role, the filming conditions were exceedingly harsh. The location was set in a genuine wasteland on the northwestern frontier, far removed from urban clamor, where the eye met an expanse of undulating ochre hills, exposed gravel, and resilient thorns. The weather was unpredictable. The days scorched under the relentless sun, while nights pierced with bone-chilling cold, and wind and sand were constant companions. The character Qi Yinshan portrayed was an urban elite who, due to an airplane crash, found himself stranded in this desolate land. Stripped of the trappings of civilization in such extreme conditions, he battled against nature, solitude, and the fears within, ultimately discovering the essence of life. His scenes were predominantly solitary performances with sparse dialogue. The portrayal relied entirely on physical expression, gaze, and a profound sense of conviction. He declined all commercial engagements, arriving at the filming site a fortnight in advance to familiarize himself with the surroundings and learn essential wilderness survival skills. Embracing solitude in the wasteland and experiencing the profound isolation and vastness of being forgotten by the world, he deliberately refrained from excessive grooming, allowing the wind and sand to roughen his skin, his lips to crack from dryness, and his gaze to gradually acquire the wild, vigilant, and desolate essence of his character. Ling Yan did not visit the set. After Qi Yinshan departed, his life remained filled with various announcements and events. He continued to be the top-tier star basking in the limelight, seemingly unchanged amidst the adoration of countless fans. Yet only he himself was aware that something felt distinctly different. He would subconsciously seek out that composed figure amidst the crowd, ponder whether the character in an intriguing script would suit Qi Yinshan's portrayal, and during late-night gaming sessions, while gazing at his silent phone, he would think of the person whose signal was intermittent in the vast Gobi Desert. Host, your recent inquiries regarding Qi Yinshan's local weather and the progress of the filming crew have increased by 375, 024 remarked calmly. Ling Yan, unfazed, dismissed the weather app. Isn't it entirely normal to familiarize oneself with a partner's shooting environment? According to data analysis, the likelihood of such behavior exceeding the ordinary concern for a partner is 893, 024 continued with a precise analysis. Ling Yan retorted, 024. Have you recently upgraded your emotional analysis module excessively? No upgrades have been made. It is merely a logical deduction based on existing data, 024 denied. Though a subtle hint of mockery seemed to linger in its tone, Ling Yan found it tedious to argue with an artificial intelligence. Yet he could not deny that Qi Yinshan held a uniquely special place in his heart. The initial interest that stemmed from a task objective had, unbeknownst to him, become intricately woven with his personal emotions. He admired Qi Yinshan's resilience and purity, relishing the natural ease and relaxation that accompanied their interactions, even harboring a fondness for the delicate yet profoundly sincere guardianship and attention he offered. In moments of unstable signals, Qi Yinshan would send him fragmented messages, sometimes breathtakingly lonely photographs of sunsets over the plains, reflections on the script. or simply notes about the strong winds or sightings of an eagle. Ling Yan's responses were typically succinct, often consisting of a mere a snapshot of the splendid view outside his window, or a beautifully presented plate of snacks. He never inquired about hardships or fatigue, as if those struggles were a given and Qi Yinxing was inherently capable of enduring them. This tacit understanding and the unembellished exchange, grounded in mutual recognition, became Qi Yinxing's most significant solace during his solitary days in the wilderness. Gazing at the familiar avatar and sparse messages on his phone screen felt like a wellspring of strength to persist. He understood that Ling Yan comprehended his reasons for choosing this path and recognized what he was pursuing. On this particular day, Qi Yinxing filmed a pivotal scene where his character, after days of searching for water, nearly at the brink of exhaustion, finally discovered a trickle seeping from a rock crevice. It was a scene demanding utmost explosiveness and control, and he masterfully conveyed the complex emotions transitioning from despair to ecstasy, carefully cherishing each droplet of water. After the director shouted cut, the set fell into silence before erupting in enthusiastic applause. Even the seasoned director approached him, excitement palpable as he clapped Qi Yinxing on the shoulder. "Yinxing, incredible! This take is award-worthy." Qi Yinxing collapsed onto the cold, sandy ground, his body soaked in sweat, sand, and the grime applied for authenticity, muscles trembling slightly from prolonged tension and emotional expenditure. He accepted the water handed to him by his assistant, drinking deeply, his chest heaving violently, still not entirely detached from his role. That night, returning to the makeshift camp set up by the film crew, Qi Yinxing felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion and emptiness. The intensity of his performance had drained his spirit, and the desolate silence of the wilderness was magnified infinitely in the night. After the fervor of the day had faded, a profound sense of loneliness washed over him like a cold tide, engulfing his entire being. He took out his phone, the signal flickering weakly. He opened the chat interface with Ling Yan, the last correspondence being 2 days prior. He stared at the avatar for a long time, his finger hovering over the cold screen, yearning to express something, yet finding every word utterly inadequate at that moment. Ultimately, he sent nothing, gripping the phone tightly in his palm as if that faint signal and distant connection were his only link to a vibrant, warm world. Just then, the phone screen lit up, accompanied by a gentle vibration. It was a message from Ling Yan. There were no words, only an image. In the picture, Ling Yan's plump ragdoll cat, affectionately nicknamed President Yan by fans, lay sprawled in what appeared to be an exceedingly soft and comfortable cat bed, sleeping soundly, its fluffy belly rising and falling with each breath. The background was illuminated by warm, gentle lighting, showcasing an array of expensive home furnishings. This image stood in stark, almost cruel contrast to Qi Yinxing's current environment. However, as he gazed at the picture, observing the carefree, pampered cat luxuriating in its repose, his taut nerves strangely began to relax. A wave of indescribable warmth gradually seeped into his cold, lonely heart, dispelling the gnawing solitude. He could almost envision Ling Yan capturing this photo, perhaps just after finishing work, lazily nestled on the sofa, amused by the antics of his cat, snapping a quick shot, and then thinking of him, far away in the wilderness. This gesture, devoid of pity or any forced concern, was merely a simple, spontaneous sharing. Yet it bore more power than any comforting words. It silently conveyed to Qi Yinxing, "Look, there exists a side of the world that is warm and tranquil. The hardships you are enduring pave the way to broader horizons. I am here, knowing you are there." Taking a deep breath of the cold, earthy air, Qi Yinxing slowly and solemnly typed in the dialog box, "It is happy." After a while, Ling Yan replied, succinctly, "Yes, is gained weight." Qi Yinxing looked at those 3 words and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The laughter resonated clearly in the silent tent on the barren land, feeling both remarkably vivid and genuine. The accumulated fatigue and pressure seemed to dissipate significantly with that laughter. The filming of the wilderness extended beyond expectations by half a month. When Qi Yinxing finally completed all his scenes and returned to the city, his weary yet invigorated body felt as though it had undergone a transformation. He had lost considerable weight and had tanned significantly, yet his gaze had grown more profound and tranquil. Between his brows lay a newfound resilience and weariness, a testament to the trials he had endured. His demeanor had become increasingly reserved and captivating. He had not informed anyone of his return, choosing instead to return to his apartment in solitude. The prolonged isolation and mental exhaustion had left him yearning for a serene space to recuperate and recalibrate. However, on the very evening following his return, the doorbell rang. Qianchen was somewhat taken aback. He had just arrived, and even his agent had not been notified. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole and was momentarily frozen in place. Standing outside was Ling Yan, clad in a simple light gray sweatshirt and sweatpants. Without a mask or hat, his tousled black hair framed a face that bore traces of fatigue, and in his hand he held a delicately crafted food container. He stood quietly beneath the warm yellow glow of the hallway light, resembling a beautiful painting that had unexpectedly materialized in reality. Qianchun's heart raced, almost involuntarily, as he swung the door open. Ling Yan, his voice, laced with surprise, held a barely perceptible rasp. Ling Yan lifted his gaze to meet his, momentarily lingering on Qianchun's noticeably gaunt face. His brow furrowed ever so slightly before he regained his composure and extended the food container towards him. His tone as casual as if he were merely delivering an item. "My mother had the kitchen prepare this soup for you. She thought you were overexerting yourself after watching the preview clips of The Wilderness." Caught off guard by this unexpected concern from Ling's mother, Qianchen found himself at a loss for words. It felt more like a clumsy yet warm excuse than a genuine reason. He accepted the food container, which was heavy and still warm to the touch. "Thank you, Auntie." Qianchen stepped aside. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Ling Yan, showing no reluctance, nodded and entered. Qianchen's apartment was impeccably tidy, but exuded a chill that suggested it had been uninhabited for an extended period. Ling Yan naturally settled onto the living room sofa, surveying the surroundings before his gaze returned to Qianchen. "Was the filming going smoothly?" "Indeed, quite smoothly," Qianchen replied, placing the food container on the coffee table before sitting in the adjacent armchair. The distance was neither too far nor too close, yet he could distinctly sense the familiar, crisp scent emanating from Ling Yan, which inexplicably eased his taut nerves, even as his heart raced from the sudden visit. "You look as if you've just returned from a refugee camp," Ling Yan remarked, his tone ambiguous, neither teasing nor merely stating a fact. Qianchen offered a wry smile. "It's part of the role." A moment of silence enveloped them, filled with a subtle tranquility. Qianchen had numerous questions swirling in his mind. How did Ling Yan know he was back today? How had he been lately? Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, they felt superfluous. Ultimately, it was Ling Yan who broke the silence, as if recalling something suddenly. He retrieved a small USB drive from his sweatshirt pocket, placing it on the coffee table and sliding it toward Qianchen. "The director of The Wilderness has completed a rough cut. I had my brother review it for feedback. I brought a copy for you. Would you like to take a look?" Qianchen was momentarily stunned. The director's rough cut, a task shrouded in utmost confidentiality, was so readily handed over to him by Ling Yan. Observing the surprise in his eyes, Ling Yan blinked, maintaining a stance of righteous confidence. "You are the male lead. What harm is there in having a sneak peek?" Moreover, a mischievous glint danced at the corners of his eyes, suggesting that from the audience's perspective, there might still be room for improvement. Qianchen gazed at his nonchalant demeanor, a ripple of indescribable emotions stirring within him. He was acutely aware of every nuance in this film, and although Ling Yan's excuse was rather clumsy, the sentiment concealed within that clumsiness tightened his throat. He grasped the small USB drive, feeling the cold metal in his palm, while his heart burned with fervor. He understood that this was not merely about previewing the film. It signified an unreserved trust, an acknowledgement of his inclusion in Ling Yan's circle. "All right," he murmured, his voice tinged with barely perceptible emotion. Ling Yan seemed to have accomplished his task, rising to his feet and brushing off non-existent dust. "Then I shall take my leave. Remember to drink your soup." He moved towards the door with swift and decisive grace. Qianchen watched as Ling Yan approached the threshold, The silhouette that had sustained him through countless nights now so close, yet on the verge of departure. A surge of intense, long-suppressed feelings erupted within him, akin to a volcano that had amassed sufficient force, obliterating all rationality and reservations. Ling Yan, Chapter 55. The leading man's romantic script 25. He nearly blurted it out, his voice tinged with urgency, rendering it somewhat jarring. Ling Yan halted, turning around with a look of confusion. Qi Yanqing's heart raced wildly within his chest, almost threatening to shatter his ribs. He gazed into Ling Yan's eyes, which appeared exceptionally clear under the lights, reflecting his own nervous and flustered visage. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of his strength to compress the love that felt as though it might burst forth into a seemingly calm yet weighty declaration. "Thank you for coming to see me." Ultimately, he could not articulate the three words that resided in the depths of his heart. The timing was wrong. The setting was inappropriate. He lacked the confidence and feared that an impulsive advance might scare away this light he had so cautiously guarded. Ling Yan observed him, noting the taut line of his jaw and the tumultuous emotions that surged in his eyes, nearly impossible to conceal, as well as the slight clenching of his fists due to tension. The youth silently regarded him for a few seconds, and in his clear eyes, a fleeting glimmer of understanding seemed to pass. He did not press for answers nor reveal any truths. Instead, he merely curved his lips into a gentle smile, one so warm it could melt away all frost and snow. He acknowledged softly, then opened the door and stepped outside. The door closed gently, sealing off the two worlds. Yet Qi Yanqing remained rooted in place, maintaining his previous posture, his palm damp with sweat from gripping the USB drive. As Ling Yan's faint and that meaningful smile echoed repeatedly in his ears. Did he sense it? This realization sent Qi Yanqing's heart racing uncontrollably, a tumultuous blend of panic, anticipation, and overwhelming sweetness engulfing him like a tsunami. Meanwhile, outside, Ling Yan stepped into the elevator, leaning against the cold walls of the cabin, watching the floor numbers change incessantly. He lifted a hand to gently touch the corner of his mouth, with a trace of an involuntary smile seemed to linger. He murmured softly to himself, a hint of tenderness that even he was unaware of. What a fool. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing amidst focus and expectation. The post-production of The Wasteland was meticulous. When the final cut was submitted for review and began its tour at various film festivals, its stark and profound visual style, coupled with Qi Yanqing's heart-stirring performance, had already created a significant stir within the industry. Critics lavished praise, declaring it the most auteur-driven Chinese film of the year, while Qi Yanqing's performance was described as stripped of all artifice, resonating deeply with the soul, an individual who single-handedly upheld an epic. The accolades followed suit. News, like wings, spread across every corner of the internet. Qi Yanqing, with his textbook-level performance in The Wasteland, triumphantly secured the Golden Screen Award for Best Actor. The Golden Screen Award, one of the most prestigious and authoritative accolades in the Chinese film industry, symbolizes the highest recognition of an actor's craft. This meant that Qi Yanqing was no longer merely a skilled performer. He had officially been crowned as a leading man, standing at the pinnacle of Chinese cinema. From an unknown extra to the Best Supporting Actor at the Golden Phoenix Awards, and now the Golden Screen Best Actor, he traversed this path in a relatively short span. Yet each step was profoundly solid, drenched in sweat and talent. Media outlets described his journey as miraculous and a comeback. But his fans and those who knew him understood that this was no stroke of luck. It was the result of diligent preparation and hard work rewarded by fate. Congratulations flooded Qi Yanqing's phone, nearly overwhelming it. He maintained his characteristic humility, responding with gratitude. Yet deep within, the immense joy and excitement settled into a more composed strength, along with an unmistakable yearning to see that person immediately. The day after the celebration banquet, Qi Yanqing canceled all his arrangements to do just one thing. He personally drove to a renowned private dining establishment on the outskirts of the city, famous for its serene environment and exquisite dishes, where reservations were required months in advance, to retrieve a meticulously prepared dinner he had ordered long ago. He then drove straight to the villa district where Ling Yan resided. Without prior notice, driven by impulse and a surge of emotions following his victory, he arrived at Ling Yan's doorstep. As he pressed the doorbell, his heart raced like a drum. The door opened swiftly to reveal Ling Yan, clad in comfortable loungewear, his hair softly cascading as if freshly washed, exuding a refreshing scent of moisture. Upon seeing Qi Yanchen, who stood outside with a delicate food box, looking travel-worn yet with bright, eager eyes, Ling Yan paused momentarily. "What brings you here?" he asked, stepping aside to let him in, his tone tinged with surprise but devoid of displeasure. Qi Yanqing stepped into the living room, a space he had visited once yet felt inexplicably familiar. He placed the food box on the table, his voice taut with nervousness. "I just picked this up from Xinghuan. I believe you will enjoy their dishes." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Ling Yan's, his eyes profound. "I wish to share a meal with you, to celebrate." Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, approaching the dining table to inspect the enticing array of dishes within the food box. Upon glancing back the evidently anxious Qi Yanqing, he let out a soft chuckle. "Haven't you had enough of celebratory feasts? Have you come to my place for a private banquet?" Despite his teasing words, he turned to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Qi Yanqing, watching his retreating figure, felt a warmth envelop his heart as he arranged the meal on the table. The room was warm and immaculate, infused with a subtle, refreshing scent that belonged to Ling Yan. When Ling Yan returned with the utensils, he leaned in for a closer look, his nose twitching and eyes sparkling. "Sweet and sour ribs?" "Yes, along with stir-fried seasonal vegetables and yam pork rib soup." Qi Yanqing observed the way food illuminated Ling Yan's expression, his tone unconsciously tinged with affection as he excused himself to wash his hands. Ling Yan, unusually compliant, acknowledged with a soft "oh," setting down the utensils and shuffling towards the restroom in his slippers. The meal unfolded in a tranquil atmosphere. Ling Yan seemed genuinely hungry. Engrossed in his food, his cheeks puffing like a little hamster's storing provisions. Qi Yanqing ate sparingly, spending most of his time watching him, contemplating how to broach the subject at hand. Outside, the rain pattered softly, enhancing the warmth and serenity within. After the meal, Ling Yan volunteered to wash the dishes, but Qi Yanqing insisted he step aside due to the greasy nature of the task. When he finished tidying up the kitchen and emerged, he found Ling Yan nestled in the enormous, cozy sofa in the living room, cradling a tablet, seemingly engrossed in browsing some web page, while a plush cat curled at his feet, sleeping soundly. Chapter 56. The leading man's romance script. Qi Yanqing settled on the carpet, leaning against the sofa. The proximity allowed him to catch the faint aroma of Ling Yan's fresh post-bath scent, and he observed the long, drooping lashes of his eyes, along with the slightly pursed lips that hinted at his concentration. Once again, the air was imbued with that familiar, subtle tranquility, yet this time, it felt as if something was quietly brewing beneath the surface. "What are you looking at?" Qi Yanqing ventured, his voice slightly husky. "Reviews of the wasteland," Ling Yan replied, not lifting his head, his fingers gliding across the screen. "Several major outlets have praised it, claiming you have redefined survival performance." Qi Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. He had received countless accolades post-award, yet hearing it from Ling Yan felt entirely different. "It's the script and the director that provided the space," he said, his humility instinctive. Finally, Ling Yan lifted his gaze, setting the tablet down, tilting his head to observe him, his eyes glinting with curiosity and a hint of mischief. "Teacher Qi, you are now an award-winning actor. Why are you still so cautious?" When Qi Yanqing met his gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through one's soul, his breath caught. He took a deep breath, knowing that he could not delay any longer. Some words, if left unspoken, might drown him in the surging tide of his emotions. Ling Yan spoke, his voice deeper than before, imbued with a solemnity that suggested a point of no return. "There are some words I wish to share with you." It appeared that Ling Yan sensed the shift, retracting his playful demeanor, and gazed quietly at him, awaiting the continuation. The sound of rain outside grew clearer, drumming against the glass like Qi Yanqing's heart, pounding in a rhythm akin to a war drum. Qi Yanqing's voice lowered, carrying an almost reverent weight. I remember asking you what is most important in performance. You said it is sincerity. Ling Yan remained silent, simply watching him, his doe-like eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Each day spent in the wilderness had deepened his understanding of these two words: to face solitude sincerely, to confront fear with honesty, to acknowledge the desire for survival genuinely, and to truly confront one's own heart. His words faltered momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Yan, as if he sought to etch the image of him into his very being. Standing on that true wilderness, he realized that the most terrifying aspect of the world was not the harshness of the environment, but the absence of attachments, of those one yearns to return to. Qi Yanqing's heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might burst from his throat. He gazed at Ling Yan's face, so close yet so distant, observing his long, thick eyelashes, his elegantly shaped nose, and his lips, which were slightly pursed in surprise, their hue soft and delicate. Emotions that had been suppressed for far too long surged forth like a torrent finally finding its escape, unstoppable and overwhelming. Qi Yanqing carefully chose his words, each syllable seeming to struggle its way out of his chest. Since that unexpected incident at the film studio, you have been an unanticipated light, illuminating my once dim and silent world. You have bestowed upon me opportunities, trust, and an acknowledgement and warmth I had never dared to dream of. His gaze remained locked on Ling Yan, missing not a single subtle change in his expression. I understand that there are many disparities between us. Initially, I intended to conceal this gratitude and admiration within my heart eternally, content to watch you shine from afar as a distant star. However, with a slight tremor and a hint of earnestness, he continued, it seems I have overestimated my self-control. Observing you glow before the camera, witnessing your unguarded moments in life, and seeing the smiles you occasionally direct toward me, I find it impossible to remain satisfied with merely watching from a distance. He paused, as if summoning every ounce of strength to articulate the words that had long been buried within him. Ling Yan, I like you. Not in the way one expresses gratitude to a benefactor, nor in the admiration one holds for a partner, but as a man who desires to draw near, to possess, and to cherish for a lifetime. Upon uttering these words, Qi Yanqing felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He held his breath, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm, awaiting Ling Yan's verdict. He dared not gaze into Ling Yan's eyes, fearing he might glimpse surprise, disgust, or pity. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, as the sounds of rain and heartbeats intertwined, amplified infinitely. Ling Yan remained silent, merely gazing at Qi Yanqing. Observing this man, who could command everything on screen and conquer solitude in the wilderness, now appeared as nervous as a young boy. His ears flushed with a distinct crimson hue due to his confession. His expression was intricate, revealing surprise, yet predominantly an understanding, as if he had anticipated this moment long before. There was also a faint, elusive softness lingering in his gaze. Just when Qi Yanqing was on the verge of despair from the protracted silence, Ling Yan finally stirred. He let out a gentle sigh, a sound so soft it caressed Qi Yanqing's heart like a feather. Then he leaned slightly forward, extending his index finger to lightly and swiftly tap the back of Qi Yanqing's clenched fist resting on his knee. The touch was cool, yet it sent a peculiar current coursing through Qi Yanqing's body, prompting him to abruptly lift his head, locking eyes with Ling Yan, who was mere inches away. In those doe-like, crystalline eyes, there was no revulsion, no pity, nor a clear acceptance. Instead, there was a profound tranquility, as if it harbored the vastness of the galaxy, accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. Qi Yanqing, Ling Yan began, his voice soft yet distinctly reaching Qi Yanqing's ears, carrying his characteristic languid yet transparent tone. Do you realize how poor your timing is? Qi Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Observing his stunned expression, Ling Yan's lips curled ever so slightly, continuing in a leisurely manner. I just finished eating and feel a bit drowsy, so in my mind isn't quite sharp. Moreover, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Qi Yanqing's still tense form and reddened ears, his tone laced with a teasing hint of exasperation. Your confession lines are far inferior to your award acceptance speech. Qi Yanshen had envisioned countless scenarios of rejection or acceptance. Yet he had never anticipated being critiqued for the inadequacy of his confession lines. A surge of indescribable emotions, absurdity, disappointment, and a flicker of hope washed over him. However, Ling Yan's subsequent words instantly lifted him from despair to ecstasy. Ling Yan regarded him with unwavering calmness. Yet it seemed something within him had subtly melted. Given how anxious you are and your relatively sincere demeanor, he elongated his tone. Observing the rekindled spark in Qi Yanshen's eyes, he finally delivered the long-awaited, yet weighty response. I can offer you a chance. What? Qi Yanshen could scarcely believe his ears, his voice dry. A chance? Ling Yan tilted his head. A clear glimmer of amusement finally coloring his gaze. To pursue me. Boom! Qi Yanshen felt his mind go blank, an overwhelming joy crashing over him like a tsunami, nearly leaving him dizzy. He stared blankly at Ling Yan, at his smiling face so close, momentarily unsure of how to respond. What? Unwilling? Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. No, I am willing. I am willing. Qi Yanshen responded almost immediately, his voice heightened with excitement, trembling with barely contained emotion. He extended his hand abruptly, yearning to grasp the person before him, yet halted just before contact, gazing with his deep, longing eyes, as if beholding a fragile dream. Ling Yan observed his cautious and ecstatic demeanor, unable to suppress a soft laugh that rang clear and melodious, akin to a spring breeze caressing the strings of a zither. He reached out willingly, clasping Qi Yanshen's suspended, slightly trembling hand. In that fleeting moment of palm against palm, warmth was exchanged. Qi Yanshen shivered, instinctively enveloping the cool hand within his own warm grasp, the pressure nearly overwhelming. He lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with unmasked, fervent affection and the ecstasy of fulfilled desire. Ling Yan, he called softly, his voice husky and laden with emotion. Ling Yan replied, allowing his hand to be held without resistance. He gazed out at the still falling rain, feeling the steadfast and fervent warmth emanating from their clasped hands. A genuine smile blooming at the corners of his lips. The rain seemed reluctant to cease for the moment, and he spoke lightly. Qi, shall we watch your award-winning film again? Qi Yanshen looked at him, at their intertwined hands, at his softly illuminated and beautiful profile in the light, his heart brimming with immense happiness and satisfaction. All right, he replied in a low voice, imbued with endless tenderness and sincerity. Outside, the autumn rain fell sharply, yet indoors, it felt as warm as spring. The two stars, once on divergent paths, finally transcended the bounds of gravity and distance at this moment, drawing closer and merging into a brilliant and romantic radiance. The phrase "the opportunity to pursue" infused Qi Yanshen's once monochrome world with vibrant hues and boundless energy. This newly crowned international film emperor navigated complex cinematic roles with ease, yet exhibited a charming awkwardness when faced with the pursuit of Ling Yan. His endeavor was not the grandiose declarations often seen in films, but rather a subtle infusion into the minutiae of daily life, marked by his inherent steadiness, clumsiness, and profound sincerity. Aware of Ling Yan's discerning nature, he meticulously studied recipes, crafting a variety of light dishes and exquisite pastries to his liking, frequently visiting, transforming the opulent dining table into a private haven of affection. He recalled Ling Yan occasionally suffering from insomnia, so he discreetly sourced calming incense and soothing music from afar, placing them within easy reach. While Ling Yan played games, he quietly sat nearby, reviewing scripts, occasionally offering a cup of warm water during his victories or gently reassuring him with his deep voice, "It's all right, try again next time," during moments of frustration. He did not shun the media's gaze, yet never sought to sensationalize his actions. When paparazzi captured him, as usual, entering Ling Yan's villa with a food container, the internet buzzed once more, but this time, the discourse was filled with good-natured banter and blessings. The renowned actor's gratitude seems to be rather excessive. This is not merely gratitude. It is evidently a calculated endeavor. A life-saving grace warrants a reciprocal commitment, The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Though we remain aware of the underlying truth, we, the fans of this couple, celebrate the new year with fervor. Ling Yan's demeanor towards this situation is characterized by a certain indulgent calmness. He relishes the sensation of being cherished and meticulously cared for. Qianshen's pursuit is not akin to a blazing fire, but rather resembles the gentle warmth of a winter sun, inviting and enduring, compelling one to draw closer, to succumb to its allure. The seemingly impenetrable fortress of Ling Yan is gradually being softened by Qianshen's patience and sincerity, melting away little by little. This ambiguous state, as if veiled by a delicate gauze, causes Qianshen's heart to oscillate like a roller coaster each day, sweetened by the closeness yet fraught with anxiety due to uncertainty. However, he possesses remarkable patience, diligently nurturing this relationship with the same meticulousness he applies to his roles. A turning point occurs on a winter morning. Qianshen receives an assignment requiring him to travel abroad for a short-term advertisement shoot. Before his departure, he seeks out Ling Yan to bid farewell, carrying with him a box of freshly baked almond pastries, his favorite treat. Ling Yan answers the door clad in a fluffy robe, still drowsy from sleep. Upon seeing him and the food box, he instinctively takes it, murmuring, "Are you leaving again?" These 3 words, imbued with a natural sense of dependency and reluctance, instantly soften Qianshen's heart. He gazes at Ling Yan's face, which appears particularly gentle and harmless from just waking up, and an impulsive urge surges within him. He reaches out, tenderly smoothing a strand of hair that has fallen into Ling Yan's face, the gesture flowing with an ease as if rehearsed countless times. Ling Yan seems momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Qianshen's, his eyes now clearer, yet unflinching. Qianshen's heart races like a drum, emboldened. He gazes into those crystalline eyes and softly inquires, "When I return, may I assume a different role?" Ling Yan regards him quietly for several seconds. And just as Qianshen fears he will receive no answer, Ling Yan unexpectedly hums softly, turning to walk back inside with a hint of playful pride. "Let us see how you perform. Also, next time, reduce the sugar in the almond pastries. They're too sweet." The door gently closes before Qianshen, yet he remains rooted in place, slowly revealing a broad, foolish smile directed at the cold door. "Let us see how you perform" is nearly tantamount to granting him approval for his new role. Chapter 58. The actor's romantic script concludes in the ensuing days. Though Qianshen is abroad, his heart has already flown back to Ling Yan. He consistently sends messages to report his itinerary, share foreign landscapes, and even attempts to film some clumsy short videos. Ling Yan's responses remain brief, yet their frequency has evidently increased. He occasionally critiques Qianshen's photography skills. Upon concluding his work, Qianshen hastens back home, foregoing a visit to his own residence, and heads directly to Ling Yan's villa, arriving just as the city lights begin to twinkle. Snowflakes cascade silently from the sky, dancing beneath the streetlights and embellishing the evening with a fairy tale charm. Standing outside the ornate iron gate, poised to ring the doorbell, he suddenly halts in his tracks. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he beheld the familiar silhouette illuminated by the warm yellow light spilling from the porch of the main residence. Ling Yan stood there quietly, clad in a thick white down jacket and enveloped in a cozy plaid scarf, cradling a plump cat within his garment, leaving only its fluffy head visible. The glow from eaves cast a warm halo over his soft hair and entire being, rendering even the falling snowflakes gentle. It seemed as though he was waiting for him. Qianshen felt a sudden warmth surge within his heart and swiftly dragged his suitcase across the courtyard path. Ling Yan watched him approach, and only when he stepped onto the stairs, standing before him, did he lift his chin slightly in acknowledgement. The cat in his arms let out a timely meow. The chill of the wintry night was left behind, and the small space beneath the porch was warm and serene. Qianshen, still carrying the lingering chill of the outside, gazed intently at the person before him, 1,000 unspoken words lodged in his throat, finally manifesting as a low, hoarse whisper, "I'm back." Ling Yan responded with a soft M, scrutinizing him with a frown. "Dressed so lightly, aren't you cold?" As he spoke, he effortlessly transferred the warm cat into Qianshen's embrace, saying, "Here, Hold it. It's warm. The cat suddenly shifted to a new owner, grumbled softly but soon found a comfortable position in Qi Yinqing's rigid arms and drifted back to sleep, embracing this unexpected, warmth-laden bundle that carried Ling Yan's essence. Qi Yinqing felt momentarily dazed, yet inside, a multitude of joyful fireworks erupted. Ling Yan, observing his bewildered expression, couldn't help but chuckle, extending his hand to brush off the snowflakes from his hair and shoulders with a gentle motion. "Why are you just standing there? Come in," he said casually, as if they were long-time lovers. In that moment, Qi Yinqing was utterly convinced he had captured the brightest star in the sky. He grasped Ling Yan's hand, which had been brushing off the snow, holding it tightly in his palm, feeling the coolness of his fingertips gradually warm in his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he marveled at Ling Yan's increasingly exquisite face, illuminated by the interplay of light from the lamp and the snow, his voice thick with emotion. "Ling Yan, does this mean we are together now?" Ling Yan allowed him to hold his hand, tilting his head to meet his gaze, snowflakes landing on his long eyelashes, glistening like jewels. He blinked, shaking off the snow, his lips curving into a bright and clear smile. "Otherwise? Qi Yinqing, do you wish to back out?" Unable to contain his overwhelming joy any longer, Qi Yinqing released his suitcase, extending his arms to carefully envelop the person before him, along with the cat in his arms, into a warm embrace. This was a long-awaited, formal hug, filled with cherished fulfillment and overflowing affection. Ling Yan buried his face in the chilled nook of his neck, muffled laughter escaping him. "Hey, you're holding too tightly. The cat can't breathe." Realizing this, Qi Yinqing hurriedly loosened his grip but found it hard to part. Instead, resting his chin gently atop Ling Yan's soft head, inhaling the crisp fragrance of his hair, feeling the real warmth and weight of him in his arms. He felt that nothing could be more perfect in life than this. "I won't back out," he whispered in Ling Yan's ear, solemnly, as if making a vow. "Not ever." Their official announcement arrived unexpectedly, yet seemed entirely fitting. At the subsequent Golden Wutong Film Festival award ceremony, Qi Yinqing garnered the Best Actor award once more for another profoundly resonant work, becoming the youngest dual award-winning actor in the Chinese film industry, basking in unparalleled glory. During his acceptance speech, he expressed gratitude to the crew, his family, and his fans. Ultimately, his gaze traversed the throngs of attendees, landing precisely on a young man in a simple suit seated in the audience, whose presence was undeniably radiant. The venue fell into a hushed silence as the camera sharply focused on Ling Yan before returning to Qi Yinqing. Holding the trophy, Qi Yinqing spoke into the microphone, revealing a gentle yet resolute smile unlike any he had shown before. He declared, "Lastly, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to one individual. Thank you for illuminating my path during my moments of uncertainty, for your patience with my clumsiness and trepidation, and for teaching me the true essence of love and the meaning of a lifelong companion." He paused, his gaze tender and unwavering, articulating each word with clarity. "This trophy, along with all my future honors and moments, I wish to share with you. Ling Yan, thank you for entering my life. I love you." A wave of stunned silence enveloped the auditorium, quickly followed by an eruption of gasps and exclamations. The camera fervently zoomed in on Ling Yan, capturing every nuance of his expression. The online live stream's comment section was inundated, nearly overwhelming the servers. What? An official announcement? Confessing right at the awards ceremony? Qi Yinqing, how bold. Help. The CPI ship is real. It's real. Oh, Best Actor X Top Star. This is like a novel come to life. The camera remained fixated on Ling Yan, and on the big screen, the youth initially appeared taken aback, then shook his head in resignation, yet his lips could not help but curl upwards, his clear eyes shimmering with scattered starlight and evident warmth. He did not shy away from the lens. Instead, he raised his hand and gently formed a heart shape towards Qi Yinqing on stage. Oh, he nodded. He made a heart. "I'm in tears. What a divine love story. The life-saving bond is genuine. Their meeting at the pinnacle is real. Their love is real." At this moment, the internet completely erupted, The trending searches exploded. Qi Yinqing and Ling Yan's official announcement. Qi Yinqing's a war confession. The best actor's ultimate romance ushered in the most sensational and blessed coming out in entertainment history. After a brief period of shock and chaos, the fans of both parties quickly exhibited remarkable composure and solidarity. On one hand, it was due to the principal's candid and resolute attitude. On the other hand, the story of their bond, rooted in a life-saving incident, had already etched itself into the hearts of many. Their subsequent collaborations and interactions radiated positivity and mutual achievement, rendering their relationship to outsiders as imbued with a fateful romance and a solid foundation. Upon learning of the news, Ling Yan merely raised an eyebrow and let out a hum toward his younger brother, suggesting he had tacitly accepted the situation. For several decades thereafter, Qi Yinqing steadily forged ahead, consistently producing remarkable works, ultimately becoming an acknowledged evergreen in the realm of Chinese cinema and a benchmark for acting, amassing numerous accolades. In contrast, Ling Yan gradually withdrew from the entertainment industry during his peak, retreating behind the scenes to establish a personal studio, investing in and nurturing new talent. Occasionally, when the mood struck him, he would make fleeting appearances in top-tier productions, living a life increasingly characterized by a carefree spirit. Though they did not deliberately flaunt their affection, candid moments captured of them together, shopping for groceries in a supermarket, strolling side by side under the setting sun, or sharing an ice cream on foreign streets, were imbued with a warmth and understanding that only years of companionship could cultivate. The gaze Qi Yinqing cast upon Ling Yan remained unchanged over the decades, perpetually filled with deep affection and indulgence. Years later, during an interview, Qi Yinqing was asked about the secret to sustaining a long-lasting relationship. Now, in middle age, yet possessing an even greater allure, he smiled gently, directing his tender gaze toward the audience where his beloved, despite the passage of time, still radiated charm and clarity. He softly articulated, "The secret lies in eternally cherishing that initial, tender sentiment, and then, through a lifetime, fulfilling the promises made then." Ling Yan, seated below, momentarily taken aback, met his gaze and smiled, reminiscent of the youth he had embraced on a snowy night long ago. The stars reward those who persevere, and time favors the earnest. Qi Yinqing's most successful role in this life was not any fictional character adorned with accolades, but rather that of Ling Yan's beloved. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, amidst the tumult of this small world, rectified the anomalies while unexpectedly receiving a sweet, yet perfectly logical, gift. Their story commenced with a meticulously orchestrated accident and culminated in a romance where they journeyed together hand in hand for a lifetime. Chapter 59. The Love Script of the God of War in the 12th winter of the Yongxi era of the Great Qi, in the capital. At the residence of the Jing Wang, in the Ninghui courtyard, a heavy scent of medicine intertwined with a faint hint of sandalwood nearly suffocated the exquisitely beautiful courtyard. Inside, the charcoal fire blazed warmly, creating a spring-like atmosphere, yet it could not dispel the oppressive aura that lingered around the bed. On the intricately carved bed, beneath a brocade quilt, lay a frail child, so emaciated that he barely resembled a human. His complexion was a pallid, almost translucent shade, lips cracked and tinged with a purple hue, his breathing so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Only the slightest rise and fall of his chest, appearing after long pauses, attested to the flicker of life remaining within that small body. This was the heir of the Jing Wang, the 9-year-old Ling Yan. The Jing Wang's consort, once renowned as the capital's beauty, now appeared utterly haggard. She clutched her son's icy hand tightly, tears streaming silently down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, landing on the luxurious Sioux embroidery quilt and leaving darkened stains. She dared not cry aloud, fearing to disturb her son, who might be battling with the king of hell, and was also afraid of exhausting the last vestiges of her strength. "Yinner, my Yinner, please open your eyes and look at your mother." Her voice was hoarse, as if rasped by sandpaper, laden with desperate sorrow. By the bedside stood the pained and upright Prince Jing, Ling Xiao, alongside the hurriedly summoned head of the Imperial Medical Institute. The physician withdrew his fingers from Ling Yan's wrist, where the pulse was faint, nearly imperceptible. Furrowing his brow, he slowly shook his head at Prince Jing, his voice laden with sorrow. "Your Highness, forgive this old man's inadequacy. But the young master is at the end of his strength. It is feared he may depart this world within the next moment." These words struck like a final decree, shattering the last defenses of the Princess Jing. She faltered, nearly fainting, and was tightly supported by the matron beside her. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, tears brimming in his fierce eyes as he inhaled deeply, stifling the lump in his throat. This was his most cherished son, whose life had been fraught with suffering since birth due to the poison inflicted upon the princess during her pregnancy. They had exhausted their resources seeking skilled physicians and rare remedies, managing only to sustain his fragile existence until the age of 9. Now, were they truly to witness a parent burying their child? In that room filled with despair, as hope seemed to wane, a faint consciousness, incongruous with the world, began to stir within the frail body on the bed, like a flickering candle in the wind, struggling to awaken. Ling Yan felt as though he were a wisp of a ghost, trapped within a heavy, decaying vessel that would not heed his will. His awareness was submerged in a vast abyss, hazy and fragmented, yet the sensation of vitality gradually draining away was painfully clear. "No, it cannot be." A heart-wrenching feminine voice pierced the silence, choking with tears. "Your Highness, implore His Majesty once more, issue a royal decree, seek out renowned physicians. There must be a way." "Princess, please remain calm," came the man's voice, filled with a sense of helplessness. "Have we not sought the best in the capital? Even the eccentric masters of the realm? Even Master Liaochen of the Protecting Nation Temple." "Master Liaochen." The woman seized upon this slender thread of hope, her voice rising in pitch. "What did he say? Surely he has a solution." After a moment of silence, the man's voice grew even more somber. "Master Liaochen has foreseen that Yenner possesses a unique fate. His spirit is unstable and requires a powerful bond of life force to anchor his soul and prolong his life. This bond must be forged with a person whose destiny aligns perfectly with Yenner's, one who embodies the essence of vitality, to form a marriage contract that can rejuvenate him." "Marriage? A contract?" The woman's sobs halted abruptly, disbelief evident in her tone. "But he is only 9, and he cannot afford to linger in indecision." The man's voice turned resolute, imbued with the weight of determination. "If it can save Yenner, I would sacrifice anything, my own life if need be. The master has stated that this individual is exceedingly rare, a 1 in a million find, and we must seek them immediately. I shall report to my royal brother. I will scour the entire realm of Deqi to find this person." The subsequent sounds gradually faded, as if muffled by a thick curtain of water. Ling Yan attempted to concentrate, yet the faint spark of consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, swiftly engulfed by deeper darkness. Warning: the host's current physical condition is extremely poor, and vital signs are faint. The fusion process will intensify energy consumption. The mechanical and urgent voice of 024 echoed intermittently in his mind, and before Ling Yan could absorb more information, he completely lost consciousness. When he regained a semblance of awareness, the first sensation that overwhelmed him was an oppressive scent of medicine, bitter enough to instinctively draw his brows together. His body felt as heavy as if it were laden with lead, unable even to lift a finger. His throat was parched, as if scraped raw, burning with thirst. Yet, that chilling sense of despair, the coldness of life ebbing away, had vanished. He had survived, or rather, he, the retired Grandmaster of the Quick Travel Bureau, Ling Yan, had taken over the frail body of a 9-year-old who had just breathed its last. No longer did he hear the mournful cries. Instead, there was a hushed conversation filled with euphoric relief, deliberately lowered in tone. "He has awakened. The young master's eyelids are moving. Thank Buddha. May the Bodhisattva bless us. The prince, the princess, the young master has truly pulled through. Hurry, fetch Dr. Sun." A flurry of activity ensued. Ling Yan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. Before him was an exquisitely ornate canopy bed, adorned with intricate patterns of auspicious clouds and cranes. Surrounding him were numerous figures, among them a middle-aged couple. The man, clad in the attire of a prince, had a handsome face, though now his eye sockets were sunken. His expression a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. The woman, with her hair slightly disheveled and strikingly beautiful, was covering her mouth with a silk handkerchief, tears cascading down her cheeks, her gaze upon him filled with the preciousness of something once lost and now found. These were his parents in this world, Prince Ling Xiao of the Deqi dynasty and Princess Lu. Yenner, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? The princess implored, leaning over the bed, hesitant to touch him, her voice choked with emotion. Prince Ling Xiao stared intently at him, his throat working visibly, clearly overwhelmed. Ling Yan opened his mouth, but no coherent sound emerged. He could only weakly twitch his fingertips. Do not worry, do not worry. It is enough that you have awakened. Quickly, water. Bring warm water. The prince urged, hastily taking the warm water from a maid and, using a delicate jade spoon, carefully moistened his cracked lips. The cool liquid slid down his throat, alleviating the burning sensation slightly. As Ling Yan's consciousness began to clarify, he became acutely aware of this body's unprecedented frailty. Each breath was laborious, his heartbeat feeble, and his limbs felt utterly devoid of strength, as if a mere breeze could scatter him. This condition was worse than any initial body he had ever inhabited. It was akin to a fragile vessel struggling for breath. Ling Yan opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was suddenly seized by a violent cough that shook his chest painfully, dimming his vision. Imperial physician, hurry, come see him. The princess panicked, quickly patting his back. After a chaotic flurry, the imperial physician examined his pulse and remarked repeatedly that it was a miracle the young master had awakened. There seemed to be a turn in his condition, but the foundation was too weak, and he must be nurtured carefully, avoiding any further stimulation while prescribing a new remedy. Ling Yan called out in his mind, 024. Host, you are awake. The voice of 024 resonated immediately, carrying a hint of relief, transmitting background information and task details of this world. Chapter 60, The Love Script of the God of War. 2. A vast stream of information surged into my mind. This realm resembles ancient China, yet the dominance of male relationships is more pronounced in the feudal dynasty known as the Great Qi dynasty. In this world, although marriage between men and women remains customary, romantic bonds between men are not uncommon. Historical records occasionally document such relationships, revealing a society more enlightened than in previous eras. Notably, during the former dynasty, there existed a remarkably accomplished male consort, whose influence, though not codified, fostered a degree of acceptance and tolerance among the upper echelons of scholars and aristocrats. The original host, Ling Yan, was the legitimate young master of the Jing prince's residence. Due to a conspiracy against his mother, the Jing princess, during her pregnancy, Ling Yan was afflicted with a chronic poison, resulting in frailty from birth. He was known throughout the capital as a frail child, constantly under medical care, with imperial physicians predicting he would not survive to adulthood. Just days ago, his condition deteriorated sharply. He suffered from a relentless fever, and all remedies proved ineffective, leading to his demise. At this critical juncture, Ling Yan assumed control of his body. His family, desperate to save their beloved son, heeded the words of Master Liao Chun from the National Protection Temple, who suggested that a marriage with a compatible zodiac might reverse his fortunes. Upon searching the capital, they discovered that only the second son of General Wu Jingyuan from the Northern Command had a perfect zodiac match with Ling Yan. The Wu family wielded military power and was a legitimate force in the realm. For the second son to be bound in matrimony with a man, even for the sake of fortune, would be seen as an affront. It is crucial to understand that while the Great Qi dynasty permits male relationships among the elite, noble families prioritize bloodline succession and the continuation of their lineage. Traditional unions are primarily intended for the propagation of families and consolidation of power, with few precedents for legitimate marriages between sons. The Jing prince and his wife, consumed by their love for their son, overlooked these conventions. The Jing prince personally entered the palace to beseech the emperor for a decree. Moved by the Jing prince's deep affection for his son and sympathetic to his nephew's frail condition, the emperor, intrigued by the mystical nature of the fortune reversal marriage. Issued a royal edict. The reaction of the Wu family upon receiving the edict is not detailed in the information, but it can be surmised that it was far from pleasant. This extraordinary marriage had already become the talk of the elite circles in the capital, a source of amusement during conversations. Remarkably, on the second day after the decree was issued and the marriage contract established, Ling Yan, who had been in a coma for days and deemed beyond recovery by the imperial physicians, miraculously awoke. What was once a mere jest now cloaked itself in an air of enigmatic wonder. It seemed Master Liao Chen's predictions had indeed come to fruition. So, I am now a sickly 9-year-old with a fiancé? Ling Yan pondered in disbelief. Indeed, esteemed host, your betrothed, Wu Jingyuan, is also 9 years old and a pivotal character in this world, destined to be a renowned general who will etch his name in history. 024 confirmed. Moreover, the anomaly of this world is an untraveled soul from another realm, who will descend with an imperial strategy system. In the original timeline, she successfully captivated the emperor, and by chance encountered Wu Jingyuan upon his entrance to the palace. Captivated at first sight, she secretly seduced him, but when the affair was exposed, the emperor was enraged. Wu Jingyuan did not perish on the battlefield. Instead, he met an unjust demise due to palace intrigue. A renowned general unjustly slain by palace machinations? Ling Yan's gaze turned slightly cold. Such a death was indeed a profound insult to a general who should have met his end wrapped in war's embrace. Mission objective: eliminate the anomaly of the time-traveling girl carrying the system, ensuring the core fate of Wu Jingyuan returns to its rightful path, thereby achieving his illustrious path as a general. Ling Yan felt the waves of weakness emanating from his frail body, and he could only manage a faint smile. Excellent. The journey commenced with a sickly vessel, an enforced marriage decree, and a fiancé destined to meet a tragic end due to calamity. Yinner, as long as you have awakened. That is sufficient. The princess consort of Jing Wang held his frail hand, tears mingling with smiles. The master was indeed correct. The destiny of that child from the Wu family is truly intertwined with yours, and he will protect you. Ling Yan listened, speechless. It was not a matter of shared destiny. Rather, it was simply his otherworldly soul fortuitously assuming control of his body at that moment. Wu Jingyuan was merely a coincidental protagonist in this absurd marriage. Yet, he never anticipated that his association with this central figure would commence in such an astonishing manner. Ling Yan could envision the frustration of Wu Jingyuan and the Wu family. How intriguing. Before he even began his mission to protect the target, he inadvertently became a stumbling block in the other's life journey. His father and mother, Ling Yan, mustered all his strength to emit a voice as faint as a whisper. Marriage? The Jingwang couple exchanged glances, a flicker of complexity crossing their faces. The Jingwang lowered himself, his tone softened as much as possible. Yinner, you were gravely ill before. Master Liao Chan stated that a marriage was needed to counteract your misfortune. The emperor has arranged a marriage for you with the second son of the general's residence. Wu Jingyuan, it is precisely due to this betrothal that you have awakened. This is a fateful union meant to save your life. His words were gentle, yet the meaning was unmistakable. This marriage was a matter of life and death, and retreat was not an option. Ling Yan closed his eyes, the long lashes casting a faint shadow upon his pallid face. He certainly would not renounce the marriage now. Leaving aside the immutable imperial decree, the very identity of Wu Jingyuan as his fiancée would lend him the most legitimate means to approach and protect this pivotal figure in the future. He needed to restore his health swiftly. At the very least, he required a degree of self-preservation and mobility. 024, scan this body and formulate the optimal recovery plan. He commanded within his mind. Scan complete. The host body is afflicted with toxins from within the womb, inherently deficient, with weak organs and blocked meridians. Conventional medications yield limited effects. It is recommended to exchange points for a diluted version of the primary gene repair fluid, combined with local medicinal herbs for gentle conditioning. It is estimated that in 3 months, life-threatening conditions can be alleviated, and in a year, normal activity can be resumed. However, achievements in martial arts would be difficult. Exchange. Ling Yan decided without hesitation. To live and to move, that was sufficient. Fighting? That was a matter for the bodyguard, or rather, the future fiancé to consider. Chapter 61. The love script of the god of war 3. The news of Ling Yan's awakening spread through the streets and alleys of the capital like wings taking flight overnight. Coupled with the imperial decree issued to bring joy and the miraculous improvement in his condition, it quickly became the most fervently discussed topic. At the North Town General's residence, in the training ground, a young boy clad in a vibrant red outfit, brimming with vitality, practiced thrusts with a wooden spear nearly as tall as himself. His features were striking, with a high nose and a complexion reminiscent of sun-kissed wheat, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and his eyes sparkled with youthful exuberance. This was Wu Jingyuan. A young servant rushed over, whispering a few hurried words in his ear. Wu Jingyuan abruptly halted his movements, the wooden spear clattering to the ground. His eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mixture of shock and barely perceptible discomfort. Had he truly awakened? Wu Jingyuan's voice, typically bright and clear, now bore a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, the imperial physicians have confirmed it. He has truly survived. The entire capital is abuzz, saying that your auspicious destiny is his fortune. The servant spoke with a tone that mingled pride and trepidation. After all, their young master was to be wed into the royal family. Wu Jingyuan, feeling a surge of agitation, ran his fingers through his hair, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Despite his youth, he grasped the implications of bringing joy and the weight of the engagement. Previously, hearing that the Crown Prince of Jing was on his deathbed had stirred a sense of sympathy and an inexplicable pressure within him. Now, with the sudden news of recovery, his feelings were a tumultuous blend. A fortune star? He scoffed slightly, unwilling to embrace such a title. His aspirations lay in following the path of his forebears. To gallop across the battlefield and achieve great deeds, not to be tethered to a frail, unfamiliar prince due to an ethereal destiny, only to be subjected to the scornful whispers of others. Yet the imperial decree loomed large. The young man, troubled, kicked a stone on the ground, his brows knitting together in frustration. The circles of power in the capital were in an uproar. Master Liao Chun from the Guardian Temple's predictions had come to fruition. The Crown Prince of Jing, previously deemed beyond salvation by the physicians, had indeed snatched back his life from the clutches of death due to a marriage meant to bring joy through compatible destinies. In an instant, the Guardian Temple flourished, and Master Liao Chun was revered almost like a deity. Some marveled at the boundless power of the Buddha, lamenting the inevitability of fate. Others secretly scoffed, believing the Jing royal family had lost their senses, resorting to such absurd measures for their son. Yet more eyes turned towards the North Town General's residence, focusing on the 9-year-old Wu Jingyuan, who had been bound for life by an imperial decree. Could it be that this young scion of the Wu family was indeed a fortune star? In stark contrast to the external clamor, the atmosphere within the Jing royal residence was one of cautious celebration, having narrowly escaped calamity. Ling Yan was ordered to remain in bed for absolute rest. As a steady stream of rare medicinal herbs flowed into his courtyard, meticulously prepared into bitter concoctions by dedicated attendants, all under the vigilant supervision of the Princess of Jing, who personally fed him spoonful by spoonful. Outwardly obedient, Ling Yan inwardly bore the weight of unspoken anguish. This body possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to bitterness, each sip of medicine akin to a torment. Yet, he is acutely aware that this frail physique necessitates conventional remedies. He must endure the agony of the medicinal concoction while discreetly allowing 024 to monitor his bodily data, ensuring that the diluted primary gene repair fluid is gradually and unobtrusively taking effect. Yinner, how do you feel today? Is your chest still heavy? The princess consort inquires countless times each day, her gaze brimming with concern. Much better, mother. Ling Yan's voice remains faint. Yet compared to the breathless state he was in upon awakening, there is a marked improvement. At least speaking a complete sentence no longer feels so laborious. His complexion remains pale, yet there is a hint of the faintest blush on his lips. This slight recovery fills both the prince and the princess consort with uncontainable joy, further solidifying their belief in the wisdom of the auspicious marriage arrangement. It appears that the child from the Wu family truly has a connection with you. The princess consort remarks, gently stroking Ling Yan's frail back. Once you regain your strength, I shall send a note to the Wu household, inviting that child to come and keep you company. You are of similar age. It would be beneficial for you to become acquainted. Ling Yan lowers his gaze, his long eyelashes concealing the emotions beneath, responding with a soft hum. Acquainted? Indeed, he must familiarize himself with this future pivotal figure and his nominal betrothed. He must discern the essence of this person, whether he is worthy of his investment of heart and soul to safeguard him throughout his life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Northern General's residence is far from the lightheartedness of the prince's abode. General Wu Jinshan, a robust man with a resolute countenance, is currently pacing in his study, furrowing his thick brows. Opposite him sits his wife, Madame Zhou, whose gentle demeanor is infused with the unyielding spirit characteristic of a military family. At this moment, her expression is shrouded in an indelible veil of worry. My dear, can you believe the commotion this has stirred? Wu Jinshan's voice booms with a hint of exasperation. Jing Yuan has refused to step outside these past few days, claiming he fears being treated like a spectacle. Madame Wu lets out a deep sigh. Who could have anticipated that the crown prince would indeed awaken? Now, the rumors swirl incessantly outside, declaring that our Jing Yuan is a harbinger of good fortune. This reputation, alas, I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Initially, the couple harbored profound resistance and even anger towards this imperial decree. The legitimate son of a military family, even if merely a second son, is expected to stand tall and achieve greatness. How could he be bound in such a union, especially with another male, a frail little prince whose life hangs by a thread? Yet, the decree has been issued, and the sovereign's command is not to be defied. They can only stifle their grievances, hoping that the crown prince will recover swiftly to bring this absurdity to a close. Who could have imagined that not only did he survive, but he thrived? Now, this marriage is irrevocably set in stone, with no room for negotiation. Father, mother, is there truly no way out? The voice belongs to Wu Shuo, the eldest son of the Wu family, age 14, already exhibiting his father's demeanor, now wearing an expression of indignation. But he is a boy. How can he be promised to another as a wife? What remains of the Wu family's honor? How shall my younger brother stand tall before others in the future? Wu Jinshan forcefully slammed his palm onto the Zetan wood table and spoke in a grave tone. The imperial decree has been issued. The words of the sovereign are not to be contested by us. To defy the decree is a grave sin that could lead to the extermination of one's family. Chapter 62. The war god's romantic script.A, however, that was ultimately a matter of fortune, now that the crown prince of Jing has awakened. Does this mean the Zhou family has begun to waver? If he has awakened, we cannot withdraw. Wu Jinshan interrupted her, his tone laced with fatigue and profound helplessness. The entire capital knows that Jing Yuan is the crown princess' lucky star, his destiny intertwined with his. If we hastily sever our ties now, how will we appear to others? Like opportunists? Like those who burn bridges? What would the emperor think? What would the Jing Wangfu think? Does he not feel anguish for his second son? Wu Jingyuan, bright and spirited since childhood, possesses exceptional physical prowess. He was a promising candidate for martial arts. He had high hopes for him. Yet, this imperial edict, akin to an invisible shackle, has completely ensnared his cherished son within a splendid cage. From this moment forth, not only will he struggle to command military power and achieve great deeds, but even seeking a substantial position within the court will likely confine him to the shadow of the Jing Wangfu, forever unable to gain true respect and authority through his own merits. Shall we simply accept this fate? Wu Shuo was unwilling. Let's take it one step at a time, Wu Jinshan sighed. Fortunately, Jing Yuan is still young, and the crown prince will require prolonged nurturing. This marriage contract will likely remain unfulfilled for at least a decade. During this time, there may yet be opportunities for change. His gaze deepened. The political landscape is ever shifting. Who can predict the state of affairs a decade hence? Perhaps by then, The emperor's sentiments will have altered, or the crown prince himself will suppress this somewhat rebellious notion. For now, all they can do is bear with it. Meanwhile, the focal point of their discussion, Wu Jingyuan, was sequestered in a side room adjacent to the training grounds, fiercely striking a sandbag. His wooden spear lay discarded in a corner. He could only vent his pent-up frustrations in this most primitive manner. He did not wish to be anyone's lucky star. He was unwilling to be bound to a frail little prince he had never even met, merely due to some inexplicable destiny. Second young master, please stop hitting. Your hands must be in pain, his devoted servant, Chang'an, anxiously urged from outside the door. Wu Jingyuan paused, panting heavily, and glanced at his reddened fists, muttering, Chang'an, what kind of person is that crown prince of Jing? Chang'an scratched his head. I have never seen him myself. I have only heard that the crown prince has been frail since childhood, often bedridden, rarely leaving the estate. He must be exceedingly thin and, given his long illness, perhaps rather peculiar in temperament, but beyond that, I know nothing. Wu Jingyuan envisioned a frail youth, so weak that he could be toppled by the slightest breeze, possibly with a strange disposition due to his prolonged illness, and his irritation only deepened. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Second young master, the madam requests your presence. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jingyuan straightened his disheveled clothes and emotions, striving to appear calm as he followed the maid to the main courtyard. Zhou Shi, observing her son's stubborn and disgruntled expression despite his efforts to conceal it, tenderly pulled him closer and said softly, Jingyuan, mother knows this is a burden upon you. Wu Jingyuan lowered his head, remaining silent. Just moments ago, the Jing Wangfu had sent over an invitation. Zhou contemplated her words. The princess consort had mentioned that the heir apparent, whose health was gradually improving, wished to host a small gathering at the residence, inviting him for a visit, suggesting that it would allow the children of similar age to become acquainted. I refuse to go, Wu Jingyuan retorted, his neck stiff with defiance. The awakening of the ailing crown prince was a stroke of fortune for him. But what concern was it of his? Why should he be compelled to present himself before him? Impudent. Wu Zhinshan admonished sternly. The imperial decree has been issued. The engagement is set. He is your future husband. His invitation is a gesture of respect towards our family, and you cannot be so inconsiderate. Jingyuan's cheeks flushed with indignation. Spoiled by his family since childhood, he had grown up amidst the rigors of military life and had never endured such humiliation. The mere thought of encountering the frail figure, who had become a source of ridicule, made him deeply uncomfortable. Jingyuan, Zhou sighed, grasping her son's hand. I understand your reluctance. However, the situation is as such, and it is difficult to defy the will of the emperor. The crown prince is also a pitiful soul, having suffered from illness since childhood. Now that he has narrowly escaped death, you should visit him, treating it as a courtesy call to a patient. We cannot allow others to say that the Wu family lacks magnanimity. Observing his mother's worried gaze and his father's unwavering look, Jingyuan realized he could not evade this obligation. He begrudgingly replied, I understand. He resolved to behave like a mere wooden post during the visit, glance and depart, without uttering a single word. At the Jing Wangfu, in the Ninghui courtyard, where the heir Ling Yan resided, an unusual air of meticulous preparation filled the space, a contrast to its usual tranquility due to the impending small guest. The courtyard was spotless, adorned with pots of newly delivered orchids, wafting a delicate fragrance that sought to mask the pervasive scent of medicine. Within the inner chamber, Ling Yan reclined against a soft brocade pillow, a lightweight silk blanket draped over him. He had just finished a dose of medicine, his mouth filled with the candied fruit offered by the princess consort, attempting to dispel the nauseating bitterness. After several days of secretive treatment with gene repair fluid and careful nurturing from the royal residence, although his complexion remained pale, the lifeless grayness had significantly faded, and a hint of pink was discernible on his lips. Yenner, the second son of the Wu family, will arrive shortly. If you feel fatigued or unwell, you must inform your mother immediately. Do not force yourself, understand? The princess consort gently adjusted his collar, her concern palpable. I understand, mother. Ling Yan replied obediently, his voice still tinged with a weak rasp, yet steady. He indeed needed to meet Wu Jingyuan. This absurd engagement loomed as the greatest variable between them. He needed to ascertain the character of this future military leader personally and pave the way for their future collaboration. At the very least, he wanted Jingyuan to understand that this engagement was not a shackle for him. Meanwhile, the carriage from the northern general's residence came to a halt at the side gate of the Jing Wangfu. Wu Jingyuan took a deep breath before following the guiding matron inside. He was dressed in a deep blue brocade robe with arrow sleeves. His hair tied up neatly with a matching ribbon, exuding both spirit and elegance. Yet, the tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brows betrayed his inner reluctance. He walked with unwavering focus, yet the opulence and refinement of the Jing Wangfu captured his peripheral gaze. The pavilions and towers, with their flying eaves and bracketed roofs, stand in stark contrast to the expansive and rugged residences of others, exuding a delicate, fragile charm that demands careful nurturing, leaving him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Passing through several corridors, he arrives at the Ninghui courtyard, where the scent of medicinal herbs seems to intensify. Wu Jingyuan instinctively wrinkles his nose. Upon entering the inner chamber, the first sight that greets him is the slender figure reclining on the soft couch by the window. The gentle afternoon sunlight filters through the intricately carved window panes, casting a soft golden halo around him. He is exceedingly thin, the loose moon-white robe hanging off him like a shroud, revealing an astonishingly delicate wrist, seemingly fragile enough to snap with the slightest exertion. His skin, devoid of sunlight, is a porcelain white with faint blue veins clearly visible beneath. Wu Jingyuan is momentarily stunned. In his mind, he had envisioned the appearance of this Prince Jing, always picturing him as frail and sickly, perhaps bearing the sullen or spoiled demeanor of one long ailing. Yet, he had never imagined him to be like this. He rummages through his thoughts, struggling to find an appropriate word to encapsulate the essence of this being. It is akin to the white jade guanine statue he once beheld in his father's study, pure, translucent, as if a gentle touch could shatter it. It resembles the celestial child depicted in illustrated books, embodying a fragile beauty that seems untouched by the mortal realm. Wu Jingyuan instinctively breathes more softly, fearing that even a slight movement might disperse this glass-like figure before him. His mind races with chaotic thoughts. Surely, he is too weak to even lift the smallest stone lock in the courtyard. He feels he could effortlessly send 10 such figures flying with a single punch. This realization abruptly curtails the bravado and indignation he had prepared to display, a fist filled with youthful arrogance and resentment colliding with the lightness of cotton, leaving no point of leverage. In the presence of one who appears so delicate that he might shatter at any moment, his frustrations regarding the battlefield and fame seem not only out of place, but also rather cruel. Is Jingyuan here? The gentle voice of Princess Jing breaks the silence. Come here. This is Yener. Yener, this is the second son of the northern general's residence, Wu Jingyuan. Ling Yan lifts her gaze toward the youth standing nearby. Tall and vibrant, radiating a vigorous life force. His eyes shine with unblemished innocence and sharpness, his skin a healthy wheat color, standing in stark contrast to her pallor. Their eyes meet. When Wu Jingyuan's gaze locks onto hers, his heart inexplicably stutters. Her pupils are a deep obsidian, reminiscent of obsidian polished by clear springs. So clear they reflect the outlines of figures. Perhaps due to her prolonged illness, there seems to be a faint haze in her eyes, softening the excessive clarity and instead imparting an ethereal quality, as if untouched by the dust of the world. Feeling somewhat awkward, he steps forward and, following his mother's repeated instructions, bows respectfully. Wu Jingyuan, I have the honor to meet your highness. The voice rang clear, imbued with the unique timbre of youth. Master Wu, there is no need for excessive formality. Ling Yan spoke softly, his words articulated with clarity. Please, take a seat. A maidservant brought forth an embroidered stool and placed it before the couch. Following her suggestion, Wu Jingyuan settled down, maintaining an upright posture, his hands resting on his knees, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Stealing glances at Ling Yan, he found it increasingly astonishing how one could appear so frail. Seeing the two children in a state of relative tranquility, the princess consort felt a slight sense of relief. After giving Ling Yan a few more reminders, she excused herself to check on the refreshments, ushering the attendants out and granting the two young men their privacy. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint chirping of birds outside and the gentle breaths of the two. Wu Jingyuan felt an overwhelming discomfort. He was accustomed to the sweat-soaked exertions of the training grounds, to the boisterous laughter shared with his brothers. Never had he found himself seated so quietly before someone as fragile as a glass figurine. He racked his brain for conversation, but what could he possibly ask? Inquiring about his health seemed like a redundant question, and asking about his interests felt insensitive given his apparent physical limitations. Just as he was at a loss, Ling Yan broke the silence with a tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. "Master Wu, do you practice martial arts?" Wu Jingyuan paused briefly, then nodded, a hint of pride surfacing. "Indeed, I train with a spear for 2 hours every day." "Excellent," Ling Yan replied with a slight nod, his gaze falling upon Wu Jingyuan's hands, calloused from years of wielding a weapon. The ambitions of a young man lie in the pursuit of martial prowess, strengthening oneself to protect the homeland. Such is the righteous path. Wu Jingyuan was taken aback to hear such sentiments from a frail heir, momentarily stunned. He instinctively responded, "Do you also believe that martial arts are beneficial?" The moment the words left his lips, he regretted it. Discussing such matters with someone who could hardly stand seemed like a cruel jest. However, Ling Yan showed no sign of displeasure or sorrow. Instead, he responded quite naturally. The pillars of the nation often emerge from the ranks of the military. The Northern General's residence is renowned. Master Wu will surely inherit the family legacy and achieve great deeds. His tone bore an undeniable certainty, as though he were stating an established fact. Listening to him, the frustration stemming from their betrothal oddly eased a little, replaced by a subtle sensation of being understood. Yet, reality swiftly doused this flicker of comfort like cold water. Achieving great feats? Would he even have the opportunity? After all, he was a man bound by a marriage contract. The shift in his expression did not escape Ling Yan's notice. Lowering his gaze slightly, he adopted a softer yet clearer tone and said slowly, "Master Wu, regarding the engagement between us." Wu Jingyuan's heart leapt, and he held his breath, staring intently at him. "You need not concern yourself with it." Wu Jingyuan's eyes widened, nearly convinced he had misheard. Ling Yan raised his gaze, meeting his eyes with a calmness devoid of jest or uncertainty. This marriage was arranged due to circumstances intended to bring good fortune. Now that I have awakened, it has fulfilled much of its purpose. He paused, seemingly gathering strength. Before articulating clearly, "I understand your aspirations lie elsewhere, and I also recognize that this union may hinder your future. Today, I have come to personally convey to you that once I reach adulthood and my health remains stable, I shall seek an occasion to petition His Majesty for the dissolution of this engagement. I will not permit it to become a shackle that hinders your ascent to the heavens." The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Wu Jingyuan was utterly astonished, his mouth agape as he gazed at the pallid youth reclining on the couch, unable to fathom what he had just heard. The engagement would be annulled? He had audaciously proposed its dissolution? It was neither disdain nor complaint, but rather an unperturbed demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter of no consequence to him, promising to grant him his freedom. A wave of immense shock, intertwined with an indescribable blend of confusion and relief, instantly shattered all of Wu Jingyuan's mental preparations. He had envisioned various dismal scenarios, yet this was one he had never anticipated. The Crown Prince of Jing, unlike the debauched scion he had imagined, who would cling desperately to him as a lifeline, was entirely different. A surge of warmth rushed to his heart, causing his nose to tingle. He sprang to his feet, his sudden movement knocking over the embroidered stool with a loud clatter. He paid it no mind, fixating intently on Ling Yan, his voice trembling with excitement. "Is what you say true? Are you truly willing to annul the engagement?" Ling Yan, taken aback by his fervent reaction, slightly furrowed his brows. Seemingly unaccustomed to the abrupt elevation in volume, yet he nodded, his tone remaining calm. "Yes." Upon receiving this affirmative response, Wu Jingyuan felt as though the heavy stone that had been pressing upon his chest had crumbled into dust. An overwhelming joy and an unprecedented sense of relief surged within him, nearly prompting him to exclaim with glee. He looked at Ling Yan, his gaze entirely transformed. The previous feelings of rejection, resentment, and sympathy had now morphed into profound gratitude and an indescribable fondness. He scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words. "Your Highness, I apologize for my previous misunderstandings. I misjudged you. You are truly a good person." Ling Yan. The sensation of being labeled a good person is somewhat peculiar. Chapter 64. The Love Script of the God of War 6. Wu Jingyuan, filled with excitement, spun around in place before abruptly halting, as if recalling something. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, before you annul the engagement, I shall ensure you are not bullied, though you may appear somewhat frail. With me by your side, anyone who dares to mock you will have to contend with me." He glanced at Ling Yan's slender wrist, swallowing back the thought of delivering a punch that could send 10 adversaries flying, opting instead for a more tactful expression. Ling Yan observed his fervent demeanor, as if he were ready to risk everything for him, and a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. Yes, the initial goal has been achieved. This future renowned general, with his simple-mindedness and clear sense of right and wrong, is rather easy to persuade. He cleared his throat softly, allowing a hint of fatigue to appear on his face. Wu Jingyuan immediately became anxious. "Are you all right? Did I speak too much and disturb you? You should rest. I will take my leave." He hurriedly righted the embroidered stool and, with a solemn bow to Ling Yan, departed from the Ningshui courtyard, nearly skipping with delight. As he watched the figure of Lin Yan gradually fade away, he slowly leaned back against the welcoming pillow and closed his eyes. "Are you truly considering the dissolution of your engagement?" inquired 024, perplexed. "Of course," Lin Yan responded in his mind, without a hint of hesitation, his thoughts clear and composed. "What purpose does this engagement serve? To bind a talent capable of soaring through the skies, or to add unnecessary entanglements to my life?" His objectives were distinctly outlined: to nurture this body and then embrace boundless horizons. As for the imposed union, it was merely a step in the plan that needed to be resolved appropriately. This first step had been relatively smooth. At the very least, the future seed of a renowned general should no longer harbor any grievances toward him, the frail fiancé. A faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips. There was ample time ahead. As time passed, with the continuous and subtle transformation brought about by the diluted gene repair solution, combined with the lavish nurturing of precious medicinal herbs in the residence of the Prince of Jing, Lin Yan's health improved at a visible pace. Though he still appeared considerably frilier than his peers, and his complexion bore the pallor characteristic of a long-suffering patient, he was no longer the fragile candle flickering in the wind, confined to a sickbed, struggling even to speak. He could now sit up unaided, stroll slowly in the courtyard for nearly half an hour, and even concentrate on reading and practicing calligraphy for close to an hour without displaying signs of fatigue. Occasionally, he would engage in discussions about the political affairs with the Prince of Jing, offering insights that, though youthful, were remarkably astute, garnering the prince's admiration and deepening his affection for this son who had emerged from the brink of despair. Consequently, the Princess of Jing also began to treat Wu Jingyuan with increasing kindness, frequently sending delightful pastries or intriguing items from the palace to the general's residence, under the pretext of encouraging the children to socialize more. Since their meeting at the Ninghui courtyard, Wu Jingyuan's lingering grievances toward Lin Yan had long since dissipated, replaced by a complex tapestry of gratitude, sympathy, and an inexplicable sense of protectiveness. He would occasionally visit Lin Yan at his mother's behest, each time arriving like a blazing flame, infused with the vibrant essence of the outside world. He would chatter animatedly about his exploits in the training grounds, the newly opened pastry shop in the capital, in which reckless young Sion, his elder brother, had recently dealt with. Although Lin Yan often responded with only 1 or 2 words to his 10, Wu Jingyuan remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. He discovered that this quiet, subtly fragrant young master listened with earnestness, his clear eyes seemingly capable of comprehending all of Wu Jingyuan's excitement and troubles. Moreover, Ling Yan's occasional replies would invariably strike at the heart of what mattered most to him, making him feel understood by this frail peer. One day, upon returning to the residence after court, the Prince of Jing brought forth a piece of news. The emperor, having learned of Yen'er's significant recovery, expressed great delight. He stated that all princes and noble offspring must enter the study hall for education upon reaching the age of 6. And as Yen'er was already 9 and capable of walking, he could no longer neglect his studies. An edict had been issued, commanding Yen'er to commence his studies in the study hall on the first day of the coming month. The prince's voice carried a barely perceptible note of pride. The thought of his son being able to attend school like a normal child was something he had never dared to envision before. The princess of Jing Wang felt a twinge of concern. The rules in the imperial study were stringent, and the academic demands were heavy. With numerous royal sons and noble offspring present, she feared that Yen'er might be unable to endure it. However, Ling Yan set aside the miscellaneous book he had been perusing. His voice, though softer than his peers, resonated with a steady strength. "Father, mother, I wish to go." He needed to step beyond the confines of the Jing Wang residence, to engage with the epicenter of power in the world, to observe those who might influence the trajectory of the future, especially the future emperor, the current third prince. Having been confined within the depths of the manor, he felt like a blind man attempting to discern an elephant by touch. Seeing the determination in his eyes, the Jing Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Good. This is my son, Ling Xiao." He reassured, "Do not worry. Father will take care of everything. And the imperial physician will be at your service, ensuring you do not suffer." 3 days later, before dawn, Ling Yan was awakened by a maid, who helped him wash and dress. Adorned in a custom-made royal blue attire befitting a young noble, he appeared delicate, yet exuded an air of noble dignity. The princess of Jing Wang, offering numerous admonitions, personally escorted him to the second gate, watching with a heavy heart as he boarded the carriage with his companions and guards before she returned home, anxious. The imperial study was located within the side hall of the Wenhua Palace, its atmosphere solemn and reverent. As Ling Yan was led into the classroom by an inner servant, the previously murmuring room fell into an immediate hush. A dozen pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon him, embodying curiosity, scrutiny, astonishment, and a trace of barely perceptible disdain. After all, the Jing Wang's son had a reputation for frailty, having never shown himself before, and his sudden appearance was indeed a spectacle. Chapter 65. The love script to the god of war. Ling Yan seemed oblivious to the stairs, his demeanor calm as he followed the protocol to greet the esteemed Hanlin Academy scholar seated at the front, responsible for the instruction. The elderly scholar, Mr. Zhou, with a gaunt face and gentle eyes, clearly had been informed in advance and welcomed Ling Yan's arrival with warmth, gesturing for him to take a seat. His position was arranged near the front, right next to Ling Yan. "You really came." A voice, tinged with surprise, yet deliberately subdued, emanated from beside him. Ling Yan turned to meet a pair of sparkling eyes belonging to Wu Jingyuan. Having not seen him for some time, Wu Jingyuan appeared taller, his features more pronounced. And at that moment, he grinned widely, revealing 2 small canine teeth, his smile radiant and devoid of any prior awkwardness. Over the past 6 months, Wu Jingyuan had occasionally visited the Wang residence, each time bringing intriguing trinkets or slightly sweet snacks purchased from streets. Initially motivated by gratitude and a hint of sympathy for Ling Yan's promise to dissolve their engagement, he had gradually discovered that this seemingly fragile young noble possessed insights beyond his own comprehension. Though he spoke softly, Ling Yan always struck the right chord, earning Wu Jingyuan's inexplicable admiration. Over time, he had genuinely come to regard Ling Yan as a friend. "Yes," Ling Yan replied with a slight nod, acknowledging him before sitting upright in his designated spot. Yet, Wu Jingyuan, filled with excitement, leaned in closer and whispered, "I thought you would need to recuperate for a bit longer. The atmosphere here is quite pleasant, though the lectures by Elder Zhou, also known as Scholar Zhou, can be somewhat tedious. However, the lessons on archery and horsemanship are indeed captivating." Regrettably, he began to speak but abruptly halted, seemingly realizing something, and awkwardly scratched his head. "What I meant to say is, it's of no consequence." Ling Yan's tone remained calm and unperturbed. He understood that Wu Jingyuan intended to express concern about his frail constitution, fearing that he might not be able to participate in the physically demanding courses. At that moment, a gentle yet subtly authoritative voice reached Ling Yan from his side. You must be the esteemed Yin brother from the Duke of Jing's household. Truly, your presence is remarkable. Ling Yan turned towards the voice, which belonged to a boy of around 10 years, clad in a light yellow royal garment. His handsome features bore an early hint of regality, complemented by a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips. Seated with an elegant posture, he exuded a distinct air of nobility that set him apart from others. Host, this is the third prince, Ling Tianhao, the son of the empress and the emperor's legitimate heir, who will eventually ascend the throne in the original timeline, and the target of the transmigrating female protagonist. A timely reminder echoed in his mind. Ling Yan had indeed encountered the third prince before. He rose respectfully and greeted him, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor overly familiar. Ling Tianhao lightly gestured to dismiss the formality, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such courtesy. Yin brother. In the future, as we study together in the academy, simply call me third brother." His gaze lingered on Ling Yan's face for a moment, imbued with genuine admiration. He had long heard of Yin brother's intelligence, and only due to his health had they not met until now. Today, seeing him in person, he found his demeanor to be truly exceptional. His words were artfully crafted, conveying a sense of closeness while deftly sidestepping the awkwardness surrounding Ling Yan's frail condition. Truly, he was worthy of the future imperial throne, exhibiting a remarkable grace in his interactions at such a tender age. Your praise is excessive, third prince, Ling Yan replied, still maintaining a polite distance. Soon, Scholar Zhou commenced the lecture on the intellects. The classroom returned to a state of tranquility, filled only with the sound of reading and the scholar's explanations. Ling Yan listened intently. These Confucian classics were familiar to him, having traversed countless worlds where similar knowledge had been assimilated. Yet, he still exhibited the concentration befitting a novice, occasionally jotting down notes with impeccable form, free of error. Scholar Zhou observed him with increasing approval. In contrast, Wu Jingyuan, seated nearby, was fidgeting restlessly, his ears tugged and his attention waning. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he found little interest in such scholarly pursuits. Before long, he began to drift off, either doodling little figures on paper or poking Ling Yan in an attempt to converse. Annoyed by the disturbances, Ling Yan could no longer endure it. After being prodded for the umpteenth time, he finally resorted to gently kicking Wu Jingyuan under the table. Wu Jingyuan yelped softly and turned to meet Ling Yan's warning gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. Though the expression lacked any real menace and appeared somewhat watery due to Ling Yan's frail state, it inexplicably caused a shiver down Wu Jingyuan's spine, prompting him to sit obediently, albeit still struggling to comprehend the lesson. During the break, several noble youths, either friendly with Ling Tianhao or eager to curry favor with the prince, gathered around him, engaging in light-hearted banter. A few curious children approached Ling Yan to greet him, to which he responded politely, maintaining a gentle demeanor, though lacking in warmth. Wu Jingyuan, like a loyal little guardian, remained steadfastly by Ling Yan's side, glaring at anyone who dared to approach, until they felt uncomfortable and retreated. "What are you doing?" Ling Yan asked him, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I fear they may disturb you," Wu Jingyuan replied assertively. "Your health is paramount. You must not overexert yourself." "Do I appear so frail?" Ling Yan retorted. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm cut through the air. "Oh, Wu heir, you certainly guard your fiancée closely." The speaker was Zhao Ming, the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Un, who had never seen eye to eye with Wu Jingyuan. He stood there, arms crossed, wearing a face that suggested he was enjoying the spectacle. Wu Jingyuan's face flushed crimson, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As he sprang to his feet, "Zhao Ming, what nonsense are you spouting?" "What? Am I mistaken?" Zhao Ming scoffed, his gaze drifting over Ling Yan's excessively delicate features with a hint of malice. "Who doesn't know about your engagement? The princess consort, brought forth to dispel misfortune. Must be well guarded. What if she were to stumble or be harmed?" What then? His words incited a low chuckle from a few youths aligned with him. Fists clenched in anger, Wu Jingyuan looked ready to charge at him. Jingyuan, Ling Yan called softly. His voice, though not loud, possessed an oddly soothing strength. Wu Jingyuan paused and turned to him. Ling Yan stood up, shorter by half a head than Zhao Ming and far more delicate in stature. Yet, when he raised his eyes to meet Zhao Ming's, his clear gaze bore no trace of indignation or fear, only an almost indifferent calmness. Master Zhao, Ling Yan began, his tone clear. The imperial study is a place for the sages to pursue knowledge, and His Majesty holds great expectations therein. To engage in raucousness and gossip here is hardly the path of learning. It would also betray the grace bestowed upon us. He paused, surveying Zhao Ming and the laughing youths, his voice still even but laden with a resonant weight. As for private matters, there is no need for Master Zhao to concern himself. If you have any objections regarding the imperial engagement, feel free to present your case to the Duke of An for submission to the throne. The smile on Zhao Ming's face faltered, his complexion shifting from green to white. He dared to mock in private, but to bring such matters before the emperor? That would be tantamount to slapping the emperor's face. He had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile young lord would wield such sharp rhetoric, invoking the emperor with such ease. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings. Those who had laughed now rendered mute, their gazes toward Ling Yan filled with a mix of uncertainty and respect. Ling Tianhao, observing from the side, experienced a flicker of surprise and contemplation. He had initially assumed this cousin was merely a delicate individual in need of protection, only to discover such courage and intellect beneath the surface. Wu Jingyuan, too, was left speechless, his admiration for Ling Yan soaring to new heights. Look at that. This is what an educated person is. Without resorting to foul language, he has left Zhao Ming utterly speechless, far more effective than throwing punches. Zhao Ming pointed at Ling Yan, struggling for quite some time, yet unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Finally, amidst the peculiar gazes of those around, he huffed in discontent and turned away. A minor commotion dissipated into nothingness. Ling Yan resumed his seat, as if nothing had transpired, continuing to peruse the books before him. Wu Jingyuan leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and whispered in reverence, "Ling Yan, you are truly remarkable." Ling Yan glanced at him briefly without uttering a word and simply pushed a piece of exquisite osmanthus cake, untouched and given to him by the Princess of Jing, towards Wu Jingyuan. Wu Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then grinned widely, unapologetically grabbing the pastry and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Delicious. From now on, I'll protect you in the study." Ling Yan observed the boy's innocent and loyal demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having a straightforward companion with commendable strength by his side seemed rather advantageous. At least it would spare him from troubles like those posed by Zhao Ming. Thus began his scholarly life, marked by this small ripple. The academic pursuits in the study proved to be almost monotonously easy for Ling Yan. Nevertheless, he adeptly portrayed the role of a clever yet frail heir, requiring a gradual approach. When Scholar Zhou elucidated the classics, he consistently grasped the concepts swiftly, his occasional inquiries perfectly timed, revealing his talent without ostentation. During calligraphy practice, though his strokes appeared somewhat juvenile due to his weak wrist, the structure of his characters exhibited a methodical elegance, prompting frequent nods of approval from Scholar Zhou. His tranquility and focus stood out remarkably amidst the lively and impatient offspring of nobility. The third prince, Ling Tianhao, evidently took note of this distinction. 2 years Ling Yan senior and born of the Empress, he had been nurtured with high expectations from a young age, exuding a certain poise in his demeanor. He felt a growing inclination to befriend his seemingly frail yet impressive cousin. On this day, during the discussion of the Book of Songs, Scholar Zhou tasked the students with interpreting the line in the past, "I departed, the willows swaying gently." Several children rushed to respond, most reciting from memory. When it was Ling Yan's turn, he pondered briefly before speaking softly yet clearly, "I believe this line is exquisite in how it conveys sorrow through a joyous scene." The willows, a beautiful sight of spring, amplify the pain of parting in the eyes of the one who leaves. Scholar Zhou's eyes gleamed with admiration as he stroked his beard, praising, though young, the air can grasp the profound meanings of poetry. Truly rare, truly rare. Ling Tianhao, upon hearing this, turned to Ling Yan, his gaze filled with genuine appreciation. Brother Yan, your insights are exceptional and commendable. Ling Yan inclined his head slightly, maintaining an appropriate distance and politeness. Your Highness flatters me. It is merely a fleeting insight. His demeanor remained gracefully balanced, neither overly sycophantic nor disrespectful, further enhancing Ling Tianhao's favorable impression of him. After classes, Ling Tianhao took the initiative to invite him. Brother Yan, as you're new, you may not be familiar with the palace paths. Shall we venture out together? Just as Ling Yan was about to respond, a red figure dashed towards him like a whirlwind. Seizing his sleeve, it was none other than Wu Jingyuan. Ling Yan, let us hurry. My father promised to teach me new shooting techniques today. I must rush back to the manor. Wu Jingyuan's tone was urgent, and his face radiated excitement, completely oblivious to the presence of the third prince beside him. Ling Tianhao observed Wu Jingyuan's somewhat disheveled demeanor, along with his instinctive grip on Ling Yan's sleeve, and his brow momentarily furrowed before quickly relaxing into a gentle smile. Since Jingyuan has matters to attend to, we shall defer our conversation to another day. Ling Yan nodded in acknowledgement, only to be half dragged away by Wu Jingyuan. Upon exiting the palace gates and boarding the carriage of the Jingwang mansion, Wu Jingyuan continued to chatter incessantly about the remarkable new archery techniques his father intended to teach, eager to return home and practice them immediately. Ling Yan listened quietly, offering an occasional hum of agreement. As he gazed out at the swiftly retreating streets, his mind was preoccupied with other considerations. The core of fate in this world. The future Emperor Ling Tianhao and the future renowned General Wu Jingyuan were still but naive youths. He needed to solidify his position during this relatively tranquil period and subtly influence these two pivotal figures before any anomalies arose. A few days later, the first archery lesson commenced in the royal study. This was the most anticipated class for the majority of noble offspring. The training ground was spacious, bathed in perfect sunlight. The instructor, a burly man with a booming voice, began by explaining the fundamental principles of archery before allowing the children to take turns practicing with small bows and crossbows. Wu Jingyuan led the charge. His strength was considerable among his peers, and his stance was commendable, although his aim still required refinement. He released an arrow that sliced through the air with a whistle, firmly embedding itself in the target, eliciting a chorus of cheers. He proudly tilted his chin and glanced toward Ling Yan. Ling Yan stood in the shade, draped in a light cloak. Naturally, he was not required to partake in such vigorous activities, as the Jingwang mansion had long since made arrangements with the palace. The instructor merely permitted him to observe and familiarize himself with the proceedings. Many gazes, some sympathetic and some curious, rested upon him, while others, like Zhao Ming, held a hint of disdain. A young lord who could not even draw a bow seemed rather out of place in this martial-centric noble circle. Among the princes, Ling Tianhao's archery skills were exceptional. His movements were precise, and he exuded calm confidence, hitting the bullseye multiple times, earning the instructor's repeated praise. After finishing his turn, he naturally approached Ling Yan, offering him a water pouch and softly saying, "Yan brother, it's quite sunny. Do have some water." "Thank you, third prince," Ling Yan replied, accepting it but not drinking, merely cradling it in his hands. At that moment, Zhao Ming's sarcastic voice rang out again. "Some people are simply fortunate, born into privilege, not even needing to draw a bow. Truly enviable." His companions snickered in agreement. Wu Jingyuan immediately flared up like a firecracker, throwing down his bow and preparing to charge at Zhao Ming. "Are you looking for a fight, Zhao Ming?" However, Ling Yan gently tugged at the hem of his garment. Wu Jingyuan halted, turning back to him, his eyes aflame with anger. "He insulted you?" Ling Yan shook his head, his gaze calm as he directed it toward Zhao Ming, his tone imbued with the innocent naivety characteristic of youth. "Young Master Zhao, your words are misguided. As the sage once said, A gentleman is not a tool. To serve as a ruler or a subject, one must prioritize virtue and wisdom. While a robust physique is undoubtedly important, it is by no means the sole criterion. Does Master Zhao believe that only those capable of wielding a strong bow and riding fierce steeds are deemed useful? Would that not render the entire court of scholars utterly useless? Surely, the Duke of Angua is also well-versed in both civil and martial affairs to have earned His Majesty's trust, is he not? His eloquent discourse, replete with references and clear logic, was delivered in the most innocent of tones, leaving Zhao Ming visibly flustered, speechless, and crimson-faced. To concede would imply a disdain for scholars and a slander against the court officials. To retort would be to strike his own face. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Even Master Wu cast a surprised glance at Ling Yan. This child possesses a remarkably quick wit. Ling Tianhao's eyes sparkled with interest as he observed his cousin, who, despite having seemingly triumphed, maintained an expression of serene bewilderment. He stepped forward and spoke in a commanding tone. "Zhao Ming, why do you not apologize to the young master?" Such unrestrained words are unbecoming. Under the subtle pressure emanating from the third prince's gaze, Zhao Ming, though reluctant, could only bow apologetically to Ling Yan. His voice barely a whisper. "I misspoke." Ling Yan merely nodded in acknowledgement, feigning indifference. Following this incident, no one in the study dared to openly mock Ling Yan's frailty. After all, no one wished to be rendered speechless by a sickly youth's sage words, only to face reprimand from the third prince. Wu Jingyuan's admiration for Ling Yan reached its zenith. He circled around Ling Yan, his eyes shining like stars. "Ling Yan, you are truly remarkable. How did you come up with that? A gentleman is not an instrument. Such wisdom. From now on, should anyone dare to insult you, respond to them thus. No, I shall assist you in dealing with them. Or perhaps you could teach me your retorts." Ling Yan observed Wu Jingyuan's fervent admiration with a mix of exasperation and amusement. He retrieved a piece of freshly made almond pastry wrapped in a handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to Wu Jingyuan. "Here, take this to silence your chatter." Wu Jingyuan, at the age of rapid growth, had a hearty appetite, compounded by the physical exertion of his training, and upon seeing the treat, his face lit up with joy as he accepted the pastry and began to devour it. Mumbling, "You are the best to me," Ling Tianhao stood at a distance, watching the two small figures huddled together, one calm as a placid lake, the other passionate as a blazing fire, yet they coexisted in unexpected harmony. A slight unease stirred within him, a vague sensation of being excluded. However, he quickly suppressed this feeling and approached with a smile, suggesting, "The weather is splendid today. Shall we not retreat to the pavilion in the Imperial Garden to study? It is quite serene there." Before Ling Yan could respond, Wu Jingyuan, having swallowed his pastry, eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes. I know there's a pavilion beside a large pomegranate tree. It might even bear fruit." Observing Wu Jingyuan's exuberance, Ling Yan nodded in agreement. "Very well." The three noble youths proceeded together toward the Imperial Garden, sunlight streaming through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Ling Tianhao moved with grace and spoke with propriety, making a concerted effort to embody the demeanor of an elder brother. In contrast, Wu Jingyuan resembled a playful puppy, darting ahead to explore and then returning to chatter incessantly. Ling Yan walked in the middle, quietly listening, occasionally responding with a word or two, while his keen gaze observed everything around him. At present, his nominal fiancé and future emperor did not seem particularly difficult to get along with. As Ling Yan lifted his gaze to the azure sky above the palace walls, he pondered the uncertainties of the future. For now, he simply needed to proceed one step at a time. The pavilion in the Imperial Garden proved to be refreshingly serene, with a pomegranate tree nearby bearing some unripe fruit. Wu Jingyuan circled the tree several times, eager to try his hand at climbing, but was restrained by Ling Tianhao's admonition that the palace's flora should not be carelessly plucked. Reluctantly, he settled onto a stone bench and pretended to read the Analects, but soon succumbed to sleep, his head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain. Ling Tianhao found this amusing and shook his head, turning his attention to Ling Yan, who sat across from him, diligently practicing his calligraphy. The sunlight filtered through the intricately carved gaps of the pavilion, casting delicate shadows on Ling Yan's long eyelashes. His expression so focused, as if he were engaged in a task of utmost importance. The tranquility that transcended his years always piqued Ling Tianhao's curiosity. "The progress you've made in your writing is commendable," Ling Tianhao remarked gently, having noticed that Ling Yan's wrists still lacked strength. Yet the structure of his characters had stabilized considerably, revealing a hint of elegance. Ling Yan looked up, setting down his brush, and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I still need to practice diligently," he replied, his tone soft and melodious. This was not mere modesty. The physical limitations of his current body were quite significant. While he could apply the mastery of his soul over strength to the fullest extent, he still needed time to overcome these physiological constraints. Do not be too harsh on yourself. Your body is recovering well. Simply progress at a measured pace, Ling Tianhao advised, observing the gentle motion of Ling Yan massaging his wrist, which softened his heart. He pushed the untouched plate of exquisite mung bean cake towards him. "Try this. It's a new delicacy from the imperial kitchen, not overly sweet." Ling Yan expressed his gratitude, but did not immediately indulge. His gaze drifted to Wu Jingyuan, whose head was nodding as he neared slumber. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he took a piece of mung bean cake and lightly tapped it against Wu Jingyuan's cheek. The cool sensation jolted Wu Jingyuan awake, and he blinked in bewilderment. Upon seeing the mung bean cake before him, he instantly perked up, grinning widely as he accepted it and stuffed it into his mouth. "Delicious. You truly are kind to me, Ling Yan," he exclaimed. Ling Tianhao observed this scene, his fingers tightening slightly around the scroll he held. Such effortless camaraderie was something his position made difficult to foster or attain. As the legitimate royal prince, he was surrounded by reverence and calculation, while the sincerity of Wu Jingyuan and the seemingly aloof yet accommodating nature of Ling Yan evoked a subtle envy within him, tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of loss. "Were you two discussing?" Wu Jingyuan inquired curiously, having swallowed the cake, completely oblivious to the nuanced atmosphere. "We are discussing scholarly matters," Ling Tianhao replied. Ling Tianhao composed himself, restoring a gentle smile. "If Jingyuan is weary, perhaps we should return to the manor for a rest." "I am not tired at all." Wu Jingyuan straightened his back, forcing his eyes wide open. "I am quite energetic. I understood everything that Scholar Zhou discussed." Ling Yan and Ling Tianhao exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of helpless amusement in each other's eyes. The innocence of childhood can indeed dissolve many invisible barriers. Chapter 68. The Love Script of the God of War. However, the realm of children is not entirely innocent. A few days later, during the class on classic texts, Scholar Zhou assigned a treatise on the topic of border troubles. This subject was evidently beyond the comprehension of a group of children with an average age of around 10. Most of them scratched their heads in confusion, managing only to write vague statements about how armies should be met with armies and floods with dikes, insisting that capable generals were necessary for defense. Ling Tianhao, however, appeared well prepared. He cited classical texts, articulating that the tranquility of the borders required a dual approach of civil and military strategies. He argued for the necessity of both competent generals and well-trained soldiers, as well as the cultivation of agriculture to enrich the populace and placate various factions. His writing was coherent and insightful, prompting Scholar Zhou to nod in approval repeatedly. When it was Ling Yan's turn, however, his essay drew a frown from Scholar Zhou. Though brief and penned in a juvenile hand, its core argument was rather unconventional. Rather than expounding on military strategies for conquest, he focused on analyzing the reasons behind the frequent incursions by border tribes. He mentioned factors such as natural disasters, trade difficulties, and internal strife, ultimately proposing that it is better to ease tensions than to fortify defenses. He suggested establishing mutual markets to foster cooperation and deter aggression, thereby promoting long-term peace. This perspective, while not entirely novel, subtly echoed some private discussions among high-ranking officials in the court. Yet, Coming from a 9-year-old child, especially one known for his frail constitution, it appeared particularly jarring and conspicuous. Scholar Zhou pondered for a long moment before merely commenting on the prince's cleverness and unique perspective, choosing not to elaborate further, though his gaze held a more scrutinizing quality. After class, Zhao Ming and others gathered around Ling Yan, discussing the earlier treatise with much flattery directed at him. Zhao Ming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, deliberately raised his voice. If you ask me, it's still the third prince's insights that shine. Some people probably don't even know which direction the borders lie. Yet they dare to prattle on about mutual markets. It's nothing more than empty rhetoric, a fanciful notion. Though he did not name anyone, his gaze pointedly flicked toward Ling Yan, who was busy packing his book box. Wu Jingyuan immediately bristled like an agitated cat, stepping in front of Ling Yan and glaring at Zhao Ming. What do you mean by that, Zhao Ming? If you have something to say it plainly. What do I mean? Zhao Ming scoffed. I simply mean that some people, relying on a modicum of cleverness, are unaware of the vastness of the world. Border troubles are no trifling matter. And mutual markets? Perhaps they have been blinded by the livestock and goods of those barbarians. This remark was rather malicious, implicitly suggesting that Ling Yan was either treasonous or foolish. Ling Tianhao furrowed his brow, about to intervene, but Ling Yan, who had remained silent, grasped Wu Jingyuan's arm to prevent him from rushing forward. He lifted his gaze to Zhao Ming, his clear eyes devoid of anger, only exuding a calmness akin to pity, as if he were looking at a child acting out of ignorance. Young Master Zhao, though Ling Yan's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The ancient text of the art of war states, the highest form of warfare is to outsmart the enemy. The next is to form alliances. The next is to engage in battle. And the lowest is to besiege cities. To conquer without fighting is indeed the superior strategy. The concept of mutual trade has existed since antiquity and was practiced by previous dynasties, effectively easing border tensions. Has young Master Zhao, a man of vast knowledge, not perused the relevant historical texts? Or does he believe that Sun Wu was merely a theorist? His references and clear reasoning immediately silenced the disdainful attitudes of the surrounding youth, who had previously gathered merely to spectate. Ling Yan's gaze swept over the young man before ultimately resting on Zhao Ming's face, which had flushed a deep shade of purple. His tone remained calm, yet imbued with a childlike innocence, as if genuinely seeking clarification. Or perhaps, in your view, young Master Zhao, the only legitimate path to resolving border issues involves amassing 1,000,000 troops and flooding the fields with blood? Should you, in the future, find yourself in command, would you still choose this course of action? You speak nonsense, Zhao Ming exclaimed, trembling with rage, pointing a finger at Ling Yan, his chest heaving violently. Yet he could not muster a coherent rebuttal. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He wished to chastise Ling Yan for his audacity, to assert that, were he the commander, victory would be assured from afar. But as the words hovered on his lips, he realized that no matter what he said, it would only serve to humiliate him further. Ultimately, he could only muster a feeble retort, his face shifting from crimson to a sickly green, feeling the weight of embarrassment as the stifled laughter of the other young men surrounded him. He had attempted to provoke Ling Yan repeatedly, hoping to see the frail youth falter. Yet each time he was effortlessly rebuffed, leaving him humiliated and speechless, consumed by impotent fury. A profound silence enveloped the area. All were rendered speechless by Ling Yan's incisive rebuttal, rich with references and eloquence. Could this truly be the ailing heir? His intellect was astonishingly quick, each word striking a sensitive chord. Ling Tianhao observed Ling Yan, deeply moved. He prided himself on his intellect. Yet in the face of Ling Yan's sharp rhetoric and composed demeanor, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. This cousin of his was certainly no ordinary figure. Wu Jingyuan watched in wide-eyed admiration, nearly bursting with enthusiasm. He stood proudly beside Ling Yan, chest puffed out, glaring defiantly at Zhao Ming and his silenced companions. Ling Yan paid no further attention to the flustered Zhao Ming and nodded slightly to Ling Tianhao. Your Highness, today the family physician is scheduled to check on my pulse, so I must take my leave. With that, he took hold of the still excited Wu Jingyuan and turned to exit the academy. Upon stepping out of the palace gates, Wu Jingyuan could no longer contain himself, excitedly shaking his fist. Ling Yan, you were magnificent. Did you see Zhao Ming's face? It was nearly the color of purple soy sauce. Huh, let us see if he dares to speak so carelessly in the future. Ling Yan regarded Wu Jingyuan's exuberance with a sense of resignation. Engaging in verbal sparring is not a wise strategy. The reason I allowed a glimpse of my prowess today was twofold. First, Zhao Ming was aggressively confrontational and warranted a rebuke. Second, it was a deliberate choice on my part. To reveal a modicum of value at the right moment allows others to perceive that I am not to be underestimated, thus enabling me to establish a firm foothold amidst this ever-shifting landscape. However, such exposure may also attract unwelcome attention and even envy. But what does that matter? He provoked you first. Wu Jingyuan, with an air of skepticism, inquired with curiosity. But Ling Yan, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? You even delve into the art of war. Ling Yan cast him a sidelong glance, his tone unruffled. Out of boredom while confined to bed, I merely flipped through it. Wu Jingyuan responded with an appreciative "oh," harboring no doubt, his admiration growing. You truly are impressive. I get a headache just looking at those books. If you wish to read anything else, I can help you find books from my father's study. He has plenty. Observing the boy's unreserved trust and enthusiasm warmed Ling Yan's heart. He replied with a non-committal as an acknowledgement. As the carriage departed from the palace, they temporarily left behind the turmoil. Ling Yan reclined against the plush cushions, closing his eyes. Monitor the dynamics of the court, particularly discussions regarding border issues and trade. Understood. We have intensified the information screening. Host, are you perhaps drawing too much attention today? No matter, Ling Yan mentally retorted, to appropriately showcase one's worth is to earn respect, thereby securing a voice amid future upheavals. Merely feigning weakness is not a sustainable strategy. He was acutely aware that following this incident, his image within the study and the elite circles of the capital would undergo a profound transformation. He would no longer be seen merely as a frail young master reliant on fortune for survival, but rather as the astute and precocious heir to the Jing dynasty. Not to be underestimated, this also signified his formal entry into the chess game of the era. The undercurrents were already stirring. He needed to tread carefully. Chapter 69. The love script of the war god. Ling Yan's verbal duel with Zhao Ming in the study, alongside his articulation of trade theories, spread like wildfire among the aristocracy. Initially, most regarded it as mere banter among children, dismissing it with a laugh. However, when the uniquely insightful treatise, praised by scholar Zhou, and the quotations from the art of war that Ling Yan referenced were disclosed by certain individuals with ulterior motives, the winds of opinion began to shift. Within mere days, despite his frail constitution, the reputation of the Jing prince's heir as intelligent and remarkably insightful began to permeate the circles of young nobles in the study and their respective families. The glances that were once filled with sympathy or disdain gradually transformed into curiosity, inquiry, and even a subtle hint of apprehension. A Jing prince's heir with such acumen, regardless of physical weakness, could not be underestimated in terms of future potential. In recent days, the threshold of the Jing prince's residence seemed to buzz with activity. Visitors arrived incessantly, ostensibly for social calls, yet their conversations invariably circled back to Ling Yan. Naturally, these discussions reached the ears of the emperor seated on his throne. The emperor had always held a measure of interest in his sickly nephew. Upon hearing of his recovery and subsequent entrance into the study, followed by the news of his burgeoning intellect, curiosity piqued within him. After attending to court documents on this day, in a relatively good mood, he decided to visit the Wenhua Hall, expressing a desire to assess the academic progress of the royal and noble offspring. As the emperor entered, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the study. Scholar Zhou led the students in kneeling to welcome the sovereign, each child holding their breath in anticipation. Even the most unruly, Wu Jingyuan, wore a serious expression, dutifully performing the formalities. "All rise," commanded the emperor, his voice calm, yet imbued with the gravitas of one accustomed to authority. As he approached his 40s, his visage bore a resemblance to that of Prince Jing, yet his brows were imbued with a deeper gravitas and an air of sovereign assurance. I find myself with leisure today, so I have come to observe the progress of the prince's studies. The emperor addressed the assembled officials. Minister Zhou, how have the scholars fared of late? Minister Zhou promptly bowed and responded, naturally mentioning several princes who had distinguished themselves, particularly the third prince, Ling Yan, of whom he spoke with unreserved praise. The emperor listened attentively, nodding slightly, yet his gaze seemed to inadvertently settle on Ling Yan, who stood in the front row, noticeably more slender than the other children. I have heard that the heir to Prince Jing has recently commenced his studies in the Hall of Supreme Learning, the emperor inquired. His tone inscrutable. Is your health holding up? Ling Yan stepped forward and, adhering to protocol, replied with a soft yet steady voice. Your Majesty, my health has improved significantly. Thanks to your benevolence and the guidance of Minister Zhou, I'm able to keep pace with my studies. The emperor regarded his pale but exquisitely delicate face and those tranquil eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Your father has expended great effort on your behalf, and now to see you thriving brings me immense comfort. Now that you are in the Hall of Supreme Learning, you must devote yourself earnestly to your studies and not grow complacent. I shall heed your Majesty's counsel. Ling Yan responded with another bow, his demeanor composed, betraying no sign of timidity. The emperor withdrew his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned his attention back to Minister Zhou, his tone resuming its customary indifference. Let us commence. The examination began with the simplest of recitations. The texts, 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames, were effortlessly recited by most of the young scholars present. The emperor nodded slightly, neither approving nor disapproving. Next came the interpretation of classical texts. The emperor casually pointed to several princes and the sons of ministers, querying them primarily on passages from the Analects and Mencius, requiring them to expound upon their meanings. The children called upon were all alert and cautious in their responses, delivering answers that were generally conventional, with occasional flashes of brilliance prompting the emperor to inquire further. When it was Ling Yan's turn, the emperor posed a question. The people are of utmost importance, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the least significant. What is your interpretation? Ling Yan rose with poise and clasped his hands in salute, responding, Your Majesty, this statement from Mencius admonishes rulers to prioritize the welfare of the people above all else, with the state following, and the ruler himself being the least significant. A ruler must empathize with the people's sentiments and impose light burdens and minimal taxes to win their hearts and ensure the stability of the state. His voice was clear, his reasoning lucid, and his demeanor steady. Satisfaction flickered in the emperor's eyes as he nodded. You have grasped this well, my son. A ruler must always bear this lesson in mind. The emperor's gaze then shifted to Ling Yan. The attention of the entire classroom converged upon him. Yan. The emperor's voice softened slightly. I have heard that your recent discourse regarding border troubles was quite insightful. Today, I shall test you. This is what commentary states. In times of peace, one must think of danger. To think is to prepare, and to prepare is to be free from worry. How do you understand this? Please relate it to current circumstances. This question was more profound than those posed to the others, requiring not only comprehension of its literal meaning, but also the ability to apply it to real-life situations. Minister Zhou could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Ling Yan. Ling Yan slowly rose to his feet. Due to a sudden movement, his vision momentarily darkened. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and answered in a voice that was soft yet remarkably clear, reminiscent of child's. Your Majesty. This statement serves as a reminder that in times of stability, one must remain cognizant of potential dangers. By contemplating these hazards, one can be prepared, and preparedness can avert calamities. He paused briefly, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. For instance, my great Qi currently enjoys peace across the seas. Although there are minor frictions at the borders, overall stability prevails. However, the northern Di and western Rome tribes, who dwell by the waters and pastures, face hardships. In times of natural disasters or human misfortunes, They pose a threat to our borders. Therefore, even in tranquil years, the court must maintain military readiness, fortify border defenses, and dispatch capable generals to guard them, while simultaneously keeping abreast of the movements of various tribes, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. This exemplifies the principle of being mindful of potential dangers in times of peace. He refrained from mentioning the more contentious topic of trade, opting instead for the safer route of understanding movements and preparing in advance, thus addressing the question, demonstrating thoughtfulness, without appearing overly assertive. The emperor listened, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. This child not only recalled the classics, but also adeptly connected them to current affairs. Though his words were somewhat immature, his reasoning was clear and his logic impeccable, indeed a rarity. You grasp this exceedingly well, the emperor praised, nodding in approval. To apply one's learning is the true essence of studying. Yenner, your health is still fragile. Prioritize rest over exertion in your studies. Seated beside Ling Yan, Wu Jingyuan, anxious to the point of perspiration, exhaled quietly in relief upon hearing Ling Yan's fluent responses. He puffed out his chest with pride, eager to announce to everyone, "Look, this is Ling Yan. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." "Ling Yan will remember," Ling Yan replied respectfully, gradually sitting down. In that brief moment of rising and responding, a fine sheen of cold sweat had formed on his back, and he felt a heaviness in his chest. He understood that his body was issuing a warning. The emperor casually tested several others, including the visibly nervous Wu Jingyuan, who stumbled over a passage from the Analects. The emperor, amused by his demeanor, did not pursue the matter further and took his leave. As soon as the emperor departed, a collective sigh of relief filled the classroom. Wu Jingyuan immediately leaned closer to Ling Yan, lowering his voice in excitement. "Ling Yan, did you hear? The emperor praised you. I always knew you were the best." Ling Tianhao also approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Brother Yan, your response was commendable. Father holds you in high regard." Ling Yan managed a weak smile, but his complexion had paled further, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He felt a tightening in his breath, and his heart raced uncontrollably, as if striving to break free from his chest. "What is wrong? You look unwell." Wu Jingyuan was the first to notice something amiss, his smile fading. Ling Tianhao frowned as well. "Brother Yan, are you feeling unwell?" Ling Yan attempted to shake his head, but found himself unable to speak, the world around him spinning and blurring. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp something for stability, but found nothing, his body uncontrollably collapsing forward. "Ling Yan, Brother Yan," both Wu Jingyuan and Ling Tianhao exclaimed in unison. Chapter 70. The Love Script of the God of War. 12 Wu Jingyuan reacted swiftly, catching the slumped body of Ling Yan, feeling the icy touch that sent a wave of panic through his heart. Ling Tianhao rushed to support the other side. "Quick, summon the imperial physician," he barked at the stunned eunuch. Scholar Zhou and other young gentlemen gathered around, their expressions shifting to shock as they beheld Ling Yan's tightly closed eyes, his face as pale as parchment, and his weak, rapid breaths. Just moments ago, the intelligent crown prince had been conversing eloquently in front of the emperor, and now he lay in such a dire state. The atmosphere in the study descended into chaos. Wu Jingyuan, his eyes reddening with urgency, dared not shake Ling Yan too forcefully. Instead, he called out repeatedly, Ling Yan, wake up. Please don't scare me." Ling Tianhao, maintaining a degree of composure, directed the eunuchs to inform the crown prince and the emperor while gently laying Ling Yan on a soft couch that had been hastily moved in, loosening the fastenings of his collar to facilitate his breathing. The news spread swiftly. Not long after the emperor returned to the study, he received an urgent report from the eunuchs, and his brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated that his examination would trigger a relapse of the child's old ailment. The crown prince, Ling Xiao, felt as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him. He galloped furiously into the palace, his official robe in disarray. Upon seeing his son's lifeless form on the soft couch, his heart shattered, and he rushed forward, calling out, "Yenner, Yenner." The imperial physician arrived promptly, and after taking Ling Yan's pulse, his expression turned grave. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the young master is inherently weak of heart." Today, it appears that the tension from the audience, coupled with excessive worry and mental strain, has caused a sudden depletion of his vital energy, leading to the recurrence of his old ailment. Immediate acupuncture and medication are required, along with complete rest and reassurance. He must not be subjected to any further stress. The emperor spoke solemnly, "Spare no effort. We must ensure the young master's recovery." The physician promptly complied, commencing the urgent treatment. The crown prince tightly grasped his son's cold hand, watching as the physician inserted slender silver needles into Ling Yan's frail body, his heart aching beyond measure. Regret washed over him. He lamented having allowed Yenner to come to the study so early, regretted exposing him to the public eye, making him endure pressures he should never have faced. Wu Jingyuan was blocked by the guards outside, pacing anxiously, his eyes red like a rabbit's, fists clenched tightly. He despised his own helplessness, forced to watch helplessly. Ling Tianhao stood nearby, observing the frantic scene within, witnessing the crown prince's sorrowful silhouette. Then glancing at the agitated Wu Jingyuan, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had seen Ling Yan respond fluently before the emperor, and he had also witnessed the peril of his sudden illness. Such talent, confined within such a frail shell, was truly lamentable. After the physician's urgent efforts, Ling Yan's breathing gradually stabilized. Although he remained unconscious, his complexion was no longer as alarming. The physician prescribed calming herbs and treatments to nurture the heart, advising absolute tranquility. The crown prince expressed his gratitude and carefully lifted his still slumbering son, cradling him as one would a fragile treasure, stepping heavily away from the study and returning to the royal residence. Wu Jingyuan returned to the general's residence in a state of utter desolation, neglecting even his evening meal as he locked himself in his chamber. His mind was consumed by the pallid visage and icy hands of Ling Yan as he collapsed. Was it due to standing for too long today? Or perhaps the fatigue from answering the emperor's inquiries? It was all his fault for failing to protect him. An unexpected upheaval had culminated in the sudden illness of the crown prince, Prince Jing. Ling Yan's renowned intellect spread throughout the capital, now intertwined with the news of his frail health. While people marveled at his extraordinary gifts, they were also starkly reminded that this young prince was ultimately fragile, akin to a delicate glass lantern, exquisite yet incapable of withstanding even the slightest tempest. Following this incident, certain undercurrents that had been surging beneath the surface seemed to have temporarily subsided. After all, the threat posed by a genius who could perish at any moment was inherently limited. Only Ling Yan, lying on the bed in Ninghui courtyard, oscillating between consciousness and oblivion, understood that this illness had emerged at a most opportune moment. It showcased his brilliance before the emperor while simultaneously signaling a strategic retreat, alleviating some latent apprehensions. 024. Body data monitoring. Repair fluid accelerating abnormal indicators. Acknowledged. Emergency protocol initiated. My esteemed host, you might have overplayed your hand this time. No matter. Ling Yan responded from the depths of his consciousness, imbued with a weary calm, within reason. It is time to rest and recuperate for a while, until he fully recovered and possessed sufficient capability for self-preservation. This frail persona might well serve as his finest camouflage. The sudden onset of illness in the study acted like a bucket of cold water, dousing the overly fervent gazes ignited by Ling Yan's brilliance. The Jing Prince's residence once again closed its doors to guests, with Ninghui courtyard enveloped in a heavier scent of medicine and gravity than ever before. The emperor had specially decreed a lavish supply of precious medicinal herbs and ordered the chief of the Imperial Medical Academy to personally oversee Ling Yan's recovery, emphasizing the necessity of tranquil recuperation, allowing his studies to be temporarily set aside. Consequently, Ling Yan entered a period of deep rest lasting half a month. During this time, Wu Jingyuan made nearly daily visits to the Jing Prince's estate, sometimes bearing peculiar trinkets he had scavenged from unknown sources, and at other times simply lingering at the courtyard entrance, where he was gently persuaded to leave by the Jing Princess. Even the third prince, Ling Tianhao, personally visited twice. leaving behind numerous tonics from the palace. After half a month, when Ling Yan re-emerged in the study, he appeared noticeably slimmer than before. Yet his demeanor exuded a newfound composure, as if the sudden affliction had refined him into a more polished and restrained gem. Scholar Zhou and his peers met him with great leniency and kindness. Their inquiries softened considerably. Even Zhao Ming, who had frequently provoked him before, rarely spoke up, instead casting furtive glances at Ling Yan, his gaze devoid of previous disdain, now filled with an inexplicable mix of awkwardness and curiosity. Wu Jingyuan had become his devoted protector. Any slight disturbance, whether Ling Yan's gentle cough or a slight furrow of his brow, sent him into a state of agitation, yearning to whisk him back to the safety of the Jing prince's residence at once. The unreserved concern, pure and fervent, left Ling Yan feeling somewhat helpless. It stirred something within him. Chapter 71. The Love Script of the God of War. Time flies, and 6 years have swiftly passed. The pale and fragile 9-year-old boy of yesteryear has blossomed into a graceful 15-year-old youth. Ling Yan, the heir of the Jing Wang mansion, stands out as a unique presence even amidst the gathering of the powerful and the talented in the capital. He remains somewhat slender, his tall frame appearing delicate, and the years of nurturing have rendered his complexion as fair as jade, as if sculpted from exquisite mutton-fat jade. Though he still bears a hint of frailty, it does not detract from his charm. Rather, it adds an enchanting, celestial grace that captivates the heart. His features have matured, becoming increasingly refined and handsome. His eyes, still clear, now possess a deeper, tranquil depth, as if they harbor countless stars, radiating their own brilliance. Over the past 6 years, although he has rarely participated in the equestrian and hunting pursuits enjoyed by the noble youth due to his health, his reputation for talent has nevertheless spread far and wide. His knowledge spans classical texts and poetry, with insights that are often remarkable, earning him the admiration of several esteemed scholars from the Hanlin Academy, who commend his clear intellect and unique wisdom. Furthermore, his gentle demeanor and courteous interactions, though tinged with a hint of aloofness, never come off as arrogance, granting him high esteem and popularity among the younger generation in the capital. Countless young ladies regard him as the dream figure of their hearts, while many scions of nobility, despite harboring a measure of disdain for his frail constitution, cannot help but acknowledge his talent and grace, willingly seeking his companionship. Meanwhile, the imperial study has undergone significant changes. The youthful children of yesteryear have transformed into poised young men, each carving out their own circles and futures. The third prince, Ling Tianhao, was officially named Crown Prince last year and has moved to the Easter Palace. He has grown increasingly composed, exuding the dignity of a future sovereign, and is beginning to shine in the court. His admiration for Ling Yan has never waned. Rather, it has deepened with Ling Yan's rising fame, often inviting him for tea to discuss state affairs, displaying a closeness that remains respectful. In recent years, the emperor's health has been somewhat precarious, lacking in vitality, gradually delegating some state matters to the crown prince. Though Ling Yan retains his title as the heir of Jing Wang, his unique approach to life and burgeoning reputation have rendered him a rather transcendental figure amidst the shifting political landscape. He has neither rushed to align himself with the newly ascended Eastern Palace, nor has he indulged in the prestige of his heirship, instead proceeding calmly along his own path, attracting the quiet admiration of many. The most transformed of all is Zhao Ming. Once a reckless youth, he has since tempered his behavior. He no longer brazenly seeks trouble with Ling Yan, yet he cannot resist stealing glances at that quiet figure seated by the window, engrossed in a book. Whenever he sees others gathering around Ling Yan to seek his counsel, he feels inexplicably irritable when he spots the boisterous Wu Jingyuan chattering away beside Ling Yan. His frustration intensifies. He finds himself unable to articulate his feelings. Perhaps it is jealousy that Wu Jingyuan can so easily approach the cool, moon-like presence of Ling Yan. Perhaps he merely wished to converse with Ling Yan, even if it were just to discuss the tenets of the classics. Yet, each time the words lingered on his lips, the sight of Ling Yan's calm and undisturbed gaze inexplicably rendered him breathless, forcing him to settle for a cold snort before seeking out Wu Jingyuan to provoke. Zhao Ming mocked Wu Jingyuan for his brawn and simplicity, while Wu Jingyuan retorted by accusing Zhao Ming of pretentiousness and false propriety. Their rivalry had escalated to a point of near hostility, whether in the training grounds or during banquets, where they would invariably exchange barbs. Over the past 6 years, Wu Jingyuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. He inherited the commendable traits of the northern general's household, growing rapidly in stature, now towering over his peers by half a head. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his physique reminiscent of a youthful warrior poised for battle. Years of relentless training had bestowed upon him a sun-kissed complexion, a countenance brimming with vigor, and eyes as bright as winter stars, exuding the spirited essence of a soldier ready for the battlefield. He had become a well-renowned young general in the capital. His disposition remained cheerful and open, his laughter resonant, yet when beside Ling Yan, the exuberance characteristic of youth would naturally give way to a quiet steadiness and reliability, akin to the most loyal guardian or a kindred spirit. Ironically, these two most captivating young gentlemen in the capital had been intertwined since childhood. Ling Yan, like a tranquil, deep pool, exuded elegance and nobility. Wu Jingyuan, akin to the scorching sun, radiated vigor and charm. One embodies the literary, the other the martial. Together, they had unknowingly become the ideal figures envisioned in the dreams of countless young ladies. Moreover, these two, who should have been the prime candidates for marriage, were bound by a decree that had only deepened the longing of many hearts, leaving them to chew their silver teeth in frustration and to crumble countless handkerchiefs embroidered with yearning. On this day, a grand flower appreciation banquet, led by the royal family, was held at the royal villa. The venue was abuzz with distinguished guests, a gathering of talented individuals and beautiful women. Ling Yan had initially wished to avoid such a raucous affair, yet succumbing to the persistent entreaties of the Princess of Jing and receiving a personal invitation from the crown prince compelled him to acquiesce. As he arrived at the villa clad in a moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns and draped in a light azure cloak, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an instantaneous hush. The youth moved gracefully, the sunlight casting a gentle halo upon him, his demeanor exuding an ethereal elegance. His features were strikingly handsome, seemingly beyond the realm of mortals, his aura cool and otherworldly, yet softened by a hint of warmth at the corners of his lips that prevented him from appearing aloof or unapproachable. Indeed, as the son of the Prince of Jing, his reputation was well-deserved, as if he were crafted from jade, embodying a grace that elicited whispers of admiration, awe, and affection from those around him. Ling Yan appeared blissfully unaware of the attention, merely nodding in acknowledgement to acquaintances, his gaze calmly surveying the gathering. "Ling Yan, over here," a resounding voice shattered the silence, revealing Wu Jingyuan, clad in a sharp black outfit, striding towards him with determination. With a radiant smile adorning his face, he reached out to pat Ling Yan's shoulder without hesitation, only to halt abruptly just before contact, opting instead to lightly rest his hand upon his arm. His movements both deft and effortless. "What took you so long?" His Highness the Crown Prince inquired about you just moments ago. Wu Jingyuan spoke affectionately, his tall frame inadvertently shielding them from the overly eager gazes of onlookers. Ling Yan returned the smile, replying, "I was delayed momentarily on the road." As they walked side by side, one exuding a cool elegance akin to jade, the other ablaze with fervor, they formed an oddly harmonious pair that drew countless admiring glances. Zhao Ming stood at a nearby pavilion, observing the scene, his fingers tightening around the wine glass to the point of paling. He had taken special care in his appearance today, intending to find an opportunity to converse with Ling Yan, but was unexpectedly usurped by Wu Jingyuan. With a disdainful snort, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Once the banquet commenced, there was an inevitable segment dedicated to poetry and prose. Numerous talented scholars eagerly prepared to showcase their prowess before the emperor and the esteemed guests. When it was Ling Yan's turn, he did not hesitate. After a brief contemplation, he composed a poem inspired by the blooming peonies before him. The verses were resplendent in their elegance and lofty in their sentiment. praising the peony's national beauty while subtly alluding to the noble spirit of a gentleman, leaving the audience in awe and admiration. Even the emperor, seated prominently, nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting appreciation. The crown prince, Ling Yan, personally raised his cup in salute, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Brother Yan, your talent is remarkable. I am in admiration," he remarked. Ling Yan rose to return the gesture, his demeanor composed and neither subservient nor arrogant. "Your Highness flatters me. I merely stumbled upon some clumsy lines and have inadvertently brought laughter to the gathering." Even the proudest of scholars had to concede that this heir of the Duke of Jing possessed the merit to stand above his peers. Seated just below Ling Yan, Wu Jingyuan watched him bask in the accolades of the crowd and engage with the princes with ease, his eyes brimming with a pride that seemed to reflect his own glory. He carefully noted Ling Yan's expression, and upon perceiving a hint of fatigue in his brow, discreetly slid a cup of warm ginseng tea towards him. This scene was painfully glaring to Zhao Ming, who had been observing Ling Yan from the shadows. Abruptly he rose, clutching his wine glass, and approached Ling Yan's table, forcing a somewhat stiff smile onto his face. "Your Highness, your talent is unmatched. Zhao Ming is in admiration. Allow me to toast you." His gaze was intense, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension and anticipation. Ling Yan lifted his eyes to Zhao Ming, his expression calm and unperturbed, as though regarding an ordinary classmate. He raised the cup of ginseng tea in his hand, offering a slight gesture. "Master Zhao, you are too kind. I shall drink tea in place of wine. Thank you." His tone was gentle, yet unmistakably distant. Zhao Ming's smile faltered, his gaze fixating on the cup of ginseng tea, clearly prepared by Wu Jingyuan. A surge of unnameable frustration welled within him, yet he found no outlet for it. Ultimately draining his own glass of wine and returning to his seat, his countenance darkened. Wu Jingyuan, witnessing Zhao Ming's discomfort, exchanged a triumphant wink with Ling Yan. Ling Yan could only shake his head in resignation, though a faint, subtle smile graced his lips. The atmosphere of the flower appreciation banquet reached a crescendo following Ling Yan's poetic recitation. The melodious strains of stringed instruments filled the air, and amidst the clinking of cups and cheerful banter, laughter blossomed. Ling Yan sat amidst the gathering, and although he replaced wine with tea, he remained the focal point of everyone's attention. He handled conversations with grace, exchanging pleasantries with the noble youths and literary talents who approached him. His words refined and his insights remarkable, neither overly warm nor cold, perfectly balancing the nuances of social interaction. Wu Jingyuan, like the most loyal shadow, remained ever vigilant at Ling Yan's side, though he found the flowery exchanges tiresome. He maintained a sharp gaze, scanning each person who dared to approach Ling Yan, especially those whose eyes burned with fervor. When an official praised Ling Yan's talents, Wu Jingyuan stood a little taller, pride swelling within him. When someone tried to draw too close under the guise of toasting, he subtly stepped forward, using his presence as a barrier. This display elicited varied interpretations from the onlookers. Some deemed Wu Jingyuan rude, while others considered his actions a testament to his protective nature, befitting the straightforward disposition of a son of a martial general. Only Zhao Ming, observing Wu Jingyuan's instinctive stance of guardianship, felt a rising, nameless ire, his hand gripping the wine cup tightly, veins slightly protruding. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Some bolder young ladies, with the tacit approval or encouragement of their elders, began to showcase their talents, playing the piano or painting, hoping to earn a claim in such a setting, perhaps even catching the eye of certain individuals. Among them was Lu Yi, the daughter of a minister of rites, renowned for her talents. She rose gracefully, saluting the emperor and empress at the head of the table, her gaze seemingly wandering towards Ling Yan's direction. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly declared, "This unworthy girl wishes to play a piece on the guqin, to entertain your majesty, your highness, and esteemed guests." Upon receiving permission, she took her seat before the prepared guqin, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, a melody of phoenix seeking phoenix flowing forth. The notes danced gently, imbued with emotion. Though her skill was not of the highest caliber, the tender, lingering tune, coupled with her occasional glances towards Ling Yan, spoke volumes. Many in the hall exchanged knowing looks, their gazes flitting between Miss Lu and the Crown Prince. Ling Yan lowered his eyes, listening with an expression of serene indifference, as if the heartfelt music bore no relevance to him. Only at the conclusion, as polite applause arose, did he offer a courteous compliment on Miss Lu's exquisite artistry, and thereafter remained silent. Seeing his tepid response, Lu Yi felt a flicker of disappointment cross her eyes, yet she could only force a smile in thanks before retreating to her seat. Wu Jinyuan, beside her, furrowed his brow tightly, glaring at Lu Yi's departing figure. Muttering under his breath, what a frivolous tune. He found the music irksome, particularly the way that woman gazed at Ling Yan, which unsettled him deeply. Ling Tianhao observed the entire scene, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze lingering momentarily on Ling Yan's unperturbed face before sweeping over to the tense Wu Jinyuan and the disheartened Lu Yi, ultimately culminating in a barely audible sigh. He lifted his cup and whispered a few words to the Prime Minister beside him, diverting the attention of the assembly towards matters of state. At this moment, the Emperor seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards Ling Tianhao, his tone imbued with a hint of concern. "Howard, you have reached the age of 17. For the sons of ordinary families, they've already established their own families. As the Crown Prince, your marriage is of paramount importance to the nation's foundation. The Empress and I have selected the legitimate daughter of the Duke of National Stability for you. Her lineage and demeanor are both exemplary. The Ministry of Rights has already chosen an auspicious date, which falls on the 6th day of next month. This matter is no longer open for discussion." The Emperor's words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly throughout the waterside pavilion. The once boisterous banquet fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes turning towards the Crown Prince. Ling Tianhao's hand, holding the cup, momentarily faltered, but he quickly rose, performing a respectful bow, his face adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile. "I humbly comply with the arrangements made by my father and mother, and I thank them for their concern." His voice remained steady, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he were merely acquiescing to an utterly ordinary decree. However, Ling Yan, who had been observing him closely, astutely detected a fleeting, subtle complexity in the depths of his eyes, an emotion not merely rooted in reluctance, but rather a poignant sense of resignation, tinged with an ineffable weariness. Chapter 73. The Love Story of the God of War. Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Best wishes, Your Highness. A chorus of congratulations erupted around the table. Ling Yan also raised his cup, saluting Ling Tianhao. He understood that Ling Tianhao had delayed his marriage until now, which in this era was indeed considered late. Were it not for his esteemed title, he would likely have been inundated by the criticisms of the censors long ago. Now that the Emperor had personally settled the matter in such a public setting, it effectively eliminated any possibility for him to postpone further. The future Emperor was destined to embark on a predetermined path. Wu Jinyuan also raised his cup, exuberantly proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. You must treat us to a celebratory drink when the time comes." His thoughts were simplistic. He viewed marriage as a joyous occasion and did not ponder further. Ling Tianhao smiled in acknowledgement, his gaze briefly meeting Ling Yan's. Ling Tianhao regarded his cool, clear features with an intricate mix of emotions. Over the past 6 years, he had repeatedly extended gestures of goodwill, attempting to bridge the chasm between them. Ling Yan had consistently responded with impeccable courtesy, his words and actions always appropriate, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, that precisely measured distance felt like an invisible barrier, ever present, preventing anyone from crossing even a fraction of it. This demeanor was not exclusive to Ling Tianhao. Ling Yan maintained the same composure with everyone. He was as warm as jade, possessing extraordinary talent, and his reputation in the capital soared. Yet he never drew too close to anyone. He resembled a luminous, cool moon suspended in the night sky, attracting countless appreciative and inquisitive gazes, yet no one could truly reach his core. Only in the presence of Wu Jinyuan did he reveal a slightly different facet. Perhaps it was due to the binding nature of their betrothal, or perhaps it was the result of years of accustomed proximity. But Ling Yan exhibited an almost imperceptible indulgence towards Wu Jingyuan. For instance, he permitted him to use his own teacup, and when he chattered, Ling Yan would merely issue a mild remark about the noise without ever truly dismissing him. This subtle yet tangible distinction did not escape the notice of those who were observant. Zhao Ming and his ilk, upon witnessing such scenes, often cast fiery glares, serving as undeniable evidence of their envy. Ling Tianhao slightly narrowed his eyes, downing the wine in his cup, allowing the sharp liquid to plunge deep into his heart alongside myriad contemplations. The announcement of the crown prince's impending marriage swiftly diluted the romantic atmosphere that had briefly enveloped the gathering, redirecting the focus back to the stark realities of power and alliances. The festivities continued, yet many minds were already awash with turbulent thoughts. The selection of the crown princess signified an impending shift in the political landscape. The Duke of the State's military faction stood as another significant force, sharing both collaboration and rivalry with the Wu family. This union would undoubtedly further solidify Ling Tianhao's standing. Ling Yan sat quietly at the table, resembling an outsider merely observing. He savored the lukewarm ginseng tea, feeling the undercurrents of tension in the air. The intertwining of power, the contest for interests, and the repression of emotions. This was the norm of the era. Ling Yan's gaze drifted toward General Wu Zhanshan of the Northern Army, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with his colleagues, then shifted to his companion Wu Jingyuan, who remained oblivious to the surrounding dynamics, returning a defiant glare at Zhao Ming's provocation. This foolish lad, unaware that his future path could be altered by this impending marriage. The flower-viewing banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere of superficial harmony, while each individual harbored their own thoughts. The emperor and empress departed for the palace, and the crowd respectfully sent them off. As Ling Yan merged with the throng exiting the garden, the night breeze, tinged with coolness, invigorated his somewhat drowsy mind after prolonged sitting. Wu Jingyuan promptly draped a thin cloak over his shoulders, his gestures practiced and natural. Tired? Wu Jingyuan inquired softly, noticing Ling Yan's weary expression. Not too bad, Ling Yan replied, adjusting the cloak and meeting his gaze. And you? You've had quite a bit to drink, haven't you? Wu Jingyuan chuckled, patting his chest. This little bit of wine is nothing. I'll escort you back to the manor. The two walked side by side toward the carriage bound for the Jingwang Manor. The moonlight stretched their shadows, one ethereal and cool, the other upright like a pine. Zhao Ming stood in the shadows, watching their retreating figures, his fists tightening and then relaxing, ultimately giving a cold snort before turning towards his own carriage. The carriage wheels clattered rhythmically over the cobblestone road. Ling Yan leaned against the soft carriage wall, closing his eyes to rest. Yet his thoughts raced. The crown prince's wedding would alter the court's dynamics. Moreover, according to the calculations of 024, the anomaly associated with the system was imminent. A storm was brewing. He opened his eyes, gazing at the rapidly retreating night outside, clarity washing over him. The tranquil days ahead were likely numbered. At the very least, he must ensure that this innocent-hearted fiancé, destined for greatness, would not be unwittingly ensnared in the approaching tempest, nor repeat past mistakes. Ling Yan, Wu Jingyuan's voice interrupted his reverie, laced with hesitation. Does Miss Liu have feelings for you? Ling Yan turned back, observing the boy's expression tinged with anxiety and dissatisfaction, and found it amusing. He playfully teased, perhaps, a graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal match. Conversely, the same holds true. Wu Jingyuan's brow immediately furrowed into a knot. His tone somewhat heated. She is not suitable, delicate and fragile. A gust of wind could sweep her away. How could she possibly take care of you? Upon hearing the words, Ling Yan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. The focus of this foolish boy truly was quite peculiar. He chose not to tease him further, closed his eyes once more, and softly reassured, "Rest assured, I have no such intentions." Only then did Wu Jingyuan exhale in relief, a smile returning to his face as he began to recount amusing tales from his recent experiences in the military camp. The carriage smoothly advanced through the night. momentarily isolating them from the surrounding clamor and undercurrents. The grand wedding between Crown Prince Ling Tianhao and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State was set for the 6th of next month. Though time was short, the imperial household and the Ministry of Rites had long been preparing. With the issuance of the decree, it felt as though the entire capital was swept into the vortex of a magnificent celebration. The Duke of State's residence was bustling with visitors, and the residents of the Jing prince could not remain entirely aloof. As Ling Yan, being a cousin, it was only proper for him to express his sentiments. He personally selected a congratulatory gift that was not particularly rare, but was an ancient inkstone from a previous dynasty, symbolizing the honing of talent and a solid foundation. This choice not only aligned with his identity as a cultured heir, but also subtly conveyed his hopes for Ling Tianhao's governance, exuding elegance and thoughtfulness. On the eve of the wedding, Ling Tianhao surprisingly arrived at the Jing prince's residence in casual attire. At that moment, Ling Yan was in the study of the Ninghui courtyard, practicing calligraphy, while fine rain fell outside, dampening the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. Not long after Wu Jingyuan had left, he had casually set aside the peculiar herbs he had brought, which were said to strengthen the body. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived," announced the attendant, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tension. Ling Yan set down his brush, somewhat surprised. He tidied his robe and went to greet him at the study's entrance. Chapter 74. The love story of the god of war 16 Ling Tianhao was not dressed in the customary garments of the Crown Prince, but wore a rain-blue brocade robe. His stature tall and upright. There was a hint of joy appropriate for an impending wedding in his demeanor. Yet he also carried an air of subtle gravity not often seen. He dismissed those around him, standing alone beneath the corridor, the dampness from the rain clinging to his shoulders. "Your Highness," Ling Yan bowed respectfully, "what brings you here? If there are any instructions, please send someone to summon me to the palace." "There is no need for such formality," Ling Tianhao replied, extending a hand in a gesture of dismissal, though his fingers retracted discreetly before making contact, resting behind him instead. "Tomorrow is my wedding, and I thought I would take the opportunity to visit you today." His tone remained gentle, imbued with the gravitas befitting a crown prince, though Ling Yan astutely sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. "Please come in, Your Highness." Ling Yan gestured for him to enter the study. Inside, the mingling scents of medicinal herbs and ink created a tranquil and refined atmosphere. Ling Tianhao's gaze swept over the still-drying calligraphy on the desk, his voice carrying a sincere note of admiration. "Your handwriting, dear Yan, has improved remarkably." He picked up a discarded draft, his fingers lightly tracing the flowing strokes, exuding a spirit entirely unperturbed by worldly affairs. Though uttered lightly, his words stirred something within Ling Yan. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Ling Yan poured a cup of hot tea. "With the grand ceremony tomorrow and all its complexities, please take care of your health." Ling Tianhao accepted the teacup, his fingers gently caressing its rim. "Indeed, there are many matters to attend to." He fell silent for a moment, his gaze wandering slowly around the study, from the neatly arranged bookshelves to the half-open window, finally resting on Ling Yan's composed profile. "Your life seems rather tranquil. At times, I ponder the notion that, should one speak as you do, the moment words escape his lips, he becomes acutely aware of his indiscretion and abruptly ceases. After a brief silence, as if weighing his words, he ultimately resorts to a commonplace expression of concern. How have you been lately? The spring rains, damp and pervasive, are prone to affect one's health, and one must take heed. Your Highness need not worry. All is well." Ling Tianhao inclined his head slightly, rising to approach the window, gazing out at the cascading curtain of rain. "After the grand wedding, there will undoubtedly be shifts within court. Though you are in a period of recuperation, your intellect surpasses that of many. If you find yourself with leisure, it would be prudent to peruse the correspondence between the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. It shall benefit you in the future." He paused, his voice deepening. "Jing Yuan's disposition is quite candid, should he act inappropriately within the court. I hope my brother Yan can offer timely guidance." "Your Highness speaks too gravely." Ling Yan lowered his gaze, concealing the contemplation within his eyes. Although Jing Yuan is forthright, he is not devoid of reason. Furthermore, General Wu is known for his stringent household management, so there should be no significant issues. Ling Tianhao regarded him intently, as if attempting to pierce through his calm facade to uncover his true thoughts. At last, he set down his teacup and stood. That is well. It grows late. I must return to the palace. He strode to the door with measured steps. As he was about to cross the threshold of the study, he did not turn back, but left behind a low, muffled farewell. Take care. The patter of rain rendered his final words somewhat indistinct. Ling Yan stood in the corridor, watching the tall figure recede into the rain-drenched distance, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. 024 analyzed the underlying intentions behind Ling Tianhao's visit. Based on behavioral patterns, the subject exhibits a clear conflict between responsibility and autonomy. His focus, concentrated at 823, reflects an adaptive anxiety regarding the impending marital and political obligations he is about to assume. It is recommended to categorize this behavior as a manifestation of pre-wedding stress. Ling Yan silently observed the curtain of rain. It became evident that the peculiar sensation stemmed from the tug-of-war between duty and freedom. For Ling Tianhao, this marriage and position represent an unavoidable burden. Meanwhile, he, the frail cousin, has inadvertently become a distant shadow in the other's mind. Such thoughts weighed heavier than he had anticipated, imbued with a sense of helplessness. He shook his head slightly, setting aside his doubts for the moment. Regardless of Ling Tianhao's inner turmoil, it bore no essential difference for him. His objectives remained clear: to eliminate anomalies and protect the core. Presently, there were matters of greater significance at hand. The wedding between Crown Prince Ling Tianhao and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua is undoubtedly the most anticipated event of the year for the Deqi dynasty. While this union is ostensibly a royal celebration, it subtly stirs the nerves of countless individuals, influencing alliances and the court's dynamics for decades to come. The ceremony is characterized by utmost grandeur and opulence, with a procession of bridal adornments stretching for miles, and the royal entourage exuding a majestic authority that consolidates the festivities and clamor of the entire capital into a single day. Naturally, the residents of the Jingwang received the most formal invitation. Ling Yan, both morally and rationally, must make an appearance. On this day, he donned formal attire befitting a young noble, clad in dark garments that accentuated his striking features and refined demeanor. Wu Jingyuan, as the legitimate second son of the General of the North, was also among those invited. He arrived early at the gates of the Jingwang mansion, and upon seeing Ling Yan emerge, his eyes lit up. He hastened forward, naturally falling back a step to ascend the carriage bound for the imperial palace alongside him. Within the carriage, Wu Jingyuan gazed at Ling Yan's tranquil profile and could not help but murmur, "I have heard that the young lady of the state protector has quite a haughty temperament." I wonder if His Highness the Crown Prince thought better of his words halfway through and swallowed them back. Ling Yan's gaze rested on the jubilant throngs outside the window, and he replied coolly, "In matters of royal marriages, the foremost consideration is the alignment of social standings and the stability of the court. Personal disposition is of secondary importance." His tone was calm and unruffled, as if stating a mere fact. Wu Jingyuan responded with a sound of acknowledgement, though he seemed only partially enlightened. The entire palace was adorned with lights and colored silks, resounding with festive cheer. Officials and nobility donned ceremonial attire, entering the palace in succession to witness the celebrations. The appearance of Ling Yan inevitably attracted a mix of overt and subtle glances. His reputation in the capital was at its zenith, coupled with his distinctive charm and appearance, making it nearly impossible to evade attention. He had long grown accustomed to this, maintaining a composed demeanor as he, guided by the palace eunuchs, proceeded with the Jingwang couple to present their congratulations to the emperor, empress, and the newlyweds. Today, Ling Tianhao donned a resplendent crimson ceremonial robe befitting a crown prince, adorned with a golden crown that enhanced his handsome features and dignified bearing. He wore a perfectly measured smile as he graciously accepted the well wishes from the attendees, his conduct impeccable. When Ling Yan approached to pay his respects, the smile on Ling Tianhao's face appeared to deepen in sincerity. "You need not be overly formal, Yan brother," he said warmly. I am delighted that you could attend. Ling Yan straightened, exuding elegance and propriety, and replied with measured respect, Your Highness, I sincerely wish you and the Crown Princess a harmonious union, akin to the harmonious cooing of phoenixes, with hearts united in eternal companionship and a shared joy in progeny. Ling Tianhao, upon hearing this, maintained his gentle smile, which seemed to soften further, and nodded in appreciation. I am grateful for your auspicious words, Yin brother. Following the completion of their formalities with the Jing Wang couple, Ling Yan retreated to his seat. He lifted a cup of warm tea, the steam blurring his serene gaze. Behind the ostentatious display of this grand wedding, he sensed a faint yet distinctly anomalous energy fluctuation, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in still water, quietly rippling outward. Warning: anomalous temporal fluctuations detected. The source of the anomaly has manifested. Energy characteristics under analysis. It has arrived. A glint of cold light flickered in Ling Yan's eyes. The long-awaited prey had finally made its entrance. In the western district of the capital, in an unassuming official residence, Su Wanqing awoke amid a fierce headache and dizziness. Dazedly observing the antique canopy above her and the coarse cotton blanket enveloping her. Miss, you have finally awakened, exclaimed a young girl dressed in traditional attire, resembling a maid. Her voice filled with delight. You have been unconscious for a whole day. You nearly frightened me to death. Chapter 75. The Warrior's Romantic Script 17. Su Wanqing surveyed the antique decor of the canopy and the young girl before her, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over her. She vividly recalled that not long ago, her clandestine affairs with multiple suitors had been completely exposed. Amidst the chaos of a heated altercation, she had been unintentionally thrust off the balcony by her out-of-control ex-boyfriends. After that, there was no further narrative. Propping herself up with a still somewhat dazed head, memories belonging to this body surfaced, revealing an ancient maiden named Su Wanqing, whose father was a minor official of the 7th rank, timid by nature. Just days prior, he had accidentally fallen into the water in the garden and succumbed to illness after being overly startled. So, had she traversed time? What was happening to her? Rubbing her temples, her voice was hoarse, deliberately mimicking the original owner's feeble demeanor. Miss, you fell into the water, but fortunately, you were rescued in time. The chattering maidservant remarked. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Suitable host detected. Soul Fusion Degree 99. Binding of the Emperor Strategy System in progress. Binding successful. Host Su Wanqing, welcome to the Great Qi Dynasty. This system is the Emperor Strategy System, dedicated to assisting you in courting the Crown Prince Ling Tianhao. Upon his ascension to the throne, it will aid you in becoming the revered Empress, enjoying unparalleled honor. Su Wanqing was initially taken aback, but then a wave of ecstasy surged within her. Time travel, a system, courting an emperor. This was truly a stage tailor-made for her. In the modern world, she had effortlessly manipulated a multitude of men with the system's assistance. Conquering an ancient emperor would surely be a trivial endeavor. Men? They were merely her subservient subjects at her beck and call. The future emperor? Perfectly worthy of her. She swiftly navigated through the system interface. Personal attributes, charm value, skill points, shop, task list. Observing the skills available for enhancement, such as captivating glances, delicate grace, and emerging talent, along with the enticing items in the shop requiring points for exchange. Like alluring fragrances and good luck charms, a determined smile graced Su Wanqing's lips. Initial task released. Successfully pass the preliminary selection and enter the palace for the final selection. Task reward: 100 points, 1 skill point. Failure penalty: none. Selection? Su Wanqing immediately delved into the original owner's memories for relevant information. Indeed, due to the Crown Prince's impending marriage, the Emperor, in high spirits, had decided to broadly select eligible maidens for the royal family and suitable princes to enrich the harem. The preliminary selection was set for half a month later. System: display my basic attributes, Su Wanqing commanded inwardly. Host: Su Wanqing. Age: 15. Charm: 68. Delicately appealing talent: 42. Somewhat skilled in music and chess, scheming: 85. Meticulously thoughtful. Health, 71. Decent constitution. Current points, 0 skills. None. A charm score of only 68? Suwanking geboutet in dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With the system, she would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. Struggling to sit upright, she instructed the maidservant. "Bring me a mirror." The bronze mirror reflected a slightly pale, yet fundamentally pleasing visage, with delicate features exuding an air of charm that, although not stunning, possessed a unique allure. Su Wanqing gently caressed her cheek, her eyes sparkling with ambitious fervor. "This visage, combined with my cunning and the system at my disposal, suffices." She began to utilize the scant memories of the original owner and the information provided by the system to swiftly analyze the current circumstances. Her father held a low-ranking official position, and their family background was unremarkable. This was both a disadvantage and an advantage, as it would not easily provoke the premature jealousy of high-ranking consorts. She needed to capitalize on this half-month period to enhance her charm as much as possible and devise a means to leave a profound impression on the matrons or eunuchs responsible for the selection during the preliminary rounds. In the Jing Wangfu, at the Ninghui courtyard, the night was tranquil, with only the candlelight flickering gently in the breeze. Ling Yan stood by the window, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon his slender figure. He gazed into the dense darkness outside, silently inquiring in his mind. 024. How was the analysis of that system progressing? The analysis is ongoing, and the current progress has reached 17. The electronic voice of 024 remained as steady as ever. The energy composition of this system is rather peculiar, with an encrypted barrier on the outer layer. At present, we can only capture its basic operational patterns. To thoroughly analyze its core code and crack it, more data samples are required. Ling Yan's gaze flickered slightly, understanding dawning upon him. Are you suggesting that it needs to operate more frequently to reveal its essence? Precisely. The more frequently it operates, and the deeper the interactions, the greater the probability of exposing its energy characteristics and logical flaws, leading to an exponential increase in analysis efficiency. Excellent. A subtle smile graced the corners of Ling Yan's lips, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, causing the surrounding air to grow even colder. Continue to monitor closely, recording all its subtle movements. There is no need for any intervention at this time. Ling Yan turned and approached an inconspicuous rosewood box within the study. He opened the box, revealing not gold or jewels, but several seemingly ordinary scrolls. Let it move. Let it display its capabilities. His fingertips gently traced the pages, his tone calm and unwavering. Only by allowing the prey to run freely can the hunter discern its entire trajectory and locate the heart that guarantees a swift kill. After years of meticulous planning, the net had been cast. He awaited the moment when the time-traveling woman, relying on the system, would believe herself capable of stirring the winds and clouds. At that point, he would present her with the carefully prepared surprise. One could only wonder what delightful expression would grace the face of that self-important time traveler upon receiving such a gift. As midsummer approached, the cicadas buzzed incessantly, stirring the already stagnant air of the capital. The celebratory warmth of the crown prince's wedding had not yet fully dissipated, only to be replaced by an invisible sense of oppression. Deep within the palace, news emerged that the emperor had recently been unwell, although he had not ceased attending court. His time there had noticeably diminished, and the sounds of his cough were frequently heard. The imperial physician remained in the palace, never leaving his side. In the court, the undercurrents that had calmed after the succession of the crown prince began to stir once more, quietly rising with the uncertainty surrounding the emperor's health. Chapter 76. The love script of the war. God, the factions behind several elder princes were making frequent moves, with subtle machinations hidden within their memorials. The urgent military dispatch from the border, akin to a droplet of water plunged in a boiling oil, erupted with news that the northern D tribes had quelled their internal strife. The newly established Khan, possessing great talent and vision, unified the tribes and commenced frequent harassments of the border outposts, plundering merchant caravans. Although large-scale warfare had yet to erupt, the atmosphere, tense and charged, had instilled a chilling sense of impending winter in the court, which had long been free from the ravages of war. General Wu Zhenshan and other prominent officials were summoned to the palace daily, their expressions growing graver with each passing day. Wu Jingyuan perceptibly sensed the shift in the court's atmosphere. No longer did he spend his days immersed in the martial training grounds or frequenting the residence of Prince Jing, but instead began to diligently peruse military texts and consult with seasoned generals under his father's command about the situation at the border. The youthful exuberance that had once characterized him was gradually being replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. One day, having just returned from observing drills at the camp on the outskirts of the capital, he arrived at the Jingwang residence as Ninghui courtyard, dusty and weary. Without even changing his attire, Ling Yan was seated in the waterside pavilion, seeking respite from the heat, an open volume of geographical records of the 9 provinces beside him. Though his gaze was fixed on the koi frolicking in the pond, lost in thought, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint scent of pond water mingled with the subtle aroma of medicine that clung to him. Ling Yan, Wu Jingyuan's voice preceded his arrival, as he strode into the pavilion with vigorous steps, stirring a gust of warm air. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, and his sun-kissed skin gleamed with health. But his furrowed brows betrayed a weighty concern. Have you heard? Those northern D scoundrels have raided 3 of our merchant caravans. They've even slain over a dozen of our border troops. Ling Yan withdrew his gaze and poured a cup of cool tea for him, pushing it forward. Yes, I heard from Father. His Majesty has issued a decree today, commanding the Northern Defense Army to strengthen their vigilance and increase the number of scouts. Wu Jingyuan seized the teacup and drank it in one go, wiping his mouth before heavily slumping onto the stone bench. His fist struck the stone table, producing a dull thud. What use is mere vigilance? We should take the initiative and strike them so they dare not offend us again. My father and the others are still debating whether to go to war or seek peace. While those literati only speak of the folly of raising arms and the toll it takes on the people, it's infuriating. He looked at Ling Yan's com profile, suddenly recalling something, his tone tinged with a subtle hint of grievance and reliance. Ling Yan, you're clever. Tell me, do you think a war will actually break out? If it does, he paused, desire and a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. I want to go to the front lines with my father. Ling Yan raised his gaze to him, noting the fervent and pure fire in the youth's eyes, a vigor untested by the battlefield, yet a direct yearning to protect one's homeland. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that this fledgling eagle would eventually leave the nest to face the storms of life. With the intensifying border skirmishes, war seemed inevitable. However, the timing and scale would be determined by the court's resolve and the Northern D's subsequent actions. Ling Yan's voice was calm and measured, akin to chilled spring water, soothing Wu Jingyuan's restless heart. Your desire to go to the front lines is commendable, a true aspiration of a man. Yet the battlefield is no trivial matter. It requires thorough preparation, not only in martial skills, but also in temperament. Listening to his composed analysis, Wu Jingyuan's agitated heart oddly settled a bit. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. I understand. I've been studying military texts lately and consulting with veterans. Ling Yan, if a true conflict arises and I find myself on the front lines, his Adam's apple quivered slightly, and the subsequent words seemed to hang heavily in the air. Observing his demeanor, Ling Yan presumed he was troubled by the thought of their engagement becoming a burden, and thus he took the initiative to speak. Jingyuan, you need not fret excessively. Your aspirations lie on the battlefield, and I would not wish to become an impediment to you. Once you have achieved military merit and possess sufficient influence, our engagement— Oh dear, that is not what I meant. Wu Jingyuan interjected abruptly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His voice involuntarily rose a pitch, a fleeting look of panic crossing his face as he hastily waved his hands. Who is concerned about that? I was referring to matters in the capital. Yes, the capital. If I am not around, and that Zhao Ming dares to trouble you again, you just inform Prince Jing, or seek the crown prince. In any case, do not endure it alone. He spoke with remarkable speed, his gaze darting, unable to meet Ling Yan's eyes, preoccupied only with lifting the already empty teacup in a feigned attempt to drink. striving to mask the inexplicable surge of reluctance and resistance that swelled within him at that moment. To annul the engagement? He had never truly contemplated such a notion. Initially, he felt it was unkind to take advantage of Ling Yan's frail health. Later, he grew accustomed to having this person by his side, to his cool voice, and to the notion that he naturally belonged there. Eventually, he instinctively believed that without this bond, he would lose the inherent right to remain by Ling Yan's side. The mere thought of Ling Yan potentially forming an engagement with another, perhaps that Lu Miss who plays the Qin, or any number of others, filled him with an unsettling weight, as though a large stone pressed upon his chest. Why must it be dissolved? Is the current situation not satisfactory? Ling Yan regarded Wu Jingyuan's clumsy attempts to divert the conversation with mild astonishment. He had expected Wu Jingyuan to seize the opportunity to continue the discussion. For indeed, achieving success on the battlefield and liberating himself from this absurd engagement was a worthy ambition. However, this reaction, Ling Yan's gaze flickered as he observed the young man before him, whose ears were faintly flushed and who feigned composure. A fleeting realization washed over him, mingling with an amused curiosity. This foolish boy probably had yet to comprehend his own feelings. He chose not to expose the truth, gracefully steering away from the topic of the engagement, instead stating, "Zhao Ming and his ilk are of little consequence. Should you be determined to focus on the front lines, the most pressing matter at hand is to hone your skills rather than be preoccupied with trivialities of the capital." He paused, his tone softening. The battlefield is perilous. One must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing Ling Yan refrain from mentioning the annulment of their engagement, Wu Jingyuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, and he instantly relaxed, a smile returning to his face as he emphatically replied, "I understand. Rest assured, I will certainly be fine." Once I achieve success and return. He left the sentence unfinished. Yet his remarkably bright eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future and a resolute determination. Meanwhile, in a modest official residence in the western part of the capital, Su Wanqing's days were far from easy. As the date for the preliminary selection of candidates drew near, she devoted nearly all her energy to preparation. The imperial strategy system had become her greatest ally. Ding. Daily task completed. Practice court etiquette for 2 hours. Reward: 10 points proficiency in etiquette. 5. Ding. The skill Weak Willow supporting the wind has been upgraded to level 2. Effect: slightly enhances the delicate and pitiful aura, evoking sympathy. Current points of the host: 85. Charisma: 71. Charming and graceful. Su Wanqing gazed into the foggy bronze mirror, diligently practicing the standard postures imparted by the system. Walking, turning, bowing, striving for perfection in each movement. Embodying a blend of exquisite grace and submissiveness. She was acutely aware that her family background was a significant disadvantage. To distinguish herself among the numerous talented young ladies, she needed to refine both her beauty and cunning. System: how many points are required to exchange for proficiency in basic painting skills? Chapter 77. The God of War's romantic script: 100 points are needed for the basic painting proficiency. The host points are insufficient. TSK. Su Wanqing felt a twinge of impatience. These points were woefully inadequate. She needed to acquire points more swiftly to exchange for more powerful skills and items, ensuring her success in the selections and potentially presenting herself before the Crown Prince. She began to leverage the meager connections of the original host and the scant information provided by the system, attempting to discern the preferences of the matriarch in charge of the preliminary selection. She even contemplated persuading her timid father to seek connections and spend some silver to facilitate her endeavors. "Father, I have heard that Matron Zhang, who is responsible for this selection, seems quite fond of Su embroidery," Su Wanqing casually mentioned at the dinner table, her tone soft and tentative, laced with subtle probing. Her father, a cautious 7th-rank official, immediately adopted a stern expression upon hearing this. "Nonsense. The selection of candidates is of great importance. How can one engage in private schemes? If it comes to light, we would both suffer the consequences. You should conduct yourself properly and rely on your own abilities to be chosen." Internally cursing his antiquated views, Su Wanqing feigned a tearful demeanor, whispering, "I only fear bringing shame upon you, father." Her mother, feeling sympathetic towards her daughter, chimed in, "My lord, Qing'er merely wishes to bring honor to our family. If she is selected, it would indeed be your fortune as well." A woman's perspective. Su Wanqing's father waved his sleeve and departed, clearly unwilling to discuss further. Watching her father's retreating figure, a glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. Relying on others was futile. She would have to depend on herself. Opening the system shop, her gaze fell upon an item requiring 150 points. The initial impression, aura, low level. Capable of slightly enhancing a specific target's first impression of the host within a short time frame. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to encounter a noble figure during the preliminary selection, one with whom she could engage meaningfully. She murmured to herself, her mind racing to contemplate which concubine, princess, or influential eunuch might be present at the selection and could appreciate her particular charm. In the palace, the imperial study. The pungent scent of medicine nearly overshadowed the crisp aroma of dragon's saliva. The emperor reclined on the dragon throne, his visage markedly more haggard than during the flower-viewing banquet months prior. His eyes were sunken, and his lips bore an unhealthy gray hue. He had just taken his medicine and was resting with his eyes closed. Ling Tianhao stood respectfully at the side of the imperial desk, reporting on state affairs. His tone was steady and clear, skillfully managing several pressing matters with meticulous attention. The emperor slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his increasingly composed and capable son before him. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by an unmistakable weariness and a hint of concern. "However, you have done remarkably well." The emperor's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. "You have now shouldered a significant portion of the affairs of the court. I have been feeling rather unwell of late. Father, you must take care of your health." Ling Tianhao stepped forward, his tone imbued with genuine worry. "The court physician has stated that your ailments stem from overexertion. You must rest and recuperate." The emperor waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from further discussion. His gaze drifted towards the gloomy sky outside the palace, murmuring, "The northern territories have been quite unsettled of late. The Di people are restless, and reports from the borders grow increasingly dire. Wu Jinshan is capable, yet there are too many hindrances within the court." He coughed several times, an unusual flush creeping across his face. "I fear my body may not endure the strain of war any longer. However, you must prepare yourself. When the time comes, decisive action is imperative." With a sigh, the emperor continued, "I had intended to clear some obstacles for you, but it seems—" Ling Tianhao felt a shiver run through him. His father's words were unmistakably a testament to the matters of succession, a reminder that he must swiftly seize absolute authority to navigate the impending storms. He bowed deeply, his throat tightening, yet he endeavored to maintain a steady voice. "I shall heed your teachings, father. Your health is of utmost importance. I implore you to focus on your recovery. I will not fail your expectations." The emperor's gaze settled deeply upon him. "You must manage the Duke of Zhangguo wisely. The Wu family's general of the north is a sharp blade, but it requires a steady hand. The path of balance is one you must understand well." "I comprehend, father," Ling Tianhao replied, bowing his head. He understood his father's caution. The Duke's house was kin and thus essential, yet trust must be measured. The military power held by the general of the north also required careful oversight. This was the essence of sovereign strategy. Yet witnessing his father, who once commanded great authority, now struggling to speak, struggling to breathe, and still considering his future, an indescribable sorrow welled within Ling Tianhao. The once formidable emperor was now a figure whose frailty was evident even in mere conversation. Yet he continued to deliberate for his son's benefit. It seemed the emperor could read his thoughts, gently gesturing, "Go now. Remember, from this moment forth, each step you take bears the weight of the realm." The fatigue and resolve in his tone tightened Ling Tianhao's throat. He could only bow deeply and exit the hall in silence. As the doors closed behind him, the fragrant scent of herbs and the lingering concerns of a monarch were sealed within the dimming confines of that chamber. Walking through the deep corridors of the palace, the night breeze brushed against him, offering a fleeting chill that could not dissipate the heaviness in his heart. The image of his father's gaunt visage, the deep-set eyes, and the strained composure as he imparted wisdom about balance replayed in his mind. At that moment, he was no longer the exalted crown prince, but a son on the verge of losing his father, yet compelled to immediately assume the mantle of an empire. The flickering palace lights cast his shadow long and short upon the cold stone floor, swaying with an unprecedented sense of solitude that threatened to engulf him. With his father gravely ill, the clouds of war gathering at the borders, and the factions within the court stirring restlessly, the immense burden would ultimately rest solely upon his shoulders. For reasons unknown, in that moment of utter exhaustion, an unexpected image of Ling Yan's perpetually serene and composed visage flashed through his mind. Chapter 78. The Love Script of the God of War. How would he perceive this chaotic situation if he were here? Would he possess a different insight? The thought, once it arose, delivered a wave of absurd yet palpable solace, akin to glimpsing a distant, cool light in the frigid night. Yet it lasted but a fleeting moment. Ling Tianhao suddenly clenched his hand within his sleeve, his fingertips digging into his palm, delivering a sharp sting that jolted him back to reality. He was the ruler, and Ling Yan was a subject, nothing more. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to straighten his back, crushing that moment of weakness and wavering into the encroaching darkness of the night. His steps regained their steadiness as he made his way toward the East Palace, toward the solitary and exalted position that had been meticulously prepared for him. The sweltering summer capital resembled a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame, stifling and restless, the air thick with the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Though the smoke from the border fires did not yet reach the heavens, the increasingly urgent military reports and the escalating debates within the court had already alerted every keen observer to the searing breath of war drawing near. The atmosphere at the northern general's residence was taut to the breaking point. General Wu Jinshan had been summoned by the emperor repeatedly, returning home each time with an ever-deepening frown. The servants hurried about with a sense of urgency, while the shouts and clangs from the training grounds echoed from dawn until dusk, imbued with a sense of impending battle. Wu Jingyuan had almost become a fixture between the military camp at the outskirts of the capital and the training grounds. He had grown slightly darker from his sun, his once youthful and rounded jawline now sharpened and defined, and the light in his eyes had settled, gaining an edge of sharpness and steadiness. His visits to the Jingwang residence had not diminished, but they were no longer merely for leisure or sharing amusing tales. More often, he arrived with military texts or queries from tactical simulations, seeking Ling Yan's counsel. Ling Yan observed this. If the enemy employs light cavalry to disrupt our supply lines, supplemented by elite troops lying in ambush within this canyon, how should our forces respond? He pointed at the rudimentary terrain depicted on the sand table, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ling Yan, draped in a thin garment, leaned in from his side on a bamboo couch. His slender fingers traced the sand table, his voice steady and clear. The supply line is the lifeblood of the army and must be protected. However, dividing our forces for defense plays directly into their hands. It would be prudent to feign weakness, drawing them in, and then set a counter-ambush in this open terrain. Perhaps we could dispatch a small elite group to flank them, severing their retreat and incinerating their supplies, thereby inciting chaos within their ranks. His reasoning was both peculiar and precise, often pinpointing the crux of the matter, enlightening Wu Jingyuan, who had been mired in contemplation for far too long. Yes, that's exactly it, Wu Jingyuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes alight with astonishment, filled with unmasked faith and reliance on Ling Yan. You are truly remarkable. If only your health were better, and you could serve as a military strategist, we would surely send those Northern D rascals fleeing in terror. His enthusiasm overtook him, and he instinctively grasped Ling Yan's wrist, intending to draw him closer to the sand table for further discussion. As his fingertips brushed against the cool, delicate skin, feeling the distinct contours of the bone beneath, Wu Jingyuan abruptly realized the gravity of his actions. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, as if scalded a flush creeping uncontrollably to his ears. His gaze faltered, and he cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure. What I meant was, Ling Yan, taken aback by his reaction, felt the lingering warmth of the boy's palm on his wrist and the force of that momentary grip. He raised his eyes to meet Wu Jingyuan's flustered and transparent demeanor, and a flicker of an unusual sensation resurfaced in his heart. This foolish boy, Ling Yan, maintaining his composure, retracted his hand, allowing the wide sleeves to fall naturally, perfectly concealing the pale wrist. With an unaffected expression, he steered the conversation back to the strategy table. The battlefield is ever-changing. Mere theoretical discussions are superficial. Since you are determined to proceed, it is imperative to familiarize yourself with the terrain and understand the enemy leader's tactics. Yet, as he turned to gesture towards the other side of the strategy table, a fleeting hint of a smile graced his usually cold eyes, like a gentle ripple on a spring stream, vanishing almost instantaneously into the depths of his tranquil gaze. Noticing Ling Yan's composed demeanor, Wu Jingyuan secretly exhaled in relief, the inexplicable awkwardness and flutter in his heart subsiding slightly. His focus returned to the strategy table, though his eyes would occasionally betray him, darting towards the wrist he had grasped. It felt as though a feather had lightly brushed against his heart, tickling it, accompanied by an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He shook his head, suppressing this peculiar feeling, and delved into discussions with Ling Yan. Only in Ling Yan's presence could he momentarily escape the anxiety of the unknown battlefield and the weight of familial responsibilities, discovering a strange tranquility and confidence. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing was diligently pursuing her strategic ambitions. With the preliminary selection imminent, she worked tirelessly, striving to complete every task issued by the system to the utmost, desperately accumulating her meager points. Ding! Completed hidden task. Encounter with princess and reward. 50 points. Initial goodwill with princess and 5. Current points, 165. Charisma, 75. Exquisite appearance. The meticulously orchestrated encounter consumed considerable effort, nearly exhausting all the resources of the original persona, while perfectly showcasing the system's imparted grace and decorum, ultimately leaving a favorable impression on Princess, and who was in charge of the preliminary selection. System exchanged for the initial impression aura, low level. Su Wanqing unhesitatingly spent 150 points. A barely perceptible soft, white light flickered around her before vanishing. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 15. Initial impression aura, low level, activated, duration, 12 hours. Effect, slightly enhances the target's perception of the host's external appearance upon first meeting. Gazing at her nearly depleted points, Su Wanqing felt a pang of regret. But the significance of the upcoming preliminary selection steeled her resolve. This was the greatest opportunity she could seize at present. If she could surpass the preliminary selection and enter the next round, she would have the chance to engage with higher-ranking members of the imperial harem, and perhaps even encounter the future emperor, providing her with ample opportunities to earn points in exchange for more powerful items. Before the bronze mirror, she diligently practiced the artistic talent she would present tomorrow, a copy of a floral and avian painting. Her skills were mediocre, yet bolstered by the system's mastery of rudimentary artistry. It was barely acceptable. She meticulously pondered over the styles that the princess of it might favor, striving to distinguish herself among the numerous young ladies with her modest charm and slight radiance. Days later, the imperial decree was finally issued. The emperor, against all opposition, favored the hawkish factions council, appointing General Wu Jinshan as the commander, leading an army of 100,000 northward to confront the northern D. Simultaneously, he promoted Wu Jinyuan, the general's second son, to the rank of Zhaoshan Scout Officer, commanding the Vanguard Reconnaissance Unit, to depart with the army that very day. The news rippled through the capital, inciting a stir. The gates of the northern general's residence were thronged with carriages and horses, all there to bid farewell or inquire about the situation. Clad in military attire and armor, Wu Jinyuan returned to his home, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword, sharp and radiant. A blend of excitement and tension coursing through him. Almost instinctively, he rushed to the Prince Jing's residence. This time, he did not barge into Ninghui courtyard as he usually did. Instead, he paused at the entrance, adjusting his pristine uniform, still imbued with the scent of gunpowder. Before taking a deep breath and stepping inside, Ling Yan stood beneath the ancient locust tree in the courtyard, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Ling Yan, Wu Jinyuan approached him and halted. The fading sunlight cast a golden hue upon his tall figure, the young general standing with striking poise. He gazed at Ling Yan, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, ultimately crystallizing into a single declaration. "I must leave." "I know," Ling Yan replied, his voice calm. "Zhaoshan Scout Officer, your responsibilities are significant. In scouting enemy movements, one must exhibit both decisiveness and caution. The battlefield is ever-changing. Remember to prioritize your own safety." Wu Jinyuan nodded earnestly. "I understand. I will not bring shame upon my father, nor will I disappoint you." The latter part of his statement rushed forth, almost swallowed by his lips, yet his gaze remained steadfastly sincere. He retrieved an object from his bosom, an intricately tied red cord adorned with a smooth, translucent jade piece pendant, and without hesitation, pressed it into Ling Yan's hand. "This is for you. I prayed for it at the Guaguosi. It has been blessed. You are fragile. Wear it for your safety." The jade pendant still bore the warmth of youth, its touch gentle. Ling Yan momentarily froze, regarding the pendant that, though evidently fashioned for a woman, symbolized the clumsy concern of the bearer. Before he could articulate a response, Wu Jinyuan hurriedly continued, as if fearing rejection. "Please, take your medicine regularly, avoid the cold, and disregard Miss Liu and her associates. I will return soon." His words spilled forth with urgency, his eyes fixated on Ling Yan, brimming with an attachment that he himself had not fully recognized. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a flicker of conflict crossed his face. With a hint of trepidation, he softly inquired, "Ling Yan, about our engagement." He paused, observing Ling Yan's composed demeanor. Sensing a tightening in his chest, he quickly shifted his tone, almost interrupting himself. "Let us discuss it when I return. This is not the time for such matters. Indeed, the military situation is pressing. I must take my leave." Having spoken, he dared not look into Ling Yan's eyes again, as if 1,000 soldiers were pursuing him from behind, and he nearly fled the scene, turning away with hurried strides. His silhouette stretched long in the setting sun, exuding unwavering determination while concealing a trace of unseen trepidation. Ultimately, he feared hearing the words of annulment from Ling Yan's lips. Ling Yan remained rooted in place, holding the peace token in his hand, gazing at the youth's hasty retreat for an extended moment. He lowered his gaze, gently stroking the surface of the peace token with his fingertip. The jade still bore the lingering warmth of the boy's chest, a gentle heat that seemed to carry the rhythm of his rapid heartbeat. Seeping through the cool jade into his palm, he exhaled softly, a barely perceptible sigh of resignation mingled with a hint of tender indulgence. "Fool," he murmured to himself, gradually tightening his grip on the peace token. The summer of the 19th year of Yongxi was destined to be soaked in blood and ambition. On the day Wu Jinyuan departed with the army, the capital was deserted. The citizens crowded along the streets, watching the soldiers clad in dark armor, marching in solemn formation towards the north, flags snapping in the wind, their weapons glinting like a forest, dispersing the last vestiges of opulence from the city. Wu Jinyuan, clad in bright silver chainmail, rode a magnificent steed at the forefront of the ranks, his lips pressed tightly together, his youthful visage devoid of any trace of boyish exuberance, replaced solely by the steely resolve of a soldier. He made an effort to straighten his back, striving to appear more composed and reliable. Yet his gaze uncontrollably swept towards the high walls of the Jingwang mansion, lingering until the procession turned the corner and vanished from sight. Ling Yan did not appear among the crowd bidding farewell. He stood atop the stargazing pavilion of the Jingwang mansion, peering into the distance. That tall figure was so striking amidst the torrent of troops, yet it swiftly diminished, blurring into obscurity, ultimately disappearing at the edge of dust and vision. The official road northward was shrouded in swirling smoke, the clanking of armor resonating as the army moved forward like a silent giant serpent, inching towards the border. Ling Yan withdrew his gaze, his expression inscrutable, save for the depth of his eyes, which seemed darker than usual. The fledgling eagle leaving the nest is an inevitable path. He merely hoped that this eagle he had watched grow would safely traverse the trials of blood and fire. 024. Reporting abnormal real-time dynamics. Abnormal target Su Wanqing has successfully passed the preliminary selection and is now residing in the western side hall of the Shushio Palace. Emperor's Strategy System Analysis Progress. 513. Successfully simulated the operational logic of its energy absorption module. The clearance plan is in rehearsal, requiring further data support. Accelerate the analysis, he commanded softly. The interloper had now entered the cage, and every movement she made provided 024 with more nourishment to decipher that parasitic system. At the border, 50 miles outside Chisha Pass, lay an unnamed desert. The night wind was biting, carrying grit that stung his face. Wu Jingyuan crouched behind a sand dune sheltered from the wind, chewing on tough jerky, his gaze as vigilant as a hawk, scanning the distant flickers of fire from the temporary camp of the Northern D. His face was smeared with dirt, and his lips were chapped. Yet those eyes shone astonishingly bright in the night, stripped of the ostentation of the capital and imbued with the austere essence of a warrior. The memories of the skirmish during the day lingered vividly in his mind. The grotesque visages of the Northern D cavalry, the chilling shrieks accompanying their curved blades slicing through the air, and the visceral sensation of warm, viscous blood splattering against his hands as he plunged his spear into the chest of an enemy. All of this was etched in his memory. In that moment, there was no fear, only an almost primal urge to fight and a profound sense of duty propelling him forward. He instinctively touched the area over his heart. Through the coarse fabric of his military uniform, he could feel the rough and simple wooden talisman he kept close, a token he had hurriedly sought from the Guogua temple before his departure, a companion to the white jade clasp he had given to Ling Yan. At that moment, it seemed fate had compelled him to request both charms. The image of Ling Yan's cool countenance surfaced unexpectedly in his mind, along with her slightly dazed expression when she received the jade clasp. A warmth inexplicably blossomed within Wu Jingyuan, swiftly followed by an indistinct restlessness and concern. How was the capital faring now? Was that fellow taking her medicine properly? Had he crossed her mind at all? Captain, look over there. The old soldier beside him lowered his voice, interrupting his thoughts. Wu Jingyuan immediately focused, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he followed the direction indicated. In the distance, at the rear side of the camp, a convoy was faintly discernible, its heavy tracks and the tight-knit security suggesting it was a supply train. Could it be provisions? Wu Jingyuan murmured, his heart racing. If they could ascertain the enemy's supply routes or stockpiles, it would be a significant achievement. Chapter 80. The love story of a war god in the Imperial Palace. At the Shushio Palace, Su Wanqing sat in the cramped quarters allocated to her, meticulously outlining her eyebrows before a blurred bronze mirror. The room was austere, a far cry from her imagined splendor of the court, yet this could not extinguish her ambition. Passing the preliminary selection was merely the first step. Residing in Shushio Palace was her true entrance into the arena. Her fellow maidens shared the quarters. One was the daughter of a deputy judge, brash and straightforward, yet lacking in cunning. The other was the daughter of a county official, timid as a startled bird. Su Wanqing maintained the necessary decorum with them, yet in her heart, she had already deemed them unworthy challengers, far too inferior to serve as her stepping stones. System, scan the favorability rating of Granny Chong, who oversees the West Side Hall. Target, Granny Chong. Current favorability, 30, neutral to cold. Preferences, obedient, diligent, unobtrusive maidens. Dislikes, gossip mongers, those with scheming minds. A cold smile curled on Su Wanqing's lips. Obedient? Diligent? She had not come to serve as a maid. What she sought was an opportunity, one that could lead her to higher echelons or perhaps even a serendipitous encounter with the future emperor. In recent days, she had managed to accumulate some points through daily tasks issued by the system, such as completing embroidery within designated timeframes and proactively assisting her fellow maidens. Yet she was still far from earning the next useful skill or item. She had attempted to curry favor with Granny Chong, presenting her with inexpensive yet intricately crafted embroidery. But the results were negligible. These seasoned palace denizens possessed discerning eyes. In a desperate bid to alter her fate, Su Wanqing gazed into the mirror at her increasingly enchanting visage, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. She recalled the information she had painstakingly gathered. Prince Ling Tianhao occasionally traversed the imperial garden, passing near the Chuxiu Palace en route to the Wenhua Hall to attend to state affairs. A bold scheme began to take shape in her mind. 3 days later, in the imperial garden, Ling Tianhao finished addressing a series of urgent military reports, rubbing his swollen temples as he strolled toward the garden, seeking to dissipate some fatigue in the evening breeze. The pressures of border conflicts loomed heavily, and the undercurrents of power within the court grew increasingly tumultuous, weighing upon his shoulders day by day. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn to a faint, suppressed sob emanating from behind a rockery. His brow furrowed as he gestured for his attendant to follow him around the obstruction. There, he beheld a young maiden clad in a pale green palace gown. Her back turned to him, her shoulders gently trembling as she wept over the remnants of lotus flowers in the pond. The evening breeze caressed her hair, lifting a few strands from her temples, revealing a delicately beautiful profile, imbued with a poignant charm. "What troubles you so to weep in this place?" Ling Tianhao inquired, his voice maintaining its characteristic gentleness, yet laced with an inherent authority. The maiden, startled like a frightened deer, swiftly turned to face him, revealing a face adorned with tears, unmistakably that of Su Wanqing. Upon seeing Ling Tianhao, an appropriate hint of panic and surprise flickered in her eyes, quickly followed by her dropping to her knees. Her voice choked, yet striving to uphold her composure. "I, your humble servant, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. To disturb your Highness is a crime deserving of death." With her head bowed, she exposed her slender, fragile neck, fully activating the system's skill of delicate grace, complemented by her meticulously calculated angles and expressions, evoking a sense of pity. Notification: target character Ling Tianhao's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability: 1 stranger, with a hint of sympathy. Reward points: 10. The system's prompt sent a wave of exhilaration through Su Wanqing. She had succeeded. Although it was merely a single point, it marked the beginning of her endeavors. Ling Tianhao regarded the kneeling maiden, his gaze lingering for a brief moment. Indeed, she was a beauty, her tears invoking sympathy. Yet he was accustomed to the manipulations of the harem, and such a chance encounter of weeping was far from novel. At this moment, however, his tumultuous emotions were stirred by her tears, eliciting a flicker of compassion amidst his irritation. "Rise," he commanded, his tone neutral, betraying no emotion. "The palace has its rules. Do not weep so freely, lest you invite scrutiny." "Your Highness, I am Su Wanqing, the daughter of Su Mingyuan, the head of the Ministry of Works," she replied timidly, still keeping her head lowered, her voice faint yet clear as she stated her lineage. Ling Tianhao acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt and turned to depart. As she watched his retreating figure, Su Wanqing clenched her fingers tightly within her sleeves, excitement and ambition flickering in her gaze. Though her favorability was but a solitary point, she had at least left her name before the Crown Prince. Moreover, with these 10 points she could system exchange for information inquiry beginner. Exchange successful. Points consumed: 50. Remaining points: 5. Information inquiry. Beginner allows for the exploration of basic information and simple preferences of non-core characters. Su Wanqing inhaled deeply, her gaze becoming profound and focused. It was imperative for her to accurately discern the preferences of those in power who could directly influence her success in the selection process, such as the Empress, who presides over the 6 palaces and is responsible for the final selection, or the high-ranking concubines favored by the Emperor, who wield significant influence in the court. Understanding their temperaments was the crucial intelligence she needed at this moment. Meanwhile, the night deepened at the border. Wu Jingyuan, accompanied by 2 elite scouts, moved stealthily like phantoms, finally nearing the encampment of a suspicious convoy. In the flickering light of the campfire, they discerned that it was no ordinary supply of grain. but rather a series of oddly shaped mechanical components covered in oilcloth. With these siege crossbows, Wu Jingyuan's pupils constricted, his heart racing with alarm. The Northern D were renowned for their mounted archery. When had they acquired such formidable siege weaponry? This information was far more significant than the discovery of mere supplies. It must be relayed back to the main camp immediately. He signaled discreetly for the team to withdraw silently. However, just as they were about to meld into the shadows, a Northern D patrol unexpectedly changed direction, the glow of their torches suddenly illuminating the rocks where they had concealed themselves. Southern barbarians. A coarse shout shattered the stillness of the night. The Northern D camp erupted like water splashed onto burning oil. Shouts of fury, the clattering of weapons being drawn, and the shrill whistle of arrows filled the air, overwhelming their hiding spot. "Run!" Wu Jingyuan bellowed, turning without hesitation, using his spear to deflect the incoming arrows as he shielded the two scouts, sprinting towards their predetermined escape route. Behind them, the thundering of Northern D cavalry grew ever closer, a relentless drumbeat of impending doom. Arrows whistled past his ears, imbued with the chill of death. Wu Jingyuan gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to its limits, his mind consumed by a singular thought. He had to deliver the intelligence. He could not perish here. In the capital, there were those awaiting his return. At that moment, the fear of death and the yearning for life intertwined within him with unparalleled clarity and intensity. Among that yearning, a slender figure was etched vividly in his mind. The pursuers drew ever nearer, and he could even hear the coarse shouts of the Northern D warriors. An errant arrow grazed his arm, igniting a sharp pain. Wu Jingyuan let out a muffled grunt, yet dared not pause for even a moment. Chapter 81. The love story of the god of war, 80 miles outside of Chisha Pass, at Hafing Ditch. The stench of death mingled with blood and dust, thickly enveloping every breath. Wu Jingyuan felt as if his lungs were a battered bellows, each inhalation seared with pain, the thunder of hooves behind him relentless, shattering his last vestige of hope. Split up. He rasped at the remaining scout, his voice torn by the wind. Take the message back. The Northern D possess siege crossbows. The scout's eyes widened in horror, wanted to say something more, but Wu Jingyuan forcefully pushed him away. Go. In the next instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. Trusting his instincts, Wu Jingyuan lunged sideways, narrowly avoiding a wolf-tooth arrow that whizzed past his shoulder, drawing forth a trail of blood and igniting a searing pain. He disregarded his injuries and rolled into a massive, wind-eroded rock. Suddenly, the heavy sound of hooves came to a halt outside, accompanied by the boisterous shouts of the Northern D cavalry and the jarring sound of weapons scraping against the stones. They were surrounded. Sweat, blood, and dirt mingled, blurring his vision. Leaning against the cold, rough rock, Wu Jingyuan gasped violently, gripping his spear with a deathly tightness, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He could hear his heart pounding furiously within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs in its frenzy. There were at least 5 or 6 riders outside, perhaps more. Was this the end? The thought pierced his consciousness like a poisoned ice pick. Fragments of chaotic memories surged forth. The concerned gaze of his father, his mother's gentle whispers, the playful fists of his elder brother, the drenched sweat of comrades in the training grounds, and even Zhao Ming's vexatious face. Ultimately, as the clamor faded, one image remained, etched clearly in his mind. Ling Yan sitting alone in the water pavilion, clad in moon-white attire, kissed by the sun's golden light. Her lashes casting delicate shadows upon the pages of a book, as even the wind seemed to tread lightly. Her soft voice echoed in his ears. Remember, safeguarding oneself is paramount. At that moment, he had thought it merely a common admonition. Now, on the precipice of life and death, each word weighed heavily upon his heart, causing a sharp ache. Had he worn the white jade piece pendant she had given him? The weather in the capital was unpredictable. Had he caught a chill again? Had he taken his medicine on time? Had he, even for a fleeting moment, thought of his fiancée who was far away at the border, his fate uncertain? The instant the words fiancée surfaced, it was as if a thunderclap split the chaos in his mind. Those subconscious acts of care, The panic upon hearing of their engagement being dissolved, the inexplicable irritation at the sight of her with another, and the countless times he gazed towards the Jing Wangfu while practicing. Why had he never seen it clearly before? It turned out that, unbeknownst to him, his feelings had taken root long ago. Only now, amidst the crucible of blood and fire, in the chasm between life and death, did they erupt forth, growing into an obsession that obscured the skies. Ha! Wu Jingyuan let out a low laugh, filled with endless self-mockery and newfound clarity. What a fool he was, waiting until the brink of death to realize it. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his gaze sharpened with a fierce determination, akin to a solitary wolf trapped in a dire situation. He could not perish here. He still had words left unspoken to that person. He had yet to return to the capital. He had not told Ling Yan that he no longer wished to dissolve their engagement. The Northern D soldiers outside began dismounting, their footsteps drawing nearer, imbued with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Wu Jingyuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult in his chest, channeling all his strength into his arms gripping the spear. He glanced at the finely crafted iron spear that had accompanied him for so long, the tassels now hardened by blood and mud. Just as a Northern D soldier peered around the rock, he struck. Wu Jingyuan sprang forth like a crouched leopard, his spear transforming into a venomous dragon, piercing straight for the soldier's throat. The soldier had not anticipated that this prey would dare to retaliate. Caught off guard, he was impaled in an instant. Here! The other Northern D soldiers were taken aback, brandishing their curved sabers as they closed in. Wu Jingyuan leaned against the rock, minimizing his exposure to the enemy, his spear swirling with deadly precision. He discarded all fanciful techniques, relying solely on the simplest and most lethal strikes, cleaves, thrusts, and sweeps. Each move was executed with unwavering determination, imbued with a reckless ferocity. The spearhead tore through flesh and shattered bones, warm blood splattering across his face and body, transforming him into a figure of crimson. A deep gash on his left arm, revealing bone, sent waves of agony coursing through him, dimming his vision, yet he merely grunted, retaliating with a thrust that pierced his adversary through. His right leg also bore the sting of a saber's edge, searing pain hindering his movements. But he could not falter. A singular thought blazed in his mind. Survive. Return to her. Like an unyielding deity of slaughter, impervious to pain and fatigue, he stood resolute against the onslaught of 7 or 8 elite Northern D cavalrymen, fueled by an indomitable will far surpassing that of his peers. Around the rocky outcrop, 5 enemy corpses lay fallen. The remaining Northern D soldiers, momentarily daunted by his desperate ferocity, hesitated to advance, encircling him instead in an attempt to wear him down. Leaning on his spear, Wu Jingyuan gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood dripping from his chin, his vision beginning to blur. He understood he was nearing his limits. The tide of blood loss and exhaustion crashed over him. In the haze of consciousness, he briefly glimpsed the shadow of the old locust tree in the courtyard of Ninghui, its presence as faint as a distant dream. Was he destined to succumb? Just then, a familiar voice called out from afar, "Captain, hold on," accompanied by the sound of urgent hoofbeats. Reinforcements had arrived. They had heard the signal arrow. The Northern D soldiers surrounding Wu Jingyuan changed color, exchanging glances before turning to flee, swiftly mounting their horses and vanishing into the depths of the desert. The tension in Wu Jingyuan's body suddenly relaxed, the strength he had been mustering dissipating in an instant. He could no longer hold on, his body swaying before collapsing forward, just before plunging into darkness. His blurry vision caught sight of the wooden talisman he had cherished, slipping from his torn garment and falling onto the blood-soaked sand. "Wait for me, Ling Yan." In the Ning Wangfu, at the Ninghui courtyard, Ling Yan was perusing military reports sent from the border when he suddenly paused, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washing over him, causing his fingertips to grow cold. He furrowed his brow, pressing his hand to his chest. The sensation was fleeting but left an ineffable heaviness in its wake. He lifted his gaze toward the north, as if seeking to penetrate the layers of palaces and mountains. Almost simultaneously, a calm electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Warning. Vital signs of the World Core, Wu Jingyuan, are experiencing severe fluctuations, nearing a dangerous threshold, but are now stabilizing. Ling Yan's grip on the military report tightened imperceptibly, the edges of the paper crumpling ever so slightly. Days later, at the border camp, Wu Jingyuan awoke from his stupor, the pervasive agony coursing through his body, jolting him into full awareness. He found himself lying on a cot in the infirmary, his left arm and right leg swathed in thick bandages, every movement sending sharp pangs of pain through him. "Lieutenant, you are awake," exclaimed a loyal soldier stationed nearby, his voice brimming with excitement. Wu Jingyuan opened his mouth, but his throat was so parched that no sound emerged. The soldier hurriedly offered him a sip of water. "Has a message been sent back?" he rasped, his primary concern still lingering on this matter. "It has been dispatched. The general has adjusted the deployment based on your intelligence." "Lieutenant, you have achieved a significant feat," the soldier exclaimed with fervor. "You single-handedly dispatched 7 of the Northern D scoundrels. Truly remarkable." However, Wu Jingyuan felt little joy. He struggled to sit up. "What about my talisman?" he inquired, recalling that it had seemingly fallen before he lost consciousness. The soldier hesitated for a moment before swiftly retrieving a wooden charm stained with blood and dirt from nearby. "Here it is, Lieutenant. I managed to retrieve it for you." Wu Jingyuan nearly snatched the talisman from him, gripping it tightly in his hand. The coarse texture against his palm calmed his racing heart, if only slightly. Suddenly, the tent flaps were thrust open, and Wu Zhenshan strode in confidently. Clad in battle armor, still encrusted with the dust of conflict, exhaustion etched upon his brow from days of warfare, he nonetheless displayed a flicker of unmasked relief upon seeing his son awake. "What a resilient boy. You have a hard life." He approached the bedside and gave a hearty pat on Wu Jingyuan's uninjured right shoulder. "The intelligence you brought back has proven invaluable. That batch of siege crossbows from the Northern D has already been neutralized by our elite troops overnight." At these words, Wu Jingyuan's eyes ignited with fervor, the pain from his wounds momentarily receding. However, Wu Zhenshan's tone shifted to one of sternness, laced with a hint of fear. "You must not act so recklessly again. The scout's mission is to gather intelligence, not to engage the enemy head-on. If you were to fall in battle, how would I explain it to your mother?" Wu Jingyuan lowered his gaze, responding softly, "Yes, father, I understand." Observing his son's demeanor, Wu Zhenshan contemplated reprimanding him further, but was interrupted by the hurried footsteps of soldiers outside the tent. "General, urgent military news from the scout camp." Wu Zhenshan's expression hardened. The words he had prepared to speak swallowed back. "Take care of yourself," he finally admonished in a low tone before turning and striding away, the heavy tent flaps falling behind him, sealing off the tense atmosphere outside. Only then did the military physician dare to approach with his medical kit, cautiously examining the wounds and replacing the dressings. Wu Jingyuan clenched his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained silent. It was not until he was alone in the tent that he slowly opened his tightly clenched hand. The dried blood on the talisman had darkened, merging with the wood's grain. He gently traced the rough surface with his fingertips, as if through the cool charm. He could reach the peace that haunted his dreams from 1,000 miles away. The relief of surviving a calamity intertwined with the clarity gained on the battlefield stirred within him, igniting a tumult of emotions. He had never before been so acutely aware of what he desired. Ling Yan. He longed to return to the capital, to her side. He closed his eyes, pressing the talisman firmly against his chest, feeling the faint yet resolute heartbeat within. This time, he shall no longer be lost in confusion, nor shall he evade his responsibilities. Upon his return, once he has gained sufficient strength, he will undoubtedly convey his sentiments directly to Ling Yan. What talk of annulling the engagement? Such notions shall not even cross his mind. In the capital, within the confines of the Shushou Palace, Su Wanqing's days have not unfolded as she had anticipated since her serendipitous encounter with the Crown Prince. It appears that His Highness has swiftly relegated her to the recesses of his memory, leaving her without a trace of communication. What exacerbates her anxiety is the fact that the Crown Prince is currently preoccupied with state affairs, no longer gracing the imperial garden with his presence. Life within the Shushou Palace has become undeniably arduous. While outwardly adorned with smiles and laughter, beneath the surface lies a tumultuous sea of rivalry. As the reselection approaches, the clandestine competition among the young ladies has grown increasingly overt, rife with verbal skirmishes, accusations, and treachery, employing every tactic imaginable. She is compelled to exercise caution in utilizing her information-gathering skills, painstakingly deciphering the temperaments and networks of several prominent young ladies. In a moment of desperation, she relinquished a substantial portion of her meager funds to a certain eunuch with connections within the palace, in exchange for a vague assurance that he would speak favorably of her should the opportunity arise. Observing her contemporaries, some of whom possessed distinguished lineages and striking beauty, beginning to garner attention, either by being summoned by high-ranking consorts or due to the influence of their fathers and brothers in court, fills Su Wanqing with anxiety. Her paltry points are insufficient even for a modest enhancement of her talents. Is there not a more expedient method to acquire points? She inquires impatiently within her thoughts. Response to the host. The rewards for routine tasks are limited. By triggering special events with the future emperor or completing challenging objectives, one may earn substantial points. Special events? Challenging objectives? Suvanming furos herburoth. At present, she cannot even brush against Ling Tianhao's garments, let alone initiate any events. Perhaps a change in strategy is in order. Since ascending seems arduous, it would be wiser to cultivate her own influence within Shushio Palace. Ensuring her passage through the impending reselection, she begins to subtly employ her cunning and the intelligence gleaned from the system to forge alliances with several young ladies of lesser standing yet nimble minds, collectively sidelining those competitors who pose a threat to her. Whispers about a certain young lady possessing an unusual fragrance or another having made promises to others begin to circulate among the palace attendants. She operates with utmost discretion, utilizing others as conduits for her schemes, cleansing herself of any direct involvement. Her points accumulate slowly, accompanied by the deepening calculations and cold resolve reflected in her gaze. This consuming harem is gradually awakening her innate ruthlessness and self-interest. Meanwhile, reports from the border arrive like sudden autumn storms, at times torrential, at others sporadic. Yet each transmission carries the weight of rust and smoke from battle, pressing heavily upon the capital's skies. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the reselection of the harem appears to unfold like a hastily fast-forwarded shadow play, concluding abruptly and mechanically. Su Wanqing, in a bold gamble, exchanges all her remaining points for the skill of on-the-spot performance, beginner. During the assessment, her demeanor was impeccable, devoid of any faults. When showcasing her talents, the orchid painting, enhanced by her skills, exhibited a certain grace, betraying no hint of timidity. She even casually alluded to her serendipitous encounter with the crown prince in the imperial garden. Her tone humble and gentle, yet the content was enough to stir the imagination. Within the depths of the palace, the curtain on the selection of candidates had finally descended, following layers of scrutiny, marking the most crucial phase. In the main hall of the Imperial Selection Palace, fragrant mist enveloped the atmosphere, which felt heavy and oppressive. Dozens of young ladies, having undergone initial and subsequent rounds of rigorous examination, stood in unified pale pink court garments, heads bowed and eyes downcast, breath held in anticipation, resembling exquisite dolls awaiting the decree of fate. The air was thick with the scent of cosmetics, yet it could not mask the silent tension and yearning that permeated the space. Su Wanqing stood in the middle to back of the line, her gaze lowered, yet her fingers clenched tightly around her handkerchief, nails nearly digging into her palm. She could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of her heart, akin to a drum. Success or failure hinged upon this very day. At the elevated seat, the Crown Prince Ling Tianhao presided over the proceedings with growing authority. Beside him sat the Empress and several high-ranking concubines, along with the newly appointed Crown Princess, as they exchanged hushed opinions, their gazes drifting over the young ladies below. The sharp voice of the chief eunuch reverberated, announcing the final arrangements for each candidate. With every name uttered, countless hearts were set aflame. Suaning Strentolisan. Her heart nearly lodged in her throat. Finally, it was announced. The daughter of the Minister of Works, Su Mingyuan, Su Wanqing, gentle and virtuous, is to serve as a low-ranking attendant in the Eastern Palace. A mere attendant, the lowest-ranking concubine in the Crown Prince's court, barely above the nameless palace maids. A wave of intense disappointment and humiliation engulfed Su Wanqing in an instant. After expending so much effort, even utilizing the system, she had only secured the most menial position. Instinctively, she called upon the system in her mind, hoping for some solace or guidance. Yet the system's cold notification felt like mockery. Ding. Main storyline task successfully completed. Reward: 100 points, 2 skill points. Main storyline officially activated. Warning: current affection level towards the host, 2. Nearly a stranger, with slight recognition. 2 points. A mere 2 points of affection. Su Wanqing's nails dug deeply in her palm, almost drawing blood. Why? Where was her system? Where was her charm? Did lineage truly dictate everything in this world? Resentment and bitterness surged within her like a poisonous vine. Yet, she dared not reveal a hint of her turmoil. Compelled to bow respectfully and express gratitude like the other selected ladies, forcing a gentle and demure smile upon her face. What she did not realize was that, at the moment her name was called, Ling Tianhao's gaze had lingered upon her for a fleeting instant. Not because he recalled their encounter in the Imperial Garden, but rather due to the Empress whispering in his ear. This girl possesses decent looks and appears quiet in disposition. Her father's lowly position ensures she harbors no ulterior motives. Ling Tianhao nodded, neither approving nor disapproving. The daughter of a 7th-rank official of the lowest status was to him no different from any mere ornament within the palace. In fact, she seemed even more insignificant. His mind was occupied with vast territories and the fires of war at the borders. He did not even pause to recall whether he had ever seen her face. To him, she was merely a customary measure to balance the harem and appease his ministers. Thus, Su Wanqing, accompanied by her system and a heart full of resentment, fell quietly like a small stone cast into a lake, sinking into the most inconspicuous corner of the Eastern Palace. Situated in the far west of the Eastern Palace, close to the servants' quarters. The listening bamboo pavilion bore an elegant name, but was in truth remote and desolate, with only 2 rough palace maids to attend it, often facing cuts in their meager rations. A profound sense of disappointment and humiliation gnawed at Su Wanqing's heart. Yet, she quickly suppressed these emotions, a spark of determination reigniting in her eyes. It mattered not. As long as she had entered the Eastern Palace and drawn nearer to him, there remained a flicker of opportunity. With her system still intact, she would inevitably find chances, step by step, to ascend. What if the listening bamboo pavilion was secluded? It would merely facilitate her covert actions. This journey through the harem had only just begun. In stark contrast to Su Wanqing's initial frustrations within the depths of the palace, the reports from the borders finally brought a glimmer of brightness to the clouded court. Wu Jingyuan, a lieutenant from the Northern Defense Army's vanguard, led a reconnaissance team deep behind enemy lines, risking his life to uncover crucial intelligence regarding the Northern D's secret transport of siege crossbows. In a skirmish at Hafing Pass, he valiantly faced overwhelming odds, slaying 7 enemies, sustaining grave injuries yet refusing to retreat until reinforcements arrived, ensuring the intelligence was safely transmitted back. Based on this intelligence, Commander Wu Jinshan promptly adjusted his strategy, thwarting the Northern DS attempt to launch a surprise attack on the border city. Upon receiving the good news in the capital, the long-ailing emperor was greatly pleased. His spirits lifted. The regent, Crown Prince Ling Tianhao, publicly commended Wu Jingyuan, decisively promoting him to the rank of a 5th-rank cavalry general, still under the vanguard, and awarding him substantial riches. A decree of promotion, accompanied by rewards, was swiftly dispatched to the border. A cavalry general. The news sent waves of astonishment throughout the capital. A mere 16-year-old cavalry general was a rarity even among the ranks of the Chi's military. The rise of this young general further enhanced the prestige of the Northern Defense General's residence. In the Jingwang Mansion, within the Ninghui courtyard, Ling Yan gazed at the commendation document sent from the Ministry of War pausing momentarily on the word severely injured, his fingertips gently brushing over the cold ink on the paper. Before his eyes, he envisioned the image of the young man fighting desperately against the winds and sands of the Gobi, engaging fiercely in battle atop the city walls. That lad, no doubt, was once again recklessly charging into the fray, heedless of his own well-being. He placed the commendation alongside a white jade peace token, as if that small corner was reserved for someone far away at the borders, who was rapidly maturing. In the border camp, the infirmary could no longer accommodate the young General Wu. He had his own independent tent now, though the wounds on his left arm and leg still throbbed with pain. Wu Jingyuan's spirit soared with unprecedented exhilaration. When the appointment of the cavalry general was announced, he was engaged in stretching his limbs. Upon receiving the news, he paused for a moment, then struck a nearby wooden pillar with his fist, causing the tent to tremble, and let out a low growl. Excellent. This was not merely a matter of promotion, but a recognition of his relentless efforts and struggles. More importantly, he was now a general, although only of the 5th rank. It was sufficient to grant him a semblance of confidence. He instinctively touched his chest, where a wooden amulet had been restrung with a new red cord. Worn close to his heart, he vowed to become stronger, strong enough to match that person, strong enough to stand before him with integrity, to express his true feelings, and to completely eradicate any notion of breaking their engagement from his mind. Ling Yan. He whispered the name, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, revealing a somewhat foolish yet tender expression that contrasted with the scars on his face and his youthful demeanor, which was usually overshadowed by the aura of bloodshed. Wait for me. I shall return soon. Wu Jingyuan, now promoted to cavalry general, donned a brand new suit of armor. Although his left arm remained bandaged, his posture had become increasingly upright, resembling a pine tree. The youthful exuberance in his brow had been tempered into a resolute and composed demeanor by the trials of battle. His comrades in the military held a celebratory banquet in his honor. As the wine flowed, someone jested, "General Wu, so young and accomplished. After this great achievement, I fear suitors will be trampling the threshold of the General's residence upon your return to the capital." Laughter erupted, and many echoed the sentiment. However, Wu Jingyuan's hand holding the wine cup froze, his smile fading into an expression of unwavering seriousness. "Please, do not jest. I am already betrothed." A momentary silence enveloped the tent. Most of those present were frontier military leaders, unaware of the intricacies of noble marriages in the capital, only knowing that this young general hailed from a distinguished lineage. "Oh, whose daughter is it?" someone inquired curiously. Wu Jingyuan's mind conjured the image of Ling Yan's cool demeanor, and a surge of unprecedented possessiveness and assertiveness welled up within him. He set down his cup, his voice low but clear enough for all to hear. "It is the son of the Prince of Jing." The son of the Prince of Jing? The crowd was initially taken aback, then swiftly realized that the Prince of Jing had a son, observing the varied expressions on the faces around him. Wu Jingyuan felt no embarrassment. Rather, he straightened his back, casting a determined glance over the assembly, as if guarding his claim. "Indeed, I've been engaged to the heir since childhood. This vow, with heaven and earth as witnesses, shall never be altered." His declaration was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The atmosphere within the tent grew subtly charged, yet witnessing his earnestness, even tinged with a hint of protective fervor, the others hesitated to pursue the topic further, instead redirecting the conversation with forced laughter. Wu Jingyuan, however, paid no heed to their thoughts and poured himself another drink. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting his chest and rekindling the vibrant flame that burned brighter since his narrow escape from the dark abyss. He was determined to let everyone know that Ling Yan was the one who held his heart, the person he would risk everything to return to. No one shall dare to covet his intentions, nor shall anyone succeed in persuading him to dissolve his engagement. In the Eastern Palace, within the quiet confines of Tingzhu Pavilion, Su Wanqing's existence flowed like a stagnant stream, or rather, it was even more suffocating than that. On the day she entered the palace, she had yet to lay eyes on the crown prince, let alone the crown princess. She was merely subjected to a few perfunctory admonitions from a matron before being dispatched to this desolate corner. Each day, she was compelled to participate in the customary morning and evening rituals, yet she never once caught a glimpse of the crown princess, relegated instead to bowing respectfully outside the main hall. The remainder of her time was spent thoroughly confined within this square courtyard, completely ignored. Crown Prince Ling Yan was preoccupied with state affairs and military matters, often residing in the front hall study. Rarely did he tread upon the remote Tingzhu pavilion, and even less frequently did he venture into the entire rear palace. She had contemplated utilizing her system skills, perhaps exchanging them for a melodious voice or graceful dance, hoping to capture attention at some palace banquet. However, setting aside the question of whether she would even have the opportunity to attend such an event, the exorbitant cost of hundreds of points rendered it an unachievable dream. The points she currently possessed were barely sufficient to acquire some minor auxiliary skills, such as weak physical enhancement or basic energy recovery, utterly useless for vying for favor. Ding. Daily task. Practice calligraphy for 1 hour within Tingzhu Pavilion. Reward. 5 points. Glaring at the utterly trivial task issued by the system, Su Wanqing felt an impulse to shatter the inferior inkstone before her. A mere 5 points? How long would it take her to accumulate enough to exchange for skills or items that could alter her predicament? At that moment, the Imperial strategy system appeared to be nothing more than a burden. Clenching her lips tightly, a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. No, she could not allow herself to be buried in obscurity. She must devise a way to see the Crown Prince, to ensure he notices her. Thus, along the palace path from Tingzhu Pavilion to Wenhua Hall, a delicate figure clad in simple palace attire began to frequently appear, cradling books or bowing her head to embroider. Su Wanqing maximized her willow, swaying in the wind skill, meticulously calculating every angle in hopes of leaving a breathtaking, serene silhouette whenever the Crown Prince passed by. Yet, each time Ling Yan traversed in his sedan, his gaze never lingered upon her. Either he was deep in meditation, contemplating border conflicts and the balance of court politics, or he was engaged in hushed discussions with his accompanying officials, utterly oblivious to the delicate beauties attempting to capture his attention by the roadside. After several attempts, Su Wanqing had yet to even catch a clear view of the Crown Prince's face, let alone earn his favor. Instead, she attracted the stern and watchful warnings of the matron in charge. She felt like a discarded pawn, abandoned in a corner, left to wither away unnoticed. This sense of neglect and belittlement was far more unbearable than the pain of rejection. Her ambitions collided violently with the icy walls of reality. Yet they only became more twisted and resolute. One day, Ling Yan, I shall make you see only me, she vowed solemnly to the reflection in the bronze mirror. Her face twisted with resentment. In the court, the Crown Prince's authority grew ever more solidified. Under his command, although the border tensions remained, the defenses had stabilized. The promotion of Wu Jingyuan is regarded as a clear testament to the Crown Prince's favoring of capable talents and his discernment in rewards and punishments, significantly uplifting the morale within the military. However, the atmosphere before the emperor's sickbed grows increasingly grave with each passing day. The Imperial Medical Institute has subtly hinted that His Majesty may not endure through this winter. Ling Yan stands outside his father's chamber, observing the palace attendants hurriedly entering and exiting with medicinal bowls, a veil of persistent gloom shadowing his brow. The transfer of power looms near, yet he feels no solace. Rather, the weight of the empire and the silent pressure encroaching from all directions envelop him like an unseen net. Looking around, although many seem to be subservient, how many truly harbor confidence to share this immense burden? He recalls his cousin, who remains quietly at the Jing Wang's residence, nearly fading from the court's attention. That young man possesses extraordinary intelligence and often offers astonishing insights into the current affairs. Had he been in good health, his astuteness could undoubtedly render him a pillar of the state, alleviating some of his own troubles. Ling Yan suddenly averts his gaze, resolutely severing this sudden, almost vulnerable thought. Now is not the time for such considerations. With his father gravely ill and national affairs in disarray, each step must be taken with utmost caution. In this tumultuous period, some advance boldly, others lie in wait, while some at the center of power experience solitude and heaviness. The winter of the 19th year of Yongxi arrives unusually early and with great severity. The cold wind, accompanied by a mournful whistle, sweeps across the crimson walls and azure tiles of the capital, as if countless wronged souls lament. On the 7th day of November, deep in the night, the palace bells toll mournfully, resonating through the heavens, an unending sound that tears apart the heavy veil of night. Emperor Ling Su has passed away. Instantly, the imperial city is draped in white mourning attire. The cries of grief rise to the skies, indistinguishable between genuine sorrow and feigned lament, mingling with the howling northern winds, transforming the heart of the empire into a chaotic realm of sorrow and opportunity. The Jingwang's residence is also shrouded in solemnity. Ling Yan dons plain mourning garments and enters the palace alongside the Jingwang to mourn and guard the spirit. His slender figure stands amidst the grand procession of the royal family, appearing even more solitary and austere. In the morning hall, incense and candles flicker, and the sounds of lamentation persist. Ling Tianhao, clad in deep mourning attire, kneels before the coffin, his back straight as a pine tree, yet exuding an ineffable solitude. He does not shed tears. Instead, he presses his lips tightly together, listening repeatedly to the ceremonial official recite the lengthy eulogies, accepting the bows of the noble family members and officials. He can feel the gazes behind him, some loyal, others scrutinizing, and some concealing ambition. Your Highness, please bear your grief with fortitude, for the state must take precedence. The Prime Minister leads the officials in a bow, their voices echoing in the vast mourning hall. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. All eyes converge upon the Crown Prince Ling Tianhao, who has been established as the heir apparent and has effectively governed the court for several months. Chapter 85. The God of War's romantic script. 27. Ling Tianhao slowly raises his head, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below, ultimately resting upon the coffin. He inhales deeply and speaks in a voice that, though not loud, resonates with the weight of authority, instantly overpowering all cries and noise. My father, the emperor, has ascended to the heavens, and the entire nation mourns. Indeed, the affairs of the state are arduous, and the borders remain unsettled. Thus, it falls upon me, as a solitary sovereign, to bear this responsibility without delegation. Henceforth, in accordance with the edict of my late father and the laws of our ancestors, I shall inherit the imperial throne and oversee the realm. All matters of mourning shall be conducted by the Ministry of Rites as prescribed.